some of our candidates may be people that I've had some past relationship with, and maybe that helps provide some reassurance there. But even for people who don't, I mean, you're coming in to be the manager of this team, this organization, and I haven't sensed any concerns from people on that.
Now, it's interesting to point out that he does say maybe some people that I've had past relationships with, which throws up a red flag to me because we all know Farhan's background, whether it's with the Oakland A's and his time spent there while Bob Melvin was the manager, or, of course, his time with the L.A. Dodgers, which led to his relationship with Gabe Kapler, which led to Farhan bringing in his guy when he first got here, or 1 year after they dismissed Bruce Bochy and decided to go with Gabe Kapler, which, again, was a head-scratching decision when it happened. It's a head-scratching decision this morning while we're watching Bochy and Jordan Montgomery go out and win games for the Texas Rangers, and the Giants are now currently here without a manager in 2023. But maybe he won't go back to the Dodger system again because, to be honest with you, I'm tired of hearing Farhan talk about the Dodgers. He said it multiple times these past couple of interviews he did with Tolbert and Copes, and even his press conference on Monday. He talked about, look at the Dodgers and what they did with Jason Hayward as a platoon player. See, the Dodgers are using platoons. Yeah, the difference is the Dodgers have Mookie Betts. They have Freddie Freeman. They even have J.D. Martinez, who you could have gone out and got as a free agent. Like, it's not the same. Cool, you can platoon for your 7, 8, 9 hitters. You shouldn't be doing it for your 2, 3, 4 hitters. And that was the most frustrating part for me, going to the ballpark and constantly seeing your number 3 hitter be pinch hit for. Constantly see these bullpen games and hear these fans complain about how we're in the 4th inning and the Giants have used 3 different pitchers already. So again, it's going to go to the strategy of not only Farhan in the Giants front office, but what the strategy of the manager is moving forward. And that's something that Farhan addressed about the platoon system and whether or not the manager would have control in making these decisions or not. But again, if he's going to go with someone he's familiar with, you would think it's someone on the same wavelength and someone who's going to have the same kind of strategy and system to go with. So maybe in this 1-year gap period before he gets his contract extension, or if the Giants decide to move on without him, maybe they will go with an in-house option. Maybe they will go Ron Wotus. Maybe they will go Mark Hallberg, the third base coach. Maybe they go Ron Wotus, Kai Correa. I don't know. There's a bunch of names out there. Again, I'd put Andrew Bailey into that conversation. I think what he's done with his pitching staff has been absolutely fantastic. Brian Bannister already announced he's going to the Chicago White Sox. Of course, former hitting coach with the Texas Rangers now, Donnie Ecker, a guy that grew up here and coached Little League and Colt baseball in Los Altos. He's an option. I've even heard the name Will Venable be thrown around, but that's a guy that's an assistant manager for the Texas Rangers right now, and it seems like a guy Bochy is currently training to take over once he decides to finally hang him up. But again, there's just so many options out there, but I guess it doesn't really matter who your manager is in this system if you don't have the talent on the field, and that's what it comes down to, the bottom line. And that's why we've seen in this Farhan Zaidi era, he has failed to go out and get the big free agent. Whether it's a guy like Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton, of course, the Aaron Judge, Arson Judge kind of saga we went through last year. Even Carlos Correa, who made a couple nice plays yesterday, saving a few runs for the Minnesota Twins. He's playing in the postseason, and the Giants are not. So what's going to change this offseason? Are you going to go out and spend the money? Or a question that's been coming up, is Farhan even being allowed to spend the money? Because, of course, just like we talked about with Kapler, a chef can only cook with the ingredients he has, but the Giants should be a team that should be top 5 in spending every single year. And instead, we're denying options for guys like Kevin Gausman, letting him walk away, pitch yesterday for the Toronto Blue Jays. It doesn't make sense to me how the Giants in this market can't go out and attract a free agent. But that's something that Farhan addressed yesterday. Here he was talking about the ownership group and whether or not he has an allowance to play with, or if there's a hard cap for this roster, and maybe if that's some of the reason why they're going with some of these cheaper veteran options in this platoon system.
Yeah, again, I don't know there's a target for where we rank payroll-wise, but it's sort of my responsibility to make the case if there are moves that, for baseball reasons, make sense and take the payroll up. So that's really my responsibility to make those recommendations. Nobody's said there's a cap. Nobody said there's a limit. That's on me. If there are players out there that would push us past where we've been the last few years and we think it makes sense, then that's my job to convince ownership that it makes sense.
There's no cap. There's no limit. Well, that then tells me that Farhan Zaidi is just straight up dropping the ball. Because, again, he has yet to bring in a big free agent. He's yet to make a big trade. Yes, he made the Chris Bryant trade during the 2021 season. Of course, they let him go in the offseason, and Chris Bryant really hasn't done anything since. But we can talk about talking to all these people. We can talk about being in the conversation. It's a joke I make all the time. I tell my mom when she asks me, hey, Marcus, when am I going to get a grandkid? I said, I don't know, Mom. I'm talking to girls. I'm just still not married. It doesn't really matter. Coffee's for closer. And right now, Farhan Zaidi is not closing out deals. He's not getting superstars on the field, which is a big reason why the attendance numbers were down this year for the Giants. They were 17th in the league in a year where baseball attendance actually skyrocketed thanks to the pitch clock rules and the changes that they made for the 2023 season. Everybody else's attendance was going up. The Giants were going down. And that's the frustrating part. And I think a big reason is there's a disconnect between the fan base and the roster. Yeah, everybody loves Brandon Crawford, but when he's not out there every day, who are you showing up to the ballpark to watch? It's an honest question. If you have a kid who wants to be a Giants fan, who jersey are you buying for them? I'd recommend a Logan Webber or Camilo Duvall, maybe a Kyle Harrison or Patrick Bailey, but outside of that, there's not much. There's not a whole lot to be hopeful about. And that's why it's so frustrating as a Giants fan, because these are smart baseball fans. They understand the process. They've seen this team win championships before with pitching and defense. And after telling us all offseason you were going to improve pitching and defense, it really didn't happen. You led Major League Baseball in errors, and you had 2 starters throughout your rotation for the majority of the season. So here was Farhan Zaidi yesterday talking about the balance of the platoon system and if this is the strategy that the team wants moving forward.
I think for us, it's sort of finding the middle between sort of selling and marketing what we're doing. And, so I do think this is not like an education. It's more having the dialogue and creating understanding and buy-in. I actually think that's an important part of any team is, hey, this is our plan, whether it's with players, whether it's with the strategy, and getting engagement from fans on that. But then again, it's also, we can't be out there dictating this is how baseball should play. I don't think we've done that, but I think understanding what's going to resonate. And every situation is different. Every fan base is different. And so things that, even though I've said a number of times, look, some of these playoff teams are going to be, engaged in these strategies pretty heavily over the next few weeks. But every fan base is different, and every fan base's preferences and expectations are different. So that's got to be part of the picture as well.
Yeah, I don't know how many bulk games we're going to get in the postseason this year. We've seen teams try to use openers in the postseason and it not be successful. So again, you just heard Farhan say, we're not trying to dictate how the game is being played in 2023. It kind of feels like you are with your whole strategy of only having 2 starters in your rotation. Again, that's why it leads to the frustration, because fans are showing up to the ballpark and they don't even know who the hell's on the mound. I talked about it on my show. My favorite series of the year was probably against the Cincinnati Reds, where at least I knew it was Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb, and Alex Cobb lined up back-to-back-to-back days. And that's a big reason why people are actually showing out to the ballpark. I was out there for every single rookie debut this year. Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Patrick Bailey. And those were some of the things that fans were getting excited about. But also the back and forth, sending them up, sending them down, sending them back to Sacramento. There was just so much roster movement. And again, in a year where you didn't want to admit you're a rebuilder and you kind of wanted to pretend like you're a contender, it's been my argument since they added that extra wild card teams. I really don't think the Giants should have been rewarded for this season for being a quote-unquote playoff contender, and that's why they had to make the decisions to move on from Gabe Kapler to try to appease his fan base a little bit and convince people to come back to the park. But then again, it raises the questions, does this front office and Farhan care about what the fans think? You can go back to FanFest his first season when he said, yeah, we can win games without superstars, but would you rather have a superstar in your lineup and lose games or have this platoon system and win games? And most of the fans were like, give me the superstars. Give me a reason to show up. Again, everybody ripped the San Diego Padres for what they did this past season. I'd say the San Diego Padres are in a better position moving forward with Juan Soto, Manny Machado, and the list of superstars they have on their roster than the San Francisco Giants currently are. But here was Farhan again talking about the fans and whether or not he's concerned that there is some anger and some angst towards the Giants right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, the last couple months are as frustrating as things can unfold for a team to be in a playoff position and just play really poorly the last couple months. So, I think the frustration is completely understandable. That's how it's supposed to feel when you're in a playoff position and you fall out of it and you end poorly.
And that's the bottom line for me. You can say what you want about Farhan putting together this roster, and you can say your opinion on whether or not you thought Gabe Kapler was the fall guy. The bottom line is this was a roster that was 12 games above 500, right around the trade deadline. Now, Farhan Zaidi did not go out and make any moves. He bring in A.J. Pollock, Paul DeYoung. These are not guys that are going to push your postseason chances high. And that's why you fell out of the postseason race down the stretch and ended up DFA in both of those guys. But something had to change after that second half collapse. And it's something that we've now seen back-to-back seasons. These second half collapses down the stretch, which was my argument against the platoon system, against the bullpen games since day one. Yeah, they can help you win some games during the regular season, but I just don't think it's a sustainable model. And I think a lot of Giants fans feel the same way. Whether it's the system they're running or the disconnect between not knowing any players, right now the Giants fans are speaking with their money, speaking with their wallets, and that's why attendance was down. And that's the last clip I want to play for you is Farhan Zaidi talking about the attendance and whether or not he can help do anything by bringing in a superstar player or if simply winning will cure everything here in San Francisco.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, again, I think you look at, the number of confounds that we're dealing with as an organization, a lot of what's happened over the last 10 or 20 years, but kind of people vote with their feet, right? And as a baseball group, I think it's our responsibility to put a compelling product on the field. And we've talked a lot about how, if you win, that usually drives attendance. And, I still think that's true. So, from where we were in August, if we had played better, if we, had a chance to clinch the playoffs during this last homestand, would the attendance, would the energy have been different in the ballpark? I think almost certainly so. So, I continue to think that's our primary responsibility, just win games, because that's what fans want. That's what's going to attract fans to the team.
Winning is the greatest equalizer. The problem is this hasn't been a winning roster in the Farhan Zaidi era. They've missed the postseason 4 out of 5 years since Farhan has taken over. He's going into year 5 next year. Shout out to Murph about asking about the 5-year plan yesterday and getting an answer about the TV show Bear, which was kind of curious and an interesting decision by Farhan Zaidi. But I think a lot of moves he's made has been interesting and curious, and that's why it's going to be curious to the direction that the Giants are moving forward with the new manager search and how they're going to try to convince fans to show up back to the ballpark. I see the frustration on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I wish I had time to run through all of them. But the bottom line is Giants fans are not happy. Farhan Zaidi's got to fix something, and he's got to get this team back to the postseason. You're playing in San Francisco, one of the best baseball markets in the country. Right now, it doesn't feel like it. Right now, it feels like 49er country because that's the focus with the Cowboys coming to town on Sunday. So that's what we'll talk about on the other side. And the rumors of Trey Lance being a traitor, maybe selling some secrets to the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk about that more in next. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Does that loss drive you guys?
I mean, every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
Dak Prescott still thinking about that playoff loss, not just last season at Levi Stadium, but the year prior also, as the Dallas Cowboys have been knocked out of postseason contention back-to-back years against the San Francisco 49ers. And this Sunday, they're coming down to Levi Stadium for Sunday Night Football as a 4-point underdog to take on Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and the list of all-pro players from your San Francisco 49ers. And this is a topic that we dove into yesterday on the leadoff spot, of course, with Marcus Boucher this morning, talking about this matchup this weekend and talking about those comments of Dak Prescott being pissed off. Now, I would like to take a few steps back to the last preseason game of the year, where we also found out that Dak Prescott is pissed off about not being informed about the Trey Lance trade news. Because I think that's something that not only took 49ers and Cowboys fans by surprise, but also Dak Prescott. He went out and spoke to the media and said, yeah, Jerry really didn't tell me anything about making this move. The Cowboys went out and bring in another quarterback and kind of ironically bring in Trey Lance to a third-string quarterback role, the same role that he didn't want with the San Francisco 49ers. But maybe it was worth the investment for the Dallas Cowboys to trade for Trey Lance just to get the secrets to Kyle Shanahan's playbook, because that's the storyline going around right now out in Dallas, out in Fort Worth, Texas, as the Cowboys are currently preparing to face off against this 49er team this weekend. It was a story that was confirmed from the Cowboys offensive coordinator, talking about how Trey Lance is currently running the scout team, pretending to be Brock Purdy, which that sentence alone is hilarious as hell, because I don't think Trey Lance ever in his own mind thought that A, Brock Purdy was going to steal his job, or B, that he'd be the third-string quarterback on the Dallas Cowboys moving forward and now playing as the San Francisco 49ers quarterback ahead of this weekend's matchup. But hey, that's where we're at. And that's why I asked the question this morning on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, if maybe you're pissed off like Dak Prescott that Trey Lance may be revealing some secrets. But then again, the way that I looked at it as is a lot of people were complaining that Trey Lance never really got a grasp of Kyle Shanahan's playbook and couldn't succeed in this system. So how much information could he really be given to the Dallas Cowboys? And that's why it was funny seeing people check in this morning talking about, yeah, I'm not too concerned with Trey Lance revealing some secrets, because what is he going to tell him that's not on film? Unless he's like talking about the breakdown of the 49ers going against the Dallas Cowboys defense last year in the postseason. That's if he was even a part of those meetings, because as we'll remind you, he was injured and not participating in any of those games. But he did talk a lot about watching blitz packages and film studies with a guy like Brock Purdy. So who knows? Maybe he was involved in those conversations. But I got to be honest with you, I'm not overly concerned about Trey Lance telling the tales of the trade of the Kyle Shanahan system, because you can watch all the film you want. There's been plenty of players that have left the 49ers, and there hasn't been anybody who's been able to slow down Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and Christian McCaffrey. They've put up 30 points per game. Now, there is a caveat, because outside of the regular season, the Dallas Cowboys defense did hold San Francisco to 19 points last year. It was also a game that Christian McCaffrey was dealing with a calf injury, and it was also a game where they had their stud corner, Trayvon Diggs. As you've heard by now, he's got a torn ACL. He's done for a year. So that Dallas Cowboys defense has already looked worse over the last 2 weeks than it did all last season. And I guess last week you can say they put on an impressive performance against the New England Patriots. I'm not a huge fan of Mac Jones. Kind of funny looking at the entire Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson draft class. Looks like none of those quarterbacks are really going to pan out to be really all that good. But now we're talking about a Dallas Cowboys defense that let the Arizona Cardinals run for over 200 yards against them. That's why I think the 49ers are going to win this weekend, because they're going to be able to run against the Dallas Cowboys defense, regardless of not if they have a running quarterback like a Trey Lance. Brock Purdy's pretty active, but they don't even need him to run the ball. Christian McCaffrey, I know Elijah Mitchell's dealing with an injury right now, Jordan Mason, and let the big boys up front block. Trent Williams, George Kittle, all those boys will take care of business this weekend. And the 49ers will be looking to take care of the Cowboys once again. It's just an interesting wrinkle to the storylines this week, whether it's Dak Prescott being pissed off about losing to the Cowboys in the playoffs, whether it's Jerry Jones talking about how the 49ers are the most likely favorite to win the Super Bowl, but they'll have to go through the Cowboys twice this year. Yeah, maybe we'll get another playoff matchup, and maybe we will see Trey Lance square off against the Cowboys down the road. But right now, he's in the same situation he's in that he was in Santa Clara just a few weeks ago, just a couple months ago, as the third-string quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. But hey, who knows? Maybe he'll be the super genius to take down Kyle Shanahan. No, I really don't see it happening. And I know a lot of people on the text line don't see it anything either. 650 checking in saying, Lance has no secrets. Never opened a playbook with Kyle Shanahan. What are you saying? He was like Jimmy Garoppolo and had to practice by himself on the side without a playbook? No, we never got to that point with Trey Lance, but we did get to the point where his time with the 49ers came to an end. And you'll see him, I don't know, holding a clipboard this weekend for the Dallas Cowboys, maybe going through some of those Kyle Shanahan plays. I don't think he's going to be like Red Boy You from the Water Boy with the secret playbook, breaking it down against the 49ers this weekend. But hey, you never know. One thing I do know, Brock Purdy's a starting quarterback, Trey Lance is a third-string quarterback, and Jimmy Garoppolo might still be in concussion protocol with the Las Vegas Raiders ahead of their Monday night matchup against the Green Bay Packers. But on the other side, let's make the connection with Murph and Mac. And I want to talk to Murph about being in the dugout yesterday to look Farhan Zaidi in the eyes, talking about the search for a new manager for the San Francisco Giants as we continue to get closer and closer to Sunday Night Football between the 49ers and the Cowboys. We're getting closer to the Murph and Mac show on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, fun stuff this morning on the leadoff spot. Shout out to my guy Franco filling in for Overnight Dave. Spent a lot of time talking about the MLB wild card this morning and all the forever giants across the MLB landscape. Bruce Bochy, Evan Longoria, Brandon Bell, and all the boys who are currently playing in the postseason, just no longer with the San Francisco Giants because their season is over. But yesterday there was big news of Farhan Zaidi staring down Brian Murphy in the dugout without his glasses on, which was an interesting look from Farhan Zaidi. Something I noticed, but maybe the biggest takeaway was not about the new manager search, was not about the roster construction. Maybe we just found out that Farhan Zaidi's favorite TV show is The Bear, a TV show about chefs out in Chicago.
Oh, dude, good knowledge. Did not know that. So now I got to watch The Bear to keep up with my Farhan. But that was my question, actually, because I asked him about. He was talking about this conversation that he had with a player in the clubhouse. He was very mysterious. He said, and if that player wants to reveal himself, he can. But I'll keep his name out of it. I'm like, damn, now you got me thinking.
Yeah. Look at this. We got secrecy up in this piece.
Okay. We got Brebbia. Was he wrestling with Brebbia?
Yeah, well, I got
who
player,
watches The Bear?
I got player intrigue going over here, yeah.
But anyway, he said, he kept saying, the player kept saying to him, listen, if our brand is going to be winning at the margins, then we got to win at the margins on the field, meaning we got to hit the cutoff man. We got to keep runners close. We got to steal at the right time. We got to burn at the right time. So I asked him, I said, you just said that your brand is winning. I said, so you said you were open to changing sort of how you win ball games, but you just said your brand's winning. What is your brand?
Ooh, look at this now.
So what is your brand?
Look at this.
That's what.
Right to him.
His answer immediately was, I watch a TV show called The Bear.
Oh, look at this now. We got anecdotes.
That threw me through.
We got anecdotes.
I didn't know what was going on.
I watched The Bear.
People got very excited because there were some bear watchers in the crowd.
I don't know a damn thing about The Bear. What is The Bear?
Well, now I got to watch it because it's about restaurants and food, which, you know,
Bears.
in our house, you know, Candace was a food critic, so we got to watch this
You know what
thing
would be a better answer if it would have been like, you know what, I'm watching the Ken Burns baseball documentary. Because maybe then it's like
I'm
baseball
watching the
related.
2010 Giants
something
World
like
Series
that.
parade on
Right.
DVD.
I'm watching a compressed version of the 75 series. I just saw Carlton
But
Fisk.
anyway, we can get into it all day. But The Bear, what do you need to know? There's a guy polishing spoons.
That's it. My only
Is that
question,
where we're going?
my
Okay.
only question
I got
is,
silverware.
in the TV show The Bear, is there too many chefs in the kitchen? You know, kind of like the analytical department from the Giants.
I get some applause for that. I get some applause for that.
Too many chefs in the kitchen. Too many chefs in the kitchen.
16
Marcus.
coaches.
Yeah.
And Paulie, you heard this now. The
66
reason why
roster
we were
moves.
in the dugout, this is, I mean, dude, you want to talk about a metaphor right up your, where the sun don't shine, dude?
Yeah.
We were in the dugout because the Nick Peters interview room. Now, Nick Peters is one of the great baseball writers in the history of San Francisco. Rest in peace.
Okay.
I had a great night with Nick till about 4 a.m. in New York once. I felt like I was with a deity.
What part of town were you hanging out?
We were all over. But the place we stayed, we found this bar in the Lower East.
New York City
Lower
never
West-
sleeps, Marcus.
Lower West
24/7.
side called the Blind Tiger.
You get a hankering at 3 a.m. for a vodka martini. You could go find a spot easily.
I've heard of the eye of the tiger, but not the blind
We
tiger.
were in the
it's
dugout
out there.
because the Nick Peters interview room has been taken over by the analytics department. Yeah. So there's no interview room.
No.
So we
don't
have to be
need
in the
one.
dugout.
Who needs it?
Don't need
Bagley
one.
wrote in his piece that the joke among the beat writers was if the Giants made it to October, they'd be really embarrassed because they'd be doing all their interviews in the dugout, and all the national media would be like, "What the hell are we doing here?"
Can you guys show me? Can you guys show me to the Giants media room?
Oh, man.
No, we don't have one.
Anyway,
Well, that's what we got, boys. We got Farhan in the dugout, too many chefs in the kitchen, and the Murphy Mac Show on a
Look at you.
Wednesday morning.
Nice
You are
transition.
listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murphy Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
all righty. Well, we'll get into the Farhan stuff. We'll get into the wild card. We'll get into the Niners and the Cowboys.
Yeah, man. Niners, Cowboys. Come on.
I got Jerry Jones playing mind games out here.
Like
See,
John
Jerry-
Lennon. Shout out Mind
He
Games.
is playing mind. Jerry's playing those mind
Not a bad
games.
track. Not a bad track.
Jerry Jones saying, the Niners are going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm like, oh, listen to you. I see you. I see your little chess game. We're still coming out with an. He's trying to lull us, Paulie, lull us into a false sense of security.
And he's also kind of setting the table for down the road. He said something about this might not be the only time. We might have to see each other again down the road, implying.
Hey, they should be so lucky.
Well, maybe you're right. You know, listen, but that would be the third time in 3 years, again, likening back to those early 90s where they went 3 years in a row. But it were all title games.
Paulie.
92, 93, 94, all NFC title games.
For my Tonelli, Jimmy Johnson crew, 70, 71, 72.
Yeah, of course. And then 81.
70, 71, 72, 81, 92, 93, 94.
Yep.
And then 21, 22.
Correct. And this looks like this could be another one, could be a three-peat.
Bring
We'll
that
see.
S on.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bring that S on.
Murph, in the meantime, Major League Baseball playoff mania.
Dude.
There's old Boch on the... And I got to say, first off, compliments to the powers that be who put the schedule together, because there was something about Boch leading the day off. Like, I don't know, it was like opening, like, here's your appetizer. It's Bruce Bochy who's, by the way, slimmed down a little bit. Looks like he's lost some weight.
You know what he said? He said, well, Paulie, I'm going to put my uniform on for you.
How do you like my jersey, Mac? yeah, he's got his jersey on.
He put his jersey on.
But, they were knocking him in. Like, the way they manufactured that first run, it was a sack fly, I think. And I just thought, like, well, here it is. We're going to knock him in one at a time. You know what I mean? It's deliberate.
There was almost every game you had some sort of Giants tie-in.
It was good baseball. Yeah, dude, they were all over the place.
So you went from Bochy, handed the baton to
Wheeler in the nightcap.
And then you got Belt. Well, so we'll go in order. We go Bochy in the opener. Then he hands the baton to the next game.
Brandon Belt striking out.
Twins Jays.
As he will. Yes.
Twins Jays. You had Belt and Gosman on the mound.
By the way, Belt taking those slow walks back to the dugout. I'm like, I've seen that. I know those at bats.
I did send out a tweet on this. You realize I looked at his numbers, and he's a left-handed DH. We had a left-handed DH. Did you know that Belt outperformed Jock Peterson on every level this year?
See.
How about that?
I know.
How about that? Yeah, so anyway. So you handed the baton from
they were all around. Yeah.
To Belt and Gosman.
Yeah.
And, dude, even Carlos Correa I might consider forever Giant.
He's part of it.
He was in a suit at the San Francisco Hotel ready to come to the press conference.
He's part of it, man.
Did you see the play he made on that where he ran? He made the play that changed the game.
I saw it.
Oh,
I know.
Jeter-like play, man.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah. Then we hand the baton to, ready for it? Evan freaking Longoria.
He's out there doing it, man.
Longo made the play of the day.
You know what I mean?
He won the game for them. Bases loaded, 1-run game. The guy shoots. That's a rocket. That's going to score 3. Instead, it's a double play to end the inning.
How ironic is it, too, that all the guys, like, it's just ironic
and
that...
then we close it with Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, and there's Wheeler in the nightcap, and like, all these guys, like you said, like Belt, Longoria. Yes, they're older, and yes, their kind of time has come and gone and stuff, but it's funny to just see they're all out there contributing,
I know.
making plays.
It's like Farhan's nightmare.
It really is.
Because nobody really, empirically, we were like, yes, it's time to let Belt go.
I agree.
It's time to let Longo go.
That's the thing.
And Farhan's like, I made the right move, and I'm still getting my A burned.
We're watching these guys now. I know. But anyway, it was great to have baseball playoffs back. Look forward to today.
It was. And by the way, that Philly.
My God.
Is it the way the TV was mic'd?
No, they're going bonkers in Philly. I got to say, it's my favorite postseason atmosphere the last couple of years.
It looks good on TV.
I like watching any game in Philly because of the crowd is so over the top.
The fanatic.
Bro, you want 2 strikes with a standing ovation? Go to Philly. You're getting it basically from the first inning on. Like, they are so dialed in. That's what a baseball postseason crowd should be.
Yeah.
And I love watching games from Philly. And I know you're going Mr. Marlins man. And by the way, how ironic is it that the actual Marlins man, the guy who's famous for wearing the Marlins hoodie and the hat, he's in Milwaukee. Not even at the Marlins game. What the hell's going on? Like, you're Marlins, man.
That was a bad
sign.
sign.
The wrong yard.
That was a bad sign.
Did you see him over there?
For my Marlins. It was a bad sign.
But anyway, no, it's
dude, you talking about that's what a crowd should be like?
Oh my God, dude.
You mean that's what a crowd should be like? Unlike the crowd in Tampa.
Dude, that was just sad.
Dude,
that was just,
Paulie,
that was sad.
Paulie, 19,704, the smallest postseason crowd in over 100 years.
No, it's embarrassing. It's an embarrassment, and you got seats. Like, where do you want to sit? You want first base line? You want to be behind the plate? Perhaps the bleachers? Dude, take your pick. It was a bad look. It's just, I don't know what the answer is down there.
Pack it up and go.
That's what I was saying.
Should.
Get these guys to a place where they can be appreciated. Move them to North Carolina or Portland or somewhere where there's a town waiting to embrace baseball.
How about Oakland?
Oakland. Come on out to
Oakland.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking, A's crowds in the postseason are like those Philly crowds.
They're good crowds.
They
Oakland
are.
fans.
I mean, Giants crowds are great.
Yeah,
A's crowds are crazier.
Agreed.
They really are. And if you're an A's fan, you're watching that. You're like, that town gets a team.
I know.
We don't.
Right.
Because they would be going bananas in Oakland. If
that really was kind of embarrassing to see that.
Kind of. It was hugely embarrassing. But anyway, how about all those games coming in under the Philly game ended at 8:45 our time, or no, wait, 7:45 our time, which is 10:45 Eastern. Bro, school kids, come on back. They're ending East Coast games before 11 p.m. I mean, that is fantastic. So I'm saying yes to. Everybody was worried that the pitch clock was going to affect the October tension. I did not feel that way. I felt like it moved nicely. I loved it.
What?
And the game ended. A kid in Philly can watch that game and still go to school in the morning without like staggering around with bleary eyes.
So ninth inning of the Phillies game, were you watching Kimbrel? Okay, so I saw something I haven't seen where Kimbrel
the intentional
spiked
balk?
the ball.
What was that?
And he took a ball. Like,
Was it
well,
'cause
the
he
pitch
wanted to
clock was running down, so he knew he
that's
wasn't going
what
to get it
was.
off.
Okay.
So he looked behind him, and I want to talk to Marcus about this too, being a pitcher. He just basically spiked the
Okay, so
baseball.
it was a pitch clock thing. I didn't
Ump
realize
immediately
that.
pointed him out and moved the runner, and I guess it was a pitch. He
So
tried
he'd
to.
rather have the runner move up than take a ball?
That's what I'm saying. It was really weird. We talked to Mike about that too today.
Yeah, we will have
I've never
talked
seen
about
that.
Anyway, well, there I was, Paulie, with Farhan in the dugout.
I know. Break that down, dude. Without
mean-
the glasses, too. He's making
Yeah.
a statement. He's like, here I am.
Yeah.
In my. This is the real me.
It was-
Remember we were saying that? This is the new me. Farhan's like, now I'm going,
Yeah, it
this
was
is the real me.
It was the real him for better or worse.
How
It
many
was the
people were
real
down
him.
there?
Dude, it was packed.
Yeah.
But we were in the dugout.
Give me everything you got.
Well, we were all
the
there.
Giant fans want to hear.
How about Danny Emmerman? By the way, but young Danny, by the way, is provoking and poking. Have you checked him out on Twitter? He's been like poking. He's like, Bruce Bochy just won his first playoff game since 2016. I'm like, all right, I see you. He's like kind of taunting. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't won one in 7 years, you know? And
yeah.
he also came at...
He was also out of the game for a few seasons. I don't know what do you want from him. He wasn't
well, I
involved.
guess he's talking 17, 18, 19, you know? But anyway, the point is Danny was down there. Everybody was down there. And we were in the dugout, which made for an uncomfortable setting. I was parked
Where
behind,
were you, like,
I was
physically?
parked behind a camera. I thought... And then you get to that point. Dude, it was one
Were
of those...
you taping too? Were you rolling tape?
No. We had Mike Connell down there rolling. We have all the sound.
Yeah.
Paulie, I was folding my arms and furrowing my brows. Here, I'm gonna pose I'm gonna give you the
show
pose.
the listeners.
Give you the pose.
Show
I was like this. I
Show
was like
what
this.
you do.
I was like that.
That's
You
the
see-
Murphy.
You see the look?
yeah.
I was giving one of those looks.
Yeah.
So, you have to look at YouTube and Twitch to see that, all right? So otherwise you can't see it. But anyway, dude, it was one of those press conferences where the Wolves were at the door. You couldn't get a question in. Because the moment he finished one, it was like, it was like the White House.
Like that thing we played the other day. Yeah, the coach who was in Eberflus.
Oh, the Eberflus.
Yeah.
It was like-
No, we're going to go for it next time.
What
What's
do you
that?
give me for
Huh?
Eberflus describing the Chase Claypool situation and Farhan explaining away the Giants' season?
I thought it was fourth down. Hold on, what? Well, you next.
I mean, he was getting peppered. And I was, for a long time, I was like, this is a man on the defensive. This is a man on the defensive.
Well, perhaps he should be on the defense. Honestly, I mean,
He really was.
Yeah,
And,
he's got a lot of answers to
I
give
had
us.
to wait. And so I go by the code. You got to let the beat writers ask the questions first and kind of let them have their first wave. But
I said,
the waves
question, do
kept
they
coming.
even-
I didn't get a question until like 25 minutes in.
I was going to say, like, this whole new crop of dudes coming in. Murph, do they even know the code? They
think-
might not even know there's a code at all. I don't know.
Well, that young kid's, I got to prop up that kid. He's at San Francisco State. Steven Risotto is his name. You met
Nice.
this kid?
Great
One of the
name,
most-
Risotto.
One of the most conscientious, like, hardworking young beat guys out there. I have hope for this kid. I do. So anyway, he knows the code. So anyway, I finally got in with the, I wanted to ask him the big picture question, Paulie. You ever do a job interview where they say to you, where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
Kind of. Yeah, they do ask
By the
you
way,
stuff
I
like
always
that.
dread that moment because my answer is always like, I got no blanket idea.
You know, it'd be
I
the
don't
best.
know.
You know, if
I'm just trying to get out of here and get some lunch.
anybody
You know
ever
what I
ask
mean?
that question again, if I'm in a job interview situation, guy goes, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I'd be like, sitting right there in your chair. Because you ain't going to be here and I am. Give him one of
That would
those.
be the balls
See,
out.
you're hired.
Paulie,
Yeah.
that's how you get great. You just hang your balls out.
Yeah.
So,
Shout out Jerry Cantrell.
but anyway,
Like a rooster,
I
Marcus.
just need to hear. You're right. The way he says balls.
Balls. No, he really hits
like
balls.
our buddy Steve Hermanos does on the Madison Bumgarner
Yeah, very
haiku.
much. We could do it side by side, actually.
That's how you become great, man. You hang your balls out there.
Okay, that's
I wonder how
exhibit
many
A.
times they filmed that scene and Crow's like, no, do it again.
As
I want you to
crazy-
emphasize balls.
As crazy as this is, I think Hermanos is going to win because he hits balls hard.
Gigantic pants, Madison Bumgarner haiku. Your expanding pants, now accommodating balls.
Yeah, see?
Big as tractor wheels.
Balls.
There's something about balls that makes
Balls.
You know, the other part of the Cantrell, is it Cantrell or Cantrell?
Cantrell with an N,
The way
yeah.
he says man.
Yeah.
Give me the man again.
Yeah,
here.
give me the whole thing.
The way, man.
That's how you become great, man.
See?
Yeah.
You hang your balls out there.
Bro, me and you, Cantrell, I'm hanging them. Me and you.
So
We're all
I, asked
going to hang.
Farhan, I said, Farhan, you were hired in November of 2018, which, by the way, I had to go, I had my phone out while he was getting peppered. I'm like, I got to remember that. I had to look at my phone. I'm like, when was Farhan Zaidi hired? November 2018. I said, this is October 2023. I said, frequently in job interviews, somebody will say, where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
Right.
Well, that was 5 years ago. And if I had asked you 5 years ago, where do you see this organization in 5 years?
Woohoo.
Would you be happy with the answer?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
And he had to eat it and say, well, obviously I expected us to be in the playoffs, and we're not. And I don't want to have these kind of press conferences. And then he went, and then he made the sales pitch. But our farm system 5 years ago was nothing compared to our farm system now. And he started listing all the triumphs of the farm system. And he's saying, I was talking to Pat Burrell on the way over here, and we were talking about this. He goes, I'm sure you guys talked to him, and we're very excited. So he was pitching that quote, Farhan was saying basically, quote, I have rebuilt the farm system.
Sounds
That's
like
what he was basically saying.
Sounds like he was.
You can either buy that or not, depending on like the Joey Barts and the Casey Schmidt.
By the way, I'm going to try that method too when I get in trouble at work and my boss is yelling at me about any number of infractions I might make any given day. And the guy will be like, what in the hell do you think you're doing? And I'm just going to say, well, I'm doing a great job. And if you don't believe me, just ask Pat Burrell. Ask Pat the Bat. He'll tell you.
By the way, Bags put it out there. Is Pat the Bat low-key a candidate?
That would be very interesting. Never would have thought of that. That's wild.
He's been around the organization a lot. He's local. He's popular.
Chews nails. Ladies love him.
He's charismatic.
Yep.
We'd have another ladies man and manager.
Would he be kind of
He would kind of be old school, pushing back.
That's what I was going to ask. Would he though? Yeah.
Does he want to eat all that data?
I don't see Pat Burrell as a data guy.
I know, right?
I don't see him as a computer guy.
Things to think about.
Okay.
All right. Warriors play Saturday against the Lakers. We'll see the footage of Chris Paul and Steph staying late. Kind of like us after the show, staying late, working on the show, right? And then, of course, obviously, Jerry Jones playing his mind games. We got a fun guest list coming our way, including 49er football real soon. So stay tuned. It's Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by for his weekly hit on the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the game footage for this weekend's matchup between the Cowboys and the 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Paulie Mac saying good morning, and thanks so much for tuning in to Murph and Mac today. We appreciate your company. Let's do you guys a favor. If you're looking for cash to pay off credit cards, do some home improvement work, pay off college tuition, stuff like that, I'm very excited to introduce you to the newest, fastest, easiest way to access the equity in your home. It's Loan Pronto. These guys come along with their revolutionary Express Equity line of credit. It's a pretty amazing program. You can actually get cash out of your home in as quick as 5 days if you're in a pinch. And then you can leave your 3% mortgage intact. That's also huge. What can you do with the money? Anything you want. Home improvement, like I said, maybe you want to go solar panels. This is the kind of chance this will give you. So the best part, 9 out of 10 homeowners, they're not even going to need an appraisal. The fact is rates are too high right now to move to a new home, but you can still use your existing equity. It's yours after all. You convert it into cash. You can be credit card debt free. It's your money. Again, as I say, you just need an easy way to get it, and that's where Loan Pronto comes in with their Express Equity line of credit. Reach out to them, have a conversation, let them go to work for you. It's 415-808-5721. 415-808-5721. Again, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With a man at first, his 2-1. Wall swings, and he hits it well to center field, but right at Taveras, who's under it, makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Rangers take game one in this best of three, 4-0 against the Rays in St. Petersburg. And what a gem from Jordan Montgomery to steer the ship.
I see you working, Marcus. I see you working, buddy. And I was working too. I sent out a fun, I was having a little subtweet fun yesterday. I said, hey, Bruce Bochy just won a playoff game by using a starting pitcher named Jordan Montgomery, who was picked up at the trade deadline.
Imagine that. He did some nice work for Boats, too.
And he let him face the lineup 3 times.
What a concept.
Him. I know.
Playoff baseball.
I was just having a little fun.
I know. Well, it was fun to watch baseball played that way. I enjoyed the games.
Yeah.
I enjoyed seeing old Boach on the rail.
And Boach rode this guy. He didn't say, it's time to go
what he
get
does.
him.
He knows. Boach knows how to do it. He knows what gets you there.
So that was fun, and the Rangers did it. Longo did it for the D-backs. Old Brandon Belt didn't do it for the Blue Jays, but he had a good year for them. And then, of course, the Phillies at night. Boy, that's it. It's rare that a trade haunts you for a dozen years. It's like, dude, okay, I get it. We took a chance with Beltran. It didn't work out. Does Zach Wheeler still have to be hurting me 12 years later? It's like, Jesus, man. I can't think. Honestly, can't think. You know what? Honestly, George Foster maybe to the Reds might be the one. That's like the first one that pops up. Like, when has a trade haunted you for like a decade plus? I mean, Zach Wheeler hasn't won a World Series or been a Cy Young Award winner. He's been close, though. I'll tell you that. He's been in a World Series, and he's finished top 5 in a Cy Young. And again, I endorsed the trade at the time. I was like, hey, man, we just won a World Series in 2010. We got a chance to win in 2011.
No, everybody did. That's fair.
They were in the hunt in 2011.
Yeah,
They were
no question.
squarely in the hunt.
Everybody was on board with that.
Yeah. And we were like, oh, Beltran, this is going to be amazing. This guy's a Hall of Famer. And he went like, he like strained his like pinky toe or something. And then he was like out for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And then Wheeler was hurt for a long time for the Phillies. And then he's finally found it. Man, he looks nasty. And that Philly crowd, man.
Is the Philly crowd like so incredible that it's possible they could sway you from leaving your post at Marlins? You're on lookout point with the Marlins.
I think my Marlins are up against it.
Well, that atmosphere
we are up against
it's
it.
so much fun. It's just fun to watch it.
Yeah,
it's like you kind of wish you were there, being a part of
that
that.
Heavyset guy with the
did.
Fanatic?
Yeah, without the shirt.
That's
and the
not
gut.
healthy, though, is it?
You know what I mean?
It's not healthy.
I'll say one thing about that guy, Murphy. He had amazing skin.
He did.
Yeah, he was all smooth.
Yeah, he was very smooth.
I looked at the back.
He
I'm
was like a seal.
Usually I would expect like some acne or give me something back there.
yeah.
The guy's all smooth.
Maybe
yeah.
that lower back hair entering the butt.
And there
You know
was
what I
like,
mean?
it was like the gut was like in a basket just flung over his belt. It was like, you know what I mean? Like the sculpture of that belly. He was all
much
into
so.
it. He was fully committed.
Okay, we do have Marcus. Good morning to you, brother. You're all settled back there.
My guy.
We got to get going, right? Because we have a special schedule coming our way,
We
right?
got a stacked guest list this morning, so, boys, let's hit the horns.
Well, look at it. See? Look at the discipline.
Look at that. I'm calling for the horns now this morning, Paul.
Let's hit the horns.
And I look at all the text line. 408 is with a great text. He says, what Farhan needs is a tall pint and a gummy to set his mind right.
Ain't that the truth? Yeah, you got to chill out, man.
That one made me laugh.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up in about just 5-6 minutes, we are going to replay our interview with Christian McCaffrey as our 49er Player of the Week. He came on at 9:30 yesterday, so we're going to treat the 6 a.m. crowd this morning with a Christian McCaffrey replay, 6:30 a.m.
Listen, I don't want to overhype it. I'm just going to say that you're going to find the guy to be very conversational and likable and get you ready for some 49er football Sunday night.
Let's go, baby.
And then after we talk to Christian McCaffrey about his matchup against the Cowboys this weekend, we're going to get the Dallas perspective with the man that pissed off Dak Prescott earlier this week. It's ESPN's Todd Archer. He'll give us the angle from the Cowboy perspective, talking about the boys being knocked out back-to-back years in the playoffs by the 49ers.
Okay, so we're going to go McCaffrey, Arrow, Todd Archer, Dallas. Good. Good.
Arrow from Archer to Mike Krukow on a Wednesday morning. We'll talk a lot about the Farhan presser, I'm sure.
Big time, yeah.
And then we'll get into our big hit or cooler of content. Check in with Mike Silver this morning at 8:50 for his take on the 49ers and Cowboys matchup, and then wrap up the guest list at 9:15 with Andrew Baggerly talking some more Giants.
Bags took his bazooka bags yesterday in the Athletics. So, Christian McCaffrey, your 49er Player of the Week, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
All right, it's time for 49er Player of the Week. We do this on Tuesdays, but yesterday our enjoyment with Christian McCaffrey near the end of the show was so good. We need you early, crowd, to get your heads right. Meet the front runner for the NFL MVP up close and personal on the Murph and Mac show. It's been almost a year since he was traded. It was the first time we had him on our show, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
So, without further ado, number 23 coming off another big game, 4 touchdowns in the win last Sunday at Levi's over the Arizona Cardinals. So, Christian McCaffrey, welcome to the Murph and Mac show, and good morning. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
man.
Good. What's like? We know your work ethic's so great. What's like a Tuesday regimen for a Christian McCaffrey? What you got cooking?
Yeah, normal. You wake up, get some breakfast, get a smoothie, start hydrating up, then you do a bunch of treatment, rest, get off your feet. A lot of treatment and a lot of eating. I'll sum it down to just that. That's pretty much it.
What's the cheat day?
Yeah, there's got to be something, right? There's got to be a cheat.
What's cheat day?
Yeah.
It differs, man. It's whatever I'm feeling. I love Chinese food. That's usually my go-to.
Nice.
Love Oreos.
Oh, yeah.
Those are kind of the two.
Me and you.
If I get my hands on Oreos, they don't stand a chance.
I hear you.
And is the cheat day bandwidth big enough that you can crush a whole bag, whole box,
whole sleeve, maybe?
Or is it
Maybe
like
one
you got to
sleeve.
be disciplined and keep yourself to 2?
Well, could I? Yeah, I definitely could. I don't know if I probably shouldn't.
Right.
I try to. As soon as I hit one sleeve, it's always sad when you're losing track of time. You might be watching a movie and you're eating the Oreos and you look down and the sleeve's gone and you're like, that wasn't good. That wasn't a good idea.
And then, of course, the big question is like the Oreo, like other things, has branched out. There's like a lot of different,
of variation.
now.
They got peanut butter. They got mint.
Are you varying, or are you keeping it traditional?
That's a good question. I'm not a variant. I'm not. I'm a classic. I like the original Oreo.
Yes.
I actually don't like the other Oreos. I don't like the double stuff. I think it's the ratio's off.
Yeah,
I'm a classic Oreo guy.
You're spoken like a champion. He knows.
Christian McCaffrey is playing football. Is there a weight number you want to keep throughout the season?
Yeah, I like being 210. That's really what I like playing at. If I'm 208, great. Don't like being 212. So really, like anywhere from 208 to 210 is kind of the range that I feel best at.
Nice.
And is that a daily weigh-in or a weekly or what?
Yeah, I mean, I weigh in every day. You're always checking it. I'm pretty good at keeping it consistent. Once you get in a routine of this is when I eat, this is when I drink my smoothies, this is when I'm drinking water, it stays pretty consistent.
Okay, man. Christian McCaffrey, the voice you hear, number 23, the kid out of Stanford. We remember you back at Stanford, too. By the way, just going to be a random one I'm going to hit you with before we start talking Cowboys and stuff, and that is, I thought you should have won the Heisman Trophy, man. And I don't know. Can you get that off your chest right now? Just come on the air and just say, "Damn it, I should have won the Heisman," huh?
Man.
Oh, dude, I thought it was almost a crime.
You
really.
had Murph's vote. I can tell you that for real.
Anyway, it still eats at me, Christian. What are you
gonna do? It all happens for a reason. It all works out for the better in the end.
Well, to be honest, I thought Andrew Luck should have too. You guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think there's like a slight Stanford bias?
Living in Carolina for 5.5 years, I realized how little Pac-12 football people watch.
Yeah.
The games don't start till 10, so half our games are at 7:30. And I remember being at the Heisman dinner or whatever. They parade us around for 3 days, and we were at a dinner, and one of the guys was telling us that he's like, "Man, we couldn't get to a lot of your games. We couldn't watch a lot of them. They're so late." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I know. It's it's crazy, the Pac-12 and all that." And he's like, "What do you do?" He's like, "Oh, well, I'm on the board of the Heisman." I'm like, "What the hell?
Damn.
You didn't watch all my games? How'd that happen?"
Yeah, seriously.
So you just said it right there, man.
Yeah.
But it does make sense. I mean, if I'm the Pac-12, I mean, now you see what's going on now, but I'm fighting tooth and nail to try to get the time slots changed to earlier, because it's hard to stay up. When a game's starting at, you have ranked teams whose game's not starting to 11 p.m. Eastern. It's really difficult for anyone to watch.
Well, that makes it a miracle that your man Jim Plunkett won it back in '70.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how much how many games were on apps back in the 70s.
Not a lot,
how
man.
many Pac-12 TV contracts were. So
Well, you know what it
who
was?
knows? Maybe it got around faster.
You know what, honestly, Christian, back then everybody played in the day. So like
Yeah.
That's true.
So like a Stanford game would finish at 3:30 or 4. It's 7 o'clock back east. They got the word
Right.
that Plunkett and Stanford won, and so. But now you were playing.
Right.
How many games you play after dark? A lot, huh?
Yeah, I would say the majority of it. I don't know how many day games we played.
Yeah, exactly, man. So all right, well, listen, we got that off our chest. We know that the board of the Heisman guy's a big phony. That's what we know, right?
And original Oreo is the only relevant recipe. We got that too.
We were looking at your 2019 season, which was so great, and I'm wondering, are you playing better football now than even then?
Man, I think it's it's so early in the season that I don't even like making any kind of comparisons to years before or whatever. There's still so much football left. It's the first quarter with 17 games now isn't even done. So there's so much football left, and I'm really just focusing on week to week. Obviously, when you have good statistical games, it's great, but being 4-0 is obviously what we're happy about and trying to continue that win streak.
I mean, not to slag the offensive coordinator in 2019 in Carolina, but is it fair to say, though, that you are having Kyle Shanahan and his playbook is bringing out the ultimate version of Christian McCaffrey?
Well, I think it's a combination of so many different things. I mean, obviously Kyle's an unbelievable play caller, and he's been doing this his whole life. I really feel in the meetings that he was born to do this. I learn something new every day. But I think you look at our team and the guys around, and that's another huge reason. Obviously, when you have so many dynamic weapons, you kind of feed off each other. One game I might have good stats, the next Debo might go off for 150 and Brandon for 150, and there's really no shortage of guys who can make plays on this team and come out of the game with great games. So, it helps when you have a really good roster and a good team and a good culture that plays together. And that's a testament to the leadership, the coaching, the ownership, and everything that's, they've put in to work to get here. And I just feel so fortunate to be come in when it was already established and be a part of something special. So hopefully we can keep it up. Like I said, it's so early. I hate making any kind of we're good. We have so much more, and we can get so much better. And I think that's really what we're focused on right now.
Christian McCaffrey is our guest on the UMA guest line. Christian, you're talking about how many different ways the 49er offense can hurt opponents. You get yourself and Kittle and Debo and Ayuk. There's a lot of different ways. Use check. Really, there's many ways that you guys can beat a defense. And, you take George Kittle, for example. You look at his stat line last week. He really didn't do a lot statistically, but you watch the film back and you see the ferocious blocking. I mean, Kittle is all in on his blocking assignments. And I just wonder, this Niner team this year, Christian, to me looks a little bit like there's a nasty physicality involved with your offense this year. Do you feel like that is part of your identity, which you guys are bringing to the field?
Definitely. I think that's not just something that our all of us have bought into trying to become, but it's coached. The physicality is coached, and that's something that this organization takes a lot of pride in, is how you play without the ball. When it comes to blocking, like you mentioned, George is a great example. A guy like Juice, a guy like BA and Debo and Jawan, they take blocking extremely seriously and playing without the ball and taking pride in fakes. And then when you have the ball, there's a huge emphasis on, running physically and playing with intent and urgency to get up the field, because it's almost like an unspoken competition of who can break more tackles, who can make more plays, and it's such a healthy thing to have. When you watch a guy like Debo break 10 tackles or whatever it is in one play, that makes you want to do the same thing. You naturally want to rise to that kind of level of tenacity. So, yeah, it's a special group to be a part of. Like you said, George is a guy who he could be star player every week on another team, but when you have so many weapons, it's sometimes for that to happen every game is difficult. But the way he blocks, the way he finishes runs, when he has the ball in his hands, man, it's a special thing. So, he's a guy that just is kind of the standard of what you want this team to be like.
Plus, he's a fun dude to go to Warriors games with, right? You guys courtside have a couple laughs, huh?
That's true.
Yeah. He's the best, man. I mean, there's only one George Kittle in the world.
Christian McCaffrey, the voice you hear. So, Christian, I'm old enough. I covered the 90s 49ers as a beat writer. I was a writer. I was covering the team day in, day out, traveling with the team. And, of course, back when they won the Bowl. But your old man, I covered your old man. And he was on that team. And his O coordinator was.
Are old.
I am old.
Hey, man, happens to everybody. You'll see.
Yeah. You'll get there one day, buddy. You'll get there. But Kyle's old man was the O coordinator. So, I mean, this Shanahan-McCaffrey thing is not – you guys are Shanahan-McCaffrey 2.0. And I guess my question is just how much that plays into your relationship with him. I mean, is this like as close as it can get? I mean, your dad and Kyle's dad, super tight. And how much a role does that play in your life that you and Kyle are that way?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because obviously he coached my dad and they're very close. And but I didn't, know Kyle before I came to the Niners, really. I'd obviously watched the tape on their team and always respected him as a coach. But, when you're a young player in the league, you don't really know what's going on. So I always thought he had great offenses and every running back that he had was doing well. So when I got traded here, I was obviously extremely excited. But our relationship is great. I think it's obviously we know there's a history there, but at the same time, I have to produce. He's looking for guys who want to produce and, who want something out of their players. And so for me, it's all about doing that. Obviously the relationship part of it, that comes organically and it comes with time and it comes with, growing and spending time together. But one thing about Kyle is he's completely authentic. He's the same guy around every single person. And that's something that I really admire, just the consistency of his personality, and nothing's fake. Nothing is forced. He's just always himself. And so makes being a player really easy. And obviously what he's been able to do has been special. So being a part of that offense and being in his system has been a lot of fun.
Well, obviously, what they did together in '94, you guys are trying to do in 2023, and obviously that's the fun of this season, starting off 4-0. Just a few more minutes here with Christian McCaffrey, kind enough to join us here on the UMA guest line, the Niner Player of the Week on the Murph and Max Show. So all that said, is he overusing you? That's one thing people are saying. Oh, he uses Christian too much, or what's your answer to that?
I would just respectfully say no. Yeah, no.
Great answer. That's the
Thank
answer.
you.
Well, thanks for that, man.
That was the question was asked. The question was answered.
Perfect.
All right, there it is. Hey, Dallas coming in. One of the things I wanted to ask was how affected you were in that playoff game by what appeared to be a calf strain. Can you tell us now how big a deal that was?
Yeah. I mean that hurt a lot. It happened early in the game, and sometimes when those things happen, in a game that's as big as that, you can't. Really any game is big, but you can you don't really know the severity of it until after the game. But I remember it. Yeah, it definitely. Without getting into any details, but it was definitely affected the way I was running.
So the Cowboys, when we look at your line from that game, it's not the McCaffrey.
No, yeah, it's not a normal.
You're like deeply affected by that injury, right?
As far as like the stat line?
Yeah, the stat line.
Yeah, I mean, look, whether you're feeling something or not, on this team, you might not always have the stat line, and that's completely okay as long as you win. Like I said, there's so many guys who can make plays on this team that any kind of ego or selfishness, you got to just throw out the door. If a guy is making plays and going in there and balling, and we're winning, then that's the only thing that matters. I think when you have the statistics at the end of the day, that's great. Obviously everyone has individual goals and this and that, but the ultimate goal is to win games and be at the top at the end. And so I try not to look into the stat line 100% too much of the time.
You guys,
at the end of the day, it's the win that matters.
Yeah.
You won the game.
That's it.
There you go. And last one for you is this, and I know you talk about him every Sunday on the dais, but so you get to the Niners and the quarterback is Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And then, there's Trey Lance waiting in the wings. There's 0.0 thought given to this babyface kid in the corner, or maybe there is.
At least outside the building. Yeah, people weren't thinking about it.
We're thinking about Jimmy and Trey.
Yeah.
And now it's Brock Purdy. Yeah. And I'm just kind of, if you could just sum up maybe the evolution of your relationship, like when you got here, how soon it was before you even got to know him, when he came into the huddle in the Miami game, you're like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? I'm joking, obviously, but can you talk about that evolution? And then, man, what this kid's doing in a historic fashion.
Yeah, so when I first got here, obviously, when you get traded, the first thing that's on your mind is you have to learn the playbook. In order to play, you got to learn the plays and try to learn them the best you can, as quick as you can. And so I had a lot of late nights, a lot of early mornings where I was just studying. I was in the meeting rooms. I was with, Coach Turner. I was with Coach Lynn, just doing everything I could to learn as quickly as possible. And one of the things I would do in a lot of the after hours was I would get Brock. Brock was the, practice squad quarterback at the time, the third string quarterback. And we would go walk through out on the turf. And
Nice.
He was, normally, if somebody's asking you to do that, and you have as good of an attitude as he did, I was really appreciative of it. He was like, yeah, no problem. And he's like, yeah, it'll help me too. And we went out there and we would walk through different plays. And so I was familiar just with, I could tell, you could see it in his eyes and in his demeanor that he wanted to be great. He wanted to be here. He knew he belonged here. And, I don't know if it was a couple games later or what. He's their starting quarterback. And, all I had known is the walkthroughs. But even in that moment, I'm like, I don't care or know who's at the quarterback position. I just have to do my job. And that's really what everybody did. It's, whatever the play is called, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. If you don't get open, it ain't going to work. And if you don't catch the ball, it's not going to work. So for me, it was just a lot of urgency about focusing on, me and my job. And then as time went on, you could just kind of feel the energy pick up around him, because you thought, man, here's a kid who was the last pick in the draft. And, they say you can either prove him right or prove him wrong. And that's somebody that I couldn't be happier for, to continue to prove people wrong. Like you said, man, he's been unbelievable, not just from a play standpoint, but as a leader,
Nice.
as somebody in the locker room who, he knows exactly what his role is. He's on the quieter side, but extremely confident, demanding in the huddle, and he's got a great swagger to him that you definitely want in a quarterback. So it's been a blast getting to play with him.
It's a truly remarkable story that, if it ends in the way you guys want it to end, will just be one of the great stories in football history. My gosh. So I know you guys got a lot of work to do. So on the way out, just a thought on Dallas. I mean, it's any given Sunday. I mean, or I should say, it's nameless, faceless, Bill Walsh used to say, or, you have 17 of these, all the cliches. That said, is Sunday night against Dallas 2x bigger than any other game?
Yeah, I mean, anytime, you're going up against a team like Dallas, it's a big game. It definitely means a lot. There's a lot of history behind both teams. And so I think naturally that'll, the emotions will come with that. But at the same time, man, I mean, it's another NFL football game, and every single one is important. They all have equal importance to me. I'm not going to change anything in the way I do. We're going to prepare the same way and go out there and try to execute. They're a very good football team with a great defense, and, guys who can make plays on the ball, guys who can rush the passer, good tacklers, fly up. So, it's just like any other week, man. It's going to be a challenge, and, we're going to have to come up and execute and just do everything we can to try to win.
Perfect. And then the way out, Paulie Mac's the big music guy. Your music piano. Are you going to play anything today? Play any piano today to relax or anything?
I won't get on the keys today, man. Don't know if I'll have time. I was supposed to get on the keys from about 9:30 to 10, but
I hate to barge into your practice time, man.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. I appreciate you guys having me on.
No, it's been great having you, Christian.
Hey, we really enjoyed it. The listeners loved it too. They all wrote in. So thanks for your time, and we'll keep watching you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was fun, man. Hope everybody enjoyed. Get you ready for Sunday, 23, going against. Are they just wearing their throwbacks or anything? Or it's going normal?
That's a great question.
I think going normal, right?
We've already seen the throwbacks once on the Giants game. They had the white
take
pants.
The standard red
Me
and
too.
gold.
Just give me the gold pants. I'm good.
And by the way, if you need more Niners, Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5 o'clock. I read that big piece in The Athletic about him coaching flag football. But he talks about with Tolbert and Copes.
I'm going to throw this out there, too. If you need even more football on top of that, tune into the Paulie Mac podcast end of the week. We're going to interview Dante Whitner after the show today. In fact, Marcus, you know what we can do? We can cut some of that up, and we'll play some tomorrow on the show.
Okay, here's the deal. Todd Archer, ESPN's Dallas Cowboys reporter, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Paulie Mack, Murph and Mack Show, Wednesday morning here in San Francisco. Another opportunity to talk to my buddy Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney here in town, been doing business for over 30 years, helping out individuals and business owners in a variety of tax matters. So, Steve, we welcome you back to the Murph and Mack Show on a Wednesday morning. Sun's still coming up. What are we going to be discussing today, my friend?
ERC, how your listeners can get up to $26,000 for every employee the employer had during 20 and 21 that qualifies. And the big deal here, Paulie, there's two different ways to qualify. You only need to satisfy one way. But it's amazing how many people I've talked to and CPAs and firms, they're only doing the easy way, the math way, a certain drop in gross revenue. And if you don't have it, they're saying, that's it, no ERC for you.
Right.
Wrong. There's a second way, a facts and circumstances way. Why isn't everybody doing it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. But we're tax attorneys. That's what we do, legal analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies. That's what the scammers say.
Right.
But we'll talk to you. We'll do the determinations. And if you qualify, and a lot of people that did not have the drop in gross revenue do qualify under this one, you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases millions. That's what our clients have received. I realize everybody's facts, circumstances, and results are different, but there's so much money on the table. You should take advantage of what Congress has provided for us.
Awesome, Steve. Thanks so much for that. And if this is intriguing to you or you think you need a further conversation with Steve, by all means, reach out to him toll free and talk about your situation. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, toll free number to get to Steve, and visit him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
No, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going in this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Lost drive, you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
Oh, man, that was fun. All right, just reading about this stuff. You can't wait for Sunday. It's only Wednesday. How are we going to make it to Sunday?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Well, Todd Archer will help us do it. He's NFL Nation's Dallas Cowboys reporter. He's the guy who almost made Dak Prescott cuss.
Ooh.
He just dropped a pissed off in the end there. So, Todd, let's break it down, man. We've had you on the Murph and Mac show before. It's great to have you back here in San Francisco. How you doing this morning, Todd?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
We're good, man. We're good. And it's just kind of reading your pieces and everybody. I mean, it's as big on Dallas's end as it is out here, huh? How would you describe, setting aside the X's and O's, just sort of the emotional meter in the Cowboys locker room right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I asked only questions about San Francisco when they played the Patriots. I mean, it was 38-3. There was no reason to talk about that game because, of what happened the last 2 years playing against the Niners, losing in the playoffs. And this is the hump the Cowboys have to get over and show that they're able to do so. Now, it's a Week 5 game. It doesn't guarantee you a playoff spot. It doesn't guarantee you anything more than just either your fifth win if you're the Niners and your fourth win if you're the Cowboys. But there is a lot into this. Even Mike McCarthy said, you don't want to make too much of it, but this isn't just a normal regular season game. So this is a big one for Dallas. I would say it's bigger for the Cowboys than the Niners just because they've beaten them the last 2 times. They know they can beat them. The Cowboys don't know that they can beat the Niners.
Right.
Wow, it's good stuff. It's kind of a 3-team dance. Most people feel like in the NFC, it's the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. Who, by the way, it's funny. I don't know. The Eagles don't know who to root for in this way. I guess maybe they root for the Niners.
Well, technically they should. Yeah, they'd have to root for San Francisco,
Have
right?
you heard from your Philly people, Todd?
I would. Yeah, no. You root for the Cowboy. If you're the Eagles, you want the Cowboys to lose because you want to win the division. And if that's the only way you get at least one home game. So you better hope the Cowboys lose. And you can get some separation on the Cowboys here too. That would be their second loss. The Eagles are still undefeated, so they might do it through gritted teeth, but they want the Niners.
I've heard from people in Philly, they're like, I don't even want to watch. They said, but you're right. But those Cowboys-Eagles games will be really good ones too. Those are later in the season. But back to Sunday, and the guy you talked about, and the guy we played coming in, Dak Prescott. So much comes back to him, and Todd, his numbers just aren't good against the 49ers in these 2 games. I mean, I don't know. Is there a level of dissatisfaction? I mean, he's the Cowboys quarterback and they're going to the playoffs and all that, but Is there a level of dissatisfaction with the way Dak has performed against the Niners, and does that add to his shoulders this Sunday?
Well, I don't know if it's because of the Niners, right? It's because he's not done what Staubach and Aikman did, right? It's the same thing for quarterbacks in San Francisco. You're judged by Montana and Young, and if you don't deliver a Super Bowl, then you're just a guy, and that's what Dak has been fighting since he's been making the playoffs since 2016. And Tony Romo went through the same thing. They can be really, really, really good quarterbacks, and both those guys are. But if you don't do what those guys did, then you're just viewed differently.
Right.
Danny White went to 3 straight NFC Championship games and is viewed differently. Like if Danny White did that in pick a city, Detroit, his number would be retired, right? I mean,
yeah, totally.
So
right.
But Dak's a really good quarterback. But he's got to do it at the biggest stage. This isn't the biggest stage. This is a big stage. But this whole season, to me, was defined by middle of January on for the Cowboys, not what they did in September, October, November, December. It's about the playoffs. And this is a good start if they were to get this win. But the next week, if they were to lose to the Chargers, well, that's just the high wire that these guys live on. It's 1 week you're the best, and then next week you're the worst if you lose.
Yeah, very well said by Todd Archer, ESPN's Dallas Cowboys reporter, getting ready to come out here for Sunday Night Football. Just a really good, entertaining game for all us popcorn eaters in the stands here. Let's talk a little bit about this Cowboys team other than Dak. So one of the low-key biggest factors in that game last January in Santa Clara was Tony Pollard getting hurt. I mean, that was a really big deal, and he's back, right? And is this the way the Cowboys win, running Tony Pollard? Is that the deal?
It's I don't know if it's the way, because they're going to have to make some plays with Dak in the passing game and the 3 guys that they have outside and their tight ends. But when they lost Pollard last week in the playoffs, they had nothing. Like they could have been, the Niners could have played with 9 guys and they probably still would have stopped the run. But Pollard is healthy. He's got a lot of work, but smartly the Cowboys rested him last week when the game got out of control against New England, so he'll be fresher than he probably would have been if he was on another 20-25 carry game. They've not been afraid to give him the ball in every situation. Obviously, Zeke had been the guy here for a lot of that short yardage, goal line, all that stuff. Now that's Pollard's job. They got to fix their red zone. That's the biggest issue they have on offense. But Tony Pollard has shown that he can be an every down back, and he's going to have to be an every down back here Sunday against the Niners.
Yeah, for sure. Now, a little bit about his blockers. The Cowboys tackle, Tyron Smith, is out. Is that right?
I don't know if he's iffy. It's looking like he'll miss another game with the knee injury. And they've gone with Chuma Edoga as their left tackle the last 2 games. I would assume that they would keep him out there. Tyler Biadasz, their center, has a hamstring issue. He should be fine. Zach Martin's got a bruised quad, but he played last week. They think he should be okay. So, but it is funny. In Mike McCarthy's time with the Cowboys, they've had like 60, 65 different offensive line combinations. They've not played the 5 they want to play. They've had like 1 practice together.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
So
long way from the Mark Tuinei days.
Yeah.
Huh? Larry Allen at a Sonoma State doing their thing. We're talking to Todd Archer, ESPN's Cowboys reporter. So that's the offense, and obviously, I would say, right. I mean, wherever the Cowboys go, the first guys off the plane are Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, right? I mean, this is it. They are the doomsday defense reincarnated.
They're wreaking havoc out there, man.
And I mean, what can you tell us, Todd? Has anybody slowed them down? I mean, it's Dan
Arizona.
Quinn. Yeah, well, there you go.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the New England game in my brain. I didn't even think of it. Arizona. How did Arizona do that?
Yeah.
That was one thing Dan Quinn says. It wasn't about how many yards they gave up, the big plays, the touchdowns. It was just their play style and how they looked that day, and it wasn't us. And then the New England game comes around, and it looked like them again. And it wasn't just the pick six and the takeaways and the sacks. It was their attitude and flying around and getting around the ball. And, I hate cliches, but one of the old NFL adages is defense travels. It didn't travel to Arizona. It better travel to San Francisco, right?
Right.
And if it doesn't, then they're going to be coming home with another loss. And look, they can still play well and lose. And I'll go to the playoff games. Like, I think a lot of us think, man, the Niners just rolled the Cowboys these 2 playoff games. Yeah. It was 19-12 and 23-17.
Yeah.
Where they did roll them, was the run. Like they had something like 39 and 32 attempts in the two games, over 100 yards both times. They've controlled the tempo of the game. And I think that's one thing where the Cowboys defense has to do a better job of making sure that they're not running it 30, 35 times to make sure that they're controlling the tempo, not the Niners offense.
I mean, you could make an argument, switching sides here to the Niners' point of view, is that, Brock Purdy, we wake up every morning going like, is this Brock Purdy thing
We're
real?
still pinching ourselves, yeah. Because it just keeps continuing. It goes on.
I mean, if you're Micah Parsons and Marcus Lawrence, you're like, okay, here comes your first real game. You know what I mean? Like, is there a belief in Dallas that somehow, some way they can get to him in a way that nobody else has so far?
Well, they feel like they can get to any quarterback, but they've also played against this guy and they didn't get to him. So,
right.
So there's that element too, but they don't go in, afraid or fearful or anything like that. It is funny, like from afar, watching the Purdy stuff. Is it like Romo in 06? Now, Tony wasn't 9-0 to start his career. I think he was like 6-1 or something like that. But it's almost the same thing, right? Like, who was this guy? Where'd he come from? And the team is just kind of elevated, maybe with him or around him, or however you want to view it. That you're Mr. Irrelevant, an undrafted free agent, both of these two guys, and how their teams have just taken off with them. It's kind of, to me, there's kind of a similarity between the two. I don't know if you guys can put any relation to that or not, but that's from afar what it seems like.
Yeah, it's not a bad analogy, really. Also, to your point about that playoff game, it was Purdy's least sort of explosive game. I mean, they held him in 19
They held him in check pretty well.
One touchdown.
But again, the thing with Brock Purdy is he doesn't normally turn the ball over.
He didn't in that game.
But you look at Dak Prescott, he threw 2 picks in that game, right. and there it is.
Yeah, and that's going to be what the Niners have turned it over once the entire season, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So that you're talking about it, and the Cowboys are a defense that is, if not leading the league right now, certainly near the top and has led the league in takeaways the last 3 seasons. But the biggest play he threw for 214 yards, and 31 of those came on that Kittle catch that really salted the game away in many respects down the middle of the field. After I think Trayvon Diggs might have dropped a would-be pick somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He was so good last week that I feel stupid saying this, but when I watched him a couple of games earlier, it's like, okay, he's going to give you some chances to make some plays on the ball. I don't think he did last week, right?
Not last week.
Right.
No,
the New York Giants game, he did in that first drive. They Wink Martindale blitzed the hell out of him, and it rattled him, but they adjusted. The Cowboys a big blitz team, Todd?
Yes. Yeah, they'll bring some pressure. I think their pressure rate is certainly the best in the league through 4 games, and their blitz rate is in the top 5. And some of it is, they've got in these situations where the game's been out of hand, so they could bring the house and just their teams. But they can also get pressure with their front four. You talked the first 2 guys in Lawrence and Micah Parsons, but it's more than those guys. It's Dante Fowler had a sack fumble last week. Dorrance Armstrong's a guy who can get to the quarterback. Sam Williams, like there's a 6, 7, 8 guys that they have that can get to the quarterback. But the one thing Quinn has added this year is probably more blitz looks than he has in the past. I'm curious to see if they keep that going without Trayvon Diggs for the rest of the season. But Deron Bland, a Fresno guy, Sacramento State guy,
nice.
He's certainly filling in pretty well so far for Diggs.
Shout out our listenership area. There you go.
There you go.
By the way, Todd, just to your point about the tournament.
Modesto. I don't know if that's the same area.
Oh, definitely.
We'll take it.
We got Modesto listening right now. To your point about the takeaways, the Bills have 11, but the Cowboys and Bucks have 10 each. What the Cowboys do lead the NFL is differential. Cowboys only given it away once. They're +9. And that's been sort of the calling card of the season, hasn't it? And that defense will score a touchdown, right?
Oh, man.
Well, they got 3 of them, I think, so far this year. They've had 3 all of last year. They had 7 in Dan Quinn's first year. So, they not only they take it away, they take it back for points, too, and that's always a good thing. And you talked about the differential. Well, Dak's not turning the ball over this year. He has 1 interception, a red zone throw against the Cardinals late in that game. He's kind of kept the ball out of harm's way, and that's kind of Mike McCarthy's MO as a play caller, where the quarterback cuts down on the mistakes because of not because they're playing scared or safe, but just kind of how the system rolls, where the ball is supposed to go. It's getting in and out of your hands quickly and letting your guys on the outside make plays.
Last sort of X's and O's question, Todd, is that if there is a weakness on the Niners, it's this the corner slot, the corner situation other than Mooney Ward. Everybody likes Mooney Ward. On the other side, D. Molinore's playing well, the kid out of Oregon. But when they go to the slot, Isaiah Oliver, they signed from Atlanta. He's been up and down. And then when they sometimes bring in Ambry Thomas, he's been not good. So I'm wondering the Dallas receiving core, other than CeeDee Lamb, and what kind of slot receiver could take advantage of a potential Niner weakness.
Well, CeeDee's essentially their slot guy.
Okay.
So he plays outside. They move him around a lot, but they'll look for matchups for him. And last week it was when Christian Gonzalez went out the first play, 20-yard touchdown on the replacement. So if they have a matchup they like in the slot, they'll keep CD in there and work that as best as they can. But Brandon Cooks, we're still waiting to see him kind of have a day a little bit. Michael Gallup's been good the last couple of days. But if you're talking just slot, I would say it's Cooks, but mostly it's going to be CD in there. And they like their tight ends too.
That's a red flag right there. CeeDee Lamb in the slot against a Niners slot position that hasn't really been solidified. So fun stuff, man. These two helmets. It's great to see these two helmets, man. It's a great uniform game. It's Jerry stirring it up.
The history, the whole thing.
Jerry's playing those mind games, right? Trying to make the Niners lay down, telling them they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, telling them to go in the Super Bowl, and then we just hope to stay on the field with him. I think he said after the game on Sunday, Jerry's putting it out.
You got to
He's
love
a showman. He knows.
He's an ultimate showman, man.
Yeah.
Well, Todd, you do a great job covering them, and we love watching you on ESPN and enjoyed having you on the show.
Thank you.
Safe journey
Appreciate
out and
it.
enjoy the game Sunday.
Thanks, fellas. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, Todd Otcher. That's good, man. Good. But it's, they're at the end there. So if you want to talk about any Niner weakness, it's that slot position.
It's a great test, man. This should be a great game.
CeeDee Lamb against either Ambry Thomas
He can be a problem, CeeDee Lamb.
Isaiah Oliver. So that means you need Sunday, the grave digger. You need that guy to when Prescott's looking for CD, all of a sudden, kaboom, he gets hit by 98.
Well, the other thing,
it's
too.
98, right, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing is the blitzing that the Cowboys will most likely be showing Brock is something, like you said, the Giants were doing it all night, or at least showing it all night. I think Dallas is going to come pretty hard at him, and how he will respond to that is going to be a big factor in this game, that hopefully he's not going to be turning the football over, continue to make sound decisions out there, but be ready for that Dallas D, Murph. They're no joke. They're coming strong.
By the way, I just looked down. The first text I see, blank Tony Romo.
Right.
It says F Tony Romo.
Just throw that out there.
Even though he's our buddy, he came on the show with us.
He was stretching out in front of us, doing his yoga.
Now, 760 says, can I get some positive particles by running back Polymax T for Texas in honor of Cowboys Week? But I don't know, does that almost sound like you're endorsing the Cowboys?
I hear what you're saying. It's an interesting question. I mean, I got Bobby Weir.
Just worth hearing.
Yeah, I think Bobby's singing it. He's a Niner fan. I think we're okay.
Is it worth hearing just to hear?
Yeah, we put the Maloik on them by us singing about
the same
Texas.
Way Jerry Jones is going, well, the Niners.
Could you imagine how much it would upset them hearing a Yankee like me singing about Texas? They would hate that.
This guy's from northern New Jersey.
Totally. What's he know about Texas?
Texas.
You know what I mean?
Yes, it is Timbuktu.
Yeah. That's it.
Is that Aaron Redner picking
Aaron Redner picking away, man.
All right, too.
Grateful Blue. Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in the dugout with Farhan yesterday. If you want to hear all about it, we can talk about that.
I do want to hear about it.
Okay.
I do.
We got Mike Krukow. Obviously, a big hit will be Jerry Jones playing mind games on the Niners.
Shout out John Lennon.
Keep on playing those. By the way,
it's not a bad track.
My brain was going nuts. That 50 Cent rejoin you played, that was an old. That was not the Beatles. An old traditional song called "Those Were the Days, My Friend."
Oh,
that's what it is. That was the sample. That was dun 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 dun. Because you know why in Ireland they use that a lot in the soccer sing-alongs and the Gaelic sing-alongs.
A lot of people don't know this, but Murph and I had a meeting with our bosses, and they're like, you know what? We got to make you guys more relevant. You know what you guys need? Those were the days, my friend. Try that as a rejoin. We'll bring in some young listeners.
Hey, when 50 Cent puts it to through an auto-tune machine, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. There you go. There it is.
There it is right there.
There it is. Da, da, da,
Well,
yeah. That's it. What's the name of this joint?
When it rains, it pours, Murph.
That is Those Were the Days, My Friend. I know this because I've been in Ireland and they sing, come on ye boys in green, come on ye boys in green, come on ye boys. Come on, ye boys in green. They're all jumping up and down and all that. So
that was good.
Then they go da 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 da. They have more fun.
Hats off. I'm doing a hats off medley now.
To your bank account.
Yeah.
Somebody said that was set to a Pet Shop Boys.
Well,
song
whatever it
called
was,
Go
they
West.
sold on me, man.
You didn't ride with the Pet Shop.
I don't think so. No, I don't go to the Pet Shop.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
You believe it or not, I didn't. You would have thought I did.
Yeah, you would have been a Pet Shop guy.
I draw the line at Depeche Mode and Pet Shop Boys.
That's the kind of gig
That's
Murph,
where my 80s end.
That's the kind of gig Murph would have seen over at the Henry J. Kaiser Convention Center, right? Because you saw who over there? Somebody
Who do
like
you
that.
need? I saw Howard Jones. I saw
Yeah,
General
Jones,
Public.
dude, not
I saw
Jones. That's
Madness.
all
I've
I
seen
need
a
is
lot.
Jones.
I've seen a lot over
All
there.
I need
buddy.
is Jones.
By the way, 925 says T for Bochy.
Yeah.
T for them.
He's looking to wrap things up today.
So we were in the dugout yesterday. The dugout. I'll show you my look on YouTube and Twitch. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You just want to piss me off going in this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
Amici's Pizza on the go. We know the deal. I told you guys, I'm running around. You guys are running around. You got this kid at soccer, this kid at swim, this kid at music. You're running around. You forgot to do dinner. That's why Amici's half-baked pizza is the way to go. So it's the best pizza in town, right? The famous thin crust pizza. But you can have it whenever everybody's finally home from all their practices. So it's a half-baked pizza. You slide it in the oven. 5 minutes later, you got dinner. You don't have to worry about anything. And here's the deal. We got a great deal this week. Okay, this is 20% off any half-baked pizza, any style between now and Sunday. This is for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at Amici's.com. So it's the convenience, it's the great pizza, and it's 20% off any half-baked pizza, any style between now and Sunday. This is when you do it for pickup, you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at Amici's.com, AMICIS.com. Enjoy and save that money. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivered.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're having a lot of internal conversations. I'm talking to the board as we start putting our list together. I'm talking to our players. I'm talking to people in our baseball operations department. And then once we start getting down the road usually you do a couple of in-person rounds. And I would imagine certainly in the final round, once we get to a smaller group of candidates, that'll involve them meeting, not just myself and baseball people at the ownership level. Greg, Buster, Larry. Larry met all the final round candidates last time around, and so subject to their availability, I think that's going to be a really important sort of vetting point for us.
I mean, that was just part of a 45-minute dugout cram session with Farhan Zaidi yesterday.
That's a long session.
Dude, and believe me, I was standing the whole time. I started my...
You got the fatigue kicked in.
My feet started to fall asleep.
The post-show fatigue.
If you had an aerial shot, you would have seen me about 30 minutes in doing the knee stretches.
Do some knee bends.
Yeah,
you got to stay stiff. You got to stay loose. I was
like, man, I'm getting a little... Because it was long. And by the way, we were in the dugout because the Giants no longer have an interview room because it's been taken over by the analytics department. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. That's a true story.
What goes on in there then?
That's a metaphor right up where the sun don't shine, man. Hey, where's your interview room? It's been taken over by the computers. No joke. True story.
Murph opened up the interview room thinking the press conference was in there, and all he heard was this.
True story.
Murph was like, is Farhan in here?
Bro.
You guys, is this where the press conference is? Hold on. Wait till the printout's done. I'm looking for Farhan.
Yeah. Literally, my head was in there, and smoke was coming out of the machines.
Yeah, there are papers coming.
Blame the nerds. Blame the nerds.
I want to make sure to let you know that for those 16 coaches and for that interview room that's been taken over by the computers, 79 and 83. I want to make sure we got that right because we got all the printouts. 79 wins.
That's a good call.
I tell you what, I can clear out that room of computers, do the interview in the room. I'll still give you 79 wins.
By the way, we can get you 70. Murph, I'll get you 79 wins without the computer.
I get you 79 wins with Johnny LeMaster in shortstop.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
I'll even bring in Roger Metzger.
Oh my God. So anyway, well, it was very eventful. Here, one of the biggest things was what he just said in that bite right there. There was the B word. Dude, Buster Posey, welcome back.
Tell me about Buster Posey.
Well, I mean, you got to feel good about the fact this guy's going to be a big part of this scene going forward. And, and I remember writing this jock blog a year ago when it was announced that he was coming on the board. I was like, this is great. I remember some people pushing back. They're like, BS, man, it's figurehead. He's in Atlanta. He's just going to collect checks. I was like, nah, I think he's going to have a say. And this one, the rare thing I got right, I didn't expect him to move back, but he moved back. And dude, he's rolling up those sleeves, buddy. He's getting in there.
You're talking about, and I like that.
And I want him in the room making these decisions.
100%. So do I. That brings me a lot of comfort, actually. And on top of that, Buster Posey having a say. I want to hear what you have to say or what Farhan said. I read some of the quotes about Farhan acknowledging Logan Webb will have a say in this process. I thought that was really interesting.
Well, when I did that 28 book with Buster, and we interviewed Logan Webb, he was just going on and on and on. Go read the Logan Webb essay in 28. He talks about how Buster taught him what Giants baseball is supposed to be. And Webb, in his post-Kapler firing, talked about that. He goes, we're missing what Buster brought to this clubhouse. I used to look across the clubhouse and see Buster and say, man, I got to be like that guy.
Who said that?
Logan Webb.
Nice.
So now he's trying to be that guy. It's kind of hard when you're a starting pitcher, maybe, as opposed to an everyday player.
I don't know. That's interesting.
Sorry, Marcus. Sorry to slag pitchers, buddy.
Yeah, look what happens. Yeah.
Hey, pitchers are people too, man.
Yeah, I know. Hey, we're nothing without you guys, you know.
So, a couple things. One, just like some detail stuff. One, he gave the keys to Marco Luciano at short.
Yeah.
Which excites me, but dude, as soon as a guy hit me on Twitter, goes, David VR, anyone? Do you remember? Because third base, that's his job. He's going.
One day Murph was talking about David VR's thick lower half. Next day he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also remember
That
the
lower
day,
half,
the
Marcus.
day Buster retired, talking to Farhan on the club level, back when we used to do things inside. Back when we did the interview.
In the old days.
inside.
Yeah.
So we were in the dugout.
We did indoors. We had electricity.
In the dugout, some guy was walking by with a...
Squeegees.
Yes.
Sweeping up. Excuse me. Yeah, we got the sanitation coming through.
But I remember asking Farhan about the catcher position, and he goes, well, it's Joey Bart's now. So he's handed the keys to Joey Bart and David VR.
Where is he?
And now...
Thank you, Zaza. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Now he's
Where is he?
Now he's handing the keys to Marco Luciano.
Where
now,
is
listen,
he?
I hope it works, but he also said, oddly, Tyler Fitzgerald might be our best defensive center fielder.
Here
I
we
was
go
like,
now.
wait a
See,
minute,
he
what?
always got to throw one of those in there. It's like he can't help himself.
He played it for a week.
He's got to always do something like that. I think it's like a compulsion. You know, like why even?
So those are the smaller picture stuff. Luciano, Fitz. I asked the big picture stuff, which was Waterboy. Which one is this one? Is this actually we're gonna jump down to what? Why is it?
Yeah, you want the 5-year plan.
Well, I do. There was a lot of people asking very important short-term questions, like, when does the interview process start? Will Buster be involved? I wanted to go big picture. So here's what we did here. Can we hear this? Yeah.
You were hired in November of 2018. This is October of 2023. So big picture, frequently you go to a job interview, they say, where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
Yeah.
So November 18 Farhan to November 2023 Farhan, where do you see this organization in that 5-year run? Are you where you wanted to be 5 years ago?
Yeah, if you asked me where I'd want to be this year, it would have been to make the playoffs, and that's what made the last 2 months difficult. But when I look at the overall organization, look at the farm system, from being a probably bottom 3 to 5 farm system back then when you were talking about Murph to where we are now, which is, I think, set definitely top half, a team that, ranked in the top 2 or 3 in terms of rookie playing time and production. I think we're going into this offseason, in my time here with, as many young players who we think have a chance to be big contributors in the following season as in any other season.
Okay, so he basically just said, this is like, Paulie, you come to you, hey, Paulie, your show stinks. You're rated last in the market.
That's actually pretty close to reality. That's not
what do you
that
have to say
far.
for yourself? And you're like, well, I'm raising up a young generation with Marcus and Triple E.
Yeah, no, I'm taking these kids under my wing. I'm growing them. I don't know. I'm watering the plants.
I mean, do you buy that that the farm system, he fixed the farm system?
Boy, that's kind of a reach. I mean, we want something more substantial.
How many of these guys have truly hit?
You can't really. No, I don't.
But I do buy it as a reason why Farhan is still here and Kepler's not. Because I think that's the one thing about his tenure you can look forward to with the future is guys like Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, that 2021 draft class.
Unless those guys get traded for a free agent.
I mean, that's the thing. But that's why Farhan still has his job and maybe will get a contract extension.
He kept going, and he mentions an interesting name here. Take a listen. This is the second part of the answer.
I was talking to Pat Burrell on my way here, who does a lot of work in our minor leagues, and you probably know this. He's really excited about what we have in the farm system, and even some of the guys that we saw up at the big league level this year that maybe a lot of these guys, in my opinion, are going to be good major league players. It's a question of when and where. Is it going to be with the 2024 Giants? Is it going to be with the 2025 Giants? Is it going to be with some other organization down the road? And now it's sort of our responsibility to make sure they're good players here next year. So I think in terms of the development, the number of young players we have, that group of players, there's a lot to feel good about. Again, results-wise, sitting here with the playoffs starting, talking about the end of our season, finishing under 500, that's a disappointment. That's not where we wanted to be. So, talked about that. I don't, our goal is to never have these kinds of press conferences. We should be in the playoffs every year. And so as far as that goes, we're not where I wanted to be, where we wanted to be. But in terms of progress in the organization, our young players, I think, if you sort of look at it objectively and the group of players that we've worked through that have a chance to help us going forward, there is a lot to be excited about.
All right. What do you think, Paul?
Here's my question to you. If Farhan, if the Giants don't make the playoffs next year and they wind up with the season delivering kind of what we just saw, is that the end of Farhan, or do they?
Quite possibly.
I mean, I would think he has to get this club into the postseason.
Weird dynamic of him hiring a manager, knowing that he only has 1 year left. Marcus has talked a lot about this on the leadoff spot. It was brought up yesterday. Like, how are you going to hire a guy when the guy's like, wait a minute, you're only here for a year?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, the hope is that I'll be here longer, you know?
Right.
So, yeah, the Giants are in a weird spot, man.
Let's be
And
honest,
it was
though.
a 5-year run that has not delivered,
No,
quite
really,
frankly.
that's where I was going to go with this. Like, in a big picture sense, if you go all the way back to the beginning, I think most of us are pretty excited when Farhan came. It was like, wow,
Well,
we're
we
going to be
thought he was-
running alongside the Dodgers now with some of these really innovative moves, and he's going to find different ways to field a winning team. I got to say, 5 years deep into this thing, man, with the exception of the 107, and even that was a first-round playoff exit, like, I'm underwhelmed.
Yeah.
I am. I'm underwhelmed.
And Paulie Mac, that's why I think two things can be equally true. I think the farm system's in a better spot than it was 5 years ago, but are the Giants in a better spot than they were 5 years ago? That's the question.
Certainly not with their fan base.
2018 was pretty bad.
It was, but
pretty
they've
bad.
also missed the playoffs 4 out of 5 years.
Yes, correct. So anyway, that's why we asked. Anyway, there's more to talk about.
Wait,
but
I know.
It is time to take a quick break.
Okay, all right.
Because we got Mike Krukow coming up. And we got the big hit, Jerry Jones playing those mind games with the Niners.
Together.
And then big guests on the back end, Mike Silver at 8:50, always awesome. And then Andy Baggerly, whose piece was scathing in the
Was he in
Athletic.
the dugout yesterday, too?
Yeah, and he was like, hey, man, who are you?
Yeah.
He basically said, who are you?
Go get him, Bags.
Well, I asked him to. We got to play that one, too. I asked him, too. I said, what is your brand? Because he was talking about changing his brand, and then he was talking about winning at the margins. I go, which is it? And he answered with a long answer about the TV show called The Bear.
Right. Was
So anyway, Baggerly took aim at that. He said, you want to hire a manager, first you better find an identity.
Did you say he said, who are you?
Yeah.
Was Zaza there too?
Who are you?
Just to check and maybe Zaza. Yeah.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Oh, man. All right, Mike Krukow next, and then the big hit, Niners and Jerry Jones on the Sports Leader.
One of the shows I've been watching kind of therapeutically over the last couple months is The Bear.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Thanks for listening to Murph and Mac. We love having your company. Believe me. Let's talk about Prize Picks. Hey, we got NFL action happening tomorrow night. Another matchup. What do you got? The Commanders and who, Marcus? Who are the Commanders? Oh, the Bears. The Bears looking to punch their way out of something. They're in trouble over there. Hey, if you have a feeling about tomorrow's game, you want to get involved in daily fantasy sports, get to prizepicks.com, select 2 or more players, predict on their stats for the night in a variety of categories. Place your entries and then boom, rake in the dough. If you have some skills, it's really not that hard at Prize Picks. You can turn $10 into $250 pretty easily, actually, with just a few taps of your phone. So you got your easy gameplay, your quick withdrawals, and then the enormous selection of players and stat options all waiting for you at Prize Picks, the number one daily fantasy sports app. Remember, when you are ready to test your skills, like Marcus, you get over to prizepicks.com. You got the community of over 7 million football fans waiting for you who have already signed up. Prize Picks, in fact, right now, going to be so happy to have you on board. They're going to match your first deposit of $100. So visit prizepicks.com/leader. Code word is leader, like KNBR is the sports leader. Prizepicks.com/leader. It's daily fantasy sports made easy.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Go on!
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, 49er Talk with Dante Whitner joining Papa and Lund today at 12:30. He'll also be on Paulie's podcast,
Yeah, looking forward to that.
So looking forward to that. And also, obviously, Mike Silver at 8:50 talking to us about the Niners and the Cowboys. But right now it's Giants, and right now it's MLB October. And so before we get to all the Farhan stuff from yesterday, first of all, good morning, Mike.
Hey,
and then
Kruk.
Second of all, I'd love to just have a brief
Yeah.
recap from last night because there were so many different storylines.
Playoff baseball, Mike.
Whether it's Evan Longoria making the play of the night.
How about old Boccia on the rail?
Bochy on the rail, the Philly crowd, Corbin on Corbin crime, Corbin Carroll hitting Corbin Burns, and so much to talk about. Mike, how are you?
Yeah, great. Are you kidding me? I've really been looking forward to this postseason because of the new format. I just love everything that they've done about it. And right now, I mean, I'm rooting for a Texas Ranger, Arizona Diamondback World Series. That's what I want to see.
Diamondbacks Rangers, is that what you said?
That's what I want to see. I don't know if that's going to happen. I doubt it, but I think that would be fun. Just because I like the story of the Diamondback. Young, hustle, just they got an edge to them. And I'm kind of a Bruce Bochy fan.
Yeah, Mike, you and me both.
Okay,
man.
Mike, here's the deal. It's dropping out for just a second. Can you hang up and we call you back in like 2 seconds? Let's try
Yeah,
that.
this is a landline, too. This is not a mobile phone.
I know. Let's try it. We'll just try it real quick. So we'll hang up right now
Okay,
and then
thanks,
call you
Mike.
right
Yeah,
back.
I don't know what happened there.
Sometimes it's just like a
You get funky sometimes.
second
yeah.
call. You know what I mean?
Technology, it happens.
Because I heard him say, I want a World Series. And I was like, wait, who? Wait, what?
I like to raise and
It's kind of fun. There is something throughout history, isn't there, where somebody drops out of the key time when they're making some famous?
I don't know.
Neil Armstrong almost, that's one, that man.
Well, the Barry Bonds home run. I don't want to get too specific on that. But that's a hush-hush matter. But you know what I'm talking about.
You went there. I love it.
Well, I'm keeping it.
Okay, Mike, we're going to try this Ma Bell take two.
All right, take two.
Good morning.
Yes.
That was you. That was it. You didn't
No.
You got me on that one. So you like the way
Just messing with you.
You like the way the D-backs play, that hustle and scrap, huh?
I do. I like defense. I mean, I've always liked defense, and their defense is scary good. And I think that their outfield coverage is the best in the game. I don't know any other team that can match up with the speed of an outfield. And the thing that sets the Diamondbacks outfield apart from other outfielders and other outfield three-man setups is their route running. They're absolutely precise. And I just love that about baseball. I think, everybody likes to see home runs and everybody likes to see the, runs scored and blah, 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 blah. But I like to watch plays getting made. I like to watch guys making great defensive plays. And if you watch the Diamondbacks, which we had a chance to 13 times this year, and I've caught them a couple other times on TV, they're fun to watch because of the way that they catch the ball. And I like that about them. So, plus from our division, if you can't be there yourself, root for somebody in your division. And there's only one team in our division that we can root for.
You know what's interesting, Mike, is that Evan Longoria, I think everybody agreed, okay, it's time, he's not part of the Giants' future. It's time to go, 5-year run. Mike, he made the play of the night last night.
Yeah.
That was a 10 out of 10. Game saver. Bases loaded, 1 out, a 1-run game. That's going to score 2, maybe 3 runs.
Huge.
Brewers win the game.
Yeah.
If anybody missed it, Longoria extended absolutely like a slinky or whatever. I don't know, Gumby. And made it. So how about for a moment like that for this guy? He's going to turn 38 this weekend.
Well, what we found out about him when he was in a Giants uniform is that he's a dirt dog, man. He wants to play.
Yeah.
He loves playing baseball. So he was a great candidate to, once his role changed and he left the Giants, he got picked up by the Diamondbacks. He took a cut, and he took he said, okay, I can play any way you want me to play. and they found a spot for him. I mean, he didn't play a lot, but, you know, he could come off the bench, give you good at bat. He was tremendous in the clubhouse. I mean, we found that out when he was with a Giant. And with all those young players that they had over there, you know, it was their intent to have a big leaguer in the clubhouse who knows how to handle the pressure of not just a playoff game, but the pressure of a situation going down the month of September, and which is what he is. I mean, he's just so mellow, and you know, I love the fact he'll be back next year. I mean, he's a guy you're going to have to peel off the uniform. He's not going to go quietly into the night. And so I love the fact that he gets to be in that lineup. I love the fact that he gets to make the play of the day. I mean, and his at-bats were good. I mean, he didn't get much to show for it, but he squared up everything he had.
Yeah.
And plus I like the guy.
Yep.
Did anybody forget Game 3 at Dodger Stadium and that huge desert windstorm?
Yeah.
That was going? He hit the home run.
That's right, yes.
He hit the home run
Very
in a
good.
1-0 win
Great
in
call.
Game 3 in L.A. So, I mean, man, that was like one of the biggest swings in recent Giant playoff history. So, of course, Game 5 didn't go our way, but he stole that game at Dodger Stadium with that swing.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, and then just one more. Just seeing old Boch, you know, I mean, I know the Giants let Logan Webb lead Major League Baseball in innings this year, and Alex Cobb pitch deep too. But there were times they would take guys out because they didn't want guys to face a lineup 3 times. Boch gets this guy Jordan Montgomery in from the Yankees and just throws him out there in Game 1. Game 1, the guy goes 7 innings, 7 shutout. So that was Boch did not make a move. He let that guy cook.
It didn't go unnoticed. I mean, here's Boch out there. He's, kind of letting a big left-hander go out there and throw zeros on the board. I think it's magic. And, I don't know how far they can go. Look, the thing about this offseason, or this postseason, I should say, that is so intriguing is that every team has warts, even the division winners. I mean, take Atlanta. I mean, they don't have deep pitching. They've got a bang. They've lost Charlie Morton. They've lost Max Fried. They're thin. And it's the same can be said for the Dodgers. They're thin. They're relying on rookie arms, and they don't really know what they're going to get. And this is the way it is all the way through the playoffs. I mean, the teams are just banged up. And that's why, you have a guy who they were talking about. Jason Stark always intrigues me. His articles are fun. Mm-hmm. And he talked about the upset victory, the Diamondbacks over the Brewers. And you got a guy pitching for the Diamondbacks who's got an ERA way up in the 5s, and he's facing Corbin Burns, who's he's a Cy Young Award winner. I mean, his ERA is like 3 points under his, and they're playing in Milwaukee. And who wins the game? The Diamondbacks. I mean, and I think you're going to see a lot of that in this entire format this whole month of October. And I think it's going to be a very, very entertaining and fun playoff season.
It already was, and the crowd in your old town of Philadelphia was going. It was like an Eagles crowd there last night.
So much fun to watch that.
The question I wanted to ask you about was Craig Kimbrell's intentional balk. I don't know if you
spiked the ball. That was so
were
weird.
you up late watching that? Actually, you don't have to stay up that late anymore because the games are faster. But did you see he run around second, 4-1 ball game, and he spiked the ball? The theory was he didn't want
the pitch.
I guess he doesn't use pitch comm. No, he didn't want this guy stealing signs.
Is that what it was? Okay.
I don't know, what did you think?
Well, the stealing signs, I have no idea why they would do that. Why don't you just go to your mouth? I mean, I know it's legal. You can go to your mouth, but you can't go to your mouth without wiping something off. Why spike the ball? But, hey, the whole thing doesn't make sense. Why don't you just put 4 fingers up and intentionally walk him? I don't know. The spike the ball thing was odd.
Yeah.
But,
it was really weird. I don't know.
And the other thing, too, about it, I don't know many closers that want to intentionally walk anybody. That's why they're closers. They just think that they're the baddest ass on the mountain and they can strike out anybody. And for Kimbrell to do that was a bit odd, but hey, it worked. And the magic that they had in Philadelphia, that crowd, look, you've always heard that that's a great crowd. That was just such a great indication. I mean, you go to Tampa and they didn't even have 20,000 people at the game.
No.
I mean, come on.
Terrible.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then you go to Philadelphia, and the place is just lit up. And that's how it should be.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky enough to play in a town like that, you don't ever take that for granted. I was. I mean, it's a great place to play. How lucky was I? I got Chicago, Philadelphia, and I got San Francisco.
Yeah, you did great.
That is a heck of a tour of duty, man.
You have to be down there in front of 19,000 in Tampa. I was thinking of the city of Oakland in October. So amazing. And they're looking at that going, are you kidding? They get
at
a
least
team?
he is. Yeah, they'll fill the
They
yard.
get a team and we don't.
I know.
Anyway, Mike. All right, hey, before we let you go, we want to talk about Farhan and all the stuff he said yesterday. I was in the dugout. It was long, 45 minutes, man. Long, varied questions. Everything from as small picture as who's playing shortstop next year to as big picture as his 5-year plan. I don't know if you got to see it, read it, hear it, see the clips, or if you had a takeaway. I guess the biggest thing, most immediate, is the manager job. He answered a lot of questions about that. Pretty much wide open. Said he wants an effective recruiter. Says he's not holding it to a template. He basically, said people I've worked with, people I haven't worked with. What was your takeaway?
Well, I don't think there was any surprises. One thing about Farhan, he's done something with us, the broadcasters, that I've never seen before. And he's completely transparent. He'd have a talk. He'd come up to the booth, and all four of us would get together, and he'd say, fire away, ask whatever you want. We could ask about the minor leagues. We could ask about any situation, however sensitive it was in regards to the team, and he would talk openly about it. And, I mean, he was trusting of us to be able to be discreet and be able to know what we can and cannot say. But it gave us a background of what is going on and an understanding of how he thought in regards to whatever issue surrounded the team. And it was just so refreshing to be able to have that type of trust from a general manager to be able to talk openly to us. Everything that he said in that presser yesterday was something that we had heard. So really there were no surprises. I do believe that he is going to bring in a guy that is going to have some gut to him, that is going to be allowed to have some gut. Not that Gabe wasn't allowed to have gut. It's just that Gabe preferred to go with more database decisions. And I think you're going to see that change a little bit. The other thing too is he is going to have an extensive search, and he is going to. I think it may go into November, and it could be deep into November before they get a manager. I know that that sounds a little late, given that they've got general managers meetings and baseball meetings, later in November and December. But I think it could do that because of how wide the search is going to spread. This is a desirable job. This is a great organization to be a manager for, because you're going to get supported, and you're going to have a team that's going to be committed to winning every year. And that's, if you're a manager, that's all you could ask for. Plus, if you're a manager, you could also take a look at what's coming up from the minor league system, and you could be pretty excited about it. I think that's one huge decision. Managers want to find out, well, hey, how much talent is there? What do they have on the field? What do they have coming up from the minor league system? So I think because of all those things, it's going to be a desirable job, and Farhan's going to take his time. And what was your opinion of what you heard yesterday and read?
Well, I saw a guy I was in the dugout. I thought he was pretty much under fire, man. He was getting there's a lot of questions coming at him. Everybody's unhappy. I asked him the 5-year question, and he said, yeah, we're not. He said they should be in the playoffs every year. That's what he said. But they're not. And so he's pointed to the farm system and the youth, which I've been kind of seeing all along. Like he's banking on these kids coming through. What interested me about the manager was, which direction he could go in. And even Andy Baggerly mentioned this. I'll just throw this against the wall just for the heck of it. He said he was talking to Pat Burrell on the phone on the way in, and Baggerly wrote in the interview, he said, would Pat Burrell interview for that job?
It's interesting.
I don't know, just asking for fun. Is that on the table?
Oh, hell yes. Pat Burrell, he's as good a baseball man as there is in the game. And he's been suppressed. In a lot of situations where he'll go in and there'll be discussions, and all of a sudden they become database and he'll get quiet. He's got a lot of old school in him.
Yeah.
And he's a voice that has been really a voice that you need down in the minor league ranks when you're down there and you're teaching baseball and you're teaching attitude. You have to have a philosophy, and you've got to have an old voice that explains what philosophies were in previous generation and how the game was played and what you should do in certain situations. Because guys don't know. Guys don't know what you should do and how to retaliate. Guys don't know what type of mindset you should have going into a big game. I mean, Pat Burrell does. I mean, he has a ton to give this organization. If he's not a guy who's being considered as a manager during this search, I would think that he certainly is going to be a guy that's going to be in that clubhouse or asked to be on the staff just because of what he represents and what his voice is. I think baseball in general has seen the entire philosophy swing towards data-based decision. And now I think you're going to start seeing them come back.
Yeah.
They're going to start bringing back some of these old voices because there's a lot of wisdom in it. And I think when a lot of this transition came through baseball, a lot of those old voices got farmed out. A lot of the old scouts got farmed out. And some organizations didn't want to have that voice. They didn't want to have that voice calling BS to some of the decisions based on data that were being enforced. I mean, old school ball players will sit up and go, what are we doing? Well, they didn't want to have that voice.
Yeah.
So they're all gone, and I think you're going to start seeing some of those voices come back.
Well, it would be
and certainly Pat Burrell is one of those voices.
That is old school for sure. Just the idea that he mentioned Buster. One of my takeaways, you asked what my takeaways was, that he mentioned Buster being very involved in this process.
I love that.
This is very exciting to me. What you know of that in all your conversations up there in the booth, what Buster, how involved Buster will be, and what input you think he'll have in this.
Well, that was very exciting to us when Buster came into this organization as an owner. And we did not see that coming. We all anticipated that he might be a manager, that he might be a coach, although a bit doubtful because of the time that he felt that he needed to spend with his family. But certainly come back into the front office in the form of an advisor. But now all of a sudden, boom, he's an investor. And he has now become one of the investors in the inner circle where his opinion is sought. And it should be, because his perspective of the game is spot on. And there's a guy who's not afraid to call BS. And there's a guy who also understands, how long it's going to take for a player to develop based on the game and the ability that he sees, and how he applies it to the big league game, how he reacts to the speed of the game, and the strength of the game. And so his voice is invaluable. We are in better hands now that he's in that type of a role.
Hugely. I'm like, that's to me one of the most encouraging things in this entire process is that Buster's going to be involved. So, I mean, there's so many different names, Mike. We could literally have you on the phone and just throw name after name at you. Stephen Vogt, that's a name. Ron Wotus, Craig Albernaz, Mark Hallberg. They're talking about the Dodger first base coach Clayton McCullough,
Bob Melvin.
Melvin.
Throw that one in there.
I mean,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so wide open. Is there a lead horse in any of that?
Well, you're going to get baseball men coming in and guys who have different perspective about how the game should be set up, how the game should be prepared for. And I just think that, all those guys you mentioned right there, all those guys have an interesting perspective. And I think that'll be the two words that sort of surrounds every interview. The perspective that individual has about the game and how to prepare for it, and how to respond to issues that arise during the course of a season that could take a clubhouse down. How do you react as a manager to this type of an issue? How do you react to this type of an issue? How do you react when a guy shows up on the plane and he overtrains and gets drunk and and is insulting? How do you respond to that? What do you do? I mean, those things I think are key when you start to talk about how does a leader maintain a respect in a clubhouse, in an organization, and in a city. And all that's going to have everything to do with who gets hired.
It's going to be so fascinating. Small picture going from that big picture. It's not small picture. It's a big deal. Marco Luciano sort of handed the job yesterday. Mike, I love him. I love the young athleticism. I'm excited for him, but there were some glove issues. You want to talk about, should this guy be taking about 100,000 grounders every day between now and February?
I don't see the glove as being an issue right now. I mean, I thought he was pretty good. I thought he was soft-handed to his right side. I thought that was something when I first saw him was where he needed improvement. Every time he went to a backhand, it was a little hard-handed. But, now he's leading with his right leg, which gives you a bent elbow to receive the ball to a backhand, which softens him up. I think the bigger issue is just game situation. How do you prepare mentally for a game situation? Which bag do you throw to?
Yeah.
How do you anticipate how much speed that person has in the batter's box? That presets how you're going to play a medium speed ground ball, or are you going to try and get a force? Or are you going to try? I mean, you have to. That's all preset in your mind. The one big issue that happened with him, and it was the last week of the season. We saw a play that with the runners at first and third, and it was a tight ball game. And there was a ground ball hit to him, and he threw the ball to first base. He got it out. Runner scored from third, but he did not make the play at second base, and there was all kinds of time for him to get that play. And the first thing that Kipe said when he saw it was, he forgot how many outs there were, which I totally agreed with. And that's the type of mental discipline that young players oftentimes will come up. They're not completely committed to the mindset of being a defensive player when they have the glove on their hand. They're still thinking about their last at bat, or the fact that they're leading off next inning and they're thinking about their at bat. We just got to it has to go away. You can't have a guy out there thinking about his bat when it's defense time, especially with this pitching staff. And so that to me is going to be an issue when we come to spring training and see how he has adjusts when he starts playing games. I think that's great. Go ahead and say the guy's a shortstop. That right there should motivate him to take a lot of ground balls and do a lot of extra work in the offseason. But if he comes into spring training and he's not ready to go, I don't think they're going to hesitate to move him down and give him more time. There's no question in my mind he's going to be an everyday player. None. Zero. And I love his bat strength, especially to the right side of the field. He hits the snot out of the ball to right field. Not many guys do that, especially at that age. It's just a matter of him being able to play to speed and to the strength of that level. So that'll be the challenge. But for now, hey, he's the shortstop. Why not? But that could all change by the time spring training ends.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, that's the situation you described. Nothing a good little closed-door session with Pat the Bat can't fix, right? You know what I mean?
Come on, man.
Exactly. And it'll be very short. He'll bring him into the room, close the door, and say, hey, get your head out of your butt. Let's play some baseball.
Meeting's over.
That's it. All right. Enjoyable chat, Mike, and we will do it again Friday. Have a good one.
Head to bed.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That was good.
Pat the Bat, huh?
By the way, I know. Listen.
No, we're just talking. We're just talking.
We're just talking.
That's it. There's no harm in
but
talking.
I was reading Baggerly this morning, and I was like, you know what? I'd take him.
So would I. And also, it would satisfy, if I may, go out on this limb here, the Maria Lopez's of the world. You know what I'm saying? Because as far as I understand,
Are you talking thirst traps? Is that what you're talking about?
I just might.
Is that what they call it?
Russo knows what I'm talking about. Can I get no, because he's a handsome face. He's a rugged kind of marina dude. He used to run with B. Weezy. They used to do, they used to run.
Would you say that the Giants probably would be playing like a machine if they hired?
I would indeed. Would he bring the hood to the clubhouse? Is my question.
That video would be the kind of thing that prevents him from getting the gig.
Hey, Channel 5 has obtained some footage of Pat Burrell in an uncompromising position. We'll roll the tape. Please be warned. This
Honestly,
is
you want to talk
risque
about a guy
footage for the kids.
He's from the, and again, listen, I'll take WOTUS. I'm open to vote. I'm open to all these guys. But it's just because we're talking for fun on the radio. Again, this is not life on this one. I'm just saying for fun, spitballing. He would be a very personable. See, as Baggerly wrote, and he's right. One of the things, listen, you and I, there were a lot of people that came out defending Kapler when it happened. And was he the fall guy? Sure, probably was.
I think so.
But you and I never connected to him. And when Papa came on Friday, Papa gives great radio. You made it personal. And he was like, it was a good attack by Greg. But the point is that I would say to Greg again, personal matters. Like, it matters how you connect with a guy.
Especially to this fan base.
And now we found out that there was a number of Maria Lopez's and them who did connect to Gabe. But there was a different level. There was a large swath that didn't. We found him robotic and sort of weird. As Susan Slusser called it, TED Talks. His answers were like TED Talks. But now listen, is anybody saying he's a bad guy? No, I'll tell you this, as a junior Giants, guy was fantastic.
No, he's
with
a
the
good guy.
Giants.
No, Gabe is
fantastic.
We never said he was a
but
bad
on a day
person.
in, day out basis, you want somebody more relatable. Like somebody who's just kind of, as Baggerly wrote, he's like easy charisma was not natural. There was a stiltedness to it. It was like weird. It was like, is he telling me the truth?
I always felt like,
here?
I don't know if that's a great question.
So what
Burrow
would be, Just hanging out in the dugout going, what do you guys got?
It'd be night and day.
Let's talk some more.
Yeah, no, it'd be like talking
you guys
to a
want to go grab a beer?
Yeah. It'd be a lot more like what we were used to in the previous regimes.
He would take Luciano on that play where he didn't throw to second, pull him into the clubhouse, and might tear him a new one.
Yeah. Well, no, but sometimes guys need that.
Well, of course they do.
I think sometimes guys need that. And I think with Gabe, too, there was an element of, I don't know if you agree with this, Murph, because we've never even talked about this, but I always felt there was an element of like, he had almost like a defensive posture sometimes about like the questions you would ask him. Like he took, like he would get like flustered. He'd be like, well, what do you mean? Like,
and then
I don't know if that's the right question.
The guard came down with Danny Emmerman.
I'm just curious
this whole bit.
you know the distinction.
But by the way, talk about Stockholm Syndrome. You can't get Danny to say a bad word about Gabe. Oh, no, he's the guy. Why'd they fire him? He's Casey Stengel and Earl Weaver's love child.
Gabe did come out like the next day and apologize, actually.
I know,
he did.
but Danny, all the beat writers said dealing with Gabe on a daily basis was positive. He treated them with respect for the most part. But you're right, Paulie. His baseball talk would be very stilted.
Tough. And he would always think like you're like, I'm not challenging him. I'm just asking a question about the game. Like, why didn't you pinch hit for this guy? Or whatever. And he would like get very defensive.
We beat the kid up a lot. Tripoli just put in some good work.
Did he?
Right there. Yeah,
okay, good. Well, no, he can do it.
Something and he did it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you know what's funny about that? Because I asked him to do two things he didn't do either. So he got your thing done.
How about Tripoli for the next Giants manager?
Yeah, Tripoli, I'm kidding. I love you, man.
Tripoli for the next Giants manager. Paulie,
he knows. I hope he knows I love him.
Paulie, Tripoli for the next Giants manager. Hey, tough loss to the Dodgers.
I love this kid. Thanks, Tripoli.
Do you have the Pete Rose? Hey, Tripoli, tough loss to the Dodgers. How about your move in the ninth?
He's a good guy.
People don't know. That's literally what his cackle sounds like around the office. It really does.
Hear it several times a day, every day.
Sometimes I'll be in a soundproof room.
No question.
Prepping for the show, and I hear this through the window.
Yeah, I do too. How's the garage going these days? You guys spending time together?
You know what? He beats me by 1 to 2 minutes every day.
Now, how do you know that? How do you know it's only 1 minute?
Because when I park my car, I can still hear the hood, the engine
it's
under
like clicking.
his head
It's yeah, it's like settling down. Yeah. Murph goes over. Your engine's talking to me. Yeah.
I put my hand on his hood and I get burned.
They do. Some of those cars, they still rattle. Even when the car's off.
All right. There's your Giants hit. The big hit. Jerry Jones
Tripoli.
is playing mind games. Todd Archer gave us a preview of the Cowboys Sunday Night Football coming next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Oh, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Big hit. Niners next on the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Christian McCaffrey joined the Murph and Mac show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his 4-touchdown performance last weekend and this weekend's Sunday night matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Gets hit from behind by Z Southshire. They got to get up and clock the ball. 5, 4, 3, 2. Dak will he get it off in time?
No.
With 1 second to go. Did he spike the ball in time or not?
No, he did not.
He did not. The 49ers have won the game. What do you got, Alex Kemp? Did he spike it in time? 49ers are Jimmy Ward's got his helmet off, ready to celebrate. Alex Kemp, is the game over? Checking with his crew here.
Dak Prescott says we got one more play.
That's the end of the game. Game is over. The 49ers have won. They're on their way to Lambeau.
Oh, my goodness.
He snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way to end it.
The 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed by Azeez Alshire right on his head, and then Jimmy Ward sawed it down right away on Turpin.
I love that. That final play with Ezekiel Elliott snapping the ball, man. I love it. Paulie, we should be loving the fact that the Niners have beaten the Cowboys twice in January. The only problem is it didn't end in a darn Super Bowl. But you and I, in that generation, grew up just the Cowboys. So there was a time for all you youngsters out there. America's team. They were called America's team, and they were in your face. You think, hey, Taylor Swift is in your face right now? At an NFL
well, let me tell you a little bit about Drew Pearson.
Let me tell you about the Cowboys. They were in your face.
You know which guy, speaking of in your face, there was no more Dallas Cowboy in my face, personal, and yours too, soiling our childhood, our teenage years, than Butch Johnson with his blanking guns. Yeah. This guy, when he was wide receiver for the Cowboys, he would score touchdowns, Marcus. He would do this kind of thing. He would do like a Cowboy shootout thing. It was like most annoying celebration of all time. That was in your face beyond belief.
Waterbury, so there used to be, back before cable, and ABC, NBC, and CBS were all you watch. That's why we all watched Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley and all that stuff. And they had a Sunday night movie that would be, everybody would watch it. That's where Paulie and I learned to weep from our soul at Something for Joey, the Joey Capoletti story.
Listen, it's a real thing.
I'm going to make him start crying right now.
I know you will. You better change the subject.
When John Capoletti said, Joey's courage is around the clock, dude. Yeah, now you're going to start crying right now.
You got the other one. I love Brian Piccolo. There's two of them.
Anyway, they did a Sunday night movie called The Dallas Cowboy Cheerleaders.
I remember that.
Two young Texas girls whose
very
dream
taboo.
It was to
very
be on
taboo.
the Cowboy Cheerleaders.
The white Daisy Dukes.
Anyway, the point is, I hate them. But are they sort of declawed, defanged? Are they like, do you fear them this Sunday?
Great question. The truth of the matter is I actually don't, if you really want me to be honest. I could do a whole radio thing and give you like a spiel, but I don't. I don't fear them. I think the Niners are a better team. I think the Niners, the biggest test to me is the Dallas defense. I'm confident with the Niner D against their offense. We've already kind of seen that. I do worry about Dallas. This defense provokes turnovers. They score. They've taken it to the house 3 times this year. So, but I think the Niners have more talent, especially on the offensive side.
And right now, Brock Purdy is. We just talked to Christian McCaffrey. If you guys missed it, we had it yesterday. It's on the website. You should probably listen to it. And he was saying that he sits in the room and he says he learns something from Kyle every day. He goes, "This guy was born to do this, man." And Kyle has finally found his guy. It wasn't RG3. Maybe it was Kirk Cousins for a half a second. It wasn't. Who do you have in Cleveland? Who was his quarterback? It wasn't Tim Couch. Who was his quarterback? Tim Couch is 10 years earlier. Who was his quarterback in Cleveland? Why am I blanking?
Who are you talking about? DeShone Kizer? Was that his quarterback?
Jesus, dude.
Maybe.
That's the case that he wasn't the guy. Mm-hmm. Then he came here and he had Brian Hoyer. And then he had, did he have Hoyer in Cleveland, Triple E says? Maybe. Anyway, he came here, he had Hoyer. Then he had Jimmy, and we all fell in love with Jimmy, but as much as we love Jimmy, we have to admit, Paulie, there were limitations.
Something for Jimmy. Yeah, a trip to Vegas.
Then he drafted Trey, and it didn't work. And now he has his guy.
This is the guy that can do it.
The guy who finally can, fully flower.
There's got to be some, kind of
Kyle's playbook.
Murph, there has to be some kind of Buddhist, monk, Zen kind of life lesson in all this, too. It wasn't the highly regarded draft picks. Yeah. It wasn't the journeyman. Yeah. It was that guy at the end of the line.
Yeah.
At the end of the line. Yeah. Waiting for his number to get called. You know what? Come on up here. We'll take a chance on you. Now this is the guy. This is the guy that's providing Kyle with all the answers. It's got to be some kind of crazy life lesson.
There
Murph.
is.
What's the life lesson?
The life lesson
break
is,
it down,
Paulie,
as a parent. What do you do? What do you
tortoise in the hair? Paulie.
Okay, I'll buy
that's
that.
what I'm going with. I'm going with Aesop's Fables. The tortoise and the hare, right?
Yeah.
Was it Survivor who sang "You Were With Me All the Way"? How can I convince you?
Let Murph go. Let him go.
Real?
You were with me.
Where was Stephen Bishop in Tootsie? It was "Baby, It's You." You know what I mean? It's somebody all along.
Wow.
Was it? By the way, they're coming in. Was it Johnny Manziel? Was it Johnny Manziel? Was his quarterback?
Manziel.
Well, Murph, I was just looking up. It looks like 2017 was his first year with the 49ers. That's the year that he had DeShone Kizer. Excuse me, the Browns had Kizer. Before that, it was Cody Kessler, Robert Griffin, Josh McCown, Johnny Manziel, Brian Hoyer.
Whew.
Those were all the quarterbacks
and now
in that Cleveland Brown
he has
era.
Brock Purdy. So, anyway, back to the Cowboys being a threat. Niners are 4-point favorites. Now, maybe the forecast will go there. I don't know. But the Niners are 4-point favorites. But here's the deal. Jerry Jones. How old is Jerry? Jerry's north of 80.
Got to be.
I mean, God bless him.
He ain't singing like Jagger, though. I just played Murph the new Stones track.
Probably we're in our 50s, and they're trying to run our A's out of town.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Jerry's going to be 81 next week, a week from Friday. He's going to be 81.
Murph, don't
the guy
judge him.
is as relevant as ever.
Don't judge him on his age before I slap an ageism lawsuit on you. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me have to get lawyers involved, Marcus. I'll do it.
Paulie, he's so old, he's actually thinking of running for president.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Anyway, Jerry does a weekly hit on 105 FM down in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
And here he is, man. He's
Let him go.
Stirring it up. Stirring it up here.
Well, I look at it as we know they're one of, if not, the teams that are playing the best right now, and they're solid in their personnel, so they're one of the best teams. And a win against them would be inspiring, and it would be substantive. So it's what it is. And we are going to have to go by them beginning Monday and Sunday, I think. But we're going to have to go by them Sunday. And if we have aspirations, I think we'll have to go by them again later in the year.
Okay. Can I do a little ageism riff? Because he does sound old as hell. I'm talking about Sunday or Monday. Which was it? Monday?
Oh, watch out, Paulie.
I got to say this,
we got
Murph.
the kids around here talking about it.
Was Sunday, Monday? Well, listen, I got to say, Murph, I feel
like I said, Jordan Montgomery came from the Yankees. He came from the Cardinals. I got Cardinal Nation all over me.
I want to go back to what you asked at the
2022. He was a Yankee.
See what I'm saying? I know.
What's 1 year between friends?
No, nothing. They come and go. You were asking me if I'm like fearful of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's what this appears to me is like the feeling of this game is I think Dallas looks at San Francisco as a measuring stick of sorts. Like, can we compete with the Niners? Can we beat the 49ers? I don't think the Niners look at Dallas that way. I don't think that San Francisco 49ers of this season
well, because the Niners
look
have
at
beaten
Dallas. I don't think they
Philly
see
is the team we haven't beaten.
There it is.
I say we.
So we are looking at Philly the way Dallas is looking at the Niners.
When I was growing up, I used to get so mad at kids who called teams we. I'm like, really, do you play for them?
Yeah.
It's the 49ers, man.
Yeah.
Now I'm dropping wheeze all over the place.
No. Yeah, it's no.
Anyway, here's the money quote that's going to be like, this is Jerry Jones just trying to lull the Niners into an absolute nap right here. Just saying, oh, yeah.
Okay.
Here he goes.
Well, I think the awareness of the caliber of your opponent to formalize the statement is an assumed given. You not only know the people that are going to be in front of you if you're a player, but you also know the caliber of the team. If you didn't know it or just maybe hadn't been keeping up with it, by the time you're through with these next few days, it will thoroughly be indoctrinated in you of what San Francisco is. And make no mistake about it, they're a tremendous team, outstanding defense, and will challenge us as much as anybody that, frankly, we've been challenged with this year or any other year. So they've certainly got that. Frankly, we need to worry about execution and need to worry about ourselves and not so much about what they are, because they are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times.
See,
there it is right there. See the 2-time reference. He's already talking about playoffs.
But he did say they're most likely to win the Super Bowl. If you're the Niners, you're like,
they don't pay any regard to that.
Well,
I don't
you have to. I mean, he's putting the pressure on the Niners. He's putting the target on the Niners' back.
That's okay.
But we're just the
That's
little
all right.
Dallas Cowboys. We're
Yeah.
not supposed to win the Super Bowl. This is Jerry just messing with. I wonder what old Jed and John are saying. Well, we're going to get John on Friday.
Yeah, we'll talk to
And
John.
we will ask him flat out. Jerry says you guys, is he playing, because now, how do you, if you're the Niners, how do you respond? You just have to say.
You just focus on what you have in front of you. I don't even
know what you're talking about.
Exactly. I don't even think they're going to hear it. Yeah. I really don't.
I kind of, because if the Niners win now, Jerry's going to be like, well, of course they won. They're most likely to go to the Super Bowl, you know? By the way, how about the owner doing a radio? Can you imagine if Jed was doing a weekly hit with us?
Well, Jerry can't help himself. He wants to be the mouthpiece of that organization.
Well,
like he wouldn't have it any other
There
way.
are certain characters throughout sports history that are like great American showmen. George Steinbrenner,
Al Davis.
obviously.
I'll put Al Davis on that list.
Forgetting somebody?
Yeah.
Al.
I
And
wrote the
Jerry.
rule book.
And it's kind of fun with those guys. It's kind of fun having those.
Yeah, they're huge
larger-than-life-
characters,
like,
yeah.
Only in America can you play. You know.
Yeah.
Remember Norm Macdonald's, the late great Norm Macdonald's joke about Don King? Here's my impression of Don King if he was born and raised in Japan.
Okay, no.
Only in Japan, baby.
Nice.
Only in Japan.
Norm had that thing. He was funny. God bless him.
Dallas offensive coordinator Brian Schottenheimer. Trey Lance. What do you guys think? Is he the X factor? Waterboy, you said this morning when I was pulling into the garage where I could hear Triple E's hood crackling. The dark comedy / irony / insult that Trey has to be Brock Purdy this week in practice. Because he's the scout. He's the scout team quarterback for Dow.
That's
a tough deal.
Yeah.
Listen, he already ran my ad out of town. Now I got to be Purdy.
Yeah, I want you to act like him too.
I mean, for a guy to watch his job get taken away from Brock Purdy, then get knocked down to third-string quarterback on the Niners depth chart behind Sam Darnold, only to end up as the third-string quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys behind Cooper Rush, and now he's on the scout team running the 49ers offense.
I mean, honestly,
probably getting more reps with the Niners offense this week than he would have got this year.
At least he's getting paid handsomely.
Gabe back. Hey, Gabe, could you play the role of Pat Burrell or Stephen Vogt doing an
Would you mind
interview
acting
right
like
now?
Bruce Bochy for me just for a few minutes? Yeah.
Here's Brian Schottenheimer on the Trey Lance factor. Here.
Okay.
Trey knows a little bit about what they're doing. Yeah, the cool thing is, like I said, the team knows them well. I know them well from being in Seattle. Trey knows them well, but like last week, it's kind of in good fun and humor. Like we all use pieces that we have in place, but we don't go too far into it. We can know exactly what they're going to do because they don't do too much, and they're still really, really tough to go against just because they're so talented. The play style that they have, the cool thing with San Francisco, the play styles never change. It doesn't matter who the coordinator is, whether it's D'Amico, Robert, it doesn't matter. With Steve coming in there, their play style is a lot like our defensive play style and how we try to play offensively. It's physical and up-tempo, and they run and they hit, and that's way more important than the scheme that they run. So we'll definitely talk to Trey. He knows a lot of the pieces going against them in practice, but it doesn't always help, as we learned yesterday.
Okay, Trey. You see if he's the X factor in all this. Hey, they're gonna pass it to McCaffrey. They're gonna give it to McCaffrey.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not too worried about the Trey Lance element. I'm really not.
Don't overlook. McCaffrey said to us in the interview, I was affected in that Dallas game. If he's 100%,
hey, good luck to Dallas.
I mean, it's a different
deal,
right?
if you put too much on Christian McCaffrey, now you got Debo running loose, you got Kittle, there's Ayuk. They're just BA, man.
That's your guy.
What a game he had last week.
Dude, this guy's turning into
He's the guy. He's the guy right now.
Meanwhile, we had Todd Archer from ESPN on talking about, Brock Purdy hasn't lost a game.
Nope.
But it's Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence bringing arguably the most ferocious pass rush in the NFL. The Eagles and Niners might argue.
No joke.
So one of the top 3 pass rushes in the NFL. Here's Todd Archer on that pressure.
They feel like they can get to any quarterback, but they've also played against this guy and they didn't get to him. So,
right.
So there's that element too, but they don't go in, afraid or fearful or anything like that. It is funny, like from afar, watching the Purdy stuff. Is it like Romo in 2006? Now, Tony wasn't 9-0 to start his career. I think he was like 6-1 or something like that. But it's almost the same thing, right? Like, who was this guy? Where'd he come from? And the team is just kind of elevated, maybe with him or around him, or however you want to view it. That you're Mr. Irrelevant, an undrafted free agent, both of these two guys, and how their teams have just taken off with them. It's kind of, to me, there's kind of a similarity between the two. I don't know if you guys can put any relation to that or not, but that's from afar what it seems like.
Have we ever made the Romo comparison? We haven't.
No,
I mean,
we haven't. Not on this show.
Undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
And it's so. Romo never won a Super Bowl, never got to a Super Bowl, never got to an NFC Championship.
What did he do? I think did he win one playoff? I'm asking the question. I think it was one playoff game he won. Is that right?
I have to check.
I know he had a lot of L's. I think he got the one.
Yeah, everybody remembers him fumbling that
was
field
tough
goal.
to snap.
But I think he got one towards the end, Paul.
I think one. Yeah, which is not a lot. You're looking for more than that down in Dallas.
Last 2 weeks, 2 different strategies on Purdy. 1, the New York Giants blitzed the bejesus out of him. 2, the Cardinals did not. Where does Dallas come in?
Okay.
Yeah, they'll bring some pressure. I think their pressure rate is certainly the best in the league through 4 games, and their blitz rate is in the top 5. And some of it is, they've got in these situations where the game's been out of hand, so they could bring the house and just their teams. But they can also get pressure with their front four. You talked the first 2 guys in Lawrence and Micah Parsons, but it's more than those guys. It's Dante Fowler had a sack fumble last week. Torrance Armstrong's a guy who can get to the quarterback. Sam Williams, there's a 6, 7, 8 guys that they have and can get to the quarterback. But the one thing Quinn has added this year is probably more blitz looks than he has in the past. I'm curious to see if they keep that going without Trayvon Diggs for the rest of the season. But Deron Bland, a Fresno guy, Sacramento State guy,
nice.
He's certainly filling in pretty well so far for Diggs.
There it is, a little local flavor on the guy replacing Bland, who's replacing Diggs. And then you look at Arizona running right at him, so gaining 222 on the ground, running right at Micah Parsons. So maybe that's the answer. McCaffrey goes right at him. And then finally, the one thing that does worry me is that slot receiver position, CD. I asked Todd, I said, the one thing the Niners worry about is other than Mooney Ward, the Demo Lenore's doing a nice job, but in the slot, Isaiah Oliver sometimes comes out for Ambry Thomas based on the matchups. Ambry Thomas has been burned. What do you do? And he said CeeDee Lamb has been the slot guy. This could be a matchup.
He's legit.
CeeDee's essentially their slot guy.
Okay.
So he plays outside. They move him around a lot, but they'll look for matchups for him. And last week it was when Christian Gonzalez went out the first play, 20-yard touchdown on the replacement. So if they have a matchup they like in the slot, they'll keep CD in there and work that as best as they can. But Brandon Cooks, we're still waiting to see him kind of have a day a little bit. Michael Gallup's been good the last couple of days. But if you're talking just slot, I would say it's Cooks, but mostly it's going to be CD in there. And they like their tight ends too.
Okay, man. Well, there you go. More hype. The hype machine ain't stopping. We'll probably do it again Thursday and Friday, although I'm off tomorrow, by the way. Marcus, you ready? But I told Marcus he's coming in. I'm just a one day. I'll be back Friday.
All right. We'll be here.
I told Marcus I'll be back Friday to take the mic, but is he going to hold it away from me like Brebbia?
Nah, you do a little cat and mouse with the laughter.
Do I have to wrestle with him with the...
Can I have the mic back?
Oh, man.
I know. A few laughs on the way out the door.
I wonder if Gabe is like somewhere drinking a whiskey, eating a burger, going blank Brebbia.
That's a great question. I picture Gabe right now like he's down in Baja, like he's in one of those VW
he posted
campers.
on Insta. He got that burger.
What?
And he posted a picture of his boots in front of a fireplace. Did you see that one, Waterboy?
Let me hear.
Yeah, he posted an Instagram story last night. It was his sexy work boots up in front of a fireplace.
What was the Taylor Swift Cool Ranch thing? The question?
Seemingly ranch.
So here it is. I am now in the. You see my boots, seemingly construction boots, with my super burger with the blue cheese.
Because he's out there doing something.
Right,
thank you, Gabe.
There you go.
No hard feelings.
By the way, Tony Romo 2 wins in the playoffs, 2-4, 2-4. He got 2.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I don't remember the other one.
He beat. He lost to Carolina in 04-03 season.
04.
Lost to Seattle in the 06 season, 21-20.
That's the fumbled snap game.
Lost to the New York Giants in the 07 season, 21-17. Then beat Philly in the 09 season in the wild card game. Then lost to Minnesota.
And then
next week, and then beat Detroit in 2014. The Lions were in the playoffs within the last 10 years.
And then lost in Green Bay?
Lost in Green Bay on the Des Bryant catch.
Yeah.
Then lost in Green Bay again in 2016.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right, man.
All right, guys. Well, there's your big hit. More Niner hype. More coming tomorrow. Mike Silver at 8:50 to give you even more. Andy Baggerly at 9:15. The Farhan dugout session.
Listen.
But the cooler of content is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi addressed the media yesterday down at Oracle Park to talk about the Giants' future search for a new manager. To read the top 3 takeaways from Farhan Zaidi's press conference, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone.
Chill.
This is the Cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of Content.
Murphy Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All righty, Cooler of Content. Happy Wednesday, everybody. That was fun baseball last night, huh? Bochy and Texas.
So much fun.
Twins getting their first playoff win in 19 games. One of the longest playoff losing streaks of all time.
How did you? I got to admit something to you too. With the nightcap having both games going at the same time, you know what won me over to help me make my decision? Like which game was I going to commit to? It was the crowd in Philly. The atmosphere in Philly was so electric. I'm like, I'm not leaving this. I want to be a part of this scene. And I'm glad I did. Bryce Harper running through stop signs at the end of the game, sliding.
How about that, dude?
That kid's a born ball
How about
player.
that energy he had there, yeah.
No, last year, he loves the big stage, too. He's that kind of guy. Like, he wants to be on that playoff
Are
stage.
you allowed to knock your helmet off, or is that within the rules? Against the
you know,
rules?
it's interesting the way the broadcasters broke that down. They were, like, giving him a lot of room on that. They're like, well, it's aerodynamic. He's losing weight there, a little bit quicker. But it was, I know, it'd be better if it fell off naturally.
He knocked it off his head.
Yeah.
All right, Cooler of Content starts with the Warriors. They play Saturday. It was media day. God, the Chris Paul honeymoon. It's honeymoon season, baby. It is
for now. Yeah, for now.
honeymoon season.
Yeah.
Other than Draymond Green spraining his ankle, right?
Murph, I don't have to write a Chris Paul song, do I?
Yes, you do. 1,000%
I do?
you do.
Marcus, I'd rather not. I'm going to protest that. I don't.
1,000% you do.
I do?
Yes.
I thought you guys were going to be like, nah.
No way, man.
You
I
agree,
can't
Marcus?
wait.
Come here on this. Let me get a vote.
I think we should wait and see. I don't
like
think
that.
he just automatically gets a song.
I'm very
'cause it's on the
standoffish.
roster.
Excuse me, I already have it for you. Why don't you head to the studio right now like we used to?
What do you got?
Used to send you off in the middle of the show.
I
remember?
know, I know.
Back when we started at 5:30, Paul's like, I'll be gone for the next two segments. I'd be vamping with
I come
Peacock.
back with something.
Yeah. Can I get the Jackson 5 from Gary, Indiana? CP3.
Not bad.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
CP3. Yeah, it's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. That's not bad.
No.
That's actually really not bad.
CP3.
But the easy as 1, 2, 3. CP3. I can feel it, Marcus. You know,
But what's the verse?
Maybe we could do a whole thing too. We'll get them clothes. We'll do a little.
How does the verse? How are the lyrics?
I don't know.
You got to go high.
I don't really have that. I can't get up there.
I told you I saw that band called Foreverland, the Michael Jackson tribute.
Yeah.
By the way, this free endorsement. I'm getting no plug on. Absolute blast. More fun than you think. 11 people up there, and they're just, dude, the set list is a joke.
Well, yeah.
It's a joke. You're like, what? What? Another one? You're like, you haven't even played this. Did I tell you I yelled at the guy one time? I yelled human nature. I yelled human nature.
Yeah,
the guy gave me a nod, whatever.
Yeah.
And then the next time I yelled it, he'd had enough from me.
Yeah.
I go, PYT. PYT. He goes, hey, man. He goes, PYT. He goes, that PYT is that young lady on your arm.
Ooh.
He goes, now for our neck. And it was
Take any attention away from that. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that you are going to do a Chris Paul song.
Okay. Well, listen.
And you do have an Andrew Wiggins song. And Andrew Wiggins leads off the Cooler of Content. So he's a shy guy, right? Nobody's talking about Wiggins. Nobody.
We really missed him last year.
Nobody's talking about Wiggins.
It was a big factor in their struggles. Was no
He's
Andrew.
going to go out and play like an all-star. That's all he's going to do. He's going to go play like an all-star.
Yeah.
So, but he's a quiet dude, as we know.
Very.
Barely hear him when he talks. So on Media Day, they're like, hey, you got to do little shenanigans for Media Day, right?
Yeah.
For social media?
Yeah.
So the social media people asked him to do the Warriors chant. Warriors. What a boy.
Warriors.
Yeah, that was when I told you I heard that when I walked into Chase Center for something.
Warriors.
That was me.
I like that.
You like that. You cut that, water boy. Why'd you
Marcus
cut that?
cuts everything you do.
I don't know.
Murph sneezes, he's cutting
There's just
it.
some stuff that stands out, and every once in a while you got to chop it up.
Warriors. All right, man.
So they asked Andrew Wiggins to do it. He did not want to do it. He's a very shy guy. Take a listen here.
The first one's going to be the Warriors chant. So you're going to just say, Warriors, Warriors.
You got. I'm gonna say my mellow voice. So I'm gonna go to Warriors.
No, you're not.
You know me.
I know you, but look, it's Media Day.
I can't.
Warriors.
My voice don't go that. You know what I'm saying?
After me, ready? Warriors.
Warriors.
Boy, he's really struggling with that.
That last one was him. It was very high pitched.
Yeah.
That's it. Hey, you want to add that to the Warrior Victory March when we call in scores? Warrior.
With the music underneath. Wump, dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, the little Curb Your Enthusiasm. Warriors.
Who's talking to him? Who's on the
His
mic?
social media team. That's
Okay.
it. Raymond, who are they? Let us know.
Raymond.
Nikola Jokic remains the best, right? Remember when they won the championship? They're like, hey, what about the parade? He's like, no, man, I want to go home.
Yeah, he was I'm out of here.
Well, he kind of did the same thing because they said, hey, was that your favorite offseason of all time? He's like, no, man.
Was this past summer the most fun you've had since you've been in the NBA?
No. I think it's actually opposite.
Wait, why?
Because we played 2.5 extra month and recover and everything, so it was good. But I had fun. Summers that I had more fun.
That's my guy right there. Who doesn't love this dude?
It's so funny. It's like, it's so negative, and yet, give him the ball, baby.
Yeah.
Give him the ball.
Dude, the guy was out here winning an NBA title. He's like, yeah, I wasted 2.5 months away from my horses. I wanted to be back home.
He was upset about that. I didn't get to brush my
what
horses.
do you give me for Nikola Jokic and for our longtime listeners, the great producer, DJ Rob B? Let's just get this championship over with.
I give about a 9.5. Yeah.
I mean, this is literally, DJ Rob B, who used to be our great producer. We said to him, hey, it's New Year's Day. It's our first show of the new year. Rob, what do you think? He goes, yeah, let's just get this year over with.
Let's just hurry up and get this year over.
Pretty much what Jokic just said.
Day
no,
one.
I had to play an extra 2.5 months.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I don't like.
Now, this one I haven't seen. Kyrie Irving has a new celebration inspired by Aaron Rodgers called the Bus Driver.
I don't know if I need that.
I don't know this one.
Yeah.
Where is Kyrie now? Dallas?
I guess. Hard to keep up.
I haven't heard this. Let's hear this.
This travel.
This is for the youth. This is for the fans that are out there that wanted me to have my own celebration. The celebration is called, you saw Aaron Rodgers do mine is called the Bus Driver. Strap up and get ready, kids. Every time you see me put somebody on skates, put them in the back of the bus where the kids belong. Sit down, buckle up. That's it.
So he's mimicking putting on a seatbelt? Is that it? Over his shoulder?
But they don't put seatbelts on buses.
They do not. You sit. It's free for all on those buses.
Yeah, but first of all,
you're sliding around on those seats. Yeah.
But Murph, to do a celebration after you put a guy on skates, first thing you got to do is actually show up at the game and not go to the birthday parties and such. Yeah.
Inspired by Aaron Rodgers.
That's another weird thing. Like, why not invent your own? Whatever. I mean, let him do his thing. He's burning sage. I don't know.
I'm looking at it right now. It's a terrible celebration.
With the belt buckle,
it's
he's
kind of
strapping
like when
it in.
you get the DBs when they put the belt on when they strap him down.
Yeah.
Shout out to George Kittle when he broke up that interception a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He went with the seatbelt.
Did he go strap in?
celebration.
Okay,
he did.
yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Kyrie needs his own thing, though.
Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, everybody loves him. And he sneaks away from Media Day to try a bratwurst for the first time. Wait, he's been in Milwaukee all these years. He's never had a brat? I'll take a brat right now,
Me
by
too.
the way. God, I was in Milwaukee.
Can you eat a brat with eggs? How would that go?
Sure.
Why not?
1,000%.
Yeah.
Here's Giannis sneaking away from Media Day to try a brat for the first time.
First brat? Mm-hmm. Right on. There's a bush Wisconsin favorite right here. Hey, man. You know, a lot of people don't know what. And I go to Gris. Over there, they ask me, you're in the States? Where you from? I don't tell them Gris. I tell them Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Okay? I've been here like 10 years now, going to 11. No doubt, man. Good to have you. I love America. I love America. You know, I'm in the middle of a grocery. I could be taking a break. But at the end of the day, you gotta live life. That's love. Give me your love after me. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite bizarre.
Doing some vocals.
That was hard to hear, Tripoli. Could you guys make anything out of that?
He was eating something.
Because it was confusion.
Yeah,
there was confusion.
Thank you, Jason Kidd.
There was confusion on that one. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Darius Garland of the Cavs doesn't like a reporter asking him where the Cavs are in the East. Okay.
Where do you feel like you stand in the East?
Where you think we stand in the East?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Damn.
I'd say third or fourth.
All right, then.
I want to hear it from you.
Third or fourth.
You can't say the same thing.
Why?
What is this? Media Day.
Next question.
What the hell's going on?
Now, that one's pretty good.
These guys haven't even played a game yet, and they're getting testy.
That's
Media Day. It's supposed to be like friendly.
It's Cleveland too, which is like not.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Well, then 3 or 4.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
This is very Matt Eberflusian.
Totally. Oh, if it was 4th down, I don't know. We punted.
Chase, where's Chase Claypool? He's at home. Why is he at home?
Next.
I don't know. Is it his decision? I don't know. I'm
what?
asking you. Is it his decision?
Yeah. He's at home.
You can't say the same thing.
Why?
I don't know, bro. Well, Cleveland.
Next question.
Actually, the Cavs are a team on the rise. Man.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Wizards rookie Bilal Koulibaly needs teammates to give him rides because he doesn't have a driver's license. This is a topic as my son is turning 16 next month.
Oh, yeah.
And we already have the DMV appointment for him to get his driver's license December 1st.
Nice.
Do you know that he's in the minority? Did you know that there's a
They don't drive anymore. No kids, they don't want to drive.
Who don't want to get their driver's
That
license.
has something to do with the
WTH,
No,
man.
bro. You couldn't have gotten me in the car any quicker. Had the tapes. I'm like, let's go.
Every single
Let's
person
go.
I've talked to from our generation, we were in the
We
were in
couldn't
the
wait.
Carl Lewis starters
Let's go
blocks
cruising.
to race to the
Marcus,
DMV.
I'll pick you up. Where are we going? Doesn't matter. We're going driving.
The majority of kids now don't want to get it.
I saw that with my kids too. It's a very odd phenomenon going on right now where they don't want to. I don't know what's behind it. I can't explain it.
I don't understand either because I was in high school driving before I even had a license, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, that's of a different
my older
time.
buddies had a car. I would just take it out. But I don't know. This is weird.
Maybe I feel like I got my phone. What do I need a car for?
Is it because of like the Uber generation and Lyft generation?
There's a whole thing going on with the generation.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So anyway,
You got to tell me.
Yeah, they look in the streets. They see cars being driven by no one. They're like, why do I need to drive? You know what I mean?
I got a selfless driver, Murph.
Yeah.
Anyway, here he is, Bilal Koulibaly. My bad. He can't. He's one of this generation here.
How has that been different from your experience in Europe to the United States?
Yeah, it's way different. Like the main thing is like I can't go anywhere because I don't have my driving license. So yeah, I was taking the subway in France. That was easier. Here you can't do that. So yeah, but my teammates here, whenever I need a ride or something, they're gonna come and help me. So yeah.
Crazy.
What a pain.
Yeah, no, I like driving. I like having the
tough. We just lost to the Cavs by 20. Yeah, and I got to take Bilal home.
Can I get a ride home with you guys? Yeah, when you're done.
Probably back in the 80s, does Bilal throw in for gas money?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
seriously.
You used to say that, Waterboy.
Always.
You say, hey, man, I need $5 for gas.
Yeah, and that would go a long way, that $5.
Oh, geez, now it goes anywhere. Hey, let's get the Spencer Strider one in there, the last one, because in honor of the Philly crowd last night.
Best crowd I've seen. They were great.
Spencer Strider, who's arguably one of the best pitchers in all of baseball.
He's a badass.
Bad take. He's being interviewed by one of these like tiny mic guys on the field.
Okay.
This is his take.
Do you have any hot sports takes?
Any hot sports takes? Absolutely, there should be no fans. 2020 season, no fans. Get rid of the fans. It's too loud.
Too loud?
It's too loud. Everybody be quiet. We don't need the cheering. We know you're watching. I don't need the fans. You stay outside the stadium. Back it up. Let's do like a no lower bowl thing.
No lower
bowl?
Okay.
Just kind of, upper deck's great. Upper deck's great. Outfield, phenomenal.
But
we don't need you around the dugouts. Just try and be quiet.
I take offense to that. How about you go blank yourself? How about that?
Strider.
Without the fans, guess what? Yeah, horrible take, and I won't forget that.
Was he
now he's on my list.
At first, I thought he was riffing, but he kept
He's
going
not.
and going and
I don't
going
need the
and
fans.
going.
I don't like
And then
his
he's like,
delivery.
yeah, third deck is okay.
And Murph, I also don't like his whole style. I don't like the delivery.
I thought the Braves were a really cool team. Now I'm not so sure.
I'm with you, Murph.
Yeah,
Blank that.
Anyway, there you go. Spencer Strider. Can you imagine if he goes to Philly with that take? You know what I mean? Because if the Phillies win one more game, they're going to play the Braves.
They're going to have a hard time. Teams are going to have a hard time playing in that environment. That was out of control last night.
Out of control. Shout out you too. All right, that was an enjoyable Power Hour. Thank you,
a lot
Mike
of information.
Thank you to the Niners and the Cowboys.
We got Giannis in there somehow.
Thank you to the cooler of content.
The Cavaliers were already
We got
pissed.
the Cleveland intensity there.
Why don't you tell me? No, you tell me 3 or 4. All right, well then 3 or 4.
Hey, and don't forget, I'll start with Wiggins going, Warriors. Mike Silver at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'd say third or fourth.
All right, then.
I want to hear it from you.
Third or fourth.
Oh, Provident Credit Union helping you make money, okay? I am here, let you know about an incredible money-savvy tip that will boost your wallet game from Provident Credit Union. Are you ready for an investment that's all about your terms? So look no further than the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. So it's the ultimate way to grow your savings your way. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you're in charge. Whether you're thinking 3, 6, 9, or 12 months, you're getting an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yep, you heard me right, 4.75%. So whether you're chasing short-term goals or dreaming big for the long haul, this certificate hands you the financial reins. But don't wait too long. This amazing offer will not stick around forever. Snag it before it's gone. Just head to providencecu.org for all the details and to apply today. Rate is effective September 14, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for more details.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is this? I heard you guys talking Aerosmith in the bullpen. Is this a little signal from Waterboy to Paulie Mack? Is that what's going on here? Could be. Yeah.
Could be. Let me clear out the granola.
What you eating over there, buddy?
Yeah, the usual.
I'll vamp while you talk, man. Waterboy, Marcus, this is for. Or you just wanted to hear?
Well, the bad thing is what happened. We had Aerosmith coming to town, and then Steven Tyler. I've never even heard of this. You ready for this? He was diagnosed with fractured larynx.
Ooh,
that does not sound good. So they pulled the plug on this entire 2023 run. Man. They're going to push it into the spring. So hopefully, because Marcus was telling me his old man and his mom are going to go to the show. You want to go to the show. I want to go to the show, and we will. They'll just probably be back in the spring is what I'm hearing.
My parents had tickets. Paulie Mack had tickets, so we were rapping a little bit about Aerosmith. And, Aerosmith is always good rejoin
Steven
music.
Tyler is going to sit home and wrap his neck up in some of those scarves, drink some tea. We'll get him healthy. We'll get him back out there.
Don't get me started, man, on that Skid Row Aerosmith tour.
I'm bummed out you didn't get into that gig. I saw that show in Boston. It was great.
There I was in the Forum parking lot at Will Call, repeatedly asking, don't you have our tickets? And they were not there.
You ever have that, Marcus? Somebody sets you up and goes, yeah, I got you all set. There's tickets at the Will Call under your name. You go to Will Call, there's nothing there. Like,
where you see.
And two things I want to tell you, too, is that one is that it's very depressing to be at a concert watching the parking lot go from full to empty. And you're still out there.
Trying to get a ticket, yeah.
And then hearing the thumping noise of 18 in Life to Go through the walls of the Forum.
18 in Life, you got it.
And it was like super rare freezing night in L.A. It was like 40 degrees, which in L.A. is like crisis time.
Yeah.
We're freezing.
Wind is blowing, yeah.
Dude. So anyway. Hey, do you want to do this?
I think we're supposed to. Yeah, Murph.
So that ballpark back nine, hey, man, might as well do something with the park. It ain't being used, right?
Oh, it ain't being used.
We have 2 VIP tickets to the ballpark back night at Oracle Park in San Francisco, and they are specifically for November 12, 2023. Oracle Park bringing back the Bay Area's most unique golfing experience, the ballpark back nine. Golfers and non-golfers alike, come on out, tee off, try to land your shots onto the greens, which are stationed on the field. Sounds fun. Tee boxes positioned in the iconic ballpark locations. You got a dedicated caddy to guide each foursome along the course. Swinging your way through 9 holes, ending the round on a 10-hole putting challenge, 10th hole putting challenge. So the ballpark back nine, all ages, man, bring the kids. As an added bonus, participants receive access to the ballpark back nine's clubhouse at the Gotham Club. Shout out Hank from Long Beach. That's an exclusive space typically closed to members.
Yeah.
It's got amenities like a lounge and 20-plus TVs to watch live sporting events, football Sunday, food and beverage with a full bar for purchase, interactive games, tickets on sale, MLB.com/Giants/ballpark/events/golf, and then 2 tickets right now. Caller number 10.
Good deal.
415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to the ballpark back nine at Oracle Park on November 12, 2023. Also, Dante Whitner going to join Papa and Lund at 12:30. He's also joining Paulie Mac's podcast.
Yeah, right after the show today, we're going to interview Dante. Tony, Creative Tony got a hold of him. So we know we can do, Marcus, tomorrow because Murph is going to be out. We can even cut some of that up. We'll give you some Dante on the Cowboy game as well.
I believe you guys have Herm Edwards tomorrow, too, huh?
That's awesome. I love Herm.
I'll tell you what, Herm changed my life with that don't press send. That changed my life. I'm not kidding.
Don't press send. That whole delivery he has.
He's right.
Yeah.
And I've been in times in life where I'm like, you write the email, you're ready to go, and then you're like, you know what Herm told me? Herm said don't press send.
And
so
9
then you hit
times-
delete, and then your life is better because of it.
I was going to say 9 times out of 10, that is the right move.
I think 10 times out of 10.
It's almost a good exercise. Just get all that stuff off your chest, type it all out, but then don't even send it. And I want to say about Herm Edwards also, Murph, in a way, Herm, like in a sneaky, kind of quiet way, pretty good, long-standing friend of the program. We've had him on a lot over the years. He's always awesome with us.
Pebble Beach, buddy.
Yep, we had him during the pandemic, too. I remember sitting in my house while he was telling us about Brandon Ayuk during the pandemic, during the draft, and he was like, this kid's for real. You're not going to believe what you have in this kid. And turns out Herm was right.
Well, you're going to have to ask him re-up on the Brandon Ayuk question tomorrow. But he has thoughts on the Niners and the Cowboys, right? That's what you guys are talking about.
Totally.
Don't press it.
No, thank you, Herm. We won't.
Nice pull, Marcus. All right, Mike Silver. This will be great. A great conversation. Niners, Cowboys, Mikey Silver. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Don't press it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
You know what we got to do, Marcus? Got to take you over to QC Kinetics, get our necks and like all our achy joints worked on. So when Aerosmith does comes to town, you and I are ready to rock out. We can pump our fists without any pain circumstances or considerations. I'm kind of kidding, but not really, because QC Kinetics is now in the Bay Area offering alternative routes to better health. And that means you, that means me, all of us. Listen, a lot of athletes, former athletes listening to the show. You guys played sports in high school, college. Maybe you're doing the rec league thing. But that means injuries, right? Like Marcus has some. I've had a few in my life. If you're dealing with chronic pain of any kind, knee pain, joint pain, QC Kinetics could be the answer for you. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine, now open here in the Bay Area, Pleasanton and San Jose locations. And again, regenerative medicine, you're saying, what is that? Well, it's highly concentrated healing agents that they draw from your own body. So you're not using pharmaceuticals, you're not using addictive drugs, and that is a serious problem when dealing with pain, or those avenues can be littered with bad consequences. But with QC Kinetics, they have 100 clinics nationwide. Emmett Smith is currently taking QC Kinetics treatments, and they have thousands of patients all over the country who have had great success. So you're dealing with pain in your knees, joints, shoulders, hip, anywhere, any kind of joint pain, schedule a free consultation. See if QC Kinetics can help you. Most likely they can. I've been to the Pleasanton office. They're wonderful people on top of everything else. So call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, you're going up against a team like Dallas, it's a big game. It definitely means a lot. There's a lot of history behind both teams. And so I think naturally that'll, the emotions will come with that. But at the same time, man, I mean, it's another NFL football game, and every single one is important. They all have equal importance to me. I'm not going to change anything in the way I do. We're going to prepare the same way and go out there and try to execute. They're a very good football team with a great defense and guys who can rush the passer, good tacklers, fly up. So, it's just like any other week, man. It's going to be a challenge, and, we're going to have to come up and execute and just do everything we can to try to win.
That was a very enjoyable Christian McCaffrey, who spent 20 minutes with us yesterday. I'd highly recommend checking it out. He was relaxed. He was chatty, a little all the way back to the Heisman, the family connections, his Oreo fetish, all the fun things we talked about.
Yeah.
It's a great way to welcome in. Actually, the best way to welcome in Mike Silver is to say, first of all, good morning, Michael.
Mikey.
Do you know what we're playing for you here, buddy?
Yeah, we picked this one for you.
I love the new Stone song with Lady Gaga and Stevie Wonder. It's killer.
Dude, I'm blown away, Mike.
To hear it again.
I heard this track yesterday for the first time, and I was blown away. It's like a gospel blues thing. That's Gaga right there.
But everybody should listen to Mick at age. Listen to, like, most guys' voices are gone. Listen to his voice here, I think. Oh, well, he's duetting here.
Yeah, beautiful vocal, Mikey, and it to me sounds like an Exile on Main Street kind of track, so I'm very happy with this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to get the love it deserves, and, I got to talk to Lady Gaga on the field before her unbelievable Super Bowl halftime set.
Yeah.
And have been a massive fan ever since.
That was your avatar for a long time.
She's the real deal.
Picture of you two.
Yeah, she can do it, man.
By the way, all this talk, guys, we should go sleep out at Tower Records to get tickets to their next concert.
Yeah.
Or we should rush down and buy their new album, guys.
The funny thing about that, Mike, is I actually will do that. I will do that, yeah.
Nobody's rushing down to buy the album. You sit on your ass and download it on Spotify, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you own a turntable? Oh, I know Paulie does.
I do, and I will have that on vinyl. That's a guarantee.
I do own a turntable, and I haven't hooked it up. How about that?
Oh, you got to get there, man.
I know.
It's the best.
Candace gave it to me. I never hooked it up like an idiot.
You have a good one, Mike? You have a good turntable?
I got two.
There you go. So do I. I got two. I got one in the bedroom, one in the living room.
Like,
that'll boy.
Mel.
Me and Mikey, we're going to have to trade albums sometime.
You've been covering 49ers Cowboys through many iterations. This one ranks where on the hype scale? Is this like, are we getting there? 2 straight playoff appearances against each other. A Sunday nighter. The Niners are 4-0. The Cowboys are 3-1. Just hype meters in terms of NFL power showdown, Mikey, 10 out of 10?
No, I mean, it'll get hyped because it's Sunday night. But, it should be their biggest test on paper. I don't think they're just going to be able to roll out the ball and count on 30, which is what they've been doing offensively in the first 4. Pittsburgh kind of caught us off guard a little bit, all of us, I think, Steelers, new season, finish strong. Mike Tomlin will have them ready, and they just rolled them. The Giants, I kind of expected to be awful. The Rams are a lot better than I thought, and I give them a lot of credit for making that one a game. And then, the Cardinals, it's like, oh, we're killing the Cardinals. Whoa, they just made it close. Okay, yawn, long pass to Ayuk, 34 yards, another McCaffrey touchdown. This one's over. So it could be competitive. And if you think back to that playoff game, the most recent one, they only scored 1 touchdown. That was a McCaffrey touchdown, but they had 4 Robbie Gould field goals. They won it 19-12. They got the 2 takeaways on defense. Dak did not play well, and they injured Pollard, I think, in the second quarter, which impacted them. So, at the time, I remember thinking that Purdy hadn't quite adjusted to the speed of the NFL at times in terms of like some of the scrambles and the pocket movement. He's really, really good at it. I just thought there were a couple of times where it's like, well, it's an adjustment for any young quarterback. And I knew Quinn as the Cowboys defensive coordinator and his familiarity with Kyle and the way he stunts his defensive linemen would come after him. And they did kind of make his life a little more difficult for a while. Purdy's a much, much better, savvier player now. He's learning on the job, and he was good at the start, and now he's really good. So it'll definitely be a test. I think the 49er defense probably will need to step it up, this week from where they've been the first 4 games.
Man, oh man, this Purdy story continues to be ridiculous. And you watch him, and Greg Cosell said to us last year, he said, guys, I'm just saying. He said, I had a longtime NFL head coach say to me that when he watches Purdy play, he's reminded of Joe Montana. Now, that brings with it all the baggage, all the emotions, everything. But I'm just saying, Mike, you've seen him both. I'm just saying style of play. The way this guy, Joe Cool, right? Brock Cool, right? Making the right decision. If you have to dump it to Rathman or Roger Craig, dump it to Rathman or Roger Craig, right?
He does have the composure. What's
true. What's your opinion?
Look. I think he's been amazing, right? And I think he's really, really good. I don't think it's fair ever to do a Montana comparison, but if you're gonna go there, you have to see like some magic, and that's not his fault. He's been ahead in almost every game, and the one glaringly that he was behind, he had an elbow that didn't work. But, if they are down 14 points and he brings them back dramatically to win, if they're down 4 at the end and he marches them down the field for the game-winning drive, I don't think we've seen that once. And, again, small body of work. It's not his fault that they're ahead all the time, and it's probably because he's been so good that they are. So, I think there are a lot of things about Montana that are incredible, and people compare various things about various people to him, but the magic is unsurpassed. I would say even Brady, as magical as he has been in incredible moments, I think that is unparalleled when it comes to Joe. I hear Unitas had a lot of that too. But, look, the thing with Purdy is I think people inside the sport have figured it out more quickly than people outside of the sport who are so, who overvalue the draft so much, and it's hard for them to shake. And he doesn't do things necessarily that hit you over the head as a viewer if you're watching highlights, but this guy is really, really good. The arm is obviously fine. And, I would put it this way. Go back and look just at the first round in 2022 in that draft, and go back and look at the draft in general. And it's a little early, but let's say there were a redraft of the 2022 draft. Where do you think Brock Purdy would go if NFL people were making the decision, not fans? Yeah. Would he go 1? Would he go 2? Would he go 3? He's probably, it'd be hard to imagine him not going in the top 5. He certainly would be the first quarterback drafted if you dropped him into 2021 with the, all the ballyhooed quarterbacks. And maybe someone would say, well, Trevor Lawrence, look what he won a playoff game from behind. I don't know, man. I know Trevor Lawrence is pretty good, and he's tall, and he can throw it. I think Brock Purdy would go ahead of him.
It's great stuff, and you're absolutely right about the magic. It's a great call, and hey, that'll be the fun. Who knows? Maybe there'll be some magic on Sunday night. Talking to Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle. Get ready for Sunday night's 5:20 kickoff. Game will be on KNBR 680 and 104.5 as they get going here, man. Just a little bit on the Cowboys. Mike, you know Jerry. He had that fun, he was playing those mind games, putting the target on the Niners. Well, they're most likely to win the Super Bowl, So now the burden's on the Niners. But Dak Prescott, dude. We saw Staubach, we saw Aikman,
saw Danny White.
He's more Danny White than Aikman or
very
Staubach.
Good. Yeah.
What's your view of kind of how that Dallas culture is treating him, and how Prescott has not gotten it done? Are there
not yet
deep questions about him?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I really don't think Jerry's playing mind games. I think Jerry's just talking. I think Jerry believes it.
That's just
Jerry's thinking, man, San Francisco, they are the best team. Yeah. It probably is going to be tough to beat them, but if we can win this one, I think that's real. The thing with Dak is I thought we saw a sea change, that game he played against the Buccaneers leading into the 49er game. He was just amazing, lights out, just a monster. And he's had good playoff games before, even his first one when most quarterbacks in their first playoff game, it's kind of an eye-opening thing. With Prescott, they played the Packers. Aaron Rodgers came in, got way up on him, and it was like classic Aaron Rodgers, like, oh, okay, kid, this is the playoffs. And he brought them back and almost won that game. Rodgers had to throw that crazy completion to Jared Cook on the sidelines to set up a field goal to win that one. So I don't, it's hard for me with Dak. I'm not in the camp that says, he's paid a lot and he has good moments when it doesn't count as much, but he can't get you over the hump. I actually think maybe he can, but I also acknowledge that there have been moments where you want him to elevate and he doesn't. And I murdered Daniel Jones in print off that Thursday night game. And I've been asked by a lot of people, like, why were you so hard on the guy? And I'm like, look, maybe I got carried away. It was a night game, but I was trying to make the point that when you pay a guy all that money, he has to elevate.
Yeah.
Because people say, oh, well, his line's hurt and he doesn't have Saquon. Like, right, but the guys who make the big money cap-wise have to be able to transcend that. So I think it's pretty clear that Daniel Jones is not one of those guys. Dak is one of those tough ones where you got to pay him because he's better than anyone you're going to have, and he can do that sometimes. But then there are times like last year in the playoffs when Pollard goes out and he threw 2 interceptions and scored 12 points. So I don't know that the story is totally written on Dak, and this would be a big moment for him to come in, win this game, because right now it looks like the Niners and Eagles are on this collision course to see who's going to get the number 1 seed. They play in Philly on December 3rd. The 49ers look better so far, but I think we saw Hurts elevate in that Super Bowl. Wow. So, Dallas could inject itself into this conversation in a big way by winning this one, and that defense is really, really, really good, and that could make it really interesting early.
It is. I mean, we got Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence are for real, although Arizona got them somehow, some way. They smoked the Patriots. They smoked the New York Giants. Arizona got them. It's the NFL. We got to talk about McCaffrey for a second here, Mike. I mean, they do not give out MVP awards on October 4. That is breaking news. He right now is the MVP.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody playing better than him.
He is, and it's interesting. I had a long conversation with him last week. I just wrote a really big column on him that's going to drop very soon.
I'm on it.
And he gave me a lot of insight kind of into his mindset on and off the field, and I felt like I knew him a lot better afterwards. But look, he's the MVP right now for sure, in my opinion. And I know a running back hasn't won it since Adrian Peterson in 2012. But it's a combination of he's perfect for this offense with the versatility, and if he were just a classic running back in any offense and nothing else, he'd still be awesome. And he's more physical and angrier on the field as a runner than I really understood, and I think that's growing, and that's a function of knowing the offense better and just maybe accessing that anger a little more. But he is, when a guy can kind of have the balance and the instincts to know to hurdle a guy in stride and then immediately pivot to I'm running through 2 people on the way to the end zone, it's special. And I think the most interesting thing is how well he fits into this culture. The maniacal work ethic, the perfectionism, the physicality, the kind of surly way of going about, things on Sundays. It's, the 49ers have a lot of those guys and on offense and defense, and they stand out, and they're some of the best players in the league. So to add this guy to that, that's pretty crazy.
Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, getting us ready for Sunday. McCaffrey, Purdy, all this stuff. What about Kyle? Mike, you and I have both been around this team a long time. I get. It feels like not 81 to 87. That was sort of more tumultuous. This is more like 89 to 94. Even like they were going to win 12 every year, or whatever. Even 96, 97. Doesn't this feel like they've just hit this cruising altitude that reminds you of the heyday when everybody was healthy and rolling. Whether it's Joe in 89, 90 or Steve in 94, 95.
I mean, if it's Kyle, it reminds me more of Atlanta 2016, which was crazy, right? They're not there yet. But year 2 with Matt Ryan and Julio Jones and that group, they scored the 7th most points at the time in NFL history. Matt Ryan was MVP. Yep. They spread the ball around, and then they, basically metaphorically pulled Bill Belichick's pants down for 2.5 quarters in the Super Bowl in a way that nobody had ever seen, and used the width and the length of the field and the speed. And we know what happened after that. And by the way, Brady and Magic and all that. But, when Kyle has this level of confidence in a quarterback, and I don't believe that he has since then until now, he opens up the playbook in a way that is, just staggering. And we're seeing that now. So the issue with the 49ers for sure is health. They have a lot of older guys. They have a lot of guys who played a lot of football. They play so physically, and football's a brutal sport. So if you told me that this team right now is the team going into January and February, I don't think there's any question that this team measures up there with those ones you mentioned, that this is a Super Bowl champion caliber team. And I think that's, universally felt around the league. So the question is, what will that roster look like, health-wise? And every team is impacted by injuries. On paper, it might impact them more. That's really my only worry with them.
Just last one, Mike. Small picture. We've gone big picture on everything. Purdy, McCaffrey, Kyle, Cowboys. The small picture is matchups. Is there the main vulnerable? You could pick your vulnerability for the Niners. It's either right tackle Colton McKivitz against Micah Parsons. That one's pretty obvious. Maybe less so. But also, is it the slot position where CeeDee Lamb lines up in the slot and the Niners haven't really figured out their slot corner yet? Is that it?
Yeah, those are both good ways to look at it, right? And, Isaiah Oliver's been a lot better the last few weeks than he looked in the preseason and in the beginning, which is great. He's a bigger guy against a faster, shiftier guy. They sometimes put Lenore in the slot, and then there's kind of a little bit of a weakness on the outside sometimes. So, that's if the Cowboys are smart, they'll try to exploit that. And then, McKivitz, who, a lot of people complained about McGlinchey. The thought was, well, McKivitz won't be as, much of a mauler in the run game, but he'll hold up great in the pass game. And then he had to start out against TJ Watt and did well for a while. And then, TJ Watt did what he did to a lot of people. So, Chris Foerster has coached that lineup. It's Trent Williams. As I said last year, it's, when McGlinchey was hurt, I made the Moses Malone analogy where he said, man, me and 4 guys from Petersburg could beat these guys before the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
So it's Trent Williams and 4 guys from Petersburg. But, Brendel played really well last year. Banks is becoming a guy. Burford is getting better and better. And, McKivitz has had his moments. So I think they're playing at a higher level than their pedigree on paper. But this is one of those times where Michael Parsons is as menacing as they come. They've got other guys. Dan Quinn schemes it up really well, and as we saw last January, unfortunately, it only takes one guy getting in at the wrong time to wreck a game, or in that case, a season. So it's gonna be something they have to be really mindful of on Sunday night.
Super fun game, super fun conversation. Can't wait to read your McCaffrey piece. I am a digital and print subscriber. I might go digital only though. I think the print might be. I know I'm supposed to be on A1 twice in the coming days, so keep the print for a few more days.
Yeah, a little while longer.
Just to give you the A1, baby.
Yeah.
Save me those copies so I can grab them.
Okay, that's a good call. I'll give them to Greg. All right, buddy. Love talking with you, man. Can't wait for your coverage this week and Sunday, bud.
Thanks a lot. Great talking to you guys.
Yeah, Mike Silva. He's writing a big piece on McCaffrey. Looks like Christian's coming out of his shell a little bit then, talking to Mike, talking to us.
Well, I thought he was pretty loose on the air with us.
I thought it was outstanding.
Yeah, he was having fun. Bro, we're talking Oreo preferences. I mean, we got into it. Of course, we talked football with him, too. If you missed it, definitely get to KNBR.com. Hit it up on podcast. It was great. And you're right. He is a little bit looser than he used to be. He was a little stiffer in the old days.
By the way, no flies on Mike. He knew that Stones song right away.
No, I only heard it for the first time yesterday. It was news to me because they're trickling these things out one at a time. They're going to release a record, I think, in a couple of weeks. But they're letting singles come out one at a time. Stevie Wonder on piano, Lady Gaga singing gospel alongside Mick. It really is one of the best songs I've heard from them in a long time.
And you know where Lady Gaga was last summer, hanging out with Bobby Weir after Black 85.
So the damn greatest. Oh, I know exactly where she likes to go after the game, especially if she's going to need a cold beer. Where do you go?
After the games, we go to the Deuce, the 2 a.m. club.
Where Marcus likes to hang.
Of course he does. He's got good taste.
That's my spot, Murph.
One of these days, we'll
Gotta
extract
get
him
you back again.
from the South Bay. I know. The South Bay's not letting their
He was
hooks.
impressed by the $5 bottle of beer.
He should be impressed. That's what's waiting for you up here in the north.
Anywhere I can get a $5 beer, I'm a fan of.
We got Bay Views. You got $5 beers at 2 a.m. Club. Bob Weir's up there with Murph holding it down.
man,
We got
right.
good stuff going on.
All right, Andy Bagley was in the dugout yesterday. 45 minutes of Farhan. Big dig on the Giants next on the Sports Leader.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Christian McCaffrey joined the Murph and Mac show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his 4-touchdown performance last weekend and this weekend's Sunday night matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Well, there we were yesterday in the dugout for 45 minutes. By the way, I was wondering if Andy Baggerly was describing me as the glut of opportunists who seldom show their faces but wouldn't miss the chance to grandstand. Andy, do I take that personally? Good morning.
Oh, no. You definitely do not fall in that category. Of course not.
All right. We'll see. Dude, what about that effort yesterday, man? That was a long, weird, tense isn't the right word. Maybe it was tense. At times tense. You have a PhD in Farhan Zaidi. How would you... You wrote a great piece on it in The Athletic. People can read the long version in print. But on audio, how would you describe that to the listeners, how that went yesterday?
I had to transcribe the whole thing after it was over, right? And I just was able to skip over lots of it just because I felt like, normally these sessions are a little more pointed. It's like, what do you think of this guy? Is this guy coming back? What are you going to do at this position? Who's going to have surgery? All that stuff. And it just seemed like this was all much more broad and vague and conceptual. And it seems like a lot of people who asked questions just didn't feel like they had the answers in terms of where this organization is going, rather broadly. And, I'm not sure that a whole lot was accomplished, to be honest, but, it was just, there just wasn't a whole lot of substance there. And that's as much on the question askers as it is on Farhan for providing the answers. And I think, honestly, we're just going to have to wait to see who they hire as manager, and that's going to tell us. That's going to be something concrete that's really going to tell us where they're going to go and just what the sort of paradigm is going to be and how games are going to be managed and, what the priorities are going to be going forward and how much they really will change in terms of, what the dynamic's going to be. And, if someone hits a home run, if they'll be allowed to hit for themselves the next time they come up or because there's obviously a lot of things about the way the games were run that a lot of fans, took issue with. And when it works, it's great. And when it doesn't work, it's really not very satisfying. So I think we'll find out a lot when they hire a manager.
By the way, you've used that analogy a couple times in print, and I'm not smart enough to remember. Who was the guy who homered who didn't get to hit next? I forget.
It's happened a number of times. It even happened, I even remember in 2020, and last year it happened. I think Jock hit a couple homers in a game at maybe Washington or something, and then he was pinch hit for. Yeah. But the one I was specifically referring to is Mitch Haniger, who finally hits his first home run at home as a Giant. Yep. They go back to back, I think it was, and then he's up the next inning, and it's a right. He's still a lot weight, bats for him, and pops up, and that's you have a chance to get a guy in a groove and have him build on having finally a nice moment at home as a Giant.
Right.
Guy who signed a $43 million contract is going to be here next year and maybe the year after that, and give him a chance to build on a game like that. Yeah. And instead they pinch hit for him, and I just thought, man, you're intentionally taking the air out of your own balloon. Why are you doing that? And it happened often. Mike Yastrzemski, I think, had a double and a homer and was pinch hit for. And of course, there's the famous Mark Mathias for Brandon Crawford. When Brandon Crawford's actually faced Aroldis Chapman before and has gotten a hit off him, actually knows what it takes and has that sort of mental imprint of being successful in that moment, even if it was a few years ago. And instead you give it to a kid who was just DFA'd by the Pirates, and the result was predictable. So I think those are those are probably moments that hopefully the new manager looks at differently.
Those are great examples, and thank you for those. It's funny. That's what I was sort of trying to get at when I said, when he told that long story about the bear and how every second counts. And then I tried to say, but like baseball's different than, running a restaurant. Like it's a long season
Yes,
and there's going to be ebbs and flows, and that trying to win every second might sometimes go against the longer view of the game. You know what I mean? Did you feel that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that there are some good analogies that hold up in terms of you have to do all your prep work. You have to have everything lined up. You have to have all your mise en place in order, right? Or else it's chaos trying to fill tickets and orders as they come in. I mean, you have to be have everything lined up and do all that prep work ahead of time. And in a lot of ways, baseball works the same. When you actually play the game, if you don't have your prep work right and you don't, that's when mistakes happen and things start piling up. And there's, then you're down 8-1. And there's no way to rescue the evening. And so I do sort of see some analogies there. And I think that there's no reason to ding Farhan Zaidi for saying that it's really important that we treat every moment as important and every second counts, and you got to make sure that you play the games very tightly and smartly, and that you don't make those mistakes because if you're going to use every tactical advantage with pinch hitters and pitching matchups to try to squeeze every marginal advantage, but then you're giving away a lot of those advantages by just not executing, then it's like, what are we doing here? So I think that was his point, and I think it's a very valid point. But the thing is, what I don't think what fans want to hear, what a lot of people in the media want to hear, isn't, hey, we need to drill down more and get more granular. I think what we want to hear from a messaging standpoint is, we're going to go out and get some stars, and we're going to have fun. We're going to turn the ballpark into a fun place again, and like San Diego, and they didn't make the playoffs this year, but they sold out and had a ton of fun, and I think. Obviously, what people want the most is to win, but I think on top of that, you just want to have fun watching this team again, and that's not really going to be the case until they can change the composition of the roster, and it's going to be hard to really do that in a sort of breathtaking way in one off season. So, that maybe that's why some people were not so satisfied with what they heard yesterday, because they don't want to hear, hey, let's drill down more, let's get more granular. They want to hear, hey, let's get some stars in here and have fun.
That's 100%
well
right.
said, Bags.
Paulie, Bags, I know Mario Alioto's heading out the door, but they're looking for their next marketing. Paulie, we've just found it. Call up New York, get Cyndi Lauper in. Giants fans just want to have fun, Paulie. You know what I mean? Those
they just wanna
those signs that hang off of the light posts up and down the light rail.
Yes,
just picture Cindy in that dress doing that pony move.
Yes, with the boots and all that.
Yeah.
You know what, though, Bags? Great points. You're right. I mean, that's one thing I think was really lacking this year in the stands and a feeling among the fans is it really wasn't that fun. And it was for some reasons, like you said, like Haniger hits a bomb, they sit him down, they pinch hit for him next time through. It's like stuff like that really does great on the fans, and it wasn't a fun experience watching that team.
Yeah, and a lot of it worked in 2021, and I think fans had fun watching that team, obviously, right? So, and I asked Farhan, I said, look, you guys will slice and dice all the data on this season. You'll figure out what's important, what's not important, what sort of tells you needs to be fixed and what doesn't. What should have worked out and maybe should be left alone. But, how much is just attendance, a data point that's important? And he said it's very important because people vote, with their feet. And, if you don't put a compelling product on the field, then, that's going to be reflected in the attendance. And we know that the Giants were up like maybe 200 fans, so like a portion of 1%, whereas the rest of the league was up league-wide more than 10%. And I think there are only a handful of teams that were down. So, obviously the Giants weren't really doing everything they could to attract more fans to the ballpark this year. And, Farhan's response was, I still think the simplest answer is you got to win. And it was almost that the notion that if you win, everything else takes care of itself. And I don't know if that's 100% true.
I agree.
I think the Giants need to do a little bit more than that. Obviously, if they win, we'll all be paying attention. We'll be watching the games. But I think that there's a little something more that's missing in this franchise that they need to address.
I agree. So back to your original point about the manager will tell us a ton, and it will. And you wrote some interesting stuff. Everybody should go to The Athletic and read Andy's deep dive on the Farhan dugout session. Because you said everybody says Buster. Listen, let's just address this right now. We're all in agreement. Buster is not going to be the manager. I mean, there's 0.0 reason for him to leave this incredibly important
But part of the hiring
board
process.
job where you're going to be making all the money you want to make in equity and have zero pressure after losing one to the Rockies. You know what I mean? Right? So we're just Nix and Buster, right, Andy?
I mean, I think there's a reason Buster Posey joined the ownership group. He cares about this franchise. He wants to be connected to it. He wants to have a future with it. But he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to sign up for all the orange and white boxes over 162 games. I mean, he's a father of young kids, and he's retired for a reason. So he could not have to lock himself into that schedule. And, the best way to put yourself on your own schedule and put in whatever time you want is to own the team. So I think it's important that he's got a seat on that executive board. He's going to be among the people who meet with the managerial finalists that Farhan comes up with. He's going to have a lot of influence, and I don't think he's going to throw his weight around, but I think he's going to be asked for his opinion a lot, and I think he won't be afraid to give it. But, that's going to be his role in the organization. I don't think you're going to see him step in and, decide that he wants to manage or even be in uniform maybe for a while. I think that's sort of where he wants to operate, kind of above the fray. So, as much as I think everyone loves the idea of Buster Posey, Giants manager, and that kind of tone he'd set, I just don't think that's a realistic thing that you should expect.
Right.
So you addressed, somebody personable, relatable, charismatic, because, a lot of fans found, and Paulie and I found, Gabe very robotic. Susan Schlesser used the phrase TED Talks. It was just weird. It wasn't enjoyable to interact with the guy on a daily basis as a baseball fan. I know he was a decent human being who did a lot for the junior Giants and was great with the Giants Community Fund. He's not a bad person at all. He's a good person. But it was just kind of robotically weird in terms of a baseball fan perspective.
Yeah.
So you were talking about personable and relatable and charismatic. You said Stephen Vogt is a name a lot of people say fits that bill, and it sure does. He's fun and happy. You then spent a considerable amount of paragraphs on Pat Burrell,
That's
who got
interesting.
name-checked by Farhan Zaidi.
Thanks. Yeah.
It may never happen. Maybe he's got 0.01% chance. But just a quick thought on, you wrote about him.
I'm curious, yeah.
He's around. What are your thoughts?
Well, and to be honest, that's not. I haven't talked to him. I don't know what his appetite would be for that. But the fact that Farhan name dropped him yesterday, and he name dropped him in the context of talking about the young players in the system, and Pat Burrell has been in a couple different roles. He's been a scout. He's been a sort of roving hitting instructor, but he's clearly someone who talks to the front office quite a bit and gives his opinion on the young players. He was really high on Luis Matos among the other players. And he knows the system very well. But I just remember what it was like in 2010. I mean, the Giants were not a juggernaut in 2010. They were in fourth place at the All-Star break, and they were so kind of bereft in the outfield that it was a little bit of a desperation play when they picked up Pat Burrell, who'd been released by the Tampa Bay Rays, still owed several $1 million for hitting .202 and not really producing. And the Giants were like, well, let's see what can happen here. And they picked him up and he helped. He hit some homers, and more than that, I think he really sort of got that clubhouse to buy in to the fact that they were a good major league team. And a lot of what these Giants tried to do with, playing the reggae music after losses and trying to help guys just sort of wash it off and not get too tense, Pat Burrell was able to do that, but they maintained their intensity the next day too.
There you go.
So they washed off the losses, but they also were able to kind of capture the momentum of the wins. And I tell you, it had to be many players said to me, both after they won the World Series that year and in the subsequent seasons, just how much it meant to that room to have Pat Burrell be a part of it. And I thought, all the things that they're trying to foster from the manager's office, I've seen it happen. I've seen this guy do it. And maybe he's at a station in his life where that'd be fun for him. And maybe he'd be like, no way, Jose. I do not want to be on the road 81 days a year and do all the spring training. And I'm sure he's got other interests in his life and things going on and people that are important to him. But in terms of just having someone who's got that kind of stature, that Bruce Bochy type stature, who commands that respect. And I think that's part of it. You can't just have the players like you. You got to have them really respect you and fear you maybe just a little bit. And I think that he's someone who's plugged into the new stuff that's going on, obviously plugged into the organization.
Yep.
But I think that he also understands what makes players tick. And gosh, I think that's, if it's not someone like Pat Burrell, if it's not him, it's someone who's going to have some of those qualities.
Great, Bags. Yeah.
You mentioned Vogt, and should we just discuss real quickly Wotus, what he means? I mean, obviously the fan connection and the He's been around.
Talk about being connected.
But
yeah.
I'm wondering, is there a tie to Bochy there? I don't know. Is there?
No, I don't think so. But I think Ron is definitely a little more old school, and obviously he's been plugged into the front office for a while now as a special assistant. We still see him in the press box watching every day. He takes notes. He's watching every pitch. He's into it. I mean, he hasn't. None of that sort of passion has left him. I think there will be a lot more times where there could be some more robust, back and forth between him and maybe the analytics team in terms of how games should be managed. And I don't think he's someone who would go into that job and just sort of push buttons. So, if they do decide that it'll be Ron Wotus for a year, then I think that'll be a clear signal that they're going to go in an entirely different direction with with how they manage games but it worked with Bruce Bochy for a year with Farhan. It worked, better than both men thought it would. And so, I think they're going to be open to a range of different possibilities.
Last two for you, Andy, on the way out. Andy Bagel of The Athletic. One is the Marco Luciano getting the keys. Some people said, well, that's great. Other people said, yeah, he gave the keys to Joey Bart and David Villar.
True.
And that didn't work out. Now, everybody's different, of course, but is giving him the keys there in that dugout weird in terms of like he hasn't really proven it over a long haul? Or, no, he goes the other way with some pop. He's athletic. But that glove, he forgets to throw to second on a force out. I don't know. What was your opinion of that?
Yeah, I think that's sort of where they have to say they stand right now, given their current personnel. That would be the way that they would open the season if things, stand the way they are. I think you also maybe want to go in and not signal that you're desperate to add somebody at that position. You make other teams you might be talking trade with not feel like they can put you over the barrel, when they're offering a young shortstop that they may want to acquire. But, I think that mostly was an honest answer that, look, this is the best guy we've got. There's obviously a lot of really good things that we saw in terms of the hard contact he made. And, if he looks like he can be a defensive asset there, and like you said, he had a couple of moments where, there was some indecision or maybe a mental lapse toward second base on that ground ball. Those are the kinds of things that they can't really tolerate. So, they have to be pretty clear that he's going to be a defensive asset and a finished product on the defensive side because, I think they signaled they'll be willing to live with young players figuring it out with the bat a little bit if they're bringing that athleticism and that defensive value. So, that's going to be huge. That's going to be and Brandon Crawford was able to stick in the big leagues long enough to learn how to hit because he brought that defensive value as a young player. And if Marco Luciano is going to have to catch the ball and have to be a defensive asset, even if he's still figuring it out with the bat. And if that's not happening, then they're going to have to look elsewhere.
And then finally, just your whole lead. Come on, man. The Nick Peters interview room. I know we discussed this during the middle of the season when he started doing his interviews. Gabe did in the dugouts. You said they don't have a room. You said blame the nerds, and then you revisited it yesterday. There we were in the dugout yesterday. They got to find a room.
They need a room, Bags. Yeah.
Give me a room. That was very uncivilized yesterday.
What do you think?
Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I haven't really written about it all year because no one cares about, what we deal with in the media. No one cares about, our deadlines or whatever, or who talks after a game or who doesn't. Or, I mean, you hate to complain because, we have great jobs. We have an awesome opportunity to be at the ballpark and watch baseball every day and talk to the greatest players alive. And, no one wants to hear, us play tiny violins, but it's unprofessional. It's unprofessional that the Giants don't have an interview room. And frankly, I was going to be fascinated to see what they would have done if they made the postseason because you have to have an interview room. You have to. So somehow they've decided it was kind of just okay for them not to have one. And it's not the clubhouse staff's fault that they moved in there because they were pushed out of their spaces in the clubhouse by the analysts. And the analysts are right across the hall in a very visible spot from the manager's office. And a lot of teams have big analytic staffs, and there's nothing wrong with them. They do a lot of good work, obviously, and there are advantages to be mined. But, for most teams, those people are mostly, in a different area of the stadium or out of sight. And the Giants, they're very visible in the clubhouse. And, maybe there are times when players wonder just who's running the show. And, so maybe they should rethink a little bit of that.
Great stuff, man. Always well said, Andy. I know we're going to give you some time off from yapping on the radio. We love it. We'll
We
keep
do.
reading
Thanks,
you,
Max, for
but
everything.
Don't go too
Always.
far. We'll bother you soon enough, man. So
Yeah.
thanks for all your reporting, man. Thank you, Andy.
Oh, no, thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that I can be on at 9:15 and not 6:15.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got you,
I don't
Max.
know why I get most favored nation status on that, but no, I always appreciate the time and chatting with you guys every week. So thanks for allowing me to do it.
Thanks, Andy. Take care. Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. All right, finish up with some more Niners Cowboys talk on the other side. More accolades for Christian McCaffrey next on The Sports Leader.
Blame the nerds. Blame the nerds.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And make no mistake about it, they're a tremendous team, outstanding defense, and will challenge us as much as anybody that, frankly, we've been challenged with this year or any other year. So they've certainly got that. Frankly, we need to worry about execution and need to worry about ourselves and not so much about what they are, because they are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times.
You know, it's funny. Obviously, the great Jerry Jones keeping us entertained there. Is he the only owner doing a weekly show? He's got to be, right?
Jerry, I'm not sure about that, but I'm not surprised. He loves the microphone.
Bob Kraft, Woody Johnson.
See, Mikey Silver was saying he don't even think that's trash talk. That's just Jerry Jones, just another day in the life. He's
I wanted
just
to address
talking.
that.
Yeah.
I was looking, it's Niners Cowboys, so I'm looking for all the hype and the angles. I'm like, Jerry's playing mind games. Jerry's playing mind games.
I don't think so either.
And Mike's like,
it's just Jerry.
No. Just Jerry
being Jerry, yeah.
Jerry just kind of popping up, just talking. Oh, yeah, Niners are good, man. Yeah. It adds to it, though. He'll be 81 next week, and he's still doing a weekly radio show. That's awesome. And he, he's hasn't won one since 95.
By the way, you got to put
which is, by the way, sooner than the Niners.
When you talk about owner's show on the radio, the only guy I'd love to pin down will be Joe Lacob. Weekly Hit with Joe. Hello, Murph. Mac. What's going on?
Can you imagine?
How do you like the wins?
I finally saw a picture of him at Media Day.
How's he doing?
He was yucking it up.
Jumping Joe.
He's committed to the look. Blue jeans.
Let him go.
White
it's working.
dress shirt.
That's working.
Gray blazer with sort of large patterns.
See, Joe is smart because his wife she's very fashionable, so she kind of represents like the fashion, I think, for the couple. He just rolls however he wants to roll, doing Joe Lacob stuff.
Don't forget, today was the day we got Andrew Wiggins saying, Warriors.
Yeah.
On the thing. But anyway, back to Jerry.
Boy.
We'll use this break in the action. Remind you, Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5 o'clock. So, so anyway, we got one day closer to the Niners. Today will be a big day because the 49ers will talk. We'll see what mind games they want to play with the Cowboys. But the one we haven't really gotten into is the Trey Lance angle. And, Marcus brought this up this morning on the leadoff spot with the Water Boy. And
it's a good show. I listen every day.
The sadness for Trey Lance, not only be booted from your job. You were supposed to be the quarterback of the Niners. You're Joe Montana. You're Steve Young.
And not even getting bumped down to backup QB. That has happened. Like you saw it with Zach Wilson with the Jets. Like, here comes Aaron Rodgers. All right, you're a backup now. I know you're a first rounder. Like, that happens. But the indignity of getting booted beneath the backup to 3, that's the thing I think that was hard to take in San Francisco when he was supposed to be the guy they were going to give the keys to and say, bring us to glory. Never happened.
Dude, he's now in Dallas, and as a scout team quarterback, you have to mimic the opposition that week, which means he's got to do cosplay and play Brock Purdy.
Imagine that.
Oh, my God.
Imagine the indignity. Murph, I'm going to need you to do something for me this week. I'm scouting out another show. I need you to be Greg Papa this week. It's all week long. I want Murph acting, walking, talking like Papa, dressing like him.
What cosplay could you do? What host could you do the best?
Me?
Think? Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'd probably do G-Pops. Maybe I'll do a little Tim Ryan.
Yeah.
Throw some weights around. Yeah, bro. I don't know. Who about you? Who would you model it after?
I don't know. Who could I strive to be the Water Boy.
Yeah.
So I'd be him.
Yeah.
I'd get my G-Eazy haircut.
Could you
Water
be
Boy, do your thing.
Who would you do, Marcus? Would you do Tom Tolbert or something? Or
I'd probably go with my guy Copes so I could just chuckle the entire show.
Yeah.
Very good. Anyway, here's what Brian Schottenheimer. So is there anything really Trey Lance can tell the Cowboys? I mean, sure, he can tell them some stuff. Sure. Absolutely. Like, hey, man, this is a tendency or that's a tendency. But they'll be like, yeah, we see that on film. Or this is an audible or that's an audible. And Kyle's going to be like, yeah, we're changing our audibles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what can he really do? So-and-so is weak going to his right side. So-and-so is weak going to his left side, whatever. But anyway, here's Brian Schottenheimer, the Cowboys offensive coordinator, on the Trey Lance factor.
Okay.
Trey knows a little bit about what they're doing. Yeah, the cool thing is, like I said, the team knows them well. I know them well from being in Seattle. Trey knows them well, but like like last week. It's kind of in good fun and humor. Like we all use pieces that we have in place, but we don't go too far into it. We can know exactly what they're going to do because they don't do too much, and they're still really, really tough to go against just because they're so talented. The play style that they have, the cool thing with San Francisco, the play styles never change. It doesn't matter who the coordinator is, whether it's D'Amico, Robert, it doesn't matter. You know, with Steve coming in there, their play style is a lot like our defensive play style and how we try to play offensively. It's physical and up-tempo, and they run and they hit, and that's way more important than the scheme that they run. So we'll definitely talk to Trey. He knows a lot of the pieces going against them in practice, but it doesn't always help, as we learned yesterday.
I mean, there's a dark riff there that said if Trey knew the playbook a little bit better, he'd still be here.
I know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, Murph. He started 4 games. How well does he really know this playbook?
That's what I'm saying. How much of a factor can he really
Kyle,
be?
They sent him to Dallas. I mean, now Lynch told us that was because Ty goes to the runner. They made the best offer.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Ty goes to the
He
runner.
said if there was another team that made the same offer, it would have gone to them. But
the other thing, too, and I'm not even kidding, I mean, it sounds like a riff, but there's truth here, is that like what Mike Silver also said was for the first time in San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan can really get deeper into his own playbook, stuff he wasn't comfortable giving to Jimmy. Guaranteed Trey's never had access to that part of the playbook. So the stuff they're running now might not even be stuff Trey knows about.
Yeah.
These are these are new wrinkles Kyle's getting to utilize because he has the right guy under center.
And it's one thing that we should point out that Trey Lance actually got a playbook during training camp, not like Jimmy Garoppolo last year.
Listen, they had Jimmy off on the side.
Oh, man.
Jimmy, stand on the side. Don't get too close.
Next thing you know, he's.
I don't want you. In fact, you don't even need a playbook. Just stand over there and throw it.
See, here come the text 650. Can Trey even run the offense well enough to give them a good look?
Here we go now. See, no need to pile on.
415.
No need to pile on.
Let's just hope Trey Lance is as bad with his cosplay as he was when he started here. Oh my!
And by the way, just in general, shout out cosplay, the whole community.
831 says, "Hey, the Niners are about to learn what the Raiders experienced in Super Bowl 37." Where John Gruden knew everything Tampa Bay knew everything John Gruden was going to do.
I would not go that far on this one.
Yeah, I don't want to use that example, Murph.
I wouldn't either.
Actually, this morning I dropped a Coach Red Boyu from the Water Boy, the coach that had the secret playbook, the green notebook that had all the plays from the Water Boy.
Hey, remind me on Friday to ask John Lynch about does he see a comparison of Trey Lance? Can Trey Lance do for the Cowboys what John Gruden did for the what John Gruden
We'll
did
ask
for the
John.
Bucs?
Yeah.
So John Gruden was with the Bucs. He knew everything the Raiders were going to do.
Yeah, Bill Callahan. Yeah, he didn't even change his playbook.
Yeah. John Lynch was too busy out there.
John Gruden's book.
Really, he was just too busy kicking everyone's ass.
I don't want to go into
to worry about the playbook. And I don't think it's going to be I really don't think the Trey Lance thing is a factor in this. And imagine how awkward he's going to feel walking out of that tunnel with the Cowboy jersey on, standing on the other sideline for the first time in his life. He's never been over there.
Yeah, 95 says, don't worry about Trey Lance giving intel to the Cowboys. Kyle's playbook is so massive, he can run plays Trey's never seen.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
530 says, Trey couldn't figure out the offense at all. It can't be a factor.
Oh, boy. You don't need to pile on, you guys. Come on.
I know.
Even I'm defending Trey now.
I understand.
Yeah, back down. Stand down.
Can he give information on the defense? Freddie Warner does this.
Can he give information about how to beat the traffic at Levi Stadium? How do you get in and out of there? Trey, what's the secret to that? Do you have a playbook?
I'm actually hearing, I heard a couple, 2 different stories yesterday that ingress, egress is still tough.
I think that it is. It really depends on which lot you have access to. That seems to be the bottom line. If you have a good...
What stadium can you get in and out? I actually, Chase Center...
Well, we got a little thing going. Murph and I got a little agreement.
But you got to walk.
Murph and I have an arrangement. Well, the walk is nothing. It's a 5-minute walk. Boom, I'm on the road. I'm flying down the road. Yeah.
Don't tell.
No, that's between us, man.
All right, there you go.
That's us.
All right, fun day. We want to thank our guys Todd Archer and Kruko.
Good Bags hit today, too.
Bags was good, man. And we're one day closer. Now, I will be off just for one day tomorrow. I got a personal day tomorrow.
Murph's going to go prep for the John Lynch interview.
And then Friday, we come back strong.
Okay.
With the forecast. Once again, the Friday football forecast, it's not going to hurt you.
You ain't losing nothing.
It's not going to hurt you. We're both 4-4 this year. Waiting for a breakout week.
It's coming. Well, I would have had it if it wasn't for what's-his-face kicking that field goal. Your guy McVay down there.
Yeah, I'm going to get out there, kick the field goal. It's a world of bad beats. Let's hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Side.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
All right, fun day. One day closer to Hypin' Sunday. 4 baseball games today. And live from Santa Clara, G-Pop. Good morning, Greg
Good
Papa.
morning.
Hey, Greg.
How are
What's
you,
going
man?
on, my friend?
How are you?
How you feeling today, buddy?
I feel great.
Awesome.
Today's installation day. It's the first day of Cowboy Week. And, I mean, last year in the playoffs, when it went Seattle first, obviously, you know you're going to play them twice every year. And then it was Dallas, and then it was the Philadelphia Eagles. The 49ers knew they were playing the NFC East, and specifically going to Philadelphia. You didn't know when. And Dallas was coming here along with the Giants, and we're also going to Washington. So you just knew. And this has always been a great rivalry, one of the greatest in the history of the NFL, and it personifies NFC football. But for the 49ers and Cowboys to be back on prime time in the regular season, you have to go back to 1990, the last time that actually occurred.
I remember that game.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
I was in Dallas. I remember watching that.
It's funny you brought this up. I think you guys were talking about it. They've played very few
Primetime games.
regular season.
Yeah, because even the ones, Greg, you're right about that. In the 90s, when they were doing all those NFC title games, they
Madden
always...
and Summerall always had them out in the afternoon.
Exactly.
Afternoon
They were
games, yeah.
always day games. That's right. Very good.
I mean, back then we had Sunday Night Football, but it wasn't. It was ESPN. Sunday Night Football.
When did that start? Do you remember?
When it went to NBC.
No, ESPN Sunday Night Football.
Late 80s, Greg?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
It was Mike Patrick. Was that the first team with Joe Theismann?
I'm trying to remember.
And Paul McGuire. I think
Yeah,
that
sounds right. That sounds right.
Wow,
Theismann.
Like
Yeah.
years and the decades just roll by. When ESPN ESPN launched in early 80s, when they really got on the map, they went to Sunday Night Football. That was huge. But what I'm saying is, the late afternoon game on CBS and then later even Fox was still bigger. So you weren't going to pull 49ers Cowboys from CBS and put it on a cable channel. It's when Sunday Night Football came in on NBC and then Monday Night Football was devalued. But anyway, it's a great matchup. We knew we were going to play them. We didn't know when it was going to be. And, Philadelphia will be later in the year, on December the 3rd. And they're unbeaten. So, to me, there's clearly the team along with the Niners. And I'm going to find out how good Dallas is. They've made a lot of changes. Their defense gave the 49ers problems last year.
Yeah, 19
in the
points.
NFC divisional playoff.
Yeah.
You couldn't run the ball. Those guys are all over him.
But
You had to change to more of a downhill power game. So, do you start that way in this game and then go wide on them? They got extreme speed on defense.
As you've pointed out many times, and we talked to McCaffrey about yesterday, McCaffrey was dinged up. So
he got dinged up in the game. He hurt his calf. You
That's
can
right.
see it. You
he
can
did
see
tell
it.
us.
Yeah.
He said
he didn't finish the game. Elijah Mitchell did. When Elijah
said-
ran out of bounds, stopped the clock. The game was over. I'm like, what is he doing?
All right, man. It sounds good. Greg's
go.
in Santa Clara. Install, baby, Wednesday.
How about
Paulie,
the
I'll see you
49ers?
Friday. There you go. Marcus, have a fun tomorrow.
Cheers,
with
y'all.
Paulie. I'll
All
see
right,
you guys
boys.
Friday. It's time for Papa and Lun. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Where you think we stand in the East?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleepy Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Gets hit from behind by Aziz Alshire. They got to get up and clock the ball. 5, 4, 3, 2. Dak will he get it off in time?
No.
With 1 second to go. Did he spike the ball in time or not?
No, he did not.
He did not. The 49ers have won the game. What do you got, Alex Kemp?
That's the end of the game.
Game is over. The 49ers have won. They're on their way to Lambeau. He snaps it back to Dak Prescott.
Oh,
he
geez.
throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
The
to end
49ers
it.
are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed by Aziz Alshire.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys? No,
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going in this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do.
I already told y'all Brock Purdy is the real deal. Brock Purdy has dominated. He has not lost a regular season game yet. We have our hands full. Y'all know who they have. They have Christian McCaffrey, who just won an absurd last week. LeBron even shouted this man out. When you get a shout out from LeBron's random tweets, you know you are hooping.
We know Nick Bosa's voice doesn't sound like someone who plays football like Nick Bosa does. Is that, if I was to give you 100 guesses and say, who was that just talking? Would you come up with Micah Parsons of the Parsons Project? He doesn't sound like Micah Parsons, but he does play like him. So here they come again. And for the last 2 years, obviously, the 49ers eliminating the Dallas Cowboys in the wild card round. And that game got alarmingly close. 49ers, I remember, Deebo Samuel had that cutback run late in the third quarter to give the 49ers a 23-7 lead going to the fourth quarter. And then people don't remember. You have to go back and look at that game. Nick Bosa got hurt in that game. Fred Warner got hurt in that game. K'Wan Williams, right before the cutback run by Deebo, had a huge play to score when he told Kyle, just get me the ball. But then Dallas came charging back, and we all talk about them not spiking the ball in time and the mismanagement. And Kellen Moore, by the way, is no longer their offensive coordinator. But they didn't score enough in that game. They had to make a late rally, so we concentrate on the late game, the last play. But that's not where they lost the game. They lost the game in the previous 59 minutes and 50 seconds, really the first 45 minutes. And then last year, it was weird because it was Ezekiel Elliott's last play as a Cowboy. They were up against it. They had to do something weird. They went to a swing and gate, Chip Kelly kind of extra point formation trying to save their year. It was just how the game ended. The reason the game ended the way it ended for Dallas, they haven't scored enough points the last couple of years. And really, it was the Tony Pollard injury that caused them so much angst, right before halftime. And it was a Jimmy Ward tackle. And there was talk about even eliminating that kind of tackle on Tony Pollard. They had to take him off the field on a card, and then he got air casted, and he did come back. He's the guy now and no longer Ezekiel Elliott. But when they lost him, they had to feed the ball to CeeDee Lamb. They brought in Brandon Cooks. Is he a big part of their offense? Michael Gallup clearly is now 2 years past his ACL, so he's cutting and moving better. But the bottom line is Dallas's defense is really good. We're going to find out how good they are against the run, and specifically running it right at, sounds a little like Patrick Mahomes and his voice, doesn't he? A little bit like Kermit the Frog, Micah Parsons. They'll run at Micah Parsons. They'll try to double him when they don't, when they pass the ball. But Dallas's defense is good. It gave the 49ers troubles last year. But the bottom line is, how much better is their offense? We know that they're moving the ball well, but they are stalling out inside the red zone. You got to deal with CeeDee Lamb on top of Brandon Cooks, and they got three good tight ends. They lost the guy in the offseason. Dalton Schultz went on to Houston and D'Amico Ryans, but they actually got three guys that they can lean on. So it is time to roll this year. We've been wondering about this game, and the schedule came out back in May, so it is 49ers Cowboys. It's not a wild card game. It's not a divisional playoff game. The loser of this game will not be eliminated, but it is 49ers and Cowboys. So to that I say, yeah.
Wow. That was impressive.
How are you, John?
I am tremendous. That was very good. Your lungs get better and better and better.
Yeah, hanging out with you late night and giving up the...
yeah, that's good. No. It's very good.
Not at all. Not at all. So how many will I have this week? I had 5 for 5 in the red zone. How many touchdown 49ers will I have? And, last year in that divisional playoff game, you know how many touchdown Niners we had?
2?
One.
They scored 19?
1. Yeah, it was 3 field goals,
right,
and then the touchdown, and then the 4 field goals, 4 Robbie Gould field goals. Yeah. But it was 9-9. Right. They scored the touchdown, then kicked the field goal again. But it was 9-9 late third quarter. Robbie Gould made 4 field goals in the Seattle playoff game. He came back and made 4 field goals the next week in the Dallas playoff game. But everybody's confident on Jake Moody. And I thought Robbie was going to the Cowboys, John. Just starting to get heavily into the Cowboys. I mean, I watched even before this week 2 of their games because they played 49er opponents. So we saw them against the Giants in their opener, and they looked so fast, and they were tackling so violently against the Giants. Then we saw them get run on against Arizona. But very quietly, you're watching this kicker who's got Dandy Don Meredith's jersey number 17. You're like, who is Brandon Aubrey?
He's an interesting story.
Amazing story. Well, good. I was texting Bones Fossil. We'll get him on, the special teams coordinator. But Jake's off to a great start. Brandon Aubrey has not missed a kick. And he's had every one but one of his kickoffs has been a touchback. And Jake has, I don't know if you noticed.
He missed an extra point.
So
he's no Jake Moody.
He's not really
perfect.
They lined him up for a 64-yard field goal last week, and they had a false start. They wound up not kicking it. Brandon Aubrey is really good. But in any event, how about them 49ers? It's on.
Yeah, I have started looking at these guys, and one thing that I noticed right away is they do similar in their passing game this year without Kellen Moore. They're getting rid of it quickly, so they look a little bit like the Rams and how quickly they get rid of the football, which means you're not going to get a ton of pass rush. And the other thing, which they did in the playoffs last year, CeeDee Lamb. Like, remember in the playoffs last year? Oh, they're going to CeeDee Lamb. They're going to
Pollard got hurt.
CeeDee Lamb. And so he had, I think, 13 targets last year. They'll probably put him in the slot and see what the 49ers
He's lining
do.
up everywhere.
Yeah.
He lines up outside as well. It used to be
Wherever they have a problem. Like if Ambry's outside, then he's going to go outside. If I think that if Oliver's inside, he's going to go inside. I think that they're just going to try to play to where the 49ers are perceptually weak.
Well, we'll talk to Dante later on. How do you open this game? They went right at Aubrey Thomas as soon as he got in the game with the rookie that the Arizona Cardinals have, the wide receiver Wilson. They went at him 3 straight times. That's odd. And it was the first series he got in, so it was like an alert to Drew Petzing to go right at 20. They went a vertical route to Hollywood Brown. They went the stutter and go to the Stanford rookie Wilson. And then they just confused him in coverage, and we didn't know if it was a cover 2 or a cover 4, and Talanoa was to blame. Dante will break it down, but Michael Wilson scored that touchdown. So do they want to attack? The 49ers will line up their way. I think the one thing is CeeDee Lamb, and the Cowboy game notes are so detailed. They're as good as the San Francisco Giants game notes with the analytics. They break down where Micah Parsons lines up every snap. They've been doing it for years, and they break down how many snaps CeeDee Lamb is in the slot, how many's outside, how many's left, how many's right. I wonder why they would give that information away, but the other team can get it. It's easy. But anyway, it's fun. But last year he was almost exclusively in the slot. That was the first year minus Amari Cooper, and they were kind of searching. Now he lines up more in the slot than outside, but his production on passing downs is almost equal. And then you got Brandon Cooks as well. So for the 49ers, John, just going into it, you got to deal with 3 receivers, Cooks, Lamb, and Michael Gallup is back. His change of direction. He wasn't the same guy last year off the ACL. 2 years removed from that. Number 13 is back. So we'll break it down with Dante. They're going to attack. Now, they attacked Demo Lenore last year with CeeDee Lamb. The jump ball right to start the third quarter.
He got a pick in that game.
Early in the game, but they clearly targeted him. They were staying away from Charvarius Ward. Do they want to go at Demo Lenore? I think it's whoever's the third corner on the field, whether it's Ambry going outside, they go at him, or whether Demo goes outside and they bump Isaiah Oliver, they'll go at him. So it's going to be really interesting. But offensively, I'm trying to get a handle on. I think the bottom line is with them, their offensive line. I think Biotish will play. The center, Zach Martin, will play. When they lost to Arizona, neither one of those guys played. I think Tyron Smith is overrated and has been his whole career. But now later in his career, he's getting a lot of injuries. Does he play? So we know their defensive line is quick and fast. There's some areas to attack them, though. Leighton Vander Esch, as much as I love him, wearing number 55, Leroy Jordan's old number, boy, does he look slow in the middle of their defense. And if you've got one guy in the middle of the defense that's slow on those in-breaking routes, the way Brock Purdy, especially going to his right against their extreme pass rush, coming McGlinchey and Spencer Burford's side, John, you can attack. So these are 2 of the most solid teams in football. I think the 49ers are the most solid team, but they do have weaknesses that'll be intriguing to see how they attack. And one other thing, so much talk about firing Kellen Moore in the offseason, and they hired Marty's son, Brian Schottenheimer, who was a creative offensive coordinator, saw him for years, and most recently in Seattle. They're making a big deal about Mike McCarthy, the head coach, calling plays. He is not calling plays. You watched the game back, the last game, last Sunday against New England. He's got the call sheet up. He's not even like Kyle where he's covering it over his mouth. He's Greg Maddux and Will Clark, fastball in. He's not covering his mouth. He's not talking. So unless it's done mentally through, what is that, telepathy? What is it called? Telepathic?
Yeah, telepathic.
He's not talking. So Mike McCarthy is not calling plays. It's coming from Brian Schottenheimer. Why isn't that more of a talking point in the Metroplex? It seems rather obvious to me.
Well, ask Bob Sturm about it. He is from our sister station, The Ticket in Dallas. Plus, he writes a bunch of stuff for The Athletic as well. And Bob is awesome. So he's going to join us at 10:50. For the side on the Cowboys, Bobby Marks, all about it. He has written all about the teams going into camp, especially the Warriors. We'll concentrate on that at 11:30. Then our good friend Dante Whitner normally joins us on Monday, but he was traveling. So we get the pleasure of talking to old number 31 at 12:30 today, and he will break down offense, defense, the whole thing going into the Dallas game. Plus, he's got memories from taking on Dallas as well. So all those things coming up, a recap of what Farhan said, some Warriors still going on. We got a ton to get to you. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi with his final message to the media yesterday. What was said and how does it affect the future of the Giants? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Second down 10, Garoppolo got his head around. Randy Gregory's got him, and he sacks him back to midfield. Went right around Jalen Moore. Randy Gregory, the former Cowboy turned Bronco, And that's a big sack, the third time tonight Jimmy's gone down.
Yeah, and a jump swim to the inside. Jalen Moore set too wide on Randy Gregory, worried about that speed. And a very good little counter move, chopped his feet, jump swim to the inside, and is able to get a hand on Garoppolo's number 10 on the backside and rip him to the ground.
There's a reason we played that. We'll tell you in just a second. Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us. We are live, I tell you, from Levi's Stadium. Tomorrow we will have, of course, the great Tim Ryan. Remember, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so join the conversation there. Bob Sturm joins us from Dallas. He's great from The Athletic and The Ticket. If you listen to The Ticket at all, our sister station in Dallas, he's great. He's going to join us at 10:50. Bobby Marks to talk Warriors and the rest of the NBA. He's got a great piece on every team heading into camp. That at 11:30, and then Dante Whitner at 12:30. I don't know why they're doing this. They're calling it a youth movement. Denver's not very good. Remember that weird whole thing where Randy Gregory signed with the Cowboys, then he switched, and he signed with the Broncos. So they gave him a 5-year, $70 million deal. They've got $16 million at dead cap on him this year, and they're releasing him. And obviously the reason I'm thinking that is, again, we've talked a lot about the opposite of Nick Bosa now. Gregory's 6'5", 240, but he's an established guy. He's never had double-digit sacks. The most he's ever had is 6. He did that twice. But, I mean, he's an established pass rusher in this league. Nobody's going to claim him because of the money that he's owed, and then he's free to go anywhere that he wants.
Well, I think the way this is working is he's going to get out of town there. Also, J.C. Jackson got traded today from the Chargers to New England. So
with the Chargers paying the freight.
$12 million. So I think what I would – I mean, and we played it is we're playing Dallas this week, and – we'll talk to Bob Sturm. The obvious connection would be Randy Gregory back to the Dallas Cowboys where he started his career. He was inactive last game. He was a healthy scratch. He did not play. And I think he wanted to get traded. Jonathan Cooper, they have some other guys on that scoop and score last week against Justin Fields. So he just didn't fit. And Sean Payton's that kind of guy. So if you're squawking about being up or down for a game, he's just going to cut you off the roster. And I think Gregory asked for it. Why did it not work in Denver, and why could it work in Dallas, or more specifically with the Niners, is because they asked him to play a different defense in Denver. He was playing a 3-4. He was more two-gapping. He would buzz out into coverage. That's not his skill set. He is long and lanky. He wants to get an edge on you. Obviously, the Cowboys would be the one because he began his career there. And Jerry Jones stood by him, John, for years. He actually missed more games than he played. He missed the entire 2017 year after playing only 2 games in 16. He missed the entire 2019 year. And why did he miss them? Because on the list of banned substances at that time was marijuana. And Randy Gregory kept getting popped for marijuana. He's been very outspoken and open about his mental health issues. I mean, Barrett Robbins was forced out of the NFL because they wouldn't let him get high after everything else he went through. He was addicted to everything on earth, and marijuana leveled him out and allowed him to play. Once he got popped because of the situation at the Super Bowl, he kept testing positive because he went in the protocol. They don't test for marijuana anymore. So Randy Gregory, whatever he needs to do to get on the field, he can get on the field. He just didn't play. He didn't play a whole lot. Last year he got hurt, and then this year he didn't start last game, but I think he was up for the game. But in any event, he wanted out of there. Now, my initial thought would be he may play against the 49ers on Sunday. And we'll ask Bob Sturm that. I could easily see Dallas reaching out to him. It's a Jerry Jones type of thing. They have a sub package where they have Dante Fowler now on their D-line. He had the sack from behind against Mac Jones on Sunday at home against New England when Leighton Vander Esch had the scoop and score. So their pass rushing package, Odigizua, comes out. They move Dorrance Armstrong inside. Parsons, wherever the hell he lines up. He could line up over the head of the center. He'll get Trent some. He'll get McKivitz some. He'll go over guards. He's kind of like Bosa, I think, where he just goes wherever he wants. I mean, watch Nick when they break the defensive huddle or waiting for the other team to line up. He just stands in the middle of the defensive front, and then he picks what side he wants to go to, and the other end goes to the other side. We'll get more into it with Mike. I think he does the same thing. I think whatever he feels like lining up, all the other guys react, John, but they've got DeMarcus Lawrence is great. He's a great player. You got Dorrance Armstrong. You know, he's the one that hurt Jimmy back in that playoff game initially in Dallas and caused the whole shoulder injury. and then Dante Fowler. So where would Gregory fit in? You'd rather have him in the pass rush package over Dorrance Armstrong, I think. And then you do have Parsons line up inside and, Fowler on the outside with Gregory. So for the Niners' perspective, everything I said about him fitting in Dallas and not fitting in Denver, totally. Because Sarek would love that guy. He's just let him play 9 technique. You're not two gapping. You're getting outside shoulder. You're long and lanky and just get up the field. That's not what Denver asked him to do. He wasn't good at it. Last year he got hurt, and then now Sean Payton's in. It's a whole different defense they're running there. So they moved on from him. So there's a chance. Today's Wednesday. We don't kick off until Sunday at 5:20. I think Randy Gregory could play in this football game on Sunday. Which side? Yeah. And I would think Dallas. And remember, he's a vested veteran. He does not have to go through waivers. He picks and chooses wherever he wants to go.
Well, and here's the thing I love about what the 49ers do. He may or may not end up here, but it's clear they need somebody opposite Nick Bosa. And I know what Drake Jackson did in week number 1, getting those 3 sacks, but they need somebody opposite to help the secondary. If there's an issue at corner, the best way you can help it other than getting a corner is to get somebody to get after the quarterback and speed him up. And like you said, Randy Gregory is a fast guy. They run wide 9, which means you're just telling him, hey, even on 3rd down, just go get the quarterback. There's no play to be called. You're going to line up wide and you're going to go get the quarterback. So it's not going to cost you a whole lot. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You're not going to owe him the money. Denver's going to pay him all the money. So the great thing about the 49ers is they may or may not get him, but I guarantee you this, they're going to call. And they're going to see, okay, you want to go back to Dallas, I get it. But they're going to make a call because there's a need.
I think his agent calls.
Yeah.
And if you're Randy Gregory, all right, I got kicked out of Denver. Thank you. I mean, the marijuana laws are easier in Colorado, so I don't, what's it in Texas? California, you're cool. But he wants to win, right?
Well, that's what
he's not going to win in Denver, so he could be. I mean, last year, what the Philadelphia Eagles did and they waited and they pounced on Ndamukong Suh. Who, by the way, does not have a job, right? Ndamukong Suh still out there?
Linval Joseph, those two
Linval
guys.
Joseph, they got both. They were interior guys. The edge guys can be difference makers. Buffalo's getting Von Miller back, but they just lost Tre'Davious White again to an Achilles injury after he had the ACL, that poor guy. So if you don't have the coverage, you got to have the pass rush. So for a guy like Randy Gregory, he can pick where he wants to go. And I think going back to Dallas, and specifically Dan Quinn and Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, I mean, you wait until they officially sign him, and we'll see what number they're going to give him. Is he number 5? He was number 94 in Dallas. So, DeMarcus Ware and Charles Haley's number. I think you got to start thinking like
5's open here.
It is. Jeff Garcia retired years ago.
Because that guy's in Dallas.
He's wearing 15 now.
5? And
you see what Brian Schottenheimer said? Exactly what I've been saying the moment we traded him to Dallas. I'm not worried about him coming back to play, but he knows the 49er offense.
He does?
Yes, John. He was the starting quarterback. He's a smart guy.
I think it's funny that's a storyline.
It's not why.
The guy that couldn't run the offense is going to teach the offense? Really?
Yeah. Who were some of the best coaches ever? Guys that couldn't play. He's smart. He was recruited by Ivy League schools.
Hey, what do you think, Trey? They're going to give it to McCaffrey a lot. What do you think, Trey? They're going to give it to Debo. What do you think, Trey? They're going to throw it to 11.
You think the 49er offense is that simple?
Trey isn't going to. Trey doesn't even know the offense. He's not going to be able to teach the offense.
Of course he knows the offense. That's ridiculous.
I think it's silly.
No, it's not at all. Why would they do it? Of course it is.
Trey couldn't even run the offense.
It doesn't matter that he had issues physically. He does not have issues mentally. He's very smart. He knows the offense inside and out. He knows all the terminals. He doesn't? What do you think? He was sleeping in meetings? That's ridiculous.
I'm just saying.
That's ridiculous. That is a... You got to get off social media, John. It's corrupted your mind.
It ain't social media. It's logic. You don't think Dan Quinn knows this offense better than Trey Lance does?
No, he was with Kyle years ago. He can watch tape, but he's never been inside a meeting room with all of them. I think the 49ers will have to change terminology.
Yeah, a couple of things like that.
A lot of things.
But in terms of Trey giving them insight,
of course he will. Of course he will.
Dan Quinn knows it better than that kid.
Dan Quinn was not. Kyle loves him, but Dan Quinn was not invited in the 49er
But they were
meetings.
on the same staff, and then he's been watching them for years.
That was 2016, John. It's 2023.
No.
Of course, so and who will help
Trey
the 49ers? Anthony Brown will help the 49ers on the Cowboy defense.
I know. I think that stuff's overrated.
I do not at all, and I guarantee you, the 49ers are altering things for it. And Brian Schottenheimer said they did it. How much they actually put it into play, and it would be specific things and shifts and motions and He knows the 49er offense. He was the starting quarterback here. He's a smart guy.
I know I saw when he was the starting quarterback.
Okay, you're looking at his play, not his mind. Wow.
Thanks for joining us. There is one other thing that is interesting going on today, not related to the 49ers, but we'll give you that coming up next. And then the guest star, Bob Sturm, is going to join us at 10:50. We'll get the Dallas side of things. We got Dante coming up today. We got a lot of stuff. When does baseball start?
12:08.
Boy, yesterday, that was, we got to talk about baseball.
So are the fans going into the Trop in St. Petersburg for that game?
Why
I
do they
knew
have
it
a
was a
team?
bad crowd.
Why do they have a
Well,
team?
they've had a team they're getting a new stadium. They've had a team there forever. But I mean, the A's leave in Oakland. Tampa should just move to Vegas, but they are getting their stadium. I could tell just watching it. I'm looking at all the empty seats. They didn't even have 20,000 for a playoff game. And I know the A's had to have Taco Tuesdays and a lot of. When it came time to play playoffs, it was 50,000 strong.
You and I were there.
I called games. I was there. I saw it all. That's embarrassing. That's why they played like they were half asleep yesterday. They committed 4 errors.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I was at the last A's playoff game, which was the Tampa wildcard game, and they didn't give us a lot to cheer for, but the joint was packed. The Tigers, you and I were at those games. You called a bunch of games. I mean, you could
I didn't call any playoff games, and I was at them.
No, but you could complain all
they
about
felt like play. The crowds were great.
But
before they built Oracle Park, before the ballpark at the China Basin,
that place was
the A's
packed.
outdrew the Giants 17 times to 15 when they were together 32 years. So the A's fans, they are what they are now because they've been forced to be. They're not apathetic. They're outraged. But what's going on in Tampa, and it's the ballpark. It's that 3-ring circus. I mean, it's just that's embarrassing to play your ass off all year for a playoff game.
Walk out,
and
to
they
that.
got to be fortunate that it's not the old format where it's wild card one and done. They get a do-over today. But
3 games is
how
so
many people
short.
are they going to get over 20,000 today?
Call. All right, we'll discuss it as well, get into a little baseball. We do have something that does affect the Giants. It's going on in about an hour. We'll explain. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Trey knows a little bit about what they're doing. Yeah, the cool thing is, like I said, the team knows them well. I know them well from being in Seattle. Trey knows them well, but like last week, it's kind of in good fun and humor. Like we all use pieces that we have in place, but we don't go too far into it. We can know exactly what they're going to do because they don't do too much, and they're still really, really tough to go against just because they're so talented.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Wednesday. We're down at Levi's Stadium. Bob Sturm's going to join us in 14 minutes from The Athletic and The Ticket in Dallas. Get thoughts on what's going on with the Cowboys. Do that in a few real quick, and then we'll get back into some 49ers talk, this big game on Sunday night. A.J. Preller is going to speak at 11:45. He's the general manager of the Padres.
By himself?
Yeah. It says
Bob's not there? Melvin's not going to be there? Interesting.
So I don't know if that means that Bob's staying, Bob's going. I think we can all come to the consensus that if Bob Melvin is available, that he would be number one on the list of the Giants. After that, I don't know what the list looks like. I know that Andrew Bagley was on this morning talking about a few different guys, and we're going to recap what Farhan said yesterday. If you missed it, we played that for you about 11 o'clock yesterday. He even threw Pat Burrell's name up there, and he's we've had Pat on a lot of times.
As manager?
That's what he said. Just kind of a wild card name. He's internal candidates that they're going to talk to. I mean, I think we can surmise a number of different guys internally, externally, who might fit. I think that they need a veteran guy in there. Maybe Craig Counsell's going to New York because Stearns went there. The Milwaukee Brewers former GM or president of baseball operations, we'll see. But Dusty's contract is up, that kind of stuff. I don't know if they go back to Dusty, but Bob Melvin is clearly number one if the Padres don't retain him.
I mean, it would seem that way, but in the connection with Farhan and everything, and we've been talking about this. So the fact that Bob is not going to be at the press conference is interesting because typically you want to have the GM and
the announcement just
manager.
says A.J. Preller.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying. So if it is just him, then Bob would not be a part of it. I mean, would A.J. Preller announce they're firing Bob Melvin? I don't think that's happening. The word that I got the last few days is that they're not going to fire him. But I know he was dissatisfied with things. So Seidler had a meeting with both of them, though. He had a meeting with Preller and Bob Melvin. John, is that correct?
That was supposed to happen yesterday. I didn't hear anything of it, but yeah.
The issue now is what I said on Monday about Bob, is unless they fire him and he quits the job, then they have him under contract. So and it's not like you can just tear up the contract. You'd have to make a new contract that releases all of their rights as far as him being a manager. So you'd have to trade for Bob Melvin if he wants to leave San Diego and they want to keep him. It's happened before. I mean, Chuck Tanner, the A's traded Chuck Tanner years ago. Manny Sanguillen was involved in that. Art Howe was traded to the Mets. So it does happen. You'd rather not have to give anything up. So I think just by you being the first one and firing Cap before the season ended in the game of chicken or the egg and all that, now they just sit there and say, what are we going to do, fire this guy and you're going to be this generation's Bruce Bochy? We're going to want something back for that. Or maybe they come to, an agreement to keep it. If you're Bob and you want to win, Bob Melvin, hell,
Padres.
That roster's loaded. I mean, what are you going to do with Blake Snell? What are you going to do with Josh Hader? Are you going to trade one of the big bats? I mean, word is they want to pare payroll down.
The piece that Kevin Azey, who we're trying to get on Sunday, painted a very
San Diego Union Tribune.
Yeah, that painted a very dim picture in terms of the relationship between the two.
Well, Bob flat out, and I know Bob a little bit from me being in the market so long and him managing the A's and him growing up here. So we chat all the time. I've interviewed him many times, but nothing. I never covered the A's when he was the manager. It's not like we were sitting on a bus having a beer after the game. And so he started to tell me things that it's not just me. I'm sure he was. Bob's an honest guy. He was frustrated with the Padres process. The analytics, because the question I asked was about going from Billy and David Force to the analytics of the Padres, and he didn't think he could trust it. He didn't think it was accurate or applicable all the time. He didn't, so it made it hard to run the game. He said the stuff I got from the A's, I knew it was good, and I could trust it. And then they're overworking. It's kind of like the opposite of the Giants, if that was the issue, where they were on the field at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon for a 7 o'clock game. And you're like, these guys post every day. This is Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. and Juan Soto. They don't need to be out here 6 hours before the game, so we're overdoing it. So he had frustration, and I honestly thought he was going to resign at any moment. I just kept watching. I thought the All-Star break he may quit, and he hung in there, and they got hot at the end. But he did say, I'm under contract next year for $4 million. So how does that even work, John? If you quit, are you giving up the $4 million? If you quit your job and there's a contract, you have 1 more year on the contract, you don't get that money? I would assume so. I don't know. I've threatened to quit a lot of jobs, but I never actually did.
You threatened to quit this show.
I actually did 1 year on my birthday, so I could have the day off and not ask for it. Anyway,
but I mean,
so
is
he trying to get himself fired?
Again, this is one man's opinion, but this is a good source in San Diego. I'll just give you a couple of paragraphs out of this thing. It says, Manager Bob Melvin and President of Baseball Operations A.J. Preller cannot continue to work together, at least not in the way they have and have not the past 2 years, with a shroud of secrecy and suspicion that over time has grown exponentially. And then there's quotes from sources within the organization, which I'm sure they absolutely love. It's a civil war, said one person uniquely positioned to have dealt with both men in the past 2 years. They called it a civil war.
All right. So
does that sound like a guy coming back?
No, but how does the owner resolve it? What is A.J. Preller going to announce at 11:45 today? That he's resigning? Or is Seidler going to sit next to him and he's going to fire him? And then so Bob wins, and now I'm looking for a president of the baseball ops. I mean, I don't know. But that's why hanging on to Cap for a few more days would have not just, played your hand there. And but I think they're going to do what they want to do with the owner there. So let's just see what they say at 11:45. As far as the other candidates, I mean, Bob, and obviously Farhan knows them. Bob would check like a Trent Baalke scouting report every box. There's not a negative to Bob Melvin in any way, shape, or form. He's from the Bay Area. He was a Giant. He loves Bay Area sports. He went to Cal. He loves Sal Bando. He played with the Giants and Roger Craig. He's a competent manager. Bochy ran a bullpen as well as anybody I've ever seen. Bob Melvin was right there. Bob Melvin is a tremendous game manager. And Bob Melvin is very cordial with the media. It's not whatever Cap was and wasn't, or Bochy. It's just he's comfortable in his own skin. He's the one guy that could push back on Billy. And they got along. He managed Billy Beane's baseball team for 11 years. That's hard to do. I sat next to Art Howe on those bus rides when Billy would call him after a game, and he'd hand me the phone and said, here, let him yell at you for a while. So, I mean, Bob, he's not the kind of guy you're going to fight with. And I also think he's old school and new school. So whatever Farhan wants to do with the vast analytics department, Bob, he checks every single box. Can you think of one negative on Bob Melvin? I can't. Unless he just doesn't want to do it, and he's older now, but I think he does. I think he just didn't want to do that anymore. Plus, he's got Matt Williams coaching third base. So how great would that be to hire them both, bring Matt at third base, bring Hallberg in the dugout as his bench coach, and he may want to bring guys from San Diego. I don't know. So, I mean, it all seems like that's the guy, but who knows? Maybe they Farhan had something was said, or he blew a game here, or Larry heard him say something. Who knows? It seems to the outside world that he's an obvious. If you don't pick Bob Melvin, then, and I love Pat Burrell, and I think, Pat could be a part of the coaching staff because he knows a lot of these young hitters from the minor league system. Let him work with Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano and Luis Matos and Tyler Fitzgerald and Patrick Bailey. It'd be great. Does he want to be the hitting coach? That's a lot of work, and Pat likes his lifestyle here, there, and everywhere. Does he want to be the manager? I think you have to have respect for managers and what they do. As much as I love Stephen Vogt and his personality, is he going to be an overnight success as a manager? I mean, we see it, John. Guys do. Steve Kerr never coached before. Mark Jackson never coached. There's guys that do it, but I don't know. It's a little bit hard there, so I don't know if you want to go that way. But as far as Melvin, I can't think of a single negative on the guy in every regard. Everybody who's been around him loves him. But he's still under contract with Steven Seidler and the San Diego Padres, so we'll be listening at 11:45 to see how it gets resolved.
Again, it says the Padres will host an end-of-season press conference via Zoom with GM and President of Baseball Operations A.J. Preller at 11:45 a.m. So it doesn't say that anybody else is going to be there.
And it doesn't sound like that's going to be a press conference to fire him.
No, not fire him. And it's via Zoom. So, I mean, it may not mean anything, but the fact that your manager isn't there, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe it does.
Typically, Cap and Farhan did them together, didn't they?
I thought so.
Yeah, the last, 2 years ago, you lost to the Dodgers. And then last year, I remember them doing it last year together, like the same, like an hour before the start of the playoffs.
Right.
And you're thinking, damn. And last year, they got to 500, but they were never really in it. This year, it was harder because you thought, August 4th, 5th, when they went to Oakland, you thought they're going to be a lock for the playoffs. But if they would have played Philadelphia, though, those Philly fans, wow. When did they turn into Flyers fans? They're coming over the wall.
I think it's that team. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's the Philly fans. But, I mean, we're talking about kind of the sleepy nature of what the Giants are. You don't have a sleepy team when you have Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Castellanos. Like, those guys are
they're
wild.
fun. And what did Castellanos do when he got to second base? Was he flipping the bird or saying where he wanted to put a ring on
that thing out?
Was
that was not a ring finger.
I thought he was pointing at the ring finger. Which was it? Was that what he's telling his players?
The middle finger. Well, they blurred it out. I know that. All right. Bob Sturm is going to join us coming up next. He is great. The Ticket in Dallas, our sister station. Plus, you can read him in The Athletic. He's got a great Cowboy knowledge, and we'll get into Cowboys Niners next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, CD's essentially their slot guy.
Okay.
So he plays
Trouble.
outside. They move him around a lot, but they'll look for matchups for him. And last week it was when Christian Gonzalez went out the first play, 20-yard touchdown on the replacement. So if they have a matchup they like in the slot, they'll keep CD in there and work that as best as they can. But Brandon Cooks, we're still waiting to see him kind of have a day a little bit. Michael Gallup's been good the last couple of days. But if you're talking just slot, I would say it's Cooks, but mostly it's going to be CD in there. And they like their tight ends too.
As Todd Archer, he covers the Cowboys for ESPN. He was on with Murph and Mac this morning. Let's talk to our good friend Bob Sturm, of course, from The Ticket, our sister station in Dallas, the Hardline 3 to 7. Make sure that you listen. And he writes for The Athletic as well and covers the Cowboys and has for a long time. Make sure that you're following. You'll be smarter at Sports Sturm. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
What's going on, guys? I have bad news.
What?
The Athletic let me go in June.
What?
I was firing up your list of articles, and it goes back to January of 23, and I'm like, what's going on
Sorry,
here?
man.
It's actually good. I'm at my own Substack like everybody else in the world, and it's going wonderfully. So if people want to find me, I'm still out there, but I'm just not with San Francisco's own, The Athletic.
Tim Kawakami, the very athletic Bay Area. Yeah,
they gave me the haircut.
All right, so you got let go along the same times as Kellen Moore getting let go with the Cowboys after he couldn't score enough against the 49ers. So the change from Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, and they got Brian Schottenheimer as the OC. That's Marty's son, and he's done good things in this league for a long time. They're not calling it Bill Walsh's West Coast offense, but McCarthy's from Green Bay. We know it's the Texas Coast offense. So the changes in just the offense from when we saw last year, Bob. And then first of all, just watching the game back on the TV copy, Mike McCarthy's not calling the plays. He doesn't talk. He's just looking at the call sheet. Is Brian Schottenheimer calling this offense?
That's a great question, and it's one I haven't really spent a whole lot of time chasing. But now that you mention it, I should get on that as well. I guess I've just assumed that McCarthy is making the calls, but being at the stadium, maybe I'm missing what the TV copy is telling the world. So, to the best of my knowledge, this is a Mike McCarthy production, and Brian Schottenheimer, for all of his charm, is probably just a comfortable hire for Mike, or I guess the elevation. He was consulting last year for the Cowboys and perhaps consulted that Kellen Moore could do better. I don't know. But I think it's just they work well together combination, going back to Mike working for Marty back in Kansas City. I'm sure they've known each other forever. And right now it's a very underwhelming offensive scheme that looks in many ways similar, but I just have this feeling that a lot of their preparation has pointed towards Week 5 at San Francisco, and so maybe some of the change-up ideas have been kept in some ways under wraps, but that also might be delusional. So I leave both possibilities open.
Bob Sturm's joining us from the Ticket in Dallas, getting ready for the Niners and the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. You just mentioned this, and Jerry's come out and said they're probably going to win the Super Bowl, and Micah Parsons has been effusive in his praise of the 49ers as well. Are they trying to play some kind of Jedi mind trick here? You guys are so great. We're just lucky to be in the same stadium as you.
I think the 49ers are in their head, and rightfully so. That's how this league works. If you beat a team a few consecutive times in the playoffs, they suddenly become the boogeyman and the team that everything is pointed at. And man, I don't think it's crazy to say that they've kind of been the blueprint, not necessarily to beat them, but to be them. I think the 49ers street fight ability to win on both sides of the line of scrimmage, maybe the best example was like the 2019 championship game against Green Bay out there. I think the way they whipped their opponent on a high leverage spot like an NFC title game, kind of made the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy think, doggone, if I'm gonna play against teams like this, I've got to do the same thing. I think that in many ways informed their decision to draft Tyler Smith up front. I think in many ways the fact that they now are 8 or 10 deep on their defensive line with quality, I think the 49ers deserve some intellectual property credit on that. It's not like the 49ers have reinvented football, but I do think a lot of teams that are chasing them definitely are saying, we can't let these guys just kick our butts over and over again. We've got to be able to stand up and fight them in the ring. And I think going back to the playoff game, I think the Cowboys really did hold their own in toughness and hold their own in grit in the trenches or all these things. I think that game, looking back at it, kind of teetered on 1 or 2 or 3 key plays, and the 49ers made them, and the Cowboys did not, and that's how history will write it, as a rout or a humiliation or a failure. But I think it was a really good test of football for both sides, and a really good playoff game. The more it ages, I think it will age well.
Without a doubt. I've actually gone back and watched it a couple of times. It was a riveting game. It was January the 22nd and 23, and it was a divisional playoff game. The winner was going to Philly for the title game. It was a 9-9 game. Late in the third quarter, George Kittle makes that double tip and the tip off his face mask where he traveled 9 yards to come up with the ball, and they ran right down their throats. But to me, Bob, where the Cowboys lost the game is when Tony Pollard got air-casted and carted off the field. And now Zeke is gone. Tony's the guy. They had to feed the ball to CeeDee Lamb over and over and over again because they didn't have that other weapon with Pollard. So now it's Pollard, the featured back. Tell me where Brandon Cooks fits in. I see him just being a guy right now. Michael Gallup, I think, is back to good health. We heard Todd Archer coming in talking about where they're lining up CeeDee. Last year was mainly in the slot. The Cowboys actually give you the breakdown in their game notes. He's in the slot a lot more, 96 routes to 36, but his production is pretty equal, and he did score the touchdown against New England going outside. So where will 88 line up? What does Brandon Cooks do for them, and how are they using Tony Pollard right now, Bob?
Well, they're using Pollard a lot, and the more you give him the workload, the less his explosiveness is there. He's a great change-up back. I don't know if he's a great full-time back. I guess time will tell. He's certainly an upgrade from Zeke. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Over the last couple of years, it was kind of an odd, almost pecking order that did not feel like a meritocracy. They just kind of said, well, we're paying Zeke, so Zeke gets the lion's share of the work here. And I think they hamstrung themselves, as a Jerry Jones production often will. But, this year, it's a lot of Lamb. And why not? He's a phenomenal player, probably not the top shelf of NFL receivers, but right below it. I would love to see him as more of a red zone solution, to say that he's a pay him whatever he wants top 5 guy. I just think he lacks the ability to bully people in the red zone like you probably need. But otherwise, the offense is built around him, and then a running game that varies with scheme up front. But yes, some very impressive run blockers, really tackle to tackle if everybody's fit. That's really the wild thing, though. They drafted Tyler Smith with the first round pick in 2022. Since that day, they have not had their offensive line for even one snap in the NFL. Wow. They have not had Tyron Smith at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Tyler Biotish at center, Zach Martin at right guard, Terrence Steele at right tackle. They have played together 0 snaps since the 2022 draft.
Will they play together on Sunday night? Is Tyron Smith going to play?
Well, he at least was back at practice in a limited fashion today. I would think if he can go, they want him out there. They have been certainly careful with him in these games that they felt they could win without him. But I imagine left tackle, seeing a ton of Nick Bosa, you would probably want to make sure that Tyron can play if he can play, and that would give them a very good opportunity to handle things. But back to your original question about Brandon Cooks and how he fits into this offense. So far, not very well, and they got to get him going. He's, even in Houston the last couple of years, he's been very productive. He's still a big play guy. I think just hit his 30th birthday. He's got the juice. We saw it at training camp. We know what he's capable of. They just have not really gone to him. And so I guess it goes back to the question, are they in some ways saving a few things for week 5? The taking the chance on Brandon Cooks over the top. I know he's so much more than that, going back to his time with Sean McVay and even before that, but that's a weapon you've got to use more. And so far, the interesting thing about this new offense, Dak Prescott's average depth of target is 2 yards lower than his career average. And I believe last in the NFL right now. Now there's a couple players down there that are a little weird, so we wonder about the sample size. Joe Burrow's right on top of him, barely. And so we know that Joe Burrow is not, a 6.5 yards per attempt guy. But that's very interesting. They're using the flats over and over and over again. They're not terribly vertical yet. And we just wonder, because, it's 25% of the way into the season. It's time to show this thing. And so we do wonder, is this a sneak up on the 49ers and not show much on film, or is that all you got? Because if that's all you got, this team is not going to reach its dream.
Bob Sturm is joining us at Sports Sturm from the Ticket in Dallas as we get ready for the Cowboys and the 49ers coming up Sunday night here at Levi Stadium. That's what I noticed is I thought they were the Rams just in how quick they're getting rid of the football. And like you said, I don't know if that's as what they're going to be now, get rid of the ball quick and then work on, rack yards, whatever you want to call it, or if that's actually what they're going to do.
Well, I do think we have to kind of go back to the offensive line a little bit. I do think they are protecting their offensive line, and I think they went into the Giants game at the time thinking the Giants were pretty good up front. They went into the Jets game thinking the Jets were pretty good up front. Even the Arizona game, which where they were humiliated in it, but they were. It was a game plan that said we can't trust our offensive line to pass protect for very long. So well, that it's at least a reasonable explanation because Chuma Edoga is definitely not Tyron Smith, and Zach Martin missed time, Tyler Biadasz missed time, Tyler Smith missed time. The only guy who has perfect attendance, if I'm not mistaken, is Terrence Steele, and Terrence Steele is coming off a reconstructed knee from last December. So, is their offensive line as good as their reputation has been over the last several years? That is about to be put to the test. But they do think when they get all 5 of their guys that they're right there with the best offensive lines in football. So it will be fun to see if that's the case.
All right, speaking of knee injuries and jumping over to Dan Quinn and the Cowboys defense, it was 2 weeks ago tomorrow in a practice in Frisco that Trevon Diggs tore his ACL. And what a major loss. So they brought in Stephon Gilmore. He wears number 21, Deion's old number. Deron Bland, who was their nickel back, has now moved outside. And, man, he's balling. He's got 3 picks this year, 2 for pick sixes, 1 against Mac Jones. But my question about Jordan Lewis now, the nickel back, coming back from the Liz Frank. So how do they line up here? Is Bland playing that well on the outside? Are there snaps where he still goes inside, or is he strictly on the outside? And then is number 2, Jordan Lewis, Bob, does he have his full mobility back from that foot injury?
Well, I feel like Jordan Lewis is kind of where he's always been, and I know this is a mean thing to say, but it's how I describe him. He's a really good slot corner in just about every way except coverage, which is a weird way to describe a corner.
49ers have a nickelback just like that, exactly. Isaiah Oliver.
He tackles well, he blitzes well, he finds the ball. Just don't ask him to chase somebody. So if you're going to play a lot of zones, he'll be okay. But let's not get crazy. Deron Bland has been a real find for the Cowboys, a 5th-round pick, and I believe he has 10 starts now in his career, and he has 8 interceptions. And I think we all know that if you're almost averaging an interception per start in your career, you're Dick Night Train Lane maybe, but there's nobody else like that in NFL history. So that's a really neat trick, and his coverage is really solid as well. He will have his moments. Heck, even in the playoff game last year, Purdy threw a corner route near the pylon that he might have had a chance to intercept. He also took a personal foul as each team traded some late hits in that playoff game. And so, he will mix it up, and I don't know how he was a fifth-round corner. He certainly looks better than that to me, but from the second we saw him at his first training camp, he popped as a guy who looks way better than his reputation out of Fresno. So he's impressive. He's not Trayvon Diggs. They just gave Trayvon Diggs $100 million for a reason. So they're not as good, but they're still really good defensively. And for me, what they didn't do in that playoff game, they had 3 or 4 shots at it. They just had to turn the ball over. They never did. Purdy played a really clean game. The only 49ers turnover was in special teams. And, the 49ers put 2 incredibly impressive double-digit play drives together in the final 20 minutes of that game, and that's how they won it. The Cowboys' defense was great. They played really, really well, really tough football. They tackled well. They did just about everything they needed to do, but if you can't turn over the 49ers at all, then you're playing uphill. They need to figure out a way to make a couple plays in that game, and if they do, there's no question the Cowboys' defense is good enough to keep their end of the bargain.
Bob Stern joining us from the ticket in Dallas. Randy Gregory gets released today. Kind of a weird story. Looked like he was signing with Dallas, signed with Denver, signed that big $5 and $70. Now they're going to release him and eat that money. Would Dallas want him back? And the reason I'm asking is the 49ers could use a guy opposite Nick Bosa in their wide 9. Would Dallas be interested in Randy Gregory at a discount?
I mean, I'm sure they would. I just, if there's one thing the Cowboys don't seem to need, it's a whole lot on the edge, because even on Sunday when they had that defensive touchdown, a strip sack by Dante Fowler from Mac Jones that Leighton Vander Esch ran in. That was with DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons standing on the sideline. And your backup edges, Dante Fowler, the former 3rd pick in the draft out of Florida, and Dorrance Armstrong, I think he had 6 or 8 sacks last year. Those are their 2 backup edges. And so it feels a little bit like what the Giants did under. You just have 2 full defensive lines who are both real high quality. So, yeah, I mean, if Randy Gregory wants to return to Dallas, and I should tell you, I don't think the terms in which he left were really great. There was a belief that a contract was agreed to, and then I think Denver upped it somehow or guaranteed it, and the Cowboys were very annoyed at that sort of negotiating tactic. And so both sides win at each other, so I'm not positive there are still bridges there. But Randy Gregory can help teams. Very curious move by Denver, but we all know Denver is burning to the ground right now, and Sean Payton's not having a fun time. So I wouldn't rule it out, but I would also think that he would want to go to a place where he's needed, and the 49ers would probably be pretty smart to give him a phone call.
Micah Parsons. Wow. What a start he got off to in his career when he was Defensive Rookie of the Year, his entire career, but this year in particular, being the Defensive Player of the Month. And Nick Bosa won the Defensive Player of the Year last year. I think Parsons was trending that way. But then, he's got a little bit of a knee injury. Looking at him at the end of the New England game or at halftime, He was in and out. How much of a factor is that? And how much do teams do what Arizona did with him, where that is just run right at him? When you're passing the ball, make sure you double and roll away from him. But, Bob, do teams like to lean on him and maybe double him and run right at him because he's not even 250 pounds?
Yeah, I think that's certainly what everybody would think is the best way to attack him. I'll tell you, the film, to me, says that that's not quite as profitable as you think, unless you seriously are just trying to beat him up physically, which, of course, would make a lot of sense. You want to take out his legs early in the game so he doesn't have it late in the game. That all makes sense, so run right at him for that. But in terms of finding big plays because he can't, stand his ground and kind of hold the edge a little bit, I think he's actually better than you can imagine a 240-pound guy could do. Where he gets caught is the eye candy. He gets, we saw that Josh Dobbs run. America saw it, but he'll eat the cheese on the zone read a little bit, and he'll go chase the ball, and he's not 100% sure where it is all the time. And so the guy's a superstar. There's no doubt about it. But you can use his aggressiveness against him occasionally. Now, you better be right, because if you're wrong, it's going to really hurt. But, I've never seen anything like the guy, honestly. I realize there are 4 edges in the league right now, and you can't go wrong ranking them 1 through 4 with your guy and T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett and Micah. I would say those 4 are probably a cut above, with all due respect to guys like Max Crosby or whatever. But I would just say that I've never seen anything like him from a standpoint of this was a off-ball linebacker on draft night, and it felt like they had this idea, maybe a special package where they put him on the edge. And for that to turn into arguably the best pass rusher in the sport for arguably the 3rd straight year is just, I suppose, a sign that us media guys who try to follow the draft and try to know our stuff, we've still got a lot of work to do, because I don't remember anyone billing Micah Parsons as this type of animal. and he is, you can have the conversation. Is he the best edge rusher the Cowboys have ever had? And they had Charles Haley and DeMarcus Ware. So we're already to that point, and the dude is just barely 24. He's unbelievable.
Don't feel bad. That pick that they got, that 12th pick, was originally the 49ers, and they went up and got
right.
Trey Lance, who you have.
By the way, how's Trey doing? How's he developing there in Frisco, being number 3, Bob?
That's a great question, and it's one that we may never find the answer to. It's a pretty low profile right now, and it was a very Cowboys move, especially to hear that Jerry just did the trade and didn't really bounce it off anybody. But we'll see. I mean, I suppose it's not a horrible gamble if you liked him on draft night, but boy, some of that tape I saw out of San Francisco in the 2023 preseason was not confidence building from where I was sitting, at least.
No, absolutely not. Hey, thanks as always. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, great times, guys.
Thank you, man. Very enriching.
Bob Sturm at Sports Sturm. He's great. And again, bobsturm.substack.com. He's got a bunch of stuff on there on the Cowboys if you want to learn more and go deeper behind enemy lines. We'll talk a little bit about what he said. Guest list coming up as well. Remember, Dante at 12:30 to talk more 49ers if we want to get specifically into the defense. We'll do that in just over an hour. Pop and Lund, live from Levi's.
Do we, you know what's going on at 11:20, right?
What?
There's a national test FEMA is sending out on all of our phones.
Yeah, that's right.
So how long is this? We're always on the air. We never take a break.
They're going to cut us off?
Well, I mean, do we want to be on the air at 11:20 when the
Probably
whole world
not.
explodes?
Probably not. By the way,
what's happening at 11:20, by the way?
By the way, one quick note. I just got
disintegrate?
I got this big note tomorrow at, 9:30? The Warriors have a big press conference, and they're not saying what it is, but everyone is speculating that it's a
Steve Kerr signing.
New WNBA team is what they're saying.
Oh, that? Oh, I was talking about Klay Thompson. Where's Bobby Marks?
I think those things are Bobby Marks at 11:30. Those things are complicated. But the word is
you want to get them done before the
team.
start of the year.
You'd like to.
So that's what it'd be?
But that's what they're saying.
WNBA team?
Yeah, they're saying that
what's going to be the name?
Team.
They're going to be housed in Oakland and play in San Francisco.
That's a good question.
The San Francisco Bay Bombers.
I don't know.
That was the roller derby team.
That's right.
Joni Weston. Run Jones, the great Run
The
Run
Splash
Jones.
Girls. I don't know.
I'll find out.
I don't know what they're going to do.
We're not going to do that.
Just
San
saying.
Francisco Bay Bombers.
I will say that of the many things that Mark Davis has gotten wrong, the Las Vegas Aces is a pretty cool name for a WNBA team. The Aces. That's good. You don't like that?
No, I do.
Oh,
good for
You're
him.
just giving me a look.
Good for him.
I get it. I see the look.
How's this football team going? Did you see the video of him yelling back at fans for firing
awesome.
Josh McDaniels?
What did he say? Use your head?
Wow.
Use your head for what? Are you drunk in that box? Are you not watching the team?
Out of any comment there.
Yeah, we almost had you in there. All right. We could talk a little bit more so that then that thing happens, not while we're talking, cuts us off. Because you never know. I mean, it could cut us off right in the middle of a sentence.
It's going to like Mission Impossible?
It could be.
We're just going to go with smoke and...
You never know what's going to happen.
Probably won't be great radio.
No, not
this
the best.
This is a test for the emergency FEMA system.
Exactly.
In the event of a real emergency...
Yes. All right, we will get more into the Warriors at the bottom of the hour. Bobby Marks is going to join us. We hear it's a WNBA team. Maybe he's hearing that you could multitask. You could roll it all into one. That would be nice. So we'll see.
Who's going to make more money, the WNBA team or Klay Thompson in his next contract?
I think Klay Thompson. We shall discuss.
The entire league, they're going to give him $220 million? That ain't happening.
Plus, a lot of stuff happened in the offseason. So where does everything stand now that the dust has somewhat cleared, although it looks like Malcolm Brogdon could move from Portland, but other than that.
James Harden's got to get traded, doesn't he?
He showed up to camp, and he's being nice.
Sure he is.
And he doesn't look like the Goodyear blimp like normally.
He did that in Houston.
Remember when he was in Houston? And
he was the Michelin Man.
Yeah, he was gigantic. Trade me or I will eat you all.
You ever see him in college?
Yeah.
He has an eating disorder.
Bobby Marks at the bottom, Dante at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Mack, of course, from the Chronicle this morning to discuss the 49ers-Cowboys rivalry and where this new version of the rivalry ranks in the NFL. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some speed and athleticism, in our roster, but I think that's accurate. We're not going to be the quickest team, the most athletic team, but got a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge, a lot of feel, championship experience. I think we have a chance to be a really good team that can be a good two-way team, and that's what it takes to win at a high level, to win on the road. So that's what I'm looking for.
That's Steve Kerr. We're going to talk to Bobby Marks, bottom of the hour at 11:30. And again, that announcement tomorrow at 10 a.m., it says major announcement. Joe Lacob's going to be there. Peter Guber's going to be there. Brandon Schneider's going to be there. San Francisco Mayor London Breed is going to be there.
All right, so they're not going to announce Steve's contract extension.
It doesn't sound like it.
What they're going to announce is this is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. The purpose is to maintain and improve alert and warning capabilities at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial levels, and to evaluate the nation's public alert and warning capabilities. No action is required by the public. Now, that was supposed to be at 11:20, John. It came at 11:18.
I was talking on the air. I was promoting things, and it just
isn't that an issue that our
buzzed.
federal government arrives 2 minutes early? Was that by design, or what was that?
Yeah.
So I never remember this ever happening. So if we had a 9/11 attack right now, that's what they just tested right here, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
My phone back? Okay, got everything in there.
We're kind of in a shelterish kind of a spot. We are
Done.
like underneath a big stadium, kind of.
Yeah, remember the air raid shelters? Remember those?
Yeah, a little nervous.
Child of the Cold War. Go to the basement.
That's where we kind of are. We're in the basement right now. So anyway, that is tomorrow, and
So Steve said basically we're old and we're slow. We got to figure it out. I don't know. I think Bobby Marks was a part of a team in Brooklyn that was old and slow as well when he put that team together. So Bobby knows inside and out the money set of it, but he also knows the building of a team. So ultimately, how does Chris Paul work? What do they do here? I mean, it's going to be different. And Steve was saying, and I just happened to watch some Phoenix games from last year recently, and he plays a different style of basketball than the Warriors play. It's a lot of sets and pick and roll, and they can clearly do that with the second unit. Which one thing he also said was that, Chris Paul's going to start on Saturday against the Lakers in the preseason game at Chase Center with Draymond out. So, and then, how much can they pay Klay Thompson? If this was Steph Curry's contract, it'd be a big deal. If it was Draymond Green's contract, would he even be showing up? This is Klay, Belvedere Klay, Captain Klay. He's just side around the board of Klay. He's going to roll with it. Are they going to announce some kind of a contract extension between now and 3 weeks? They opened the season 3 weeks from yesterday. So how does that? And then what do they do with the money the coaches are making, John? Yeesh. Monty Williams deal. Greg Popovich got a new deal. What are we looking at? How much money is Steve Kerr going to demand as a 4-time NBA champion coach?
Let's ask Bobby Marks all about it on ESPN+. He's got the NBA Training Camp 2023 rosters, battles, extensions, and storylines, and there are a ton of them. And now that the dust is pretty much settled in the offseason, although Malcolm Brogdon probably gets moved by the Blazers, that may be the last one left, or James Harden, who did show up to Colorado State University in Fort Collins, which is very close to Philadelphia. Yeah, the Rams. Not real close to Philadelphia, but he wanted to, I guess, test the lungs or something.
The altitude.
Or maybe he's into, it's a lot easier in Colorado to partake. I don't know exactly what the thought process there is, but that's where Nick Nurse is with the 76ers. So those are the last things to drop, and obviously tons of Warriors conversation. We'll do it with Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, which, by the way, maybe we'll ask him what Bob Myers is going to do. Like now that Bob is his teammate.
I saw Bob. He told me all about it.
Oh, very cool.
He's going to be in studio. He's going to be on ABC. He's going to do games. He's going to do it all.
And we'll do it all next. Bobby Marks will join us, Pop in London on the Sports Leader. always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. And, of course, Steve can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away. That's right, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee the employer had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify. You only have to satisfy one way. There's the easy way. It's just math. A certain drop in gross revenue. I was astounded at how many firms and CPAs and clients that I talked to, they're only doing the easy method. And if the client didn't have that drop in gross revenue, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. That's not what the law provides. The law provides either or. The other method is a facts and circumstances method. Why isn't everybody else doing it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. It requires analysis. We are tax attorneys. We're willing to do the extra work, the analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies. That's the scammers that tell everybody qualifies. But there are a lot of people that don't have the necessary drop in gross revenue, don't qualify on that one, but they do qualify on this one. And a lot of the clients are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars and more, even millions, if you qualify. Think of us like a medical doctor for that second opinion if you've been turned down before.
Call right now. Steve's got the answers for you on ERC at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You know, for me, I actually had an opportunity in 2008 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, you know, for the season, you know, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So.
That, of course, is Chris Paul. That'll be one of the questions for the Warriors when the regular season starts. If Draymond Green is available, who is going to start? But there are a lot of questions around the Warriors, including Steve Kerr's contract, Klay Thompson's contract, and everything that is always around the Warriors. Tons going on in the association. Damian Lillard, Drew Holiday, that's finally done. James Harden showing up to camps. We got a ton of things to talk about. And Bobby Marks, front office insider for ESPN. Make sure you're following him at Bobby Marks42. And right now up there, he's got the NBA training camp cheat sheet for all 30 teams on ESPN Plus, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It's about to get busy, right? Hi, Bobby.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
It's kind of been a flurry of activity here. The Lillard deal finally gets done. The Drew Holiday gets done quickly, and now we're just kind of waiting on James Harden, huh?
Yeah, I think we'll be waiting for a long time on James Harden. I don't see anything happening immediately with him. It looks like he's reported to training camp. He's practiced with the 76ers. It's an interesting situation because certainly there's not a market there for him, or at least a market where Philadelphia is looking for teams willing to give up what Philadelphia is looking for. And I think it's interesting how this plays out. And certainly for a player that's going to be a free agent next year, and the Joel Embiid effect, because the reality is that they're not anywhere near where Boston is, or Milwaukee, or Miami, teams like that. 2 out of 3 years, you've got a major distraction that kind of hangs over your organization here.
Yeah, the drama of the NBA right up until opening night, coming up 3 weeks from yesterday. And obviously some big changes in the offseason. Bradley Beal to Phoenix, and Kristaps Porzingis to Boston, and Drew Holiday also there. But we heard Chris Paul coming in, and the Warriors made that deal a week before the draft. It was financially driven, we know that, and it sets them up for a better future. But as far as the present, we'll put Jordan Poole and his ability over there in a hopper. Just Chris Paul plays differently than the Warriors play. Obviously, the space and the pace, and he's more of a pick and roll player. He can run that second unit. He's older, obviously. Just the overall fit of Chris Paul on the Warriors with Steph and Klay and Dre and Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins on the actual basketball floor, not the spreadsheet, Bobby. Do you like it or not?
I mean, I would say to be determined, really. I mean, I know Draymond's injured right now. I don't really make much to do about if he's starting or coming off the bench. I think I'm more interested what does the last 5 minutes tell you here. I think, certainly he anchors. If he does come off the bench, he does anchor a second unit with Peyton and Moody and Kuminga, Saric, guys like that. I think it's probably a 1 year, based on when you hear Joe Lacob talk, this is kind of a 1 year window with Chris Paul on your roster, especially if you're going to extend Klay or sign him long term here. So I understand there's a lot of different elements here, but I think for me, I'm just curious to see. Steve Kerr's come out and said that they want to get back to kind of being in a defensive-minded team. What does that mean for Chris Paul, who at one time was one of the better defenders out there here? But I think until we get Draymond back, I think we're going to be in a wait-and-see mode as far as how he impacts the roster. I think, and I wrote about it in the training camp guide, I think Moody and Kuminga might have a bigger impact than what Chris Paul does. I think those guys are kind of a little bit, certainly Kuminga is more of kind of an X factor as far as how they're able to contribute off the bench.
Bobby Marks is doing his front office insider for ESPN as we get you ready for the NBA season. You mentioned Klay Thompson as a guy who's been in the front office. How do you look at his situation, given that he's probably not a max player anymore? He's beloved, and he's been a big part, obviously, of this organization and winning championships, but he's lost a step defensively. What do you do with Klay Thompson?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you kind of draw a line in the sand and said, once we get to the regular season, if there's not a deal in place, I mean, Clay can be extended all the way up until June 30th. But there is a 3-week window here to extend him before the season starts. If there's no deal, do we just kind of put it on ice until, sometime after the regular season here? I think certainly, I mean, you signed Draymond to, 4 years. Curry's got 3 left, 2, starting next year. I would certainly think you would want to align him where Curry is. If that means, is it 3 years and maybe an additional year? You're right. He's not a max player. He's not a 4 for 223, which he's eligible for. I mean, as you hear more about Joe Lacob, they're pretty adamant not going into that second apron next year that has some pretty harsh roster restrictions here. So for a number for Clay, then you're thinking it's going to be somewhere in the maybe mid-30s. Could he do 3 for 100? We'll see. We'll see if he's willing to kind of test the market and become an unrestricted free agent. There's a market of more teams out there that have cap space, but as you guys know, those teams are usually those teams that are going to be rebuilding. But I would expect something to get done here. I don't think I'd be surprised if it's in the next 2 to 3 weeks here, but I would be probably more stunned if he's not in a Golden State uniform next year.
And obviously he started really slowly last year, but right around middle December he started to pick it up, and he wound up leading the NBA in 3-point field goals made, and his defense is not what it used to be, and they had to play him closer to the sideline, the baseline more, and Steve's even talking about him playing 4 more this year. But for a long, long time, Bobby, Clay's ability to guard the ball at 6'7" made the Splash Brothers backcourt work. My question about Chris Paul, and I heard your answer about his defense, and I want to get into it more. I mean, Chris Paul's been a great defensive player in the NBA, 9-time All-NBA defensive player. He's built low to the ground. He's tough. If he got switched onto a bigger guy, he'd hold his ground. But watching him last year in Phoenix, the lack of foot speed was evident. Everybody's making a big deal about as he started. As you said, it's finish. Can he be in the finishing 5 with Steph Curry on the floor? So my question is, can you play Steph and Chris Paul together? They used to pick on Steph for years and years. Steph's gotten to be a good defender, and he fights back. Where's Chris Paul at defensively?
Yeah, I think as you guys have been around sports a long time, you know, Father Time, you never beat Father Time, right? I mean, he kind of always catches up to you here. And I agree. I think he certainly has lost a step, and I think that's going to be the big thing with what Steve's got to figure out is that, maybe offensively he impacts games at the end in the fourth quarter, at the end of games here, but can you afford to have him and Steph Curry on the floor? And that certainly gets to be a small lineup here, because if you got those two and you've got Clay and you've got Wiggins and then Draymond, or, certainly you could flop, put Looney in for Wiggins here. It's a smaller lineup that's, got, lack of foot speed as far as in the backcourt here. And I think that's probably more of as you said, probably more of my concern than, I don't really care who starts and who, but, finishing matters, but has he lost a step defensively, or was it, kind of a blip in the radar? And I think it's more probably, as the older he gets here, is that he starts to slow down.
Bobby Marks, known as ESPN front office insider, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. You wrote a piece on this last month, and I've wondered about this, especially how it pertains to the Warriors, how the NBA's new rules on resting stars will work. So how does it work, and how will it affect an older team like the Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. I mean, the player participation policy, the league has designated players who have made the All-Star team or been named, all NBA in the last 3 years as one of these star criterias. And what the league, especially when you're going to negotiate a new TV deal in the next, whatever months here or in a year here, they want your stars to be on the court. So that means that if, Steph Curry is not going to be sitting out a national televised game anymore. Andrew Wiggins, who would fall under that category, certainly, I think Chris Paul's under that category here. There's certainly exceptions for regular season games if it's on a back-to-back where certain players are grandfathered in based on your age and the minutes played, that you can petition the league here to sit out the second night here. But the goal is, as I said, is to get, especially with teams that have 3 guys that are 3 or 4 guys stars, and Golden State's schedule is loaded with national TV games. The goal is to get these guys on the court here, and there's a fine. It can go anywhere up to, third fine is like $1.2 million, and you keep on adding $1 million up to that here. So I think it'll be interesting. We're in a wait and see approach as far as who wants to violate it. If who gets designated as back spasms out, the league has the right to go in and investigate it here. But that's that's a little bit of the kind of the gist of this, player participation policy here, is that the league wants star players in place. And I think you look back to last year, the Lakers were playing Brooklyn on the first night of a back-to-back. They had the Knicks the next night on a national TV game. LeBron and AD don't play the first game. Well, that doesn't happen anymore under this new rule where you can rest both players to have them ready for that national TV game.
So I guess, you're talking about Hall of Famers, across the board, including the head coach and, obviously Steph, Clay, and Dre, and you bring in Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins, a hell of a player, and Kavan, but they've got miles on them, and it's not just their chronological age. They went to the finals 5 straight years, and they went, a couple of years ago, and they're just older now, and I know you were part of a team in the about 10 years ago in Brooklyn that went the old route. The bottom line is, are they just too old? Maybe they could come out in April, May, and June and do what they did a couple of years ago. But in light of everything, how does a team, this age with this amount of wear and tear on their bodies, how do they navigate the 82-game season?
No, it's a great question. The 2013 team that we had in Brooklyn after the Pierce Garnett trade, I think was probably the oldest team in the league. The Golden State, I think right now is the oldest team. And I think what saved
in
us
history you talking about?
No,
No.
What saved us that year, and when I say that, you're saying we got off to a 9-19 start, but we still got into the playoffs and played really well in the second half. What saved us that year was our bench. What saved us, and I said it the other day, we went down to Duke and had training camp, and in the first day, our bench kicked the starters' rear end. And we had a really, Sean was on that team, Livingston, and Karolinko and Andre Bloch and Allen Anderson, and we had a really nice bench, and that's what's going to have to save Golden State here as far as to keep your main core guys fresh when they get to the playoffs here. Is the Corey Joseph, Gary Paytons, Moody, Kuminga, Budzinski, guys like that are going to have to play a role where you're not burning these guys out during the regular season. And that's what, as I said, that helped us tremendously here, is that we had a really good bench in 13-14.
And finally, the coaching situation, the salaries have gone crazy. Monty Williams gets that $678 plus, and that has more money potentially in it. Greg Popovich gets 16 plus. Would he get $580 plus $1 million? Whereas Steve Kerr is sitting there going, "Hey, what about me?" He's going into the last year of his deal. What does his deal look like?
Yeah, it's the beauty of that is, and I'm sure Steve appreciates that, there's no salary cap.
Yeah, right.
When it comes to coaches. And it's sure. What he's been able to do, I think he can certainly write a blank check as far as what, is he looking at 10? Is he looking at, Monty's making 13 in Detroit. I think that's a little bit of a different situation based on there was such a desire to get him there. But, he could be looking at, certainly $10 million here. I can't believe, maybe I'm just outdating myself, how big staffs are these days here. And you guys know, back in the day we had a head coach, 2 assistants, a trainer, and a strength coach. Exactly. And you look at rosters now.
I remember when it was 1 assistant coach and 1 trainer.
30 deep with you got the head of analytics to the head coach and the assistant analytics, and it just goes on, and so that, I think that has to be taken into account too. Is that if you're going to pay Steve $10 million, what's left for to build a really good staff around him?
That's a great point.
The Warriors, including player development coaches, list 10 coaches on their roster. 10.
1 per player, almost.
Almost. That's what Mark Cuban wanted to start
years ago. I feel sorry
ago.
for the equipment manager now. Back in the day, they'd have 5 people they give that gear bag to. Now it's like you go 60 deep for basketball operations.
That's good.
When they take the team picture, there's more guys in golf shirts than there are basketball jerseys.
You take 2.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bobby, really appreciate it. Well done on the NBA camp training or the cheat sheet. We appreciate it, and I know we'll talk to you throughout the season. But thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you.
The great Bobby Marks at Bobby Marks 42. Make sure that you follow him. He will make you smarter. He's got the camp cheat sheet on there as well. He wrote the piece last month on the new rules as far as resting guys. That'll make you smarter. You need to know about that as well. We'll continue the conversation. Some interesting stuff he gave us right there. Dante Whitner's coming up at about 10 after the hour. I will tell you, former defensive lineman Gerald McCoy, remember him with the Bucs and a few other teams. In fact, he did play for Dallas for a minute. He was on the Rich Eisen show. And again, it's just this national perception of Brock Purdy. I want to play this for you at about 10 past the hour. We'll just capitalize on what Bobby said. Then we'll play that for you. And then Dante at 12:30. That's what's on the agenda as we're live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR. But this time, I'm speaking on behalf of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, the ICL procedure, which I'll tell you about, and a procedure that John London and I had called CLR, custom lens replacement. So last summer, not 2023, the summer before in 2022, I had an eye exam to see if I was even a candidate. It was the best eye exam I ever had. They call it the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. So I had it. John Lunhan did the CLR. It's a custom lens replacement procedure, but they perform, other forms, LASIK and all 3 types, and they are specialists in the EVO. The EVO is what it's called. ICL, an insertable contact lens. How cool is that? And some of these other forms are more appropriate for some patients to help them see their best without wearing glasses. So Dr. Craig Bindi is the guy that I've known for years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. But John and I actually had our eye surgeries, the CLR procedure performed by Dr. Joseph Lin. What a talent. He is unbelievable. Surgical hands, great to talk to. Their entire team, they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work. So first thing is get an eye exam, check it out, see which procedure you want them to do, if any. So do it right now. It is the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's the gauntlet. Do you expect to be back next season, and what do you expect next?
You know what? I'm under contract here next year, and that's the only thing I'm thinking about right now.
That is Bob Melvin on the last day of the season saying that he's going to be back. There was a piece written in the San Diego Union Tribune that would seem to make it difficult for Bob Melvin to come back under A.J. Preller, their general manager. But A.J. Preller spoke about 10 minutes ago, and the first thing he said is, quote, Bob is our manager, and he's going to be our manager moving forward. Both he and I are very excited about the challenge of getting this group back to the postseason next year, unquote. So scratch Bob Melvin off the Giants list, who probably would have been the number one candidate.
At least publicly, you have no idea knowing. So, I mean, that is subject to change. They may be saying that because they don't want to fire him and have him go to the Giants. I remember when John Gruden, Tampa Bay was going after John Gruden that entire year, and Al Davis just wouldn't do it. And then he wound up trading him on President's Day, which was February 21st that year. So it is subject to change. I mean, you could call and try to trade for him, or let's just go under the premise that's been building for the last 24 hours, John, that Bob Melvin would not be a candidate because he's still under contract to Steven Seidler in the Padres, and they're going to keep both Preller and Melvin. So now what do you do? So the internal candidates, what Farhan talked about yesterday, and I think those are obvious, Craig Albernaz and Ron Wotus and Kai Correa and Mark Hallberg. You get to interview all of them. He said one or two. So, I mean, how many do you really think have the ability to be a manager? I know Wotus hasn't been contacted yet, but that could change. And I think Ron has interest in that. Albernaz is interviewing for other openings, John, as far as being a manager. I mean, right now, what jobs are open? The Mets, right? They fired Buck Showalter. The Angels fired Phil Nevin. We just started the playoffs here. Where's Craig Counsell going to go? You would think he is from Milwaukee. Is that owner there? I'm going to re-sign him. Is he going to go to the Mets to replace Buck Showalter and join David Stern? So, if Dave Roberts, say the Dodgers go out quickly, which is a possibility, John, would Dave Roberts be available?
He'd bolt to the top.
Yeah, I mean, plus he's a former Giant. He said he's won his division every single year except for one when he got out, scored 107 to 106 since he's been the manager. The Dodgers wanted to hire Gabe Kapler before they hired Dave Roberts, but Gabe was going through trade. Gabe was going through a divorce. He just couldn't do it. And I think Bob Guerin, the bench coach there, would be in play. Farhan likes him. He's done a solid job. I think he runs that game.
There'd be a mutiny.
From who? The media?
Yeah. It wasn't so great with the A's.
Yeah, but it was a different. To me, he runs that team more than even Doc, and I like Doc. So just as far as the internal candidates, I think we know who they are. The external candidates, let's just wait and see how October unfolds. The other name, and I know we're talking Stephen Vogt, and Farhan did say he's open to first-time managers. One guy I've been thinking about for a while, and really because going back to the spring and the WBC, is Mark DeRosa. And at first I thought, why is this guy managing Team USA? What has he ever done? And it was just kind of weird, but he really got into it. And the starting pitchers didn't go there, so they wound up losing to Team Japan. But just the way he handled that, he obviously wants to do it because he studied it. And then I thought maybe he'd be a candidate if someone got fired middle of the year. The opportunity for Mark DeRosa never came up. But he was a Giant. He wasn't a long-term Giant, but he was a Giant. And the one thing about him was he was here in 2010, and he got hurt right away, and he did not go away. He showed up, and he was a part of that team, and it had to kill him to be in a World Series winning team and not be able to play. But I remember what a contributor he was. And just watching him, maybe it's a little bit of the television bias where you see Steve Kerr do it overnight. He did a breakdown today on Zach Wheeler, and he knows pitching, he knows hitting. I think he would help hitters. And then he has maybe I think Cap can do that easily as well. But, he has more of a cool vibe than Cap.
He's
where
the anti-Cap.
He's just comfortable being himself. And the way he handled that star-laden Team USA, not only the roster, but the coaching staff was full of stars. I don't know. I think he wants to do it. I think with him, you check with Javi Lopez, you check with Ryan Vogelsong, guys that know him well that live in Atlanta. Does Mark DeRosa want the job? Has he reached out? I mean, now that it looks like Bob Melvin's not a candidate, you're just thinking outside the box a little bit. He would be a first-time manager, but he did manage Team USA. He does have a giant tie. I mean, besides the guys that have done it, and we know their track record, we can go on Baseball Reference and look at it. I just wonder if Mark DeRosa could be one of those guys put in the right circumstance where he could be a part teacher. I think he embraces the analytics, but he's got a little old school to him. He's got a giant tie. What do you think of Mark DeRosa?
Does he have any coaching experience at all?
Well, Team USA.
Yeah, other than that,
managed Team USA.
I mean, because I like him as a personality on MLB Network. I just don't know. I go back to this, the thought process of it. I know that you got to think long term, but also the reason he fired Gabe Kapler was because he's trying to save his own butt in the short term. That's part of it. Is that are you going to take a risk on a guy like that? Because it's one thing to be in the WBC for a month. It's another thing to be around these guys for 9 months. And I think it's hard. And it's not that I don't think you could do it. I just don't know. Bag said something I thought that was really interesting this morning, which is Farhan didn't give us a lot to go on. There was a lot of meat in that press conference. He's very adept, just like Billy is, at avoiding the question, answering the question. Then at the end, you look at your quote and you got nothing. We're going to know who he hires based on how they're going to play. Right, so if he stays, if it's Ron Wotus, maybe that's a roll to old school. If it's a new guy,
no, I don't think so at all with Wody. Wody brought analytics to this franchise.
He did, but I think that aren't you saying at that point that you are going to rely a little bit more on gut and a little bit less on what you do?
Ron was in charge of all the shifting. That's what he did.
But I just think that might be an ode to those kind of things. I think we're going to know.
I think that's the way the game is. Someone like Wotus.
And the other thing that's interesting from the quotes of before we shut the door on Bob Melvin, and this is something you discussed a little bit earlier. Says A.J. Preller declines to comment on what the Padres would do if there's interest in Bob Melvin from other organizations. Obviously, that's a Giants question. So he didn't say, no, we wouldn't entertain that. He didn't say, yes, we would. Yeah, but he declined comment. So to me, that means that he would entertain something now.
So this is the whole timeline. But
if you're the Giants, are you so interested in Bob Melvin that you would offer something?
I would trade for Bob Melvin. I want to know what they want. I want Bob Melvin and Juan Soto. Or Mark Hulberg. No, I'm Mark. We love you, and I'm kidding. No, that's why I don't know why you had to fire him at 2:05 on Friday.
Because he was going to find out, and that's not the way.
Find out from who? Just keep it quiet.
Well, that's just the way the news cycle works.
Well, don't tell anybody. Farhan, just don't say anything. I think if you want to play, maybe they don't want to play poker. I don't know. To me, I would have had the dignity to let him finish the year. You were giving out the Willie Mack Award. He was a part of the team. I don't like firing a guy before the year is over, especially when you're so close. If you wanted to fire him on Labor Day and try to avoid what happened in September, that's different. But you were already mathematically out. Just let the guy finish. Let him clean out his office properly. And I don't know why maybe it was the distraction.
Leave the bar. That's all I care about.
Maybe the distraction of Craw. I don't know why they did that. But also, the first thing I thought of is Steven Seidler ain't an idiot. He knows now you need a manager. Everybody's writing about Bob Melvin. If he wants to get rid of Bob Melvin, he's not telling anybody. Now, I don't know if they're doing that, but I know Bob was upset, and there was a real rift there. So is it worth, and they all talk to each other. Is it worth making a phone call? Maybe you don't call A.J., because A.J. would Billy Bean and trade him like Billy did with Art Howe. Maybe you do.
That would be worth it to me. I mean, it all depends on what you want to be
realistic here. You're not. What are you going to give up?
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, to me, he is the far and away best candidate who checks all the boxes. And so to me, he would be worth trading for. Now, I'm not trading Kyle Harrison, but if you want money, we're not doing an Al Davis, John Gruden kind of a thing where you're getting all these picks and all this
Sean
money.
Payton. I mean,
but if you want money, if money is your motivating factor, and this is a team that has a massive payroll, then I'd flip you a few bucks for Bob Melvin. But I'm not giving you a top prospect.
If you just held on to Cap and he said Cap's our manager for now, you wouldn't have to give him anything. I don't want to give him.
You were going to fire him anyway. I mean, that was bad.
Okay, whatever. You don't want to give him anything.
That was a poorly kept
It's neither here nor there. So I think now what I was saying originally is that they're saying initially that they're both coming back, but when pressed on, would you be open to trading him?
This is no comment, which is yes.
Which is, how did he say that? That's so odd. I mean, I would, you make a joke and say, you want to trade for me or something.
But if you were that emphatic, you would say no to that.
Yeah,
right?
I'd have to see exactly what the no comment was and how awkward it was, but whatever. But I think, I would look into it. I mean, if he's you haven't even interviewed him yet. You don't know anything about him. But Farhan does know him from Oakland, obviously, so there's a commonality there. So I think now we're in this holding pattern to see if Bob Melvin is truly available to manage. So I think in the meantime, assuming you can't work it out, you look at other candidates, or maybe there's someone that is now this generation's Bob Melvin. Maybe Stephen Vogt is this generation's Bob Melvin. And you can, he's younger and probably cheaper. And, Stephen Vogt he grew up a Giant fan, but he doesn't have the ties. I don't know how important that is to have someone, manage your team that played for the team. And Vogt did play for Bochy. He had a big home run in Cincinnati, a grand slam on a Friday night to complete, or a Saturday night to complete an epic comeback. I remember that game well, and he's a good guy, but there's a lot of trust there. I mean, there's no leap of faith with Bob Melvin. You know how he's going to run the game. He's expert. You know how he's going to talk to your players. You know how he's going to talk to the media. You know how he's going to talk to your fan base. So is that worth some form of compensation to the Padres? Sure. But are they truly open to it? Is that why they're playing this shell game a little bit here, is to get something from the Giants, which is what I thought of right away. Are they going to make the Padres fire Bob Melvin, or the Padres just not going to fire Bob Melvin in order to extract something from the Giants? So I think we put Bob Melvin on hold. 15 minutes ago, we thought, he's coming back, but now they may be open to a phone call and making a trade for him.
Interesting. I would. I'm not giving up a prospect. I'm not giving up a top prospect. I'll give up money. I think he's far and away the best candidate, and he fits, and he's perfect for the organization. So we'll see what happens. But I guess you can't close the door completely.
How did they get Bochy? Was he still under contract? Sandy
Padres fired him.
I think Sabian called Sandy. It was obvious that that Boch and Sandy were not getting along. And Flan was on that staff, and we heard the stories. I mean, they came into, and you think Billy, micromanages or macro-manages, or anybody in the GM runs everything. I mean, the original guy that really did this was Sandy Alderson. And it was not so much with Tony. He couldn't do it with Tony, but they had all the analytics and everything. And but when Tony left, and then more so when Sandy went in the front office and worked for Bud Selig. He was third in command of Major League Baseball, and he fired all the umpires. Remember that, when they struck? And Sandy was a hard ass. He came back to run the Padres. Then he brought a lot of the analytics in. And the word was that, somebody would knock on Boch's door at 3 p.m. and say, Skip, here's your lineup for tonight. And he'd be like, what? Because he managed a long time. Who was the GM they had there that passed away? Smith?
Oh, yeah.
Not A.J. Smith. He was the Chargers GM. Who's the guy? Randy.
Is it Randy Smith?
Randy Smith? Anyway, he passed away. He and Bochy were tight. Anyway, so Bochy, I don't know if that was, I don't think they got anything for it, but I think there was an agreement. I think Sandy fired Boch, and he was available first. Is that how it was?
I'm 99. Let me look it up, but I'm 99% sure. I thought Bochy was fired.
I remember Sabian jumped on it fast, and to me that was weird. It was a little bit like, what? You're hiring Bruce Bochy to manage the Giants? Why don't you go get Tommy Lasorda? I mean, it was like he was such a Padre. Played for him and managed for him, and it was just weird, but obviously it turned out so well. So, I mean, with San Diego, that's a different ownership now. Would they be less inclined to repeat that wrong and let, a longtime manager, or Bob wasn't there that long, it's just 2 years, but a respected manager move on and be manager of the Giants. So I don't know, but I think it would be interesting to see if, in fact, they deem him as high as we do in the media, Melvin, and if they'd be willing to get something up to get him out of the contract with the Padres.
It was Kevin Towers.
Yeah.
Kevin Towers was the guy.
Yeah, it was Towers. Yeah.
All right. We will discuss. This is something interesting. The disrespect of Brock continues, and I'm sure that he uses it for fuel, but this is interesting. Rich Eisen, good friend of the show, remember Gerald McCoy, high pick out of
Very
Oklahoma,
well.
Tampa
Number
Bay
3
Buccaneer.
overall pick in the draft.
And he was with the Cowboys for a brief time as well. But he asked him about tiers of quarterbacks. And here we are again. Remember, you thought it ended with Joe Flacco calling quarterbacks elite. He had a list of elite, but it was more so what he said about Brock Purdy. We'll play that for you coming up next. Then we got Dante coming up at 12:30 to decipher last time out and then look ahead mostly to the Cowboys. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways from Farhan Zaidi's end-of-season press conference, the president of baseball operations for the Giants, of course, yesterday. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Second down, 7. Purdy in the gun. Elijah Mitchell now in. Juszczyk wanted to come in motion. Purdy says stay where you are as a right wing. Right slot. Kittle's a left wing with Ray. They're going to throw. And here's Purdy going to throw one deep. Wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Thanks for joining us. I know those guys. Papa and Tim Ryan, Greg Papa, John Lund, thanks for joining us. Tim will be in that very seat across from me. Well, he will have just finished. So 23 hours about away. Tim will join us at 11 o'clock tomorrow from the very spot we are at Levi's Stadium to talk some 49ers as we do every Thursday. The reason we play that cut for you, and by the way, Dante Whitner at about 12 minutes bottom of the hour. I don't know what Gerald McCoy is doing now. Obviously, he's doing.
He does TV. He's on Access. He's on NFL Network.
So he was on with Rich Eisen, former third overall pick, played for Tampa Bay, Dallas, a couple other teams, Carolina near the end of his career. And the elite QB conversation, which I thought we were done with when Joe Flacco left because everyone wanted to talk about elite quarterbacks. But Rich Eisen was asking about elite quarterbacks, and he does have a theory behind elite quarterbacks. And then he's asked about Brock Purdy. So just for kind of reference, we'll play, it's only about a minute and a half long, where he's talking about quarterbacks and who he thinks is elite. And then Rich asked him, what about Brock Purdy? So take a listen from Gerald McCoy.
Who are your elite quarterbacks? Is Tua elite in your mind?
Not yet, because in order for me to consider you elite, I got to see it more than once. In order to be elite, you have to have a full season, and then I have to see it twice, 2 full seasons.
So Hurts is not elite yet in your mind yet?
Not elite. He's really good.
Is Dak elite?
No, but we question Dak's ability to protect the football every year. Elite quarterbacks, we don't have that question every single year.
Josh Allen is elite?
Yes.
Obviously, Mahomes is elite?
Yes.
Is Herbert elite?
No. What have we seen Herbert do that's elite? He's been really good, but in the playoffs, have we seen Herbert be elite?
Is Lamar elite?
Yes.
Why?
He's an MVP, and if you look at what he's done with the system he's been put in, his win-to-loss ratio with all the injuries and everything he's dealt with, and they still come out winning every year, that's the elite quarterback.
But Burrow's elite?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. This is a good one. Brock Purdy.
No.
Come on, man. Why would you even laugh? Why would you laugh while saying no?
Brock Purdy's not elite.
Why
man.
not?
Come on now. Brock Purdy's playing well. He is, but Jesus Christ, man, that Ross is incredible. Here's what I say about Brock Purdy. He's more than what we gave him credit for. Brock Purdy is not just not losing the games anymore. He's actually winning games. And in order to take that next step as a quarterback, you have to go win games. And I think we can agree that with his run that he's been on, he's legit. Elite, no. It takes a lot to be elite.
I respect the part that where he says what elite is and this, that, and the other. It was not what he said, it's how he said it. Like when you start, I mean, you're laughing, really? Okay.
And then he dropped a JC on us.
I hope he hears all this stuff.
I don't know why Gerald McCoy was a terrific player. I don't know if I'd hire him as a scout to evaluate quarterback play, but he's entitled to his own opinion like we are. It's fine. So his initial thought was, what did he say? You have to do it for 2 years? And the whole thing about elite quarterback and all that, it's just whatever it is.
Whatever the term is, I really don't care. It's just,
he hasn't lost a game in the NFL. The offense fires at a very high level. I don't know what you're looking at here. if he wants him to do it over a longer period of time, that's one thing. Justin Herbert is not an elite thrower of the football. What more would you possibly want? And he did have a 27-0 lead in that playoff game in Jacksonville, and they couldn't run the clock out. I mean, he's the most elite pure thrower of the ball that's ever been, or one of them. I don't know.
Wait till he gets an offensive coach, maybe midway through the season.
Just watch him throw the ball when it comes out of his hand from any angle on any spot on the field. Justin Herbert is the
Plus, he just has a dopey
elite
head coach. If he had a guy who could win games,
I don't care about the head coach. Just can you evaluate the player's ability?
But he's downgrading him because he's not winning enough.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think he watches. He's good on TV. He's got a little stick. As far as Brock, I mean, the way he answered it, I just don't have time for this. I don't care. And Brock, we came in with his touchdown pass to Debo, and that was not a great back shoulder. I mean, the thought process in the one-on-one and Debo's route was incredible. And he hurt his knee earlier in that game in the 3rd and 15. That's the best route Debo's ever run, the stutter and go to the back shoulder by the pylon. The ball was not perfectly placed by Brock Purdy on that one because it was to the front shoulder, not the back, against Adoree Jackson, but he still ripped it away. But last week's game, and Brock Purdy, the overall way that he played that game, and I don't think he's played a bad game all year. Probably the one that he was the lowest graded one was January 22nd of last year, the playoff game against Dallas. But I was so impressed with the way he overcame that and the way Dallas's front was causing problems. The running game was not there. And just his mind and the way he figured it out and that half roll going left and the throwback middle to Kittle when he tipped it up in the air and hit it off his face mask and reeled it in before he got annihilated by the safety and the ball traveled 9 yards. Just everything. He just finds a way to win the game. But last week's game, John, there was a completely different challenge than the week before against the New York Giants. The deep shots down the field that Brock threw. I mean, the one that really struck, obviously, is the one to Ayuk into the double coverage when it was an under center 7-step drop, and he threw into double coverage, which you're thinking, why is he doing that? But he threw it flat where Brandon Ayuk could go across the formation to make the catch, where only he could get it. Now, Brandon made a great catch, and he literally caught the back point of the ball. But when you look at the game in L.A. against the Rams week 2, when he overthrew Debo wanted to go flat against that coverage, and Brock threw it vertical, and it's a harder one to hit. You go flat, you let him run under it. Anyway, he learned from that. And then when they were working the clock at the end, and the way he takes that play clock down every single time, and then Kyle did not run it every time. He had Ayuk run a back shoulder out to the left by the sideline. Go back and watch that throw. I mean, it's just and there were so many tight window throws. I think he played his best game, and he's really not had a glaring bad one in the NFL. But the one last week against Arizona, completely different challenge the week before against the Giants. Wow, his ball placement, his everything. I think for a guy like Gerald McCoy, he's just not big and strong. He's not 6'5". He doesn't run like Lamar. He doesn't have a rocket arm. But just look at the results and the way he processed. You could see it on the practice field when he first got here. It was just boom, boom, boom. He just outgo the lights. The guy there's something about playing quarterback, and maybe it's not physically elite where it's obvious, like if we're picking guys at the park or in a combine. But was Drew Brees elite? Was Peyton Manning elite as far as throwing the ball and body and everything? And Phillip Rivers was weird the way he threw it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what more. As far as playing the game and not looking at it from a scout's eyes and sizing up their body, how does he have to play the game any better?
I agree. I mean, the big argument against him continues to be the cast around him. But if you look at the greatest quarterbacks in history, Montana had him. I mean, when Mahomes first got here, everything that he has done, Jalen Hurts is widely regarded as one of the best and upcoming quarterbacks. Philadelphia has a cavalcade of stars on their offense. I've never seen anyone penalized for having good players around him as much as Purdy is. And I guess it's just going to take the 49ers doing what they've been doing and winning a Super Bowl and all these different things to get guys to quiet down and get over the fact that he was 262. I think that's the main thing. You continue to say that, the physical limitations that made him 262. I think that guys are just people or analysts or whatever are not going to get over that until he takes them to certain levels. And then I think this weekend for him is big because maybe the game that he played least effectively in, and they only scored 19 points, was Dallas because they have a really good defense. But I think everybody talks about them seeing him a second time. I think him seeing them a second time is a big deal because regardless of how they played in Arizona, this is an elite defense, one of the top 5, maybe top 3 in the league. And if they score 30 again, I don't know what else you can say.
They just need to score one more point than them. That's how you win games. And David Lombardi did his typical Lombardi breakdown. It was superb. And he pointed out, even though he did see Arizona for a second time, Arizona's got an entirely new coaching staff. Dan Quinn looking at, and believe me, the Dallas Cowboys, and they should. This is like the 90s. This is like the 70s for a brief time in the 80s before Dallas crashed and burned. They weren't very good after that. It was the entire season is going to be predicated, success or not, on a couple of games. How you play the Philadelphia Eagles, how you play the San Francisco 49ers. That's Dallas's year. We'll see if the Lions can get there in Seattle, but those teams are there. They spent the whole offseason looking at Brock Purdy. And how did Dan Quinn, he did that. And they bothered him. But it wasn't just that Brock. They bothered the 49er running game in that game. The first half, they could not run the ball. In the second half, they figured it out. They went to more power and downhill. But I don't think Brock Purdy has anything to prove to anybody. They may not win Sunday. Dallas could win the game. That happens. Just don't win every single game. But honestly, even though his QBR was low in that game against Dallas compared to the other ones, I was more impressed with him figuring it out a way to win that game. And because the running game wasn't there, the matchups, some of them weren't there. They had to grind it out. The way he managed the game, the throw to Kittle rolling left, he made big-time plays. It's like a baseball pitcher. You're not going to go out there for every single one of your 35 starts and have great stuff. You may have it 5, 10. Last week, he had great stuff. He was just on point every throw, and he threw the ball deep down the field, so everybody wants to bring up his deep arm. He wasn't accurate throwing the ball deep last week. And the bottom line was last year on January 22nd of 23, in the 22 divisional playoff game, he found a way to win. And whatever needs, he just wants to win. He does not care. And he does not turn the ball over. And why did that ultimately come down? Dak Prescott threw it away twice in the game. And they obviously lost Tony Pollard. They didn't have the running game. And Brock did not turn the ball over. I mean, if you want to, it's not so much Brock against Dak. It's Brock against Dan Quinn and Kyle against Dan Quinn and Dak against Steve Wilkes and, Schottenheimer and McCarthy and all that. But I felt this going into the game last year. Whatever term you want to use, elite or whatever it is, who would you rather have quarterback the 49ers Sunday than anybody in the league? Because you're not changing anybody. They have full confidence in Brock Purdy. And ultimately, who do you have more concerns about going into this game? Brock Purdy or Dak Prescott?
You and I had this exact conversation not a year ago, but when they were going into the playoff game, and Brock wasn't nearly as proven, I think, as he is now. And we said Brock Purdy going into that game.
And Dak was coming off one of the greatest playoff games ever played against Tampa Bay. He was on point. Yeah, he was good. And he's had years. His turnover total is not that high, really, when you look at it compared to percentage-wise. Last year it was. He's a good player. Dak Prescott is a good player. He's not a bad player. And maybe he'll be the reason they don't win this game on Sunday. Maybe he'll be the reason they do win the game. But he's their quarterback for now, and no one's looking at it. But they overanalyze him. Everybody's got an opinion about Dak Prescott. But I think a lot of it, I don't know why anybody cares what people think of Brock Purdy. I know Kyle Shanahan has complete confidence in him, and every single guy in this building does. So I expect him to play a typical Brock Purdy game on Sunday.
Let's get Dante Whitner's thoughts on a quick look back, but mostly look ahead to Dallas. And, of course, he was in some of those big Dallas games as well, so we'll talk to him all about it coming up this Sunday night. Dante Whitner next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here with John Lund. We're Levi's getting ready for Sunday night football. 49ers and the Cowboys from Levi's. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday night. So get ready for an elevated game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season underway. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, can, or following the playbook, find all the right products and perfect colors and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 games on the regular season docket, up from 16. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, the 49ers, and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore. They're inside the Toyota Red Zone. Arizona down 21-3 with 28 seconds to go in the half. They have one timeout left. Dobbs back. Dobbs looking left. Dobbs will throw for the end zone. Caught. Michael Wilson, touchdown. As he got lost there behind the coverage of Talanoa Hufanga. So Michael Wilson, back-to-back plays for the Stanford rookie. Gets the Cardinals in the end zone at 21-9.
49ers win at 35-16, but that was that drive right before the half to get a minute. Then they pull within 21-16, but then the offense does their duty and pulls away. Of course, Brock Purdy, 20 of 21 in that game. Christian McCaffrey handled it 27 times with 4 touchdowns, 7 for 71 through the air, 20 for 106 on the ground, and the 49ers get the victory. But now the task is the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Let's talk to Dante all about it. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We've talked about all the superlatives offensively, but I would imagine you probably have some concerns defensively. We just played that play where they move Ambry outside after Oliver was getting beat up a little bit by the speed of Marquise Brown. So they move him outside, and right away the Cardinals go after him. They get the 33-yarder, then the 16-yarder for the touchdown. So what is your concern level for that corner, both the nickel and the outside corner opposite Ward?
Well, I've been concerned about that position even before the season started. Just watching, training camp practices and realizing that they're going to play the Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, and a lot of the top high-powered offenses at some point in this season. And at some point, you have to man up at that position and play cover 3 or cover 1. And that's what happened to Ambry Thomas on the double move. It was a lack of focus. He took a risk, which a lot of cornerbacks really, they don't do. I don't know what he saw there, but you gave up the big play. And then you had another mental lapse where you're playing cover 2 back there. You're supposed to take away the deep route and make them throw the short one and then tackle it with the inside linebacker. You didn't give Talanoa Hufanga any arrow in the ball to be able to close to that route. So you had 2 mental errors on back-to-back plays. And you have to know that the Dallas Cowboys, they see that. I think that in the slot, Isaiah Oliver is going to have to step up. We've seen him have some pretty good games. I think this is a game where he's going to be critical as to what the 49ers want to do as far as tackling, man coverage, getting off the field on third down. But all in all, I think that the 49ers defense have been playing phenomenal. And Steve Wilkes, he'll come up with some type of remedy for the cornerback position opposite Charvarius Ward and the nickelback position.
All right, so you would rather have Isaiah Oliver. So they're going to attack. And last year in the playoff game, they did attack Demo Lenore, and they attacked him deep down the field with the jump ball against CeeDee Lamb. But teams aren't doing that as much. They're attacking either Ambry on the outside or Isaiah Oliver on the inside. So you in this game, Dante, you'd rather have a lineup that features Demo Lenore on the outside. Charvarius Ward obviously is going to be at left corner on the offensive right. So basically, you'd rather see them play Isaiah Oliver in the nickel rather than Ambry Thomas on the outside. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And when you look at, majority of the defensive plays that the nickelback has been involved, Isaiah Oliver has been out there, and he's played pretty well. I would think that he's been above average. And on the outside, I just think that it's too big of a hole to risk having Ambry Thomas on the outside. Deommodore Lenore has all the capabilities, the skills, and attributes to be a top corner, and this is a time where he has to step up. It's guys out there on the field at each moment have to take the hard coverage, and if he has to go man-to-man with Brandon Cooks or CeeDee Lamb, hopefully it's not often, hopefully he can step up and make a few plays.
Dante Whitner joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Of course, former Pro Bowl defensive back for the 49ers, if you didn't know, just so you do know. And, of course, you see him before and after all games on NBC Sports Bay Area on TV, and he looks damn good doing it. As far as what we've seen from the Cowboys so far, they look a little bit more like the Rams, quick. They're getting rid of the ball. And then we talked to a guy on the Cowboys side of things who said maybe it's because the offensive line just hasn't been together and they don't have a lot of confidence in the offensive line. But if they continue that type of an offensive scheme where they're just getting rid of it real quick, we saw it against the Rams. How do you defend that kind of a scheme where you really can't get any pressure on the quarterback because the ball's getting out so quickly?
Well, as far as for the defensive lineman, if you can't get to the quarterback, you get your hands out. You make Dak beat you from the pocket. You keep the ball in front of you and you limit the explosive plays that you give up. But all in all, when the ball comes out quickly, the way and the remedy to stopping that is to have a pristine tackling day. If you tackle well, if you limit the yards after catch, at some point they have to get away from that quick passing game and take shots down the field. So that'll be a key to the game, keeping Dak in the pocket, making it muddy for him as far as his reads and the ability to read the coverage, and then tackling well, yards after the catch.
And this is a great tackling team. There's no doubt. And there's no question you want Dak Prescott to reset his feet. That's
Absolutely.
where you get into trouble. When he threw the picks last year, it was over and over and over again. All right, the other side of the ball, and their defense is good. We saw them against the Giants opening night this year in the rain, and they just look so fast. And those guys were tackling so sure, and last year in the playoff game they caused problems. But it was 2 weeks ago tomorrow. John left to do the pregame show on 810, and you jumped in for the last hour to get ready for the 49ers and Giants that night, Dante. And we got the news during the show that day in practice in Frisco, Trayvon Diggs, one of the great young ball hawks in football, tore his ACL. He's out the year. And we're like, what are they going to do? Well, what they did is kind of what the 49ers have done, moving D'Amo Lenore, an option from nickelback to outside. They took their nickelback to Ron Bland, number 26, and they moved him outside. And he's playing great. He's had 3 picks this year, 2 for pick sixes. He had 1 against Mac Jones. They have moved Jordan Lewis, who was coming back from a Liz Frank foot injury, to nickelback. So their pass rush is all that. But what do you see? Without Trayvon Diggs, this trio of Stephon Gilmore, is he back to where he was when he was a Defensive Player of the Year? Deron Bland outside, and then Jordan Lewis now with a bad foot playing nickelback.
Well, there's no lockdown corners in the National Football League anymore. There's nobody that really goes one-on-one without any safety help. And a lot of defenses, they play a lot of zone blitz, a lot of coverages where the inside guys are helping the outside corners. So I wouldn't say that Stephon Gilmore is back to the level when he won Defensive Player of the Year. There's still some yards out there that can be had on Stephon Gilmore, and you better believe that Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, they're going to like to get a hold of them. On the opposite side, Deron Bland is in a totally new planet. And he hasn't seen anything like the way that Brandon Ayuk is running those outside routes right now. When you play the nickelback position, there's so many things that you have to worry about, inside releases, quicker guys. On the outside, you just have to man up one-on-one on bigger receivers. I think that's something that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers offense will definitely exploit. All in all, I think this game comes down to, can the 49ers run the football on the Dallas Cowboys? And when you look at the data, I would say yes. They're giving up 4.6 yards per carry. That's 27th in the NFL. That's bottom half. They're giving up almost 500 yards on the ground. That's about, midway as far as defensive rankings in the NFL. And then the Arizona Cardinals expose their run defense. You run directly at Micah Parsons. And then another thing is, since the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers aren't in the same division, they don't get to see the 49ers all year until they play them, which means that you only have 4 or 5 days to prepare for the different schematical things that Kyle Shanahan is going to do in the running game, with the personnel, with the motions and shifts. And it's almost 100% that there's going to be some players out of their gaps with their eyes in the wrong place and guys running free in the defense. So I think the 49ers have the advantage when it comes to the running game, and now it's time to go out and execute.
What are your thoughts on Dak Prescott?
I think that when the defense is playing well, when the special teams is playing well, and they're running the football well, he looks like an all-world quarterback. But when he has to carry the team on his back, operate from the pocket, make proper decisions on a consistent basis, he tends to flutter, and especially in big games. So hopefully that's the Dak Prescott that the 49ers see on Sunday night.
All right, obviously he's entrenched, and one of the highest paid players on their team is their starting quarterback, and then Cooper Rush is their quarterback behind, and when he's been forced to play like last year, he actually played well and they won a lot of games. Trey Lance will come back to Levi's in the Bay Area on the weekend, but he's going to be so as a inactive number 3 quarterback, but I don't think he's going to be inactive all week, and I thought of this right away when the 49ers traded him, knowing they'd see him so early in the year in week 5. Just the intel. And Brian Schottenheimer, their offensive coordinator, Marty's son, has said, we're going to talk to Trey Lance about the 49er offense. So how big of a deal? If you're a Cowboy defensive back, say you're Malik Hooker, their free safety, would you want to, look at some tape and get into it a little bit when they're shifting here? What are they doing? What are they trying to create here? What's the terminology? How much intel can Trey Lance give the Cowboys defense about the 49er offense?
I don't think much at all. Maybe he can give up some hand signals, some verbal things that they like to do when they're changing plays or run game things. But other than that, there's not much he can give them. I feel like this. If Trey Lance knew so much about the 49ers offense, what they were trying to do, he would have been able to go out there and execute at a high level, which he wasn't. So
there's a difference between physically being able to do it. He's a smart guy, Dante. He knows this offense inside and out.
Even me being a safety, if I was traded to another team and I had Vic Fangio's defensive scheme in my head, there's nothing I could really tell the offense because there's so many different things on each and every play. There's no way that you could could actually give up all that information because you really don't know. And then from the offensive side of the ball, think about how many personnel groupings, how many motions, shifts, situational footballs that the offense sees. There's no way that Trey Lance could give up any intel. Maybe a play here or a play there, but there's 60, 70 plays in a game.
Do the Niners, and Kyle's going to talk in a few minutes and we'll hear what he has to say. I'm sure they'll ask him. Do they have to change their terminology at all, hand signals at all? So Trey, whatever he's tipping to them, they're not going to be able to use. Well, the Niners have to change something going into this game because Trey Lance is in their quarterback room.
Well, Kyle Shanahan is so well studied. I bet you that they started to change the signals and the verbal commands when Trey Lance was traded to the Dallas Cowboys, knowing that the Dallas Cowboys were one of the top teams in the NFC. They could possibly see them late in the playoffs and definitely had to play them during the regular season. I bet you that they started to change a lot of those things as soon as they traded him. So if Trey Lance wants to give that information to the defense and they take a guess and a risk, and, be my guest. Go right on ahead.
Dante, by the way, is in lovely Las Cruces, New Mexico for Florida International versus New Mexico State, who, by the way, New Mexico State's most famous football alum is probably Joe Pisarcik. Yeah, that's right. Joe Pisarcik.
I don't know who that is, but
quarterback
I do know
of the New York Giants. Call up the Miracle of the Meadowlands. Tell your producer
Miracle
to have
of
the video.
Meadowlands. Have that ready. If it gets slow, have that ready for you. Because
Herman Edwards, scoop and score.
Yeah, remember when the Giants played the Eagles and the quarterback for the Giants fumbled the ball and Herm Edwards picked it up for a touchdown?
Yeah.
That was Joe Pisarcik. He was the quarterback of the Giants. He went to New Mexico State.
Not Joe Piscopo?
No.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do know somebody that you know here, Pop. Tim Sullivan is the producer.
Tim Sullivan?
Yeah, he told me to tell you hi.
Is he nearby? Is he nearby?
No, he's not nearby.
I love Sully. All the stories he's going to tell you about me, unfortunately, they're 100%. They're 100% true. He's the best. I love Sully. You're going to have a great broadcast tonight.
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? CBS Sports Network?
CBS Sports Network, nationally televised.
What time?
The only game on.
What time?
It'll be on 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern.
All right, I'll watch. I love Sully. I love both you guys. Have a great show, brother.
You're the best, man. Thank you, Dante.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Go. Yeah, I just looked at it. It's not like I had that knowledge. I don't want people to think I did. I just looked that up. Joe Pisarcik.
I don't blame Pisarcik again. That was a 360-degree handoff to Larry Zonka. You know who the head coach was of the Giants that called that play?
Ray Perkins.
John McVay.
Oh.
He was better off going into being a GM.
Exactly. Right after that game.
That was the last play call he made.
That was a great play call.
After that, we went, why don't we just kneel it out? There's something called the victory formation.
How about that?
Why don't we do that?
How they didn't figure that out before that play is beyond me, but yeah, okay.
Unbelievable.
All right, Kyle is going to speak. We got a foreplay for you, a scintillating 1 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi with his final message to the media yesterday. What was said and how does it affect the future of the Giants? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Thinking of you's working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on your Wednesday. We're down here at Levi Stadium. Remember, tomorrow we'll be here as well, and Tim Ryan's going to jump in from 11 to 12 for the power hours, so make sure that you do not miss that. By the way, Draymond Green, they say, riding a stationary bike and lifting weights. Steve Kerr said the swelling in his ankle is down. Steve is part of the foreplay at the top of the hour, so in less than 5 minutes, we'll give you 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, including Eric Armstead on who should be the front runner in the MVP 4 games into the season. Jimmy Ward was on Richard Sherman's podcast and had something to say about Jimmy G. AJ Preller on Bob Melvin, and Steve Kerr more on Draymond Green. So we will hear from those people.
So what is the precedent for trading a manager? We know what it is in the NFL, and there were a lot of good ones. I mean, back years ago, Don Shula got traded from the Baltimore Colts to the Miami Dolphins. Bill Parcells got traded. Bill Belichick got traded. Sean Payton just got traded for a first-round pick with Mickey Loomis, New Orleans letting him out of the contract. The ultimate one was the heist Al Davis pulled off from the Glazers. 2 1s, 2 2s, and $8 million. So Lou Piniella got traded. Remember when he, Seattle? Chuck Tanner.
Here's the Tanner
got
one.
traded
right
for
here.
Manny Sanguine, I believe, a player.
That's the A's going to, and Tanner going to the Pirates. Tanner to the Pirates in exchange for Manny Sanguine and $100,000.
That's a lot of money back in '75.
No kidding.
When Art Howe went to the Mets, what did Steve Phillips give Billy Beane for that trade? That was a trade.
Mm-hmm. It seems the A's are doing these things.
Oh, Randy Wynn, Rich Aurelia is texting in. Randy Wynn got traded for Lou Piniella.
You're right.
That was a player that got
Richie,
traded.
That's right.
Wow.
I do not remember that.
So, well, thank you, Richie Rich. Greatest offensive shortstop in Giants history, by the way. Croc can have the defense.
Now that Richie's listening, no way. Richie's the number one Giant shortstop of all time.
But Richie, you want to retire all the 35s from Chris Spire, the Alameda Rifle, to you, to Brandon Crawford. I forgot about that. Randy Wynn for Lou Piniella.
Randy's probably listening going, I was traded.
Wow. That was a, yeah, see, now, would you give up a player? Would you give up, and he's arbitration eligible, would you give up Mike Yastrzemski to get Bob Melvin? I don't know if I do that.
I would.
Why are you Why are you hard on? Yes, you are.
No, it's just
you turn on people fast.
No, I don't.
I'm not giving him anything. I don't want to give him a player.
Bob Melvin's really good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not doing Al Davis, Gruden to the Bucks, but I mean that's.
I don't know, but if you didn't fire Gabe Kapler on Friday, you held on to him and played the game of shell, you wouldn't have to avoid this. But that's interesting compensation for that. I forgot Lou Piniella for Randy Wynn. Wow.
Let's see. It just says here how it went to the Mets. It says he was released from the final year of his contract in Oakland.
No, Billy got something back. He did. He got something back for releasing him. There's no doubt.
Well, I did look up. I was going to save this for the fourth.
I mean, Billy wanted to get rid of Art.
I did look up.
So it saved him the indignity of firing him, but he got something back from the Mets.
I wonder if history could repeat itself, because what happened with Bochy to the Padres was Brian Sabean simply made a call to Sandy Alderson, according to
Bochy to the Giants, leaving the Padres, yeah.
And they weren't going to extend Bruce Bochy, and so Alderson said to Sabean, "Yeah, you can talk to him," and he offered him a 3-year contract at $2.2 million per. And Bochy said yes, and the Padres didn't ask for compensation. Now, I doubt that would happen again, but what I'm saying is that while A.J. Preller did say, and you'll hear it in the foreplay, that his intention is to keep Bob Melvin as the manager, when asked later on in the press conference if a team inquired about Bob Melvin, would he block him? And he said no comment. So if you want him to be your manager, to that question, you say, no, he's not for sale.
Well, I want to hear what he exactly said to that. By the way,
he said no comment.
Speaking of Bruce Bochy, they just scored. Texas has taken a 1-0 lead, and they got Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. Well, what if Foch wins today and Tampa gets swept? What do they keep Kevin Cash? Could Kevin Cash be available?
I don't think they're that way in Tampa. What are the fans going to do? Not show up?
Well, still, they got a new stadium coming, and how many wins they have this year? 98, 99? They can't get out of the first round, Tampa Bay.
I think the best bet for a high-profile manager is if the Dodgers got knocked out early. Now, there's some pressure.
Yeah, Richie Rich, you listening to that? What if the Dodgers, who are they going to attack? They have enough starting pitching? They're going to get the winner of Arizona and Milwaukee. Zach Gallen goes today. Do they get to beat Arizona? What if Dave goes out in the first round? Would he be available? But you don't think Farhan Zaidi would covet Kevin Cash to be his manager?
I think he would, but I think that a lot of times there's pressure, so somebody fires somebody, and I don't think Tampa, I don't think there's pressure. I don't think their fans are demanding he's out.
I think the owner there does. We shall see.
He's good. I don't think he'd get, but what do I know? I'm not in Tampa.
I'm just saying, let's just watch October and see who's available before we start trading for Bob Melvin. But Kyle Shanahan will talk shortly. But I'd like to hear what A.J. Preller had to say exactly to that question, John.
All right, we will play some A.J. Preller if we can extract that answer as well. But the quote that I've read is that he says no comment. So we'll find out exactly what that says.
But how did he say it? Did he say, no comment? Did he say, no comment? Did he say, Seidler told me to trade Bob Melvin before I get fired?
Exactly.
No, I didn't mean that. Why did they say that?
Well, one of the things he did say that made that was interesting, too, is, so he's president of baseball operations like Farhan is, and the Giants do have a general manager, Pete Vitello, right? We haven't heard his name a whole lot, but what they've said in San Diego is potentially what they could do is they could hire a general manager as kind of a buffer, but they can do all the names.
They don't have a general manager there?
But you could do all the names and titles you want. Bob Melvin's working for A.J. Preller. You can put a GM in between it all you want. That doesn't matter.
Bob Melvin's working for Peter Seidler.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that they have to interact.
I don't have any idea how the dynamic works.
But, again, having read things, they just don't get along. And A.J. Preller does have a lot of input in how the lineup is put together and how he is the ultimate sayer and how the roster is put together. So Bob and A.J. Preller are going to talk to each other, and you can put a buffer in there all you want.
I think Kyle Shanahan is talking right now. You want to hear Kyle and say foreplay for later?
Sure.
We got Kyle Shanahan.
Same with Christian McCaffrey. Jawan Jennings will be limited with his shin and Debo limited with his ribs and knee. Go ahead.
Any big news going on that make you late?
No, just too many people came and asked me questions right before I had to come here. I couldn't blow them all off.
As far as the pace of your practices, some of your players were saying, players who have played elsewhere have been saying that your pace is faster than anywhere else. What's the origin of that for you? Is that something you picked up from your dad, from coaching under Kubiak?
Yeah, most of the places I've been, I just feel like that's how we did it, and I don't know. Every place I've been tries to push practice and have a good tempo. I've always done that from an offensive perspective. I try to get plays in and out as fast as possible and always going. And when you get a chance to talk to the whole team, that's how I've always been offensively. So it's just important to me that everyone does it. And I feel like if you're going to play fast on Sunday, you got to play fast during the week. It's got to be the only way you really know how to do it.
Is that a new issue for Charvarius? Or I know
No, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Obviously, in the playoff game against the Cowboys, they wanted to take away the run. They were successful for at least a half. It's not a novel thing, but do you think the way Brock has progressed since then, or continued to prove himself, will make teams such as the Cowboys maybe, I don't know, more wary of that approach?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's despite who's playing quarterback or stuff, it's, we still, nothing's changing how we feel about the run game. So that doesn't really change. It's just how you think you got to win the game, and they're a tough team to go against in the run and the pass. So either way, you can't be one-dimensional versus team is the main thing.
How much can Trey Lance realistically reveal to the Cowboys about your offense?
I mean, as much as most coaches can. I mean, you can see the plays on tape. You can explain what we look at and stuff like that, which usually you can when you can stack up a lot of tape over years, and we've been here for a while and previous. So hopefully he's talking to them all the time and making them focus totally on that instead of the simple stuff of watching the tape.
How much of a challenge is it to go against Dan Quinn?
It's a huge challenge. I mean, Dan's as good as it gets. His schemes are always tough. He makes adjustments well. But the one thing that's always the same is how his guys play. Those 11 guys play with their hair on fire. They generate a lot of chaos, especially up front, and that's usually what leads to them getting all their turnovers.
Facing someone that you know so well and he knows you so well, it's one of those things like he knows I want to do this, or he knows that I know?
A little bit. But it's different when you're not in the division. At least it's not twice a year, unless you mean the playoffs and stuff. But I think Dan and I got to go against each other twice here in Dallas, and it's always a huge challenge.
Against Mac Jones last Sunday, Kyle, that was extraordinary.
The same thing that they do to a lot of guys. When you get in some bad situations and stuff, that D-line is tough to handle, and they can make you make a lot of mistakes. You got to get rid of it quick, sometimes not always before you're ready. They mix up a lot of man coverages, a lot of zone coverages, and they can confuse you with that. And when you're behind the chains and things like that, I mean, not just Sunday, but really for the last 3 years, I mean, they're as good as a team as any when they got you one-dimensional at creating turnovers and getting after the quarterback.
You mentioned it a few times when you were younger, but how much you enjoyed kind of seeing the rivalry, being around it a little bit. And now that I think they play a lot to have a rivalry, when they're not in the division, that's harder. But over the last couple of years, seeing it in the playoffs, do you get the sense that this game maybe starts to mean a little bit more for both sides?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you play each other in the playoffs and stuff, it's always usually a bit bigger the next year. And with that being back-to-back, it was huge. I mean, that's what I always remembered growing up, just because of the 3 years I was here when I was younger. They played in the NFC Championship all 3 years that I lived here. Just playing them in the playoffs 2 years ago kind of was reminiscent of that, and it was a divisional round, I think, or a wild card round, and then last year with the divisional round, and those histories stack up just like people in your division, but usually when it's a playoff game, everyone remembers a little bit more.
Ronnie Bell had a tough recruiting process, adversity in college. He was drafted later than he thought he should be. He said he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. How do you think that's helped him pick up your style of offense so quickly and make an impact?
I mean, just watching it, I haven't asked him that, but I mean, I think that is accurate. He plays with a chip on his shoulder when he struggles or when he's not being successful and you get on him a little bit. He's not a guy who sits there and pouts and feels sorry for himself. He kind of has a chip on his shoulder and rises to the occasion and rarely makes the same mistake twice. You can tell how fiery he is out there with blocking, having the ball in his hands, and he's a talented dude too. So he's going to keep improving for us.
You've had a lot of success with a lot of different quarterbacks in your system. What would you say to those who say that Brock is still largely a product of your system?
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. You just got to watch the tape. I mean, he plays at a high level every time he's been out there. And he's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
The number one stat that he concentrates on lacking, don't turn it over. I assume he's hearing that from you and the other coaches. Do you see him actively, like some of the passes that look offline, maybe it's him making sure it's not getting intercepted? Do you think that can you see it as a conscious thing in his mind?
Not totally, because usually guys you can see who are real conscious of that, they miss a lot of, number one, being open. They're a little hesitant and stuff, and the number one thing is to not turn it over, and that is the number one thing in football. But when you totally think that way, and you can tell it's how your actions are responding, you don't make as many plays and play as freely as he does. So I think that's what's been great about him, that he lets it rip. He rarely hesitates. But when it's not there, he hasn't just let it rip. He knows when to pull it back. He knows when to progress and try to make a play. And that's the fine line, that you want guys who can make plays, but you don't want guys to keep both teams in the game. So you got to find a way to do both. And he's found that balance very well in all the games he's played in.
You just mentioned that a couple times, hesitancy. I mean, you've been around a lot of really great quarterbacks. I've seen them. Where is Brock on that spectrum of guys who consistently don't hesitate, don't stop themselves, don't get themselves in trouble that way? Where would he be?
With the guys I've coached, he's up there with all of them. I've had a couple real good ones in that way, and Brock's right there with those guys. You can see that on his college tape. That's what made him look so good on his tape and play at such a high level, and it hasn't changed here.
Woody had another kickoff out of bounds. Are you actually asking for directional kickoffs, or is it just complete misses there?
No, we are asking for directionals. And he got a bad angle on that one and still tried to do it and just missed it. But he's had two of those. He's been pretty good at them, but it's a big miss when you miss those. So we've got to make sure that doesn't happen much more, or we can't do it.
The internal chess game, when you're preparing to win every week, how many weeks go by before you need to sit down with your quality control guys and get a better idea of what your guys' tendencies are? And do you have that meeting every week, or is that something that you just know in your head based on the plays you've called? Do you know your tendencies?
I got a good idea. Just got a feel for everything that you do, and especially games and stuff like that. But we get reports on that every second. There's more analytics people, and we get big packets on it and stuff. I don't always have the time to read through everything, so they usually highlight the big deals and stuff. And I always get anything that looks real heavy, over 70% or something. And it's basically, how do the defensive guys look at it? I know they get the same type of stuff, and sometimes defensive guys who goes completely off analytics, and then defensive guys who go completely off feel also, or your personnel or things like that. So that's stuff you got to always think about, and it helps more the more you know who you're going against.
Against the Cowboys last year, you had a fake screen to Debo quarterback draw, which, if that worked, was going to be really cool. Was that an example of the Cowboys just being very disciplined? And with a play like that, I'm sure you're maybe optimistic, because I thought it was cool. I'm sure that matters a lot. Do you just scrap it, or do you just save it for a rainy day?
No, you try to call it when it makes sense based off of what coverages and fronts they do. People ignore the quarterback, and they have a 4-man rush with no stunts, and they're rushing way up the field, and you look to the left, and they're in quarters, and no one else is left. You would maybe be able to walk in. Well, someone else close to you would be able to, but if you do that and there's stunts or it's the wrong look and stuff, it can not look like a good play pretty fast. So there's reasons that you choose lots of plays like that, and you hope you get the right look, and when you don't, you hope you don't go too hard on me. What's that?
That wasn't the right look.
I mean, if he would have ran over everybody, it would have been. No, it wasn't the right look.
That's the play of your defense so far. The Cardinals were able to stay on the field an awful lot, probably more than you would like the last game. But you've had other sequences where the bunch of 3-and-outs in a row versus Pittsburgh, but then drives before the end of the half. Has it been kind of a mixed bag?
Yeah, I think we've had some weak moments. All right, from the first half with the Rams, I thought a couple drives. I thought there was 2 drives with the Cardinals in particular. But I mean, they're still playing real good football. I'm real happy with them, and we're in week 4 here, and but we're never satisfied. I expect us to keep getting better on defense, offense, and special teams.
Coach, because it's Cowboys 49ers week, there seems to be added excitement and energy, not only in the Bay Area, but kind of around the NFL. Do you guys sense that in the locker room, just the build-up in the energy and excitement?
Well, yeah, I think anytime you have a Sunday night game, it's always bigger. Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, there's always a little more excitement in the building, knowing everyone's watching you. Got a lot of respect for the Cowboys and how good of a team they are, so we know the challenge that we have in front of us, and I think we're aware of the rivalry back in the history, which is always cool, but besides that, it's week 5, so.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there is Kyle Shanahan's press conference. Some interesting things there where we'll recap a few things. Plus, we got a foreplay for you of a lot of things between Steve Kerr and what the Padres said about the future of Bob Melvin. So we'll give you all those things coming up next. By the way, one thing we did miss because we were a second late there was the injuries. So limited today, Jawan Jennings with a shin, Debo with the knee and the ribs, not practicing. Shavarius Ward, that same heel issue, as he said. Elijah Mitchell with that knee. Dre Greenlaw with the ankle. John Feliciano still in the
concussion protocol.
Yes.
And an extra point.
That's what we missed. All right, Bruce Bochy is up 4-zip. 4-zip.
Woo!
They can knock the Rays out in the first round.
Garcia with a 2-run jack, and Evaldo is pitching well. Evaldi.
So Bruce Bochy continues to roll. We'll give you the foreplay plus a couple of things, the highlights from what Kyle just said. We'll do it next. We're live from Levi's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Mack, of course, from the Chronicle this morning to discuss the 49ers-Cowboys rivalry and where this new version of the rivalry ranks in the NFL. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He's at third for Evan Carter. First pitch, he swings, crushes it, right field, wall, gone! Evan Carter, the rookie, again! It's a 2-run shot to right, and just like that, it is 4-0 Rangers in the 4th in Game 2.
More.
Make it 5-0.
Bochy Magic. Yeah, they're at 5-0 going into the bottom of the 5th. And you said this at the beginning of the show, and you're right. Tampa, we shouldn't even have a team. Had 19,000 yesterday. It looks like there's less today. There's a lot of open blue seats, and there's just no energy in the building. And then obviously, you got to give fans a reason to cheer, but I mean that place is dead.
They haven't scored.
You look at Philly, man. That was a madhouse last night. I mean,
they got shut out yesterday 4-0. They're getting shut out today 5-0. And I guess Kevin Cash and the way that they go through the season. But is there some point where you got to wonder he can't get us through October? They keep losing in the wild card round.
Yeah. All right, let's give you the foreplay. Let's start out with this. So, again, Bochy and the Rangers up on the Rays. And if they win today, they move on. They're up 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Eric Armstead asked about CMC and his MVP candidacy. This is what Eric said.
Christian McCaffrey, what another amazing performance. 106 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns. Yeah, 4 touchdowns. He's going crazy. The thing I noticed the most about him, like when I'm watching him from the sideline and I'm watching him practice, is how sweet his feet are. His cuts are amazing. And he had a crazy play today, which everyone saw. It's probably going to be all over SportsCenter, where he hurdled a guy in stride, didn't break his stride and all the way for a touchdown. Christian is a rare, special player. You know, we've played against him. I've been playing against him throughout my career, and having him on my team and being able to see it up close and personal. I don't think there's another running back in the league that, you know, really can compete with Christian right now. I think he's the best in the league, and he's showing that week in and week out.
By the way, I looked at MVP numbers again today. He is now up to 7th. Brock Purdy 8th, by the way, in MVP odds. So he's moving up the board.
And Eric nailed it on the practice field. And right after we're done, John, I'll be able to watch the entirety of the Wednesday practice. And his feet, it's a different way of running. It's like he's gliding and he's hopping. It's a combination of a jump-cutting LaDainian Tomlinson or an all-day Adrian, but he doesn't really jump cut. Charlie Garner had a way. Charlie looked like he was running on ice skates, the way he would spin around. Christian McCaffrey, extreme quickness in and out of the hole, and then the change of direction. I mean, some guys look like they're slalom skiers when they're jump cutting. It's not that. I don't know. It's like he's rollerblading. He just looks – I've never seen a guy practice quite like him on offense. The way he runs through the hole, and he's got so much of Jerry Rice in him in practice. He does not take a rep off. He runs it all the way down, and he runs all the way back. Jerry hold up practice because he had to score. It's the same way. That's why, you know, Jerry had a streak where he scored 12 straight games, a touchdown, and now McCaffrey's got 13. I guess when you practice the way they practice, the detail, the steps, and then he lines himself up. When he goes into that, what's that motion he does when he's to the right of Brock and the gun? And then he literally hops to the side. It's like a defensive slide shuffle drill. And then when he practices that on where he catches the ball right on the exact yard line outside the numbers, and he lines them up. It's like he's teeing off in golf or throwing a bowling ball, and he's trying to hit the pocket. He is an amazing person to watch. And I kind of knew going into this game, John, off the mini bye, not playing for 10 days, that he would be fresh. He always looks fresh in practice, but there's some days where it looks like he's kind of he's not running. He's like just floating. It's just a different feel.
This is an interesting one. So the Richard Sherman podcast, he had former 49er Jimmy Ward on the podcast. And he was asked about Jimmy Ward's availability.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo's availability. Jimmy Ward was asked this on the Richard Sherman podcast about Jimmy Garoppolo's availability in that game in Philadelphia.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game. But, you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So
who's he talking about?
Earl Thomas. Remember when Earl Thomas?
Oh yeah,
was in that contract thing with the Seahawks, and then he broke the leg in Arizona and he flipped off Pete Carroll.
I think Jimmy kind of admitted this when we went there to Vegas to join practice with them. I think he had a setback. I think there was a point. I thought he would be available. I try to remember. It wasn't obviously the Philadelphia game because maybe the Dallas or Seattle game. Jimmy was out throwing with a boot on his foot. And I was like, wow. And he's not, he's a lower body guy, but he doesn't turn much. I think he was trending to play. And I think my own opinion, and Jimmy Ward would know more, because Jimmy Garoppolo just kind of disappeared in my eyes, but I thought he had a setback. I think he was trending and he was working hard to play, and then something happened leading up to I didn't feel like going to Philadelphia he was ever going to play. So it must have been the Dallas game after the Seattle game, John, and I think Jimmy, when he was pressed on that, kind of admitted, without coming right out and giving all the details, he had some sort of a setback, and that's why the Raiders looked at the X-ray and delayed the contract signing and put that clause in. Something happened where he needed surgery in the offseason. So my own opinion, I was never told this, but just observing it and talking to Jimmy leading up to it, I think he had a setback and he wasn't available for Philly.
What's interesting, too, is they had originally just signed him into a one-year deal, and it had some dummy years in there, and they easily could have gotten out of it. After that, they owe him some money next year, too, so they could go out.
They put a special clause in the contract.
Right,
they took a signing bonus.
Yeah, they're gonna owe him a few more bucks.
Yeah, but that was eliminated once they cleared him on the physical and he began camp, so he gets all his money now.
Here's AJ Preller, and by the way, I did find, and we'll play this for you coming up next, because this is where he says Bob Melvin's going to be our manager, but he was then asked later, would he consider offers for Bob Melvin, and that's when he said no comment, so I just found that. I haven't heard it, but I just sent it to you, and we'll play that for you at 1:30.
It's not part of the foreplay?
Not part of the foreplay. I just barely saw it, so we'll play it for you next. But
you are teasing me.
Here's what AJ Preller, general manager of the Padres, said about Bob Melvin.
Yeah, Bob is our manager, and it's going to be our manager going forward. I think both he and I. A lot's been said obviously in the last few weeks, but both he and I are very excited. About the challenge of getting this group back to the postseason next year.
Is that emphatic?
I don't know. I want to hear the follow-up question.
Okay.
You're teasing me.
We'll play for you. I just barely found it.
So we were talking about compensation for trades to players. Chuck Tanner for Manny Sanguillen, Lou Piniella for Randy Wynn. Marty Lurie reminded me, we had a manager trade. Way back in the 60s, the Tigers and Indians, Jimmy Dykes for Joe Gordon were traded. What if you didn't fire Cap? You could have traded Cap for Bob Melvin, straight up. Will they take Kai Correa? Will they take him? He looks like Cap. Maybe they wouldn't notice.
I think I'll call him Mini-Me. Yes, they are they look very similar.
I want to play
it at 1:30. I want to play it for 1:30 because I've been teasing.
More AJ?
All right, one more. Here's Steve Kerr on Draymond potentially missing the preseason.
Not ideal, but Draymond obviously has been doing this a long time, so he'll pick up everything right away. But it would have been nice to see him in different combinations, get him and Chris together, and others. But it is what it is. So you just move forward.
What do you think?
Not good. I said that initially. When we got the alert, I think I had it during Sunday when the 49er game, that Draymond sprained his ankle landing on Jonathan Kuminga. So I've heard 3 to 6 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, right now, the low side is 3 or 4 weeks. The season starts 3 weeks from yesterday. So I think he's going to miss all of camp. And I remember after, Durant left and they gave him the big contract, he missed training camp that following year. And it was not a good year for Draymond Green. And they were bad defensively. And that was not a good roster. And then Steph wound up getting hurt on October the 30th, and it was over. I mean, but he didn't play well. So he was talking about he don't want to play catch-up all year. He's a veteran guy. It's obviously more important for a rookie to make training camp, but not good. And you just want to, wrap it with Chris Paul, run the high drag with Paul as opposed to Steph. So it does open it up for them to look at Paul in the starting lineup with Steph and Clay and Andrew Wiggins and Kevon, as we talked about. So it is what it is. But I think that's going to be the issue, John, is just the age of this team. And talking to Bobby Marks, these rules about load management, I don't know how they got this allowed to cram that in the middle of the CBA, and specifically targets teams like the Warriors that are older, that are on national TV all the time, and have star players. How are you going to do this? Just throw the guys on a list where you can't play? I mean, you're going to have to protect them and, pay the fine or whatever the league is going to do. But it's going to be a bit of an issue, I think, this year, just managing the 82 games. And then, are you low seed again when you look at it overall with the West? There are a lot of good teams in the West now, so it's not horrible, but it's obviously not a good thing that one of your best players is going to miss all of training camp.
Your guy Sean McDonough, maybe we can get this too. He says, this is his quote when the Rangers took the 5-zip lead. Some booze starting to come down from the group, and I'm not sure we can call it a crowd. The group here at the Trop.
Oh, Sean.
That according to Sean McDonough.
He's been very, I don't know how many games he's done from Tropicana Field. He did the Red Sox games for years. He did ESPN baseball for a while. He's almost acting like he's never been in the stadium before, and it is a 3-ring circus. They have the rings in the roof. What is it, ring A, ring B, ring C? I used to go over it all on what the ground rules were when it hit one of those, and speakers and all that. I think I called it one time when we lost the ball up there a sound rule double.
Is that what you called it?
No, that was a different one because they're more rings. They're called catwalks.
Yeah, catwalks.
It's the catwalks. I think it was the Kingdom in Seattle.
Yeah, they did that.
A ball hit the speaker when we came up with the sound rule double. Who was it that the ball went up there and it just disappeared? It's like, where did it go? It never came down. By the way, speaking of Tampa Bay and that crazy ballpark, how good was Evan Longoria yesterday for Arizona?
Got to give it up, man.
Wow. He made 2 incredible plays.
Yeah.
The one where he caught the line drive with the bases loaded. The high home camera operator thought that the ball went to left field in Milwaukee. Like the shot went to the base hit side, and it's like, he did what? He caught that? Unbelievable play. And then the bobble, and when he cut across the shortstop, and then he still threw back behind his body to get the runner for rounding second base. What a defensive game for Longo.
Yeah, that what he leapt for. That saved the game. I mean, that was a nice play. And in these 3-game series, that's crazy because I thought Milwaukee's a team, and look, they can come back and win too, but Milwaukee, to me, was like, without pitching, I thought maybe they could challenge the Braves.
And now they're pitching Zach Gallen today.
Yeah,
now, Craig Counsell could be available by tonight if you want to hire that manager.
Probably going to New York. But who knows?
I'm hearing he wants to take the year off and watch his son play baseball.
Trying for some leverage. Then the Mets go, how about this number? And he says, my kid can wait. We have your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol Plus, A.J. Preller. What was the tone of his voice when he was asked about Bob Melvin being potentially available in trade, and he said no comment? But it's not what he said, it's how he said it, right? Well, you'll find out with us because I haven't heard it either. We'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Eater.
Are 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Every once in a while, the old caboose pistol, because we hear it so many times, this point of the day on the weekdays, I don't even really think about it. Then some days I actually hear it again, and I just think I just go back to that day that we heard it for the first time. That's from WGN News, for those who don't know, and it's just amazing.
That was the Superstation.
It's just amazing.
TBS and GN, early days of cable TV. What's cable TV, by the way?
Exactly.
I'm loving YouTube TV. Love it. 7-0 Bochy.
10 after that's the party's over.
Brandon Belt's about to step in the box here. Blue Jays and Twins. Toronto's got a hit today.
Good job, Bruce Bochy.
He's pitching for the Twins. Santino Gray.
Very nice.
He's a free agent, isn't he?
He's going to be the number 2 starter for the Giants next year. I mean, number 3.
Wow.
Blake Snell. Or is Snell going to be the 1 or the 2? And then where does Logan Webb fit? Maybe Logan Webb 1 out of respect. Oh, you go left, right. So you go right, left. I mean, you go Logan 1. You go Blake Snell the lefty 2, and you go Sonny Gray 3. By the way,
why don't you walk into Franklin Templeton and ask them if they can do that?
Snell is going to win the Cy Young, and Sonny Gray's going to be 2.
How about Farhan when they asked him about increasing payroll? He said, if I make a compelling enough argument to ownership, we can increase payroll. They're
no.
Exactly. They're not going to increase payroll.
That was actually actual audio from Greg Johnson's office.
That's the issue.
Can I increase? No.
That's the issue.
All right. Before we get to all of the fun, this is what A.J. Preller, the general manager of the Padres, said.
A.J. Preller's going in the caboose pistol?
Yep. It says, the question is, will Bob Melvin be allowed to pursue other managerial opportunities if other teams express interest?
That's a hell of a question.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, I think in terms of those questions, I think those are all kind of personal matters and private matters. We never really comment on those in terms of other clubs and interest in any of our employees. I think again with Bob, he's under contract. He's our manager. And I think we're both excited going forward into the off season.
That is not a no comment. That is not a no comment.
I don't know why people said
that
it was
is not a no comment.
That is a comment.
That was very well done and tactfully done and very politically savvy.
But if you really wanted, you'd say no.
I don't. Yeah. So what's the compensation? He's open to anything. He doesn't want to tell anybody.
Yeah.
So
he just said, "What are you offering me?" That's what he just said.
What he really said was, "I hate his guts, and I'll trade him in a second." And I sold him out.
But I got to keep leverage here.
No, I don't know, Bob. So you
he didn't say no. That's what we know.
So
right?
But what do you want? What do you want?
Mike Yastrzemski and a ham sandwich.
Before we do that, Kevin Cash going to be available? You don't think Farhan would like him? How about a guy no one talks about?
Nobody even knows they got a baseball team there.
I know you don't know that, but there is a Bay Area.
They're worried about Baker.
There is, what is it, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay. It's beautiful. They do have fans there. They just don't go watch the game.
In that dome they play baseball?
Yeah. So anyway, they do have a fan base there that's just as they have their own lunatic fringe there.
They do?
Yeah, they do.
In Tampa?
Have you been there at all?
Yeah, I've been to
Go
Mons
through
Venus.
Alligator
That's all I've been. I've been
all
to
right.
Mons
Anyway,
Venus.
let's just see who's available. You know, I know. I'm wondering if the Dodgers have a disappointing October. Would they fire Dave Roberts? Bob Guerin would then be available. There'll be a lot of people. I know you don't like Bob Guerin, John.
Just saying.
Okay. How come no one talks about, as we're looking at Kevin Cash and the disappointment of the Tampa Bay Rays, but at one time they were in World Series. They were pretty good with a young Longo. Joe Madden. Joe Madden was the original analytics guy, but he's decidedly, I think, a gut manager. He was there with Mike Scioscia. You're shaking your head. You don't like Joe Madden?
He's very quirky. He's very quirky.
Okay.
He won a World Series with the Cubs, and you got to say something for that because they hadn't won one so long.
It wasn't that long ago, and he did a nice job in Tampa. I'm just looking at it more from Farhan's analytical eyes.
Let's call our good friend Uke. He was on.
Bob Uecker?
No, Kevin Youkilis worked with him with the Cubs.
I don't know. Brandon Beltsup. How about Joe Madden? You're just rolling your eyes. You don't want Joe Madden?
I don't know that he's fit. So he's kind of a weird guy, but maybe, I guess. I mean, Farhan said he's going to talk to everybody.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Joe Madden's, he's a weird guy. He's won a World Series. He was the guy that kind of brought analytics into baseball with Andrew Friedman. I wonder if the Dodgers ever fired Dave Roberts. I always thought one day Joe Madden managed the Dodgers and not the Angels. I don't know. Just Joe Madden's out there, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, believe me, it's better than some of the names I've gotten on Twitter recently. Like, come on, people. Give me some of what you're smoking. Hand it over. All right, a few things we need to go over here. First and foremost, this is pretty good. You'll like this.
Are we moving from A.J. Preller to the caboose?
Yeah, let's go to the caboose pistol. A couple of things, and then we'll get more caboosey. But this is interesting, and being, kind of the Bills are like your second favorite team by a large distance, I will say. But the governor of New York is directing the state liquor authority to extend the deadline for special permits. Sports bars and restaurants can serve as early as 8 a.m. for the Bills game this Sunday. Of course, they're taking on Jacksonville. So 8 a.m. you can start drinking.
What law do you have to change there? Honestly, I've spent my entire, I grew up there, in the drinking age was 18 when I was in Buffalo, when I lived there. I've been back there many, many times. I don't think I've ever been in a bar in Buffalo, no matter what the hours, and I'm talking daybreak.
Right.
I'm talking early in the morning. It's like going to a Blarney Stone in New York. I don't think I've ever been at a bar where they said, we're not serving currently. So whatever they're talking about, I think the legal hours there are 4 a.m. I used to get in the shower at midnight, go out at 1 o'clock in the morning, and it would easily roll into daybreak. So this is the governor talking, but Buffalo's got a whole different set of rules. I've never been in the bar, honestly. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. We've gone right from bars to teeing off. I've never been to the bar in Buffalo where they said, we can't serve you now. It's after hours. It just doesn't exist. So I don't know what she's talking about.
I'm trying to think. When is there a time,
I'm telling you, I grew up there.
But I've been in bars really early for 49ers.
In Buffalo?
Well, here in California.
Yeah, they don't open.
I don't know. Well, but they do, because the thing is that when we were doing in the 21 season, in the 19 season, when the 49ers went to the Super Bowl, we did our road pregame shows from a bar in Danville. And I'm not going to get him in trouble. I probably already did. But those pregame shows would start at 7, and people came in, and guess what? They weren't drinking water.
Was that the Irish place there?
What's the California law? I don't even know.
I think it's more closing time than opening. I don't know.
I mean, they were right out of the
so
gate,
the issue is that in the game on Sunday, they're playing in London, England. So that's not even that. It's 6:30 a.m. here. Yeah. It's 9:30
But they want to
there.
drink early. They want to start going.
I'm telling you.
No, I know.
I've
That's
lived
what I'm
my
saying.
whole. I've never been in a bar in Buffalo
where it wasn't. Where it wasn't flowing.
I've never been told you can't have a drink.
Right.
Ever. Not one time.
Well, like you said, it's mostly like, what's the cutoff in San Francisco? 2 a.m.?
Yeah,
like that?
We do have laws here. Some cities are 1.
But I don't know if
Buffalo, it's technically 4, but I'm just telling you, I remember being in a bar in Buffalo. Remember when they used to put
You've been cut off, but you've never been told you can't have a drink?
No, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now.
Cut off.
Well, I've passed out and puked all over everybody. That's different. My buddy Tim Brown. You know my buddy Tim Brown.
Yeah.
Not touchdown Timmy Brown.
I know
he has an annual golf tournament every year. So we were going to roll right from the bar to tee off. Remember when they used to put breathalyzers in the bar? It was daybreak. We were doing shots. I was trying to set the all-time record. I shouldn't even tell anybody this because alcohol poisoning is I was 0.2, whatever the breathalyzer showed.
That's high.
And we were hitting the machine. This thing is broken because after I scored, like whatever it was, it wouldn't go over. So whatever she's talking about, that's not reality.
You get a plaque.
She may did it. No, the thing broke. The thing broke. So I'm just telling you, I have never been in a bar in Buffalo where they said, we're not serving anymore. As long as you mind your own business and don't cause a problem.
That's funny.
So that's just what the law is.
We're not promoting it. We're just saying.
I'm just telling you, they're not going to cut you off.
Yeah.
It's 9:30 in the morning on Sunday.
Well, but that's when
I can go to church and get a chalice and have a drink. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just not. It's not real. So
no, I
know they can make a law and say we allow them to drink. That's not what's happening there.
But I mean, like I said, we've done early games and
this is New York State. The actual. I know, but here it's a 2:00 cutoff.
No, but I know. But is there an early morning one?
No. I'm telling
when can
you.
Start here.
I've never. You're talking. There's a difference between what we have here and what we have in my hometown in Buffalo. Which, by the way, per capita has the most bars of any city in the country.
They need it.
I've never been told many, many times the night is rolled into the next day and they don't. How about Blarney Stones in New York?
By the way,
you ever go to a Blarney Stone at 5 in the morning?
No, you can start drinking here at 6. You can start drinking here at 6. It's 6 to 2. So we only
get you a place to.
No, seriously, there's only 4 hours in a day that legally you can't drink here. That's pretty good.
Our laws are different.
20 of the 24. That's pretty good.
Our laws are different than here, and no one's enforcing them. In Buffalo. Did you see the shot of the folks at the
4 hours
Buffalo at the Buffalo airport? People were flying out after the game on Sunday when they squished the fish and scored 48 on them. Every time the Sunday night cameras took a shot of Taylor Swift, they did a shot.
Oh man! Even Travis Kelce did say on his podcast this week that A, they're overdoing it, and B, he's done talking about it. That's what
and C, how do I get rid of her?
He's not there yet.
I don't know.
They play in Minnesota, by the way, this weekend. She's not going there.
Either way.
That's the end of that. Yeah. She's like, I'm never going. She's not going to Minnesota. That's the end of that fun. Do I have anything else? Oh, this is kind of a funny one. In Australia, the question here is, could there be anything that a person could give you to get their name tattooed on your body? An Australian woman has filmed the unbelievable moment a man she had met 20 minutes prior, he got her name tattooed on his wrist. She's a adult performer, and she said that she would give him a free lifetime subscription to her online account if he got her name tattooed on his wrist. And, of course, being a guy, he did it. She met him 20 minutes before, and he got it. He did it.
Well, he has low standards. So
yeah, she's very pretty, but no, not getting a tattoo. Anyway, yeah.
Billions. How many billions?
God, that's a pretty big tattoo, too. Look at that.
Yeah, good for him.
And that's her name. Like, when the guy's 22, when you eventually do have a meaningful relationship, that's going to be a problem. What's the woman's name that is tattooed largely across your wrist?
Bambi or Lacey? Can you tattoo right over it? How do you cover it up?
That's a pretty big one.
I don't know.
That is going to take some doing. You're going to be removing that one, and that's not going to feel good on the wrist. All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose pistol. We got a couple of remnants before we get out of here. By the way, Bruce Bochy is up now 7-0.
Wow.
In the 7th. Top of the 7th.
Go back a year from now. The team that that was a terrible team. It's unbelievable that what they're doing, isn't it?
They always
How
have the
he's
sticks.
been able
They
to
didn't have
turn that
pitching.
around in 1 year.
Yeah.
So you know who they get next? Dusty.
That'd be fun.
How great would that be?
That would be
Coach against Dusty. Who do we root for then? And that starts Saturday.
I'm Bochy 100.
Oh, come on. We love Johnny Be Good.
But didn't he just win a World Series? Like, that's enough.
He did last year. He's got 1.
Yeah.
Bochy's got 3. Come on. That'll be a great matchup.
Well.
Bochy against Dusty.
Well, I'd like to get another one.
The loser gets the man at the Giants.
What a consolation prize. Hey, tell him what he's won, Johnny. All right, we'll give you a few remnants before we get out of here. Then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways from Farhan Zaidi's end-of-season press conference, the president of baseball operations for the Giants, of course, yesterday. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 1-1. Seager swings and he pulls it on a line to right field, tailing away from low, and it drops down on the warning track. Karem's off the wall. Semien scores from second. Seager slides into second, and it's back-to-back RBI doubles for the Rangers all-star middle infield, and it is 7-0 in St. Petersburg in Game 2.
As Sean McDonough said, it's not a crowd, it's a group.
Do we have an attendance today? It's late enough in the game now. 7th inning.
7-zip.
Are they going to score? They lost 4-0 yesterday. Are they going to get shut out again today? It's 7-0 Bochy. Wow.
Yeah, and you and I were talking about this. I mean, you play 162 and you have the great season that the Rays did. The Orioles won that division, but you got to play in the wild card and you get beat in 2 games and it's over. Like, that's brutal.
Wow.
I mean, like 2 games, but see ya. Man.
Well, Bochy in October. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, does he even have a 500 record as a major league manager? And in San Diego, I mean, the one year we got him to the World Series, they got swept by the Yankees. It's just amazing how, I don't know. And could you imagine them when they get Jacob deGrom and Max? They're both under contract next year. When you get those 2 starting pitchers and what he's doing now, Evaldi pitched beautifully today. Jordan Montgomery. Yesterday, John, they traded for him. When he went 7 strong, but
yeah,
I mean, they are playing so well here. 7-0 with Tampa batting in the bottom of the 7th. Wow.
By the way, you nailed it. 2,093 and 2101, so he's 8 under for his career.
And what's his postseason record? It was San Diego. The problem there is if you get swept in a World Series, you're going to have a sub 500. But obviously with the Giants, in 10, 12, and 14, they won it all. And they swept Detroit. What's his October record with the Giants? It's got to be almost 2-1.
He was even under 500 as a Giants manager. He was 1,052 and 1,054
in the regular season. But come October,
you're gonna look.
I don't know.
It's gonna take a minute. We don't have enough time.
So that'll be. But Bochy against Dusty starting on Saturday at Minute Maid. How big would that be in Texas? That's the silver boot, right? When they play in the regular season.
What'd you say? The loser manages the Giants.
Well, Bochy's not coming back. But,
well, I guess I got to go back.
I don't know. Wild.
We miss anything today? I guess that's it. You're going to head out to practice.
I am.
Give us a full
Cowboy
report tomorrow.
week. This will be a fun day today.
Very good. Yeah, I guess that's it. That's good. Yeah. All right. I think we took care of everything. Tomorrow on the show, Tim Ryan will come into this very studio. We'll hang out. We always learn a lot from Tim when he joins us, so that'll be fun. We'll do that tomorrow. By the way, I was just looking at this number. The percentage of drives ending in a punt or a turnover, 49ers are 29%, the lowest in the NFL.
On offense?
Yeah. Their offense is rolling. Yeah.
They don't punt.
No,
and when they do punt, they punch it down to the 1 yard line. And the guy named Sheffield, they just signed off the practice squad, downs it on the 1. But then they a 99-yard drive. I want to see how they're lining up in the secondary, John. Who's in the nickel? Where's Ambry? What are they doing with Isaiah Oliver? Because the Cowboys will attack. Even going back to the playoff game, not this last year, the year before. Remember when they put Amari Cooper in the slot, went right at K'Wan Williams and ran that corner out? And then they proven with Christian Gonzalez, the young corner of the Patriots, got hurt. The first play, he was out. They went at his replacement with CeeDee Lamb. So this offense will attack.
Bob Sturm from The Ticket in Dallas. Great stuff. Bob Marks and Dante Whitner. Those were our 3 guests today. Go to KNBR.com if you missed any of those. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now. We'll be back tomorrow from Levi's with Tim Ryan and more. Only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
I'm under contract here next year, and that's the only thing I'm thinking about right now.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. A five banger today. Randy Cross, 250. Rich Aurelia, 330. Rich Orenberger, talk a little San Diego football. Not that they have it, but little Chargers, little Padres, little Melvin. Susan Slusser, 430, and then the Hall of Famer, number 8. At 5 o'clock. Do you, by the way, watch Special Forces, that TV show?
No, I feel like you've brought this up before.
It's pretty
What
good.
Special Forces?
So it's like actors, actresses, athletes, retired athletes, stuff like that, go through Special Forces training. And they got to do stuff that simulates like what Special Forces go through, stuff like that. So,
it's like boot camp type stuff, but training, mission stuff. And
correct.
That's cool.
Correct. Des Bryant on this season. Well, he was on this season.
So it's a reality show with former athletes.
Well, not just athletes.
Celebrities.
Like Tara Reid's on it, too.
Okay.
So hard to believe she was the first one that tapped out.
So there's a wide range of celebs.
Hard to believe.
or sequels, right.
Black China.
Oh, boy.
Tapped out.
I forgot about Black China.
Tapped out. A little bit of an attitude.
She tapped in, too.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, Des Bryant, and you start to see like why maybe there is some friction with him when he was playing. When you watch this,
yeah,
because he went through one of the it was like a competition where you had to rappel straight down this dam, and you had to like run down this dam. And
you're like on a wall, like you look like James Bond.
It was like straight down initially, and then it kind of was at an angle, and you had to run down this wall.
Or you're bungeed in.
You climb up, climb up the dam, and then go down. Yeah, but I don't know what happened in the second one, but he was like hanging there a while, waiting for Black China to go, and Black China said, "I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not. I can't do it. I'm out of here." And then she kept going, "Oh, my knee's."
My knee.
It was like, oh, this isn't going to fly.
Yeah, you're not one of the athletes, Black
This is
China.
not going to fly. Like, if you go in there with an ego and you're not going to listen, it's over for you.
Call me China.
Done. So Des Bryant's in there waiting, and I guess the harness was hurting his stomach, whatever. Because like, let's go, we got to go, because he was going again, because he got beat by Robert Ory. Robert Ory's in it too.
Dude, what?
Yeah, so Robert
Big
Ory,
shot Bob is
Robert
like
Ory wins the race, and so he passes. Bryant fails. It's pass or fail. Winner passes, loser fails.
So sort of fear factor like if you won't even do it, then you're out.
Out. You got a hand in your armband. So Des Bryant's playing there. He finally goes down. They let him go down. He goes down, and then he's all mad. And they're like, they're like real. Like these guys are all in the Special Forces. The people that are like 4 of them, I think, that are the hosts, and they're in it. So they get in your face a little bit. They rip you. They get all. I mean, they're on you. So they're getting on him a little bit, and he's like, he told them. And these dudes are like, these guys are some of the toughest dudes in the world. He's like, shut up, don't talk to me. That's it, I've had it. And he like walks away, slams his helmet down.
He just didn't want to do it again? What happened?
And they're just like looking at him.
He just quit?
Yeah, he just walked away. And then he came back like 3 or 4 hours later. He goes, yeah, I messed up. I'm trying to work on my, my anger and trying to work on my emotions and control my emotions. And the guy's like, yeah, too late.
Yeah. Wait. He just quit because he had to do it a second time and they were taking too long? I don't understand.
I don't know. His stomach was hurting. So he wanted him to get him down quicker, like let him go quicker, and they weren't letting him go. So he had attitude. And again, attitude does not fly there.
A wide receiver with attitude, the way KNBR.
At all. So yeah, they just said booted him. See ya. So I think it's that you would. There's some reality people you guys might know, but Bodie Miller, skier, is on there.
I said household names, and two of them I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, Robert Ory,
Tyler Cameron.
I think that I don't know who Tyler Cameron is.
Savannah Chrisley.
Reality.
Reality.
I didn't know her, but yeah, reality.
Black China.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, is that a Chrisley Knows Best person?
I think that's who it is. Yeah.
I did.
Yes, that's her.
I did not anticipate. Like, if you were to ask me, is Des Bryant ever going to hang with Robert Ory and one of the daughters from Chrisley Knows Best? Wouldn't have pegged that on my bingo card.
Last season, Dwight Howard.
Ooh, I think, you know what? I think that was when I was seeing more previews about it.
Yeah.
So the celebrities are the athletes are the guys who are the best, right? Because they have the.
You would think.
Because it's all like physical. It's all physical test
Danny
stuff,
Amendola.
Right? Oh, okay.
He was pretty good.
Yeah.
Danny Amendola was solid.
I bet football players are like the mentality of it is I wouldn't say similar, but it's got to be a lot of mental.
Oh, Brian Austin Green, 90210.
How'd he do?
He's in there. I mean, he hasn't quit, so he's kind of in there, but not great.
It's nothing gross. It's just scary stuff.
Just kind of scary stuff. Make them go through kind of boot camp drills.
Why would you quit?
Push you mentally.
It's fresh.
Well, I mean, I don't think you get a ton of sleep. And they kind of push you a little bit. Like one of the drills was they give you letters. I don't know, what do they call them? Acronyms, I guess. And you got to remember the word that's attached to it, like cat. And it's like calling all Toms.
Yeah.
Whatever. Right. So you got to remember that stuff. They give it to you at night. Next morning, you go into a frozen lake. And you got to dunk yourself under in this frozen lake, come up.
And your body's in shock.
And then they ask you, what's cat? What's this? And then you got to remember what it was. And if you can't remember what it was, the longer you wait, the colder you get.
Yeah.
And
you know what I hear? I hear this and I go, this is not Survivor.
Yeah,
Survivor's harder than this.
Yeah.
This is nothing. This is nothing. Survivor, they're not feeding you. You're not eating. You're sleeping on the ground with rats. You got there's nothing going on. Then you got to go do challenges. And if you don't hold up your end, your team's like, well, dude, she messed up that puzzle.
How about my man on Survivor that almost died the first show? Dude, I thought he was dead on the boat.
I was watching Survivor this season, man. It's like the worst cast week one. Worst cast week one. Like after 1 week, one woman quit. They didn't even vote week one. It's like 90-minute episode. They're like, we got new 90-minute episodes.
I don't want to be here.
Someone quit after 3 days. I was like, you should be embarrassed of yourself.
I think it was
Survivor.
after a day. Maybe it was
crying.
She's like, I'm done.
She's like, I didn't know. Dude, remember they were trying to set up camp and she didn't know what to do. She was sweeping the dirt on the ground.
Yes. Where's my pina colada?
But I was like, it's going to be a long season.
So yeah,
folks.
It's interesting to watch these people kind of go through this stuff. And you just know, like when they show up, you're like, why? Why'd you show up? What'd you think the show was? Like,
yeah.
Why? You should have known.
So on Survivor, too, I'm like, where did you... One guy goes, even as the biggest Survivor fan, I never could have imagined. I was like, if you couldn't imagine, you are not the biggest Survivor fan. I have thought about, could I eat rats? Could I go without my Allegra allergy pill for however many days? You know what I mean? Got to do it. You got to do it there. So
yeah, it's
You know what pissed me off? Because I think I've made about $60 million playing baseball, and I want this freaking $1 million in this game. And it's not even $1 million; it's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it. I'm a Game 7 World Series loser. You know, I've played in the biggest games in the world and the worst games in the world, but this just sucks.
I bet you
this just sucks.
Dude, he would win Special Forces. He'd roll in and be like, what do y'all need? What do you need, dude? I'll win Special Forces. He could have won Survivor. He got hosed, but he also played as long as he did Jeff Kent with a popped MCL. Yep. Day one, jumped out of the boat, popped his MCL, and made it as far as he did. So, also, too, NBA players, I think NBA, maybe baseball, as far as pampered by their sport and their game, mental fortitude, like, to me, hockey and football have to be way above. Not that the others don't need mental toughness, but NBA, we're talking no back. Like, guys are pampered way more than in other sports.
Yeah.
Football,
I think hockey is the one, man.
It's the roughest.
I see dudes playing like collapse lung. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
I'll get out there. I'll give it up for the boys.
Give it up. Yeah, sport's crazy when it's odd that you have all your teeth. You know what I mean? When somebody sees you like, that guy's got all his teeth.
Hey, that guy's teeth look pretty good. And then after the game, you're like, dude, what happened to your teeth?
Oh, they were
I took them out.
Yeah, clip-ins.
Took them out. We're done.
It's like Steve-O.
We're good. We're good to go. So I wanted to bring up something that I read today and wanted to ask. Did you read the latest article by Bags in The Athletic?
About all from today?
I think it was today, just about
Let me pull it up. I'll tell you
how invested they are in like the analytics stuff.
Yeah, I did read that piece, yes.
How, I guess, longtime clubhouse man. He's more than that. Mike Murphy retired.
Yep.
He just his office is now dedicated to
He's got a bunch of computers and graphs. Yeah, charts.
The computers in there. That was across from Gabe's office.
Thank God we get more space.
The more I was reading, I was like, going a little too far with this. I wonder what kind of edge. To what ends? I understand you want an edge. This isn't Moneyball where it's new and 2 or 3 teams had an edge over everybody. Everybody does this stuff now. What are you gaining out of it? It's almost like, hey, they have 400 nuclear weapons. Let's get 402.
You don't need them.
Okay.
We're going to get to 4 each, if that, and then we're done.
You need 10. Maybe more than that, but you don't need. It's what do you want to destroy the Earth 4 times? You want to do it 8 times?
Yep.
At what point do you say that's we're probably good on the nukes? No nukes. But so again, I'm looking at all this and I'm reading the article, going, God, more. More, and they started listing all the people that were I can't even remember their titles. Head of nerds, Nerd Junior, Assistant Nerd Junior,
Assistant to the Nerd
Vice
Junior,
President of Nerds, President. I just
we need more positions, more computers, more jobs. I'm giving Tim. I'm sort of building up to it here. It looked like he was giving me a more for a second. More. I saw him as soon as you went more.
Oh no, but I don't. I really don't.
There it
I got to
is.
be honest with you. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
When it comes to analytics, more.
No. Do you need it? Yes. Do you need to have the armament? Yes. It didn't need to be overkill.
You've got to have it. Right. You have to have it. But I said this to you the other day. I think we've squeezed the juice. Squeezing the juice. We've squeezed it.
Squeeze the juice.
But we have. There's nothing left. We've wrung that thing out.
No wheeze. I think it's wheezing. Is it squeezing or wheezing?
Yeah, but I said squeezing for all.
Is it squeezing or wheezing, Tim?
It's wheezing. It is
wheezing the juice.
But I was squeezing the juice out of this analytics thing because by the time the Giants caught up to the analytics age, I don't know that there was that big of a discrepancy in value. We're still back to you got to have the best players.
Yep.
Look at the best talent in baseball.
Yep.
Look at the rosters, how deep they are. This is what you're saying about 10 nukes. The Dodgers, the Braves, the Astros still build that way. The the Mets, even powerhouse teams that don't make the playoffs. There are lineups that put up those arms races or got into those arms races and didn't go anywhere. The analytics aren't the difference. It's about the talent, about how you allocate the talent.
And here's what I think. I think
the money to the talent. Excuse me.
I think we should kill him. I think
you keep liking that one. You love that one.
162. I say we let him go.
I say we kill him.
Let him go. R.I.P. Of course. The analytics is going to help you a hell of a lot more for 162.
Yep.
Tampa, 98 wins. Incredible job. Out.
Bochy is about to bounce him. They're on top of the 8th right now. Bochy's up 7-1.
I'm already counting it as a bouncing. I mean, they can't score.
Yeah.
But you start looking at
the Giants.
You start looking at and you're like, okay, who has the best players?
Braves. Dodgers.
No. Oh. In that series.
In the Rangers,
a 3-game series.
The Rangers do.
Rangers have better players. Without
question.
Tampa may have the depth. Same with the A's. 162. How are they? They were good for a while.
2 wild card games.
Whatever happened? Nothing in the playoffs. Nothing. You got to have the players. You got to. And again, I'm all for it, but at some point, it's okay. How much are we? I've said this before. How much are we getting out of this? It used to be maybe we were getting 30%, 20%. Now what are you getting? A half a percentage? A third of a percentage?
That's what I mean. Is it great enough that you can go all in on the margins like that? You still need the big talent. You still have to draft big talent. Jordan Alvarez has helped supplant anybody who's left. And Kyle Tucker for the Astros, right? It's sort of resetting the quarterback position. In order to continue to compete like that, you have to continue to develop the talent. And I think they've got some, but they haven't hit gold on any of those pieces. Every one of those teams has key cogs that were homegrown.
Yep, absolutely. Every one of them.
You just can't do it. So I'm a little bit confused. You want less analytics or you want... We don't like it that much. We just know that you need it.
How about we just hold?
How about that?
How about we're good now?
Hold. Let's just get somebody who knows how to use the eye test and pair it with the analytics, develop talent within the organization, and then win a World Series. That's all we need. Is a guy like that. Bruce Bochy, maybe he's on his way yet again, potentially, here into the division series. News on Bob Melvin. Padres have made a decision on Bob Melvin. We've got comments from A.J. Preller, the general manager down in San Diego. He talked about Bob Melvin, whether or not he's coming back, and whether or not they would allow him to interview elsewhere. He's under contract. That's all coming up next. Tolbert and Copes, Bob Melvin, not going to be Giants manager. We'll tell you about it on the Sports Leader.
No, we sing the Joes. Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Christian McCaffrey has won the NFC Offensive Player of the Week award after his 4-touchdown performance over the Cardinals. Didn't he win it last week, too? That's 2 straight NFC Offensive Player of the Week awards. Check out more on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, Bob is our manager, and it's going to be our manager going forward. I think both he and I. A lot's been said obviously in the last few weeks, but both he and I are very excited. About the challenge of getting this group back to the postseason next year.
That was AJ Preller, general manager of the San Diego Padres. Bob Melvin not going anywhere. He says he's going to stay there despite all the rumors that it could be on the way out. Now, there are reports of an internal struggle between Bob Melvin and AJ Preller. Bob Melvin came in last year. He's in year 2, or he just finished year 2, I believe, of what's a 3-year contract. Would you check on that for me, Derek? That may be a 4-year deal. Anyway, so they move on from Jace Tingler. And I sort of looked at this for the Padres as like their hope for what happened with Mark Jackson and
Doesn't that
Steve
sound like
Kerr.
a sex toy?
Tingler?
Yeah.
Damn near.
Killed her.
Thank you. Barely knew her. Tingler? That one like works. That one's not as funny because Tingler is like too innuendo-like.
Yeah,
Here comes some lube looking to make him slip.
Derek, you said he's got 1 year left, so it was a 3-year deal. So he comes in. They go to the LCS in his first year. And it looks like, oh, man, he was the guy. He's got a team. The A's just let him leave. Kind of like the Padres did with Bochy. Bochy was under contract with the Padres. It's always funny when you're under contract and a team then asks for permission to interview you. You go and interview. If you don't get the job, you still got to go back to got to go hang back with your other team with those players who were like, "What's up, Skip? You're gonna leave us." So here's his response though when asked what the club could do if other teams wanted Bob Melvin. What if the Giants came knocking like they did with Bruce Bochy and said, "Well, he's got 1 year left. You guys had tension. Can we interview him?" Here's what AJ Preller said.
Yeah, I think in terms of those questions, I think those are all kind of personal matters and private matters. We never really comment on those in terms of other clubs and interest in any of our employees. I think again with Bob, he's under contract. He's our manager. And I think we're both excited going forward into the off season.
One thing I didn't hear was no. He can't do that. Yes
excited,
or no?
Though.
Yes or no question. But we're excited. He's our manager. He's under contract. We know.
He's excited.
You just said that.
He's super excited.
So
no.
I think you can't let him go interview with the Giants. If you're the Padres, you did that once. I mean, I know it wasn't his move, but you did that once before. It didn't work out. Actually, it wasn't. I think it was Kevin Towers who was the guy there in San Diego when Bochy left, or they had just moved on from Towers because Towers was Bochy's
I don't remember.
dude. They were in a transition period,
Right
which is
around
why
the
they let
same
Bochy
timeline.
go. So maybe that's saying, hey, if there's an opportunity for somebody else and it makes sense for us to let him go elsewhere, maybe we'd do that. But I would imagine they believe he gives them the best chance to win right now at manager. If you're going to move on from him, you better have somebody else. And I don't know where you go if not from Melvin. For the Padres,
Yeah.
I mean, he's the vet. He's the guy. So
I have no idea.
does it mean anything for where the Giants go? I mean, we now know he's not going to be an option unless they ask and they approve. But that seems weird. That would seem odd to me that they'd approve that.
Possibly. I don't even know. What kind of compensation can you get?
I don't know. How does that work?
I don't know how it works.
The Giants must have given.
NFL, you can get draft picks.
Yeah, you get like trade a guy, and when he steps away, he's under contract. You own his rights, like Sean Payton.
Yeah,
they didn't have to pay Payton, right? It wasn't guaranteed money, but when he came back, then they owned the rights to his contract.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
whatever that deal was.
If
You can trade coaches in football.
You can. Gruden.
That's wild.
Gruden got traded.
Yeah, to the Bucs, right?
Yeah,
So that's where the Giants are. One other guy I didn't mention yesterday, who handful of people in my life years back used to say it. Shout out Mark Pape and Larry Olson. Used to say, Larry Olson, KNBR alum, used to say Bud Black would be a great fit for the Giants. He's another one of those guys who's baby fits the. He used to pitch to Bob Melvin, right?
Yep.
And he's in division. Obviously, he's under contract with the Rockies.
Yes, he is.
I don't know. I mean, that can't be that can't be a great place to manage ball games.
Could be a great place for
a baseball team.
Former pitcher.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I can't believe this, man. This is unbelievable.
What is happening?
I'd be interested.
Here?
Bud
Former
Black's
Angel pitching coach.
Angel pitching coach. He was Padre manager. Rockies manager now, but I don't know. That guy became available. That'd be somebody who's respected in the game, has embraced analytics to an extent, and you trust him to use the eye test. So
that's actually when the Angels had a staff. They had Bud Black, Joe Madden, Socha, a couple other dudes, Hatcher. That's anymore.
Now you don't even have Nevin.
No,
now you don't even have Nevin.
We don't have any more.
Not even Nevin.
Did you see? Since you're talking press conferences and not making any sense, this isn't a great segue.
Are you okay? Go ahead.
It isn't.
I'll let you know if we have it later on. But
I don't know if you guys did. If anybody saw this, I don't know where to wedge this in since we're so busy today. But I wasn't going to bring it up. But press conferences. Did you guys see the Adrian Griffith press conference, the Bucs coach?
No.
You didn't see. You didn't like.
I wasn't dialed in on Bucs Media Day. No.
No. Well, neither was I until I saw this.
Adrian Griffith.
Can I take a second to read this to you?
Yeah.
And you guys tell me how you think this is going to work itself out.
This is Bucs head coach Adrian Griffith.
So Chris Middleton didn't practice today.
Okay.
And they asked him, they go, was Chris able to go today? Not live on the court, but he's been very productive with his individual workouts, and he's been working his way towards getting back to more 5-on-5 live basketball. So, what he's done the last few days has not been a surprise to you because he said he has no pain and feels great. It felt great at media day. No. We got time on our side. We're just being smart, and he's been working diligently to get back, so that's the plan. What's ailing him? Does it have to do with the knee? Just us being smart, just not rushing the process. He's doing great. Is it fair to say the plan is October 26th, Chris will be ready to go? Just day by day, just taking it one day at a time right now. But he's progressing beautifully. We're just being smart right now. There's more.
I like when coaches tell you that they're being smart.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite. No, I'm just being smart.
Does this feel like something you're going to have to manage all year? Like it is a problem that you're going to have to work through and manage all year? What kind of problem? The fact that he's not practicing right now and you're trying to ramp him up. Who?
What?
Chris.
What?
Chris
Middleton,
is whatever he's dealing with long-term a concern that might keep popping up for Chris. What's popping up for Chris? I'm trying to figure out why he's not practicing. He's not practicing live, but he's progressing. And we're taking it day by day.
What does this mean?
And we're just being smart with him. And we're not rushing the process.
We need this audio.
Is it fair to say he's not cleared for 3-on-3, 5-on-5 yet? And that's what you're waiting for. He's cleared, but he's supposed to be. He's cleared to be where he's supposed to be, and he's right on time.
That doesn't mean anything. He's cleared to be where he's supposed to be, and he's right on time. That's a hell of a line.
I mean, are you trying to do an Abbott and Costello routine here? Like, just answer the damn question.
There's got to be audio of this. There's got to be.
Why isn't he practicing?
There's got to be.
What would he? Oh, he's doing beautifully. I mean, when I read that, I was like, oh, I got to bring that up because that is like, I mean, you're just starting a new job. You're just starting. You're the head coach of the Bucs. You should be great mood. Like
just Lillard, like you said,
answer the damn.
Yeah, man, we're excited, man.
Damn question.
He's right where he's supposed to be.
Like that is to me. Like I don't know. Look, they might have so much talent, it might not matter. But I mean, what is that? Like, are you kidding me? Who? Who are we talking about? Who we've been talking about
Chris.
the last?
He's like, what's wrong with Chris? What's wrong with Chris? What do you mean? It's like, dude, I don't. We're asking why he's not playing.
I'm telling you, it's like who's on first?
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
We're gonna try to get it for Sounds Far Away. Yeah.
I told you. I'm trying to ask you. That's it.
So has he not been cleared? He's been cleared
the
to be where
he's not practicing right now. Yeah. You're trying to ramp him up? Who?
We're going to get the sound for you for Sounds Foray definitely later. We got a lot of good sound coming your way today. Wednesdays, we always get our coach speak. Yeah. We haven't heard from a lot of the coaches. A lot of the stuff from Sunday we got to get into a little bit later. We'll do that after we talk to Randy Cross at 2:50. When we come on back, a little bit on the 49ers. Randy. What's wrong with Randy? Nothing, dude. He's coming on the show.
Nothing.
Randy Cross at 2:50. When we come back, though, Dak's struggles against the, in the playoffs and against the 49ers. Since 96, Cowboys, no appearances in the NFC Championship game. Niners with 5 of them. You've also got 15 wins in the playoffs for the Niners in that span. Cowboys have not beaten the Niners in the postseason since then. We'll talk about that a little bit when we come back and then get Randy Cross's thoughts.
Who?
And a bunch of coaches only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman. Who? Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Has life led you to have growing tax issues? It happens. You have things you need to take care of at home. Money doesn't go to the tax man. It's got to go to the issues you're dealing with at the time. Completely understandable. But the IRS isn't going to forget. They're going to want their pound of flesh at some point. So if you're behind on your taxes because something happened that was unavoidable and you can't figure a way out of the situation, give Alex Kugelman a call. He's the managing attorney at Kugelman Law, and he's seen all this stuff. This is what he does. He knows how to handle all kinds of tax issues. So you sit down, consultation with Alex. He's very knowledgeable, very personable, easy to talk to, and knows his stuff. And that's all you could ask for, is to have that blueprint, that game plan. And how do I get to the end of the tunnel on this? Because sometimes when the interest keeps compounding and you're like, well, I can pay a little bit, but then it's back to where it was, you know the drill. You don't want to have to deal with that. Let him handle it. Let somebody who knows what they're doing handle it. I think if it's a big play for the 49ers, you don't want to call the play. You want to have Kyle Shanahan calling the play. You want to have somebody who knows what the hell they're doing calling the play. Especially when it comes to taxes and it's your money, you want to have someone that knows what they're doing. So take that first step to putting your tax issues behind you and schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 29 for Dallas. Throw out left. K'Wan Williams with the interception. Dak Prescott jumped right in front of Cedric Wilson to take it away. When the shark bites, the 49ers take it on the Dallas 20-yard line.
The fin is out.
Here is Prescott back. Has time. Throws out left. Intercepted. Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner. Jimmy Ward tipped the ball, and Fred Warner with the INT.
Pick City, baby.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Is that lost drive you guys?
Every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
That was undoubtedly the voices of Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. And then Dak Prescott. He's talking about the struggles Dallas has had in the playoffs and still pissed about the playoff losses. That's what drives him every single day. Dak against the 49ers last 2 playoff games, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. He was sacked 6 times.
The fin is out.
I like the one when he just goes, pick! as the interception happens, he just yells it. It's like yelling back in the dugout to a ball out. It's like he's yelling it to his teammates.
Dallas, throw out left, K'Wan.
I think it was like yelling, run!
Pass.
Run!
Call it out. Yeah, that's it. Tim Ryan was just like Russ, I'm sure. 2 peas in a pod. This Cowboys team, this team seems like it has more hype than the last couple of years. I know they had the few years back, Zeke was holding out, and he came back at the start of the year. Wasn't nearly as good, and that was kind of the fall off for Zeke, and that's clearly why he was holding out, starting to hit the fall off. So then they started splitting carries, and last year Pollard was just a far more effective running back.
Yeah.
He's still been pretty good. Greg Cosell yesterday seemed like when he talked to us, he wasn't overly impressed with him. Thinks that he's probably got too high or heavy of a workload, which is maybe true, but I haven't seen enough from Dak to think they look that much different. I think Dak has actually been better in the past than he's looked to this point. The defense might be the best we've seen from them, though, in the last few years.
Yeah, I want to see what they're like going forward against a competent offense. I mean, think about the teams they played. I mean, they've played against some of the worst offenses the league has to offer.
Yeah.
The Giants, brutal. Jets, brutal up until last game. Patriots, brutal. Arizona. Arizona's the best of the bunch.
That's the best team they've played.
Actually, yeah, and they lost. So.
And Arizona, they give up 200 plus on the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, I could say the same thing about the 49ers, that they haven't really played. The Rams are pretty good offensively, and they didn't do much to stop the Cardinals. The only reason I'm confident that they're still one of the best defenses in the league is they've proven it over time, and they have a lot of the same players back. They do not have the same defensive coordinator, however. So, this is a game that probably bigger for Dallas since they've already lost a game.
And the Eagles are undefeated.
So, I expect both these teams to be in the playoffs. This one's about trying to stay undefeated if you're the Niners, just because I think it's going to be important, maybe not critical, but important to get that number 1 seed. And just kind of keep the Cowboys in their place. Like, we got you.
Sit down.
It was like the way the Packers kind of kept the 49ers in their place in the mid-90s.
Yeah, I remember.
Like, no.
Rolling the Lambo and like Jeff Garcia, sit your ass down. Steve, I'm sorry.
No, you're not going to beat us.
I didn't like that.
Yeah, just not going to happen.
I hated the Packers. Like, as a kid, that was my least favorite team. I mean, Brett Favre, like when he lost to Elway, I stood and applauded. Thank God. I was like, back-to-back, I don't think so, Favre.
Yeah.
Well, you beat the Pats, big deal. Pre-Tom Brady.
Big deal.
Good for you.
Who couldn't?
Exactly. Basically, everybody did. They did get to that Super Bowl, though, with Drew Bledsoe. So the offense for the Cowboys is kind of what I'm looking at. Somebody yesterday goes, they're averaging, what is it, 30, their defense is giving up 10.3 a game. That's best in NFL. Niners are giving up 14.5. That's third best for defense in the NFL. However, Dallas's offense is only averaging. How about this? They are fourth in scoring at 31 points per game. The Niners are third at 31.3. But Dallas is only averaging 2 touchdowns on offense a game. The Niners are averaging 3.5 on offense per game. So they've gone 50% more, almost 100% more. They've gone 75% more than they've gone on touchdowns per game offensively. So the question is, in stopping the Niner offense, we've seen nobody do it. And I said, I'm not seeing anything that can slow it down. There's a report out there that Trey Lance is going to give inside information on the 49ers offense. I didn't need a report to tell me that a guy who was just on the team weeks ago was going to help out with what the 49ers may run. However, I think it's fair to ask, how much of the 49ers offense did Trey Lance understand? How much of that offense can he relay to the opposition? He can relay a lot. I mean, he's been in the building for 3 years. But what can he give them that's not on tape already from this year, last year, what the Cowboys personnel has seen that's all that different? Sometimes this stuff is overblown. Like, just because you know it doesn't mean you can stop it. We had Mike Martz on last week who said, I prepared entirely once to face Jim Mora's blitzing, all-blitz defense his first year as head coach. So we got there to play the game, and he sat in cover 2, and he said, we almost lost. And I said, I'll never not be prepared again. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about Trey Lance giving intel to the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, as much as most coaches can. I mean, you can see the plays on tape. You can explain what we look at and stuff like that, which usually you can when you can stack up a lot of tape over years, and we've been here for a while and previous. So hopefully he's talking to them all the time and making them focus totally on that instead of the simple stuff of watching the tape.
You think they watch Trey's tape? They're already done. They just did.
Who?
They finished.
Okay.
Denver broadcaster when they were going for 2 after the Hail Mary.
By the way, Niners yards per play, their opponent's yards per play is 4.5, Dallas 4.7.
That's what they're allowing per play?
Correct.
How about offensively? So, Dallas's defense is legit. I buy the defense.
Offensively, the Cowboys aren't there. The Niners are still in the top 5 offensively as well.
In yards gained per play and yards allowed per play.
Yeah, they're 3. Tied with Detroit. Maybe a couple fractions ahead because Detroit's 4.52, Atlanta 4.7, New England 4.7, Dallas 4.7. Baltimore, Cleveland are the number 1 teams in the league. They're only allowing 3.8 yards per, and then yards per play offensively. No surprise, the Miami Dolphins are number 1 by a wide margin. They're 8 yards per play, and that was a lot of it was a Denver game. Niners are 2. They're 6.3 yards per play. So you look at 6.3, 4.5, that's 1.8 differential. Dallas is keep going.
By the way, just real quick, Miami's 511 yards per game.
I know.
They're averaging right now. That 70-point performance, you got to skew that for a while.
Dallas 5.1. So their differential is only 0.4.
Yards per play.
So they're averaging 5.1 yards per play on offense, giving up 4.7, 0.4 differential, and then you get the Niners 6.3 to 4.5, 1.8 differential. So that's fairly significant. So yeah, they are 3 in defense, yards per play. And again, this isn't the only stat. I'm still trying to understand EPA.
Expected points against.
No, it's
Derek says it's a dumb stat. Don't worry about it.
No, it's not. It isn't dumb though. Here's why I like it. Now it takes a little. It's not super easy to kind of figure out, but
expected points added.
There you go. So here. Thank you. That's basically what it is. But
I have a definition.
Here's where it is. Every play you run, it adds points to your expected points, or it takes them away.
Because you're getting closer or further.
So on first down, if you get a 5-yard gain, that's going to add a fraction of a point because you're expected, 3.5 yards, 4 on first, you get 5 on first down. You lose yards, you lose points. Again, if you pick up 8 yards on a 3rd and 10, that's not adding points. If you pick up 3 yards on a 3rd and 2, that is adding points. So again, it's a way to tell you whether each play has been successful, which I kind of like because sometimes a team may get 1 or 2 big plays and then that's it. Like I always look at a running back that gets 120 yards. If he got 65 on 1 carry, I mean, it still counts, But then you look and go, well, other than that, and it's like saying other than the triple bogey I got. So, again, it all adds up. But was it one play that they gave up and then shut him down the rest of the game, like 3 yards a carry? Or was it like a consistent 4, 7, 8, just a battering? So that's the kind of stuff I like to look at. So, I mean, I think there's a use for that stat. Again, it's not super easy to digest. But I think the Niners, I did look at they were I think they were number 1 in the league in that stat, like the EPA stat. Again, I'm not going to.
What's the ECA? Expected confusion about the.
Very high, especially for someone like me.
Well, you know analytics and you.
So this uses this is kind of like an EPA stat. Kind of uses like a power rating.
Yeah.
And uses all the analytics.
Right.
Niners are the top rated team in the league at 8.2. What does that mean? Don't know. Buffalo 7-7, Kansas City 6-2, Dallas is 6, so they're 4th. Again, this kind of in Miami is only 5.3.
Yeah.
So I try to digest this stuff. Do I? You know, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Yeah. Sometimes it comes back up. Sometimes it goes through smoothly, and I can get it, but. Yeah, like I don't want someone to come on and have to explain it to me. Like
that would just be dense. Dude.
Yeah, I kind of get the gist of it a little bit, and I do like it breaking down play by play. Like, was that play?
I like by yards. I like looking at the rate stats.
Successful play.
Yeah, but you're talking analytic of it.
Yeah, because I like to know again. A 3rd and 10, an 8-yard gain isn't as valuable as a 2-yard gain on 3rd and 1.
Right.
Because you get a first down.
You need it.
But so that to me is the yards. You get 5 more yards, but that's more that play was more successful in running it. So again, it's I haven't delved that much into it, and I don't know if I ever will. All I need is kind of a basic understanding of it, but I do like when they break it down granularly a little bit and try to. I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Coming up next, the dictionary on these sports. Yeah, let's do that. Everybody just have a sip, and then we'll all have a better time with the
before
analytics.
You try to understand it.
And then just watch. You don't
feel as dumb.
I didn't get into football for algorithms.
Whatever. I don't know.
I didn't get into football for decimals.
Let's move on.
Fractions.
Yards per play is pretty easily digestible. I get that one. Yards per play against. I get that one. That's pretty easily digestible as well.
YPP. That's a rate stat and easy to figure out.
YPP, yards per play.
I like what you said about, and it's nice to put the Cowboys just back in their place. They haven't even seen Christian McCaffrey at the peak of his powers.
Actually, it's yards per point is YPP. I'm down with YPP.
You down with YPP?
Are you down with YPP?
Yeah, you know me, man.
Yeah, it's yards per point.
Yeah, yards per point.
How many yards? So are your yards leading to points?
Yards per play is a different. But
yeah, yards per play is different. That's yards per point.
Nerds! You down with YPP? That's so dumb. All right, we'll talk to Randy Cross.
So confused.
He joins us when we come on back here. Randy Cross talking Niners and the Cowboys, a rivalry renewed. Sunday Night Football.
Tom on analytics.
Wah, wah, wah. Tom and formulas with Randy Cross next on these Sports Later.
Take the X in the Y.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and reacted to the comments from Farhan Zaidi on the Giants' search for a new manager. Check out that podcast and more trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Getting ready for the Niners and the Cowboys Sunday Night Football, national TV, good rivalry game, good helmet game, and probably the best game on the NFL schedule so far in 2023. Here to talk about it, longtime 49er and Cowboy hater, Randy Cross. What's up, Randy? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Is that a good way to put it? I was watching one of the Americas games recently, and I've been getting hyped up for football before the season started. You pop up in a bunch of those things, and you had some good lines about teams you guys hated, man. It was a different mentality in rivalries back then.
There was a whole like tier, a class system of different teams that a lot of them didn't like us, and we reciprocated. So yeah. Dallas was one that beat up on us pretty bad when we were crappy. So we had some payback.
I've always said, as a fan, that's where you want your team to be. You want other people to hate your team.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Because nobody hates losers. They always hate people that win. And I want my teams to be hated. Unfortunately, no one cares about my teams. Like, no, whatever.
Nobody hates the Texans.
We don't care.
Nobody's ever hated the Texans.
Yeah. So what was that tier?
The best example of that over the last 20 years is the Patriots.
Exactly. Everybody hated them. Now, I don't care. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's fun to watch them get beat, but who cares? I don't even care. So will you give us an idea of the tiers while you were a 49er, because the Cowboy rivalry has spanned a few decades now. I mean, it's kind of, it was hot, then it goes dormant a little bit, then it gets hot again, then it goes dormant for a little bit. But who are the teams that were up there, and who are the maybe your fiercest rivals while you were there?
Well, I remember all the games and this is back in the John Brody days with Staubach and whatnot. They played some unbelievable games back and then when I was in L.A. growing up. Mm-hmm. So I had a pretty good feel of that whole thing going on. It wasn't much of a rivalry early in my career because they beat the snot out of us. And, that's what made it a lot more fun starting in 81, returning the favor.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, us and the Rams, us and the Giants, us and the Redskins,
yep, the
Bears. But the divisional teams were always the consistently, not so much bad blood, but you saw each other enough, A, to respect each other, but B, not to really care for each other. So anytime you played New Orleans or the Falcons or the Rams, it was guaranteed to be kind of a bloodbath.
Talking to Randy Cross on the UMA guest line. So we're looking at this game here, and one of the storylines that's already come out, we were just discussing it, is Trey Lance, right? So he gets traded over there at the start of the season, and there's reports that Trey Lance is going to give insight on the 49ers offense. And I thought, well, I didn't need a report to tell me that the guy was going to be asked about what's going on and what plays they run and what you're looking at in certain film studies. But how much can a guy learn? Because they've got Dan Quinn. He coached alongside Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta. These two teams know each other. Everything's on tape. Kyle's been a head coach and a coordinator for a long time. Is there anything new or any hard insight you can get from a guy like that?
Not that much, I don't think, to be honest with you. I mean, if he knew how to run that offense the right way, he'd still be there.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the cold reality of it. He wouldn't be in Dallas. So I don't know how much information he's going to give. He might be able to give little hints on certain receivers, maybe stuff that Ayuk likes to do or Debo likes to do, or little hints in a route, things like that. Those are the things that they're looking for. But that's about the only help I think he'd be from that sense.
When you look at the 49er offense and watch them play, is there a weakness? Because I'm having a hard time finding one.
Well, I mean, you look at this last game, it wasn't a blowout, and Arizona actually played pretty well. But, they put up 35 points, almost 400 yards. Your quarterback's 20 of 21. You run for 100 and something yards. If you had to say there's one thing that maybe they'd be able to exploit, I'm not positive how fearsome the pass rush has been of late.
Yeah.
Hargrave did a good job with that sack he got last week. Bosa's yet to go off, which that's one thing that would kind of scare me. The red zone would be a good time to pressure them because their quarterback does not handle pressure well in the red zone. Loves to turn the ball over.
Yeah, it's a game where they turn it over, and if you can shut down CeeDee Lamb in the run game. Now, they've run the ball pretty effectively to this point, but they also got ran all over. I mean, Arizona put up first team to go over 100 on the Niners so far, but also 222 is what they went on the ground against the Cowboys. So I think it's going to be a hard-fought kind of Debo out of the backfield game. That's probably why he got some rest last week. In terms of what you've seen from Brock Purdy this year versus last year, because I didn't think it was possible to be – I thought we'd maybe even see not a step back, but a little bit of rust. Had a shoulder surgery, and he healed faster than he was supposed to. I can't believe that he looks as good, if not better, than he did last year. He's got a better grasp of the offense. He's got all these weapons. Like Tom said, I can't see it slowing down because there's too much going on, and he is too – I don't want to say – he's not perfect, of course, but he makes the right decision, which leads you to believe they can always be in the right spot.
He makes amazing decisions. He's able to run the ball out of the pocket and make things happen. He's got ways of finding either McCaffrey or Kittle or Ayuk or Debo. I mean, it's crazy. Once he starts running, you're not looking down the field. You're looking for a receiver. If you're a fan, sometimes you're looking for spots on the field. How far can he get? You're not looking for that. You're looking for where he's going to dump the ball, where the big pass play is going to come out of. So. Yeah, I mean, he's over 70% completion is pretty good. I guess if there's a flaw right now, he's not throwing for a boatload of touchdowns. He's only got 5, but he's got no picks, very few incompletions, and he literally seems to almost share a mind with Kyle Shanahan when it comes to what that offense is supposed to look like and how things are supposed to go. It's like he's like an extension of the coach on the field, which I think for most great quarterbacks is usually a hell of a compliment.
What was Montana's secret sauce? Because I think if you look at him, Randy, I mean, he's a better athlete, I think, than people give him credit for. He could run a little bit, and he could do some stuff, but not the biggest arm and not huge. Like he's not like a quarterback you look at and go, that guy's a big menacing guy. You don't know to be menacing, but big strapping guy in the pocket. But he was incredible. I'm wondering how much confidence, how much smarts. I mean, just everything that goes into a quarterback. Like, what was his secret sauce, and when did you know, like, this guy's got it? We're good.
Pretty soon. I mean, honestly, it's at first training camp in Santa Clara. His rookie year, you can tell him running the offense. He was accurate. He had the timing of the offense down pretty quick. It was, and it's not completely unlike kind of the way that you're watching Brock Purdy run this offense. There's a lot of confidence. There's a lot of timing. There's his accuracy, sort of all that. I mean, Joe was a combination of all that, but Joe's ability was compounded over an extended period of time in a lot of really big games. He had games like Purdy had last week in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And when he had those kind of games, he also had a couple of touchdowns and ran for some yards, and so it's we'll see. Given time, it's kind of scary to see what this kid could actually become once he progresses. Because he's going to get better. And that's sort of the bad news for the rest of the NFL is he's not forgetting what he knows. If anything, he's compounding it.
Well, it's funny because I was watching the special, the doc on Joe Montana. It was on Peacock, I believe.
Yeah, I rewatched that right before the season. It's great.
They couldn't. They tried so hard to get somebody to take his place at Notre Dame. Every time they gave him the job and he did something well, they go, "But we got to be able to get somebody better, don't we? A guy that can throw it farther, throw it harder, be bigger, be
Ice
stronger."
Bowl game where he came back in.
Houston.
Yeah,
that was just incredible. And I'm wondering. We don't get to see leadership. Like, that's not a stat we see on our screens or can look up. How much does that mean to a quarterback, a guy that just is a leader, can get other people to believe, can get other people to do what they need to do, just someone that's comfortable wearing that skin?
Yeah, it's an intangible, obviously.
Yep.
It's something you can't really quantify as far as what that leadership's going to be like on an NFL level around adults. But yeah, I mean, he had that ability. People, you wanted to play for him. You wanted to follow him. And you see a lot of the same stuff going on there now. I think it's a fantastic sign. But Joe was Joe, and he had so much from a positive standpoint going on. And he made it look easy. That was the worst part about it, I think, that really pissed people off.
Yeah.
Was he made it look really, really easy. And that's something at times you see with Purdy.
Yep.
I totally agree.
He gets done with that game. He gets done with that game Sunday, and you kind of sit back and you say, did he have an incompletion? I mean, did he have a bad ball where he just didn't hit? I mean, but that's okay. I mean, given these are the days of social media, there'll be plenty of bozos out there that'll have stuff to complain about when it comes to the game.
Yeah. Anyway, KNBR, Purdy sucks. Purdy must go. It's been fantastic. Right? Randy Cross with us on the UMA guest line. Yeah, we were talking about that as it relates to Purdy, because Christian McCaffrey was on with our morning show, and he was saying, in the huddle, he's got this swagger about him. He's got this calmness, but he also has expectation. What's funny is when you look at his body language on the field, he's very calm, he's very cool, collect, and I think that's kind of where it comes from. Usually swagger doesn't come in such a calm way, but sometimes it does. The fact that he stepped on the field and was just ready to execute leads you to believe that even when he's of the offensive players, if you were to rank them where they stand among their peers at the position in the league, he would be the lowest rated of the skill position players, right? Of the quarterback, receivers, whatnot. Probably. But
in these days of the combine,
right,
where everything's a quantifiable, everything's a metric, he obviously didn't have much going for him because he went last in the draft. But Brady went in the 6th round, so it's a great reminder that we don't know as much as we think we do.
Yeah.
What's funny is we were looking at the MVP odds because running back is so devalued now. Brock Purdy, even after last week, still has better MVP odds than McCaffrey.
And that is 1,000% related to the poisoned waters on running backs.
Right.
And hey, it only takes one Nick Chubb injury for people to go, yeah, see?
Yeah.
See, that's what happens to running backs. And, I guess there's always that possibility for a lot of guys out there, but it's so much fun to watch. I'm really looking forward to Sunday night. That's going to be, I'm going behind enemy lines on Sunday night. I'm doing a podcast thing with Emmett Smith down in Dallas.
Ooh.
Before the game. So.
Where your rings?
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where the rings? When we talk to Steve Young weekly, and he talks about, winning a Super Bowl is the thing here with the 49ers. That's what you're expected to do, and that's what people want. That's what the organization wants. I don't know if it's quite the same as it was in the 90s, but when did that start? Because in 81, that was your first Super Bowl, and then you kind of built the dynasty out from there. But was there a point where things kind of switched and turned where that was kind of not just the goal, but the expectation with the 49ers that Super Bowls are the thing?
After the disappointment of 82, that strike season, and, sort of the separation between Bill and everybody else and the team and whatnot, I think it was right around 83, and we got to the championship game against the Redskins in 83, and they didn't get to the Super Bowl. And it was very clear in that post-game locker room of the NFC Championship game that was not acceptable, that we were one game short of winning, that what we should have done. And next year we have the year we did, we go 18-1, one of the all-time great teams.
Mm-hmm.
And starting with that in 83, 84 was basically when a lot of that was born, because anytime it didn't end in a Super Bowl, the season was a failure. I don't care what the number was. It was just a failure.
I'm wondering, as a player, you accept that because that's where you're at, but wondering how hard that is, because that's the whole journey you're going through. You got all these games, and I'm wondering, because I'd want to be able to enjoy those games, enjoy the wins, but it sounds like
they might be doing that now, Tom. This team may feel that way now.
Maybe they do, but it just, is that a hard way to go through a season knowing that it doesn't, these are fun. It's fun to beat this team. It's fun to beat that team. It's fun to win a playoff game. But I'm not going to be happy. No one's going to be happy. Like, it seems kind of miserable, actually.
You guys talk to some of the players.
Mm-hmm.
You watch these games. You see these players. Do you think those guys really like walking by those trophy cases and seeing all those Super Bowl trophies and seeing all those George Halas trophies?
Not unless they have one.
Nope. Exactly, because if you don't have one, you have no input.
Yep.
You have no imprint on the history of this organization. So, and I'm sorry, getting to one and getting beat doesn't count.
Not the same. No.
So, if you don't think that doesn't bother those guys and stick in their craw, well, I may be imagining things.
Yeah.
I'm pretty damn sure guys like Williams, guys like Kittle, guys like McCaffrey, Purdy. I mean, all those guys. Go down the list. Debo.
Yep.
Hufanga, whoever you want to talk about. That looking at those trophies bugs the shit out of them.
Yep.
And there's so many legends that hang around, so many Hall of Famers that hang around with the rings, right? So many guys with rings that are close to the organization. So you see it a lot, which I think plays to the culture, Randy. So this should be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Maybe best game on the schedule to this point. It's the crown jewel Sunday night, Niners and the Cowboys. Make sure you stick it to Emmett on Sunday, all right, dude?
Be safe down there.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll have a little something. I'm not going to be in Dallas. That's going to be.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Yeah, that's good.
My mama didn't raise no fool.
Boy, Randy. We'll talk to you later this season, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Randy.
Right. My pleasure.
Great stuff. The great Randy Cross, as I said, a longtime Niner and Cowboy hater. From Randy Cross, we'll stick with a little bit of football. One of my favorite segments we do now every week, Coach Speak. All the best sounds, both foolish and hilarious, from NFL coaches from across the NFL in week 4. That's coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes, and then Rich Aurelia and Rich Ornberger, only here on the Sports Leader. What were the 3 biggest takeaways from Farhan Zaidi's presser? Giants beat writer Danny Emmerman goes in-depth on the story. Check it out, trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
NFL coaches speak. We listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
We're one of the most unique species on the planet. An NFL head coach, a football coach in general. I don't know how crazy, you got to be sort of maniacal. Like, you're one of your best friends, Bergie.
Yep.
Football coach. Nice guy.
Really nice guy.
Well, too nice. I was going to say.
You don't catch him on the field.
No, that's what I'm saying. I saw him. It's funny, as I hadn't met Bergie before. We met at Pines for is it Pines for Paws? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Great event. Awesome event for the Berkeley Humane Society. Big brewery event. We'll do it again this year.
Yes, we will.
Or is it this year or next year?
It's this year.
It's this year.
Like in July.
Fall, next year. July.
Yeah.
Next July, right.
Yeah, it'll be 2024.
Although
it does feel like summer outside right now.
Yeah, Bergie, it does, dude. A little too much like summer.
I kind of enjoy it.
It's a little too nice. Bergie, though, big, you meet him, you're like, oh, dude, this guy played offensive line or something, or D tackle, or he's a big dude. His hand just enveloped mine, dude. He just ate my arm.
Is that what you're guessing? What position he played?
Well, just by his size now, that's where I line him up.
Quarterback.
So yeah, he's a little more nimble.
He's a quarterback.
Yeah.
He actually is one of the ones that ended Santa Clara's football team.
No, he didn't. Why?
Yeah, personally. No, I don't know.
They're like, after that guy whooped us, we're not coming back, dude.
No, he went there.
Oh, he went to Santa Clara.
He went to Santa Clara. He was at Arizona, and then Dick Tomey came in. They ran kind of a wishbone. We called it the veal bone because Ron O'Veal was the quarterback. The veal bone.
That's pretty good, dude.
And
veal parm bone.
Yeah, it kind of sucked for him because Larry Smith was the coach there, went to USC. So by the time Bergie was going to take over, they switched offenses. So he transferred to Santa Clara and had a nice career there. I think it was 2 years there. But I'm not sure how much longer they had a football team after he was there. I'm not positive. But, yeah, he was did he get recruited by BYU? Mike Holmgren recruited him there when he was the offensive coordinator at BYU. Yeah, he was a pretty big-time.
Shout out Mike Holmgren.
Pretty big-time recruit.
Shout out Andy Reid shutting down the
SF
State baseball football team. Yep. He and Holmgren.
Go figure, Cloverdale High School.
That's where Bergie's from?
Cloverdale. Him and McMillan, who went to Arizona. Wow. He was a McDonald's All-American. McMillan. Think about that. And those two guys were on the same basketball team. Think about that basketball team in that little town, and they have those two monsters just crushing these little 5'11" white dudes. Whatever league they were in. Like, they were playing modern day and beating modern day like that. They were good.
It's like when SC went down to Bama in 70 and 71 and whooped them, and then they were like, we better integrate our football team now. They're like, these black dudes from L.A. just came down.
Yeah, man, we need some brothers.
Shane Gillis says he
brothers?
just kicked the crap out of him, and then afterwards Bear Bryant's like, hey, come on, y'all.
Come on. We need some brothers.
All right, we'll be
not like brothers who are white. We need like brothers.
The line that Shane Gillis has is, we had people on the moon before Alabama had black dudes in their secondary. He goes, yeah, kids today don't know. There used to be white cornerbacks. He's like, they're extinct now. They only exist at the
Seahorn.
San Diego Zoo. I think there was one drafted this year, but Seahorn's the one that comes to mind. There are plenty of offensive-minded head coaches across the NFL. That's where we'll go. Last Thursday Night Football, that's what kicked off week 4. Matt LaFleur.
Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur.
Nicely done.
Very good.
Nicely done.
Very good.
Matt LaFleur.
Touche.
He's pretty mellow. Like, he had a lot of tension and stress over the last few years with Aaron Rodgers, and he's a pretty good offensive mind, except when he kicks a field goal up 8 in the NFC Championship game, gives the ball back to Tom Brady. I don't know what the hell that was about. Or down 8, excuse me. He did the McDaniels thing. So here he is, angry after the loss to the Lions on Thursday night. Here's LaFleur.
It happens when you have to cause a first half like that, where you got nothing.
I mean, you saw it, Pete. I mean, we got our ass kicked. If I knew, it wouldn't have happened.
Matt, they didn't blitz until...
That's a BS question, man.
They didn't blitz until the last play of the first half. They sent 4 or less most of the time. And why couldn't you guys protect, do you think?
It wasn't good enough. They whipped us. They manhandled us. Again, if I knew the answer to that, it wouldn't have happened.
I love when the guy gets bitter, answers a question, and then the next guy's going to ask his... with the blitz, do you think?
And then he cuts him off, and then there's a pause again. He's... So the blitzing. By the way, whenever a
that's a BS question, man.
Whenever
they didn't blitz until
my favorite is whenever a coach or a manager or somebody drops the first name of the reporter.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, Pete. He punched the P on that too. That was pretty funny. There's Matt LaFleur pissed off.
What do you think, Pete?
What do you think, Pete? If I knew, it wouldn't have happened. BS question, man. That's the most upset I've ever seen Matt LaFleur.
You should have gone with it's a clown question, bro.
You saw it, Pete. Here's Brian Dable, head coach of the Buffalo Bills. He was asked about the Buffalo Bills. Former coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, head coach of the Giants. That offense is not going well. He was asked about an interaction with Daniel Jones after a pick 6 where he threw his tablet.
Flipped it.
And people were like, did you throw your tablet at Daniel Jones? Here's Brian Dable.
What were you trying to show Daniel on that interception? The camera caught you showing the tablet to him?
I was trying to show him, kind of see what he thought, and then kind of tell him what I saw.
Were you happy because you kind of tossed the tablet as you walked away? I mean, what was supposed to happen on that route? Was it?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into particulars of it. Just we didn't get the job done.
What did you want him to do on that play?
Yeah, well, obviously not throw an interception.
So here's what I was showing him. There's a guy in blue here. There's a guy in white here and here. The blue guy is the one you're trying to throw it to, not the guys in white who are here and here. This guy in the middle is the guy. Not that guy, but this guy. That's what I said. And then I got upset and flipped the tablet.
That's too funny. It's like, what are you trying to show him? Yeah.
Well, obviously not throwing interceptions.
Obviously not throwing interceptions.
Oh, dude, so funny.
When they showed it from the end zone camera view, it was like, he could have squeezed it in there. It was just a terrible throw. It was an awful throw. Now, I don't know if he expected the guy to settle down a little bit, and he started moving to the inside, but it was just, those are back breakers. I mean, picks that don't even get returned for touchdowns are back breakers, but that is a double whammy. You're about to go 14-10, and all of a sudden it's 21-3, and that's a mule kick right to the solar plexus.
Right in the beans.
Game over. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Death by beans.
Yes.
As we're getting you there. Moving on here, we got 2 good ones. We're 2 for 2 with LaFleur and Dable. Why don't we go to former Niner D coordinator and current Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans? DeMeco He's dodging a question a little bit here. Starts dodging about the offensive line, but he dodges the question in a unique way. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Specifically, Tytus Howard earlier, you had said that the only consideration was for him to get healthy. When you think about how he's played left guard before, he's played opposite tackle, what do you think about in terms of his ability in that decision?
That's the answer right there.
Is it an Amber Alert?
They don't want you to get that question out, man. We'll put the best 5 out there. We will. Again.
That was earlier today when we all got that national alert on our phones all at the same time.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah. To which I thought this is the best time to commit a kidnapping. Can't even send the alert out because this thing's going off. It's like if the kidnappers were thinking, if the kidnappers were really thinking.
Got to act quick though.
I'm not going to do it. I'm an idea man.
Yeah, you're. I'm
just the idea man. Yep. Moving on here in the Coach Speak segment. Wait, you thought we weren't going to go to Chicago? Thought we weren't going to talk to Matt Eberflus? Matt Eberflus gets bombarded with questions about Chase Claypool, who they traded for last year from Pittsburgh. Now they've decided, and they said he wasn't going to be active due to a shift in strategy or philosophy. They were going to shake things up on offense. Then we find out he wasn't even at the game. Well, they told him not to show up. But then after the game, Matt Eberflus has to answer questions. It's not just about losing the way they did, but where's Chase Claypool? This is a hell of an interaction. We'll go to Chicago.
This week, Claypool was inactive.
Was he not here today?
He was not here.
Did you guys tell him to stay home?
No.
He chose to stay home.
No, he chose. What are you asking?
Why is he not at the stadium today, like the other inactive players?
I'm not sure.
So it's his choice.
We told him that it was a choice, and he's at home right now.
Was he aware that he was going to be inactive before he talked to the media on Friday?
What's that?
Was he aware that he was going to be inactive before he talked to the media on Friday, or did his comments play a role?
No, we always make inactives right before the game.
So did his comments Friday about being upset with how he was being used factor into the decision to make him inactive?
It did not.
Do you anticipate him still being with the team? Was this a 1 week inactive thing, or is he going to be on ice for a
Yes, I anticipate that. Yep.
You expect him in the building tomorrow?
Yeah.
Dude,
get your story straight.
Dude, coaches are so funny, man.
I mean, just be honest. You try to weave a story and you come off looking like a buffoon.
No, he wasn't here. Was that his choice? Was that your guys? You guys tell him to stay home? No. So it was his choice. What?
What?
What are you asking?
Who?
Dude, that was really good. That was really good. Shout out Chicago media there, dude. Just peppering him, and he's got nothing. He's probably wide eyes.
I'm not sure.
Dude.
That's what happens.
Because he can't say that guy did it on his own if he didn't, because then Claypool is going to drag the hell out of the organization.
That's what happens when you try to make stuff up on the fly.
Just say what happened. Yeah, it did play a role.
What happened?
We weren't happy. We decided to shake things up this week. We'll reapproach it tomorrow. Why do you have to keep it? Man.
I don't know. I'm
not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't know. What happened?
One more here.
Who?
One more here, dude. We haven't heard from this guy in a while. The hoodie.
Oh, Staley?
The hoodie.
Let's go,
Bill
hoodie.
Belichick. So he benches Mac Jones last week.
I know. I'm so excited.
Puts in Bailey Zappi in their blowout loss. And apparently
Mac Jones was pathetic.
He's going to stick with Mac Jones, I guess, apparently this week. He pulled him out of that game, but he was asked about it. Belichick, after a bad loss, it's exactly what we hoped for. He was asked about benching Mac Jones.
Bill, what led to the decision to take Mac out with 3:41 remaining in the third quarter?
Yeah, I don't think there was any point leaving him in the game.
And will he be starting next week against the Saints?
Yeah, just so there's no point leaving him in the game, Mike.
In that sense, I mean, do you consider taking Judon out on the other side, or at that point?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to put somebody out there.
So, Bill, was he benched for bad performance, or was he pulled because?
No, I said there was no point leaving him out there, so I took him out. Yeah.
He is right though. Matt Judon's not going to get hit the same way. You know what I mean? They're not coming after Judon the way they're coming after Matt Jones.
He probably would have taken Judon out.
Yeah, well, there you go. Did you consider that?
No.
By the way, 7 seconds of silence. We have somebody out there.
No.
He's right. We need a warm body out there. So.
We got to have somebody.
It's pretty good Belichick.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put somebody out there.
Yeah.
Is he going to play against the Saints? I said he will. There's no reason to leave him out there.
And I like saying Zappy.
There you go. That was your coach speak for Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, and for week 4 across the NFL. Pretty good. Pretty potent coach speak today. Good stuff today from across the NFL. We'll jump back into some baseball, which, by the way, we got more playoff baseball on today. Game 2s of the Wild Card Series. Bruce Bochy into the Division Series. Did we wrap up the? We've got Toronto playing Minnesota right now. Minnesota up 2-0 on Toronto in Game 2 of that series, and we got still the Diamondbacks to come in just a little bit, and of course the Phillies and the Marlins still later this evening. But Rich Aurelia, number 35, before Brandon Crawford, he joins us next on the Sports Leaders.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to talk to our next guest. Talk a little Giants baseball, offseason. Where are they heading? Number 35, Rich Aurelia. What's up, Rich?
Not much, guys. What's going on?
Not much. What are you up to?
Not too much. I just got back. I was in Europe for about 16 days.
Nice.
Just got back yesterday.
Where'd you go?
So I had our winery, Red Stitch. We had a Red Stitch wine cruise through the Mediterranean. So Monte Carlo all the way to Venice, all around Italy, Sicily, Croatia.
Tough living.
So I'm a little wiped out right now, but
oh yeah, we feel for you, Rich. Yeah, we definitely feel for you.
Take the load off, man. Sit down, dude.
Wait.
I don't want to keep you.
In Europe, drinking wine, food. It's kind of a rough life. But somebody's got to do it.
People are thinking, boy, that Rich, that's a tough one. I'd hate to have to do that.
This cruise line's got hit hard. COVID, you know what I mean? We got to get them back on their feet, Rich.
Oh, man. So give us your thoughts on replacing Kapler and kind of where the Giants were and maybe where they need to go.
Well, I was following most of this stuff online while I was gone, and I just, read some stuff today. I was watching some of Farhan's press conference, end of season press conference. Listen, it's going to be interesting to see which way they go, because I would assume that, Farhan's going to have the say-so in who gets hired. And it's going to be a tough situation because his contract's up after next year. So are you going to, and what manager, I don't know. I think a manager wants to have a good relationship with the GM and to build something, moving forward into the future. And you don't know if that guy will be there past next year. So I think it's tough. I do think that, I think from everything that I read and heard, I think the main goal is to maybe have a different kind of culture in that clubhouse, because, it was, you didn't hear a lot about it during the year, but as soon as Gabe was let go, you heard a lot of players making comments about the culture of the clubhouse, and some things are going sideways and guys are left to do stuff on their own. So I think that's the main concern. And I think you probably need a guy in there that just deems respect or has already earned respect by doing something in the game. I don't know about hiring a first-year guy or somebody of that nature, but I think they have to have a reputable, respectable guy come in there that right out of the gate, the players, he doesn't have to earn their respect. He should already have it. And I think that lends itself to having a more conducive, a more work-together type of clubhouse than they've had the last couple of years.
I have a theory, and I'll see if you agree with it. And I bring this up because I think Gabe was a hands-off type guy. Like, I'm not sure that he was a big confrontation type guy. He wanted to get along with the players. He wanted to be an amicable working relationship, and that's great. But sometimes players need a foot in their ass. They need that. Yep. Nobody likes it, but you got to have that. So I've always thought, manager, coach, you got to have a certain amount of a-hole in you. Like, you got to be willing to say it how it is and not worry about somebody getting their feelings hurt. Like, they're upset with you. Like, sometimes you just got to be the dad. And I'm wondering if you feel that way, and was Dusty that way? Because Dusty's like, we all know him as like super nice. Like, everybody loves Dusty. But again, everyone that I know as a manager or coach that's successful, there's a certain part of them that's like, yeah, that what you see is not always what you get. I mean, do you buy that theory? And did Dusty probably had that in him, I would imagine.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I mean, you probably played for enough guys, and
Nelly,
I played for a few. Yeah, and I played for a few, and I've actually had those conversations with Dusty when I played for him, where he'd basically say, "Hey, man, I got your back, and I'll do whatever I can to help you and make you the best player you can. But, I'm your buddy, but just remember, I'm the boss too. So if you feel me getting on you, you're going to know it." And listen, he got on me a few times, and I respected it because I understood it, and I understood what he was trying to do. Boach was kind of the same way, but Boach was a little not as forward with that. But if he had an issue with you, he'd call you in and talk to you about it. And, I think the game's changed a lot where, a lot of these players in this era, they don't spend a lot of time in the minor leagues. They get called up right away. I don't know I could just specifically speak to the Giants, but, they get called up and, you come into a clubhouse with 16 coaches, and I don't know if you know who's responsible for what or who's doing what at a certain time. I mean, I think that's a little overwhelming. And, when the guy in charge, and I don't want to say Gabe wasn't in charge. I will give Gabe credit on one thing. He never threw any of his players under the bus. He never did.
Yep.
He always protected his players. He always took the heat for whatever there was. But if you got a guy who's not looked upon as the leader in your clubhouse with the culture in there, and you don't have the veteran leadership, the guys to stand up and take that role, well, then you're going to have some trouble in there. And I think that's ultimately kind of what went down.
I got Rachel Rillia on the UMA guest line. When you were with the Giants, so 2002 ends, and Dusty, I think his contract was up, and they didn't renew it. That's, to me, one of the great sliding doors or butterfly effects of baseball history. Like, if you guys win the World Series, Dusty, there's no way he's gone, right? He comes on back, and then maybe this run doesn't happen, but Dusty ended up getting one, so we're all good. I wonder, while you're under contract there, and there's a transition of who's going to be the next manager, I'm trying to remember who else they interviewed beyond Felipe. They might have done Wotus, or I don't know if Joe LaFay was a guy who interviewed back then. But what was it like? What was the process like for you guys who had been there for many years waiting to find out who the next manager was? Obviously, they went in-house with Felipe, or a familiar face. But what was that process like for you guys?
It was weird, I think, because if you go back to 2002, I think we knew the second half of 2002 that Dusty probably would not be coming back. I think there was a really good chance he wouldn't come back. So, it's not something you think of when it's happening, but when you get to the off season, you lose the World Series, you get there, and then you go, okay, well, who's going to be here next year? And I think for us, it was kind of seamless because we had known Felipe, most of us. He came around every once in a while. We know he had a huge amount of big league experience as a manager and as a player, and he did some really great things in Montreal when he was there. So I think and he was a veteran guy who managed a lot. And listen, we pretty much kept the same staff except for I think 2 additions maybe. We had
Damian Moss came in. Oh, you're going coaching. Sorry.
Yeah, coaches. So and then so it kind of was kind of seamless for us as a team because the majority of guys were coming back, and the ultimate goal from that year, day one, was win the World Series. And not at one point was it ever a conversation of like, oh, I hope we have a good year, or I hope we make the playoffs. It was like, no, we want to win the World Series because we got so close. Where I think nowadays some of the comments I hear are like, oh, let's hope we can make it to the postseason. Well, if you have a good team and you had coming off a good year, well, then you should probably think a little bit higher than that. But, I don't know. I really don't know what they're going to do. I know they got some in-house candidates they're going to look at. I would assume that, listen, when they got Boch, he was a lame duck guy in San Diego. You might have another lame duck guy in San Diego that I played for, too, in Seattle with Bob Melvin. So I don't know. I really don't know what they're going to do.
So what do you do with the team, the players? Because not only were they not good the last couple months, they were boring. I mean, it was just, not just the platoon, but the piggyback starters, the openers. It was almost like you're watching a math equation play out on a baseball field, and you're like, well, yeah, if you win, okay, but it was a tough watch for 2 months, if not 2.5 months. How do you rectify that? Because this team seemed old at the end. They didn't seem very athletic at the end, and especially with the new rules, Rich. I mean, you can't be non-athletic anymore. You got to be more athletic. You got to. The Arizona series was the one that really kind of slapped you in the face. And I made a comment that Arizona's outfield turned doubles into outs, and the Giants' outfield turned outs into doubles, and you just saw what the future of baseball was. Where do they need to go? What is as far as just players? What kind of style? What do they need that they didn't have for the last 2-3 months last year?
Well, I think a lot of it starts with, listen, you can't lead the league in strikeouts and lead the league in errors.
Yeah.
And when I say lead the league in strikeouts, that's as hitting, as an offensive team. You're not going to win a lot when you do those two things, a bad combination. So I think, one, it starts a lot with philosophy, especially on the offensive part. I've never been a big believer in the theory of, 2 strikes, just if it's on the black, just let it go and strike out. We don't care. We want you to get a ball you can drive. I've never been a believer in that, because when I played, it was almost, a total embarrassment if you struck out 150, 175, 200 times. Now it seems to happen, pretty much a couple guys on each team. But I think a philosophy on the offensive side has to change, and a lot more fundamentals need to be worked on, because for me, this team last couple of years they were atrocious with guys on third base and less than 2 outs, getting guys in. Philosophy of, say, as an example, you have a, second and third, with 1 out and the infield's playing back. What do you want to do? You want to hit a fly ball for a sac fly, or hit a ground ball up the middle and you score a run? And I'm watching guys swing at first pitch sliders down and away off the plate that are in the dirt, getting behind 0-1. So there's just certain philosophies and strategies on offense that I think that they could change to become a better offensive team. And then again, let's go back to 21, right? They played the same style except for the fact, I think, that this year with the pitching, it was just a hodgepodge of whatever with, openers and, bulk guys. Yeah. They're not even middle relievers anymore. They're bulk guys. We can go back to in 21, they played the same way with the line change, but dude, everything went right that year. And I've said that for a couple of years. I'm like, everything went right. You had Craw, Belt, and Posey had career years. You had Darren Ruff had a career year. You had Gosman and Webb in rotation had career years. So basically everything kind of went right to win 107 games. You look at the other 3 years Gabe was here, and they're under 500. That's not even my opinion. That's a fact. Yeah. So, any team, you could say the same thing. If everything goes right, yeah, we have a chance to win. But, when you're, don't have a bunch of high-quality players that play every day and you're platooning and you're going left, right, it's a hard way to play the game and a hard way to win. And it's also a hard way it's hard to get your players to buy into it. You don't know if you're going to be playing 8 innings or getting pinch hit 4 in the third. So it's a hard plan to use, I think, on a season-long basis. So, hopefully with what they've seen the last couple of years, they try and find some guys that are, everyday guys that could play like 140, 145 games a year, as opposed to, only playing lefty-righty matchups and stuff like that.
Well, like I said, Rich, if you want to platoon your 7-hole hitter, cool.
Yeah, I'm good.
When you're platooning your 3-hole hitter, we have problems.
Yeah, definitely got issues there. And I think...
agreed.
And if you look at the team this year, listen, Wilmer Flores, I thought had a great year for them, and that's kind of about it. Yeah. Like, if you really break it down. So, I look at the flip side in the future. I don't know if we really saw enough of some of these other young guys to know if they're ready to play every day. We know Bailey's a good defender, and I think for a huge amount of the season, his offense, I think, pretty much was above expectations for what they thought he was going to do. But if you look around the rest of the field, you don't know what you're going to get out of Luciano or Schmidt or is it Fitzgerald, the guy they called up late?
Yep, Tyler Fitzgerald, right.
You don't know what you're going to get out of these guys. So, it's you're going to have to wait and see through the offseason who they sign, who they get. I already read something today that they're not planning on looking at any rotation help or building any rotation depth, which, is my opinion. I think it's a mistake. I don't think you can have enough depth, because look at what happened this season. You had a bunch of starters, and then they all ended up being bulk guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's not an enviable position for them to be in. But I'm sure the fans are going to have their opinions. And I'll give you guys a funny story today. I'm walking. I got home and, gone for a few weeks. I got to go to Costco, man. So I went to my local Costco, and I run into some people there that, hey, Rich, how's it going? is Buster Posey going to be the manager? Is Buster? And I'm like, dude, cross that name right off your list right now. Why would Buster Posey want to go manage a team after he just finished playing? He's done great. He moved back. He's part owner. I'm like, cross that name off your list right away. But otherwise, I just, I'm assuming, I hope they give Ron Wotus an interview.
Yeah.
I've known Wody since 1995. I'm sure they'll give a couple other in-house people their chance to interview. But yeah, man, there's some jobs out there this winter, so they're gonna have to compete with some other teams to get a good manager.
Yeah, Guardians have started the process, and Giants said they're getting after it this week. Rich, we'll get you on again when we get, I don't know, when we figure out who the manager is or when stuff gets settled, and if they figure out what happens with Crawford. I'm telling you, if they decide to hang his number up, I'm telling everybody it was Aurelia. I love me some Craw, but 35, like, it's kind of like when you see a Jack Clark or a Will Clark, you're like, which one is that? Whichever one you want it to be, man. Whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, hey, dude, put a 35 up there. I'll just say I was part of that.
There's no name on it. The Giants don't put names. Dude, if I'm Estes, I'm praying they retire Lincecum's number. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, see that up there? 55, that's all me, kids. It's all me. Hey, have a great one, Rich. We'll catch you later, dude.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Richie.
The great Rich Aurelia, still the author of the greatest campaign for Giants commercials ever in 2003. Introduce yourself, right on, right on. Remember that one? The big super fan? Welcome to San Francisco, said Aurelia. When we come on back, how about a noted Giants fan? He's down in San Diego. Rich Ornberger played in the NFL for many years. Told us a great story years ago about when he ran into a car on purpose, got into a car accident because he was already late to Bill Belichick's practice and didn't want to get cut. He's going to join us when we come on back. We can talk some football with him. We can also talk the situation with the Padres. Bob Melvin is apparently coming back, but could be open to interviewing with other teams. We'll talk to Ornberger when we come on back here on The Sports Leader. ESPN's Bobby Marks joined Papa and Lund today and discussed when Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson could get contract extensions. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, no matter how much information we give, people still have questions. They're going to call you for an opinion. Tell them what to do when it comes to the ERC.
ERC, this is where the federal government is rewarding employers who employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right. They're giving it away. It's not a loan. They're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had to qualify. How do you qualify? There's two different ways. You only have to qualify under one or the other, not both. The first way is a real easy way. It's just math, a certain drop in gross revenue. But it's boggled me how many CPAs and firms and clients that I've spoken to where the professional is only doing the easy way. And if you don't qualify under that easy way, that's it. They're saying no ERC for you. No, wrong. There's a facts and circumstances way. Why isn't everybody doing that? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. You have to do analysis. We're tax attorneys. We do the analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies. That's the scammers that they say everybody qualifies. Not everybody qualifies. But a lot of people who did not have the drop in gross revenue do qualify, and this may be worth hundreds of thousands or more to you. All you need to do is contact us for a free second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
Thanks so much, Steve. They might say no ERC for you. That's why you call Steve Moskowitz, and he'll take care of it. Figure out if you're a candidate. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Getting ready for week 5 of the NFL season and talking a lot about what's going on with the Giants' managerial surge. Here to talk about it, one of our favorite guests, Rich Ohrnberger. Played in the NFL many years and then also notably got into a car accident to avoid getting fired by Bill Belichick. One of my favorite stories of all time. and a notable Giants fan, Ohrnberger. So what's going on, dude? How are you? Welcome back to the show. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, dude.
Yeah, nice to be on with you guys again. Yeah. No recent car accidents to get out of anything.
Good deal.
I think
Good for you.
Everybody was safe. Everybody was okay.
Yeah,
we should make note of that.
So was the decision that was made. But moving on, yeah, man, it was a busy day down here in San Diego. A lot of news about managers in general across baseball as the regular season winding down. So what's the feeling, though, before we get to anything with the pods or around the NFL, what's the feeling up in the Bay Area? Did people feel like it was time for a switch at manager?
Yes.
I think overwhelmingly the thought was, and we had Farhan on with us, Farhan Zaidi, the day before Gabe was fired on the Thursday afternoon. He came on with us, and I asked him if he thought, as he had previously stated, Gabe would be back next year. I said, is that still the same after the last couple of weeks? And it was a yes or no, and he went around and said, we've got to reevaluate how we look at the clubhouse, how we look at evaluating talent, what, the connection is between front office and dugout. And I think overwhelmingly fans right now are still very upset and thought that it should have been a complete wipe from general manager, president to head coach or to manager. I'm still kind of behind Farhan. We'll see if an extension is handed to him like they talked about, but I'm interested to see how they sort of recalibrate here.
Yeah, here in San Diego, division rivals here, the Padres, obviously expectations were insanely high after an NLCS bid, but 82-80, I mean, that doesn't even come close to what fans were expecting. And, nobody's trying to pitch this as something other than what it was. It was a disaster. It was a collapse. I think there are certain people who felt like the rebound in the month of September was nice to see a little bit of fight, but the lion's share of Padres fans were just like, oh, now you're gonna win, like now, now you're gonna try, like this, it's too little, too late. So everybody was expectant and thinking that there were going to be changes made to the front office or to the field level, and nothing's changed. AJ Preller, general manager of the Padres, got on a conference call with media members only today, and what he shared was Bob Melvin is our manager, and he will stay our manager. And he was asked a bunch of questions about that, and he was pretty staunch on the fact that, look, him and Bob, they'll have their disagreements, but they speak all the time. He doesn't think that their relationship is as strained as maybe it's been portrayed down the stretch of the season. So yeah, they're going to keep rocking and rolling with the same people in the same places. There might be some changes with the coaching staff, we'll see, but there aren't going to be those tide changing shifts that a lot of fans were hoping for.
What was the beginning of the rift between those two, if there is one? I would imagine, look, where there's smoke, there's fire, and it may have been overly reported, who knows, but maybe the fact that there is smoke there was something between those two. Is there any reports as to what happened between, why the communication may have broke down at some point?
Well, it sounds to me like overreach, a classic case of micromanaging, and this is from conversations both on the record and off the record with people who have sources all over that building, or from people who haven't worked in the building but have worked under both of these people, Bob Melvin and AJ Preller. And so the dysfunction really kind of felt like the fact that AJ Preller was maybe too involved in Bob Melvin's business. And, it's kind of like, hey, listen, I'll be the manager, you go be the GM. And, that essentially is what created the rift, that certain decisions, I'm sure Bob Melvin feels like, well, this is a manager's decision, so you better let me make this decision. Yeah. And Preller might have been a little too heavy-handed with the sort of the looking over the shoulder, so to speak.
Got it.
There you go. Talking to Rich Ornberger here on the UMA guest line. Can hear him also Sports 760 down in San Diego. I want to ask about some football stuff here, man. Jumping around the league, Niners and the Cowboys. We got them on Sunday night for Sunday Night Football. Where are you on the Cowboys? Tom and I were talking yesterday, and we were going, I think it's easy to say Niners number one in the NFC. Maybe people think Eagles based on what they did last year, but I think those are probably 1 and 2. We were both sort of in agreement that we thought Detroit was a more balanced team than Dallas. They're pretty heavy on defense, maybe the best they've had in a few years, but their offense to me is still a work in progress. Where are you right now on third best team in the NFC?
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. I really do. I think that it's probably a tie for me between Detroit and Dallas in terms of that third spot in the NFC. I definitely love a lot of what we've seen from Detroit this year, because their defense has really woken up. Aiden Hutchinson is a problem. Every team that wants a chance to win a Super Bowl at this point needs to have a real player on the edge, and they've got that guy. He's been fantastic since he's gotten there for them. And that defense has gotten a lot better. Some of the other smaller moves they made this offseason have panned out for them. And Jared Goff, it's been a revival, and it's been fun to watch. You look at the Dallas Cowboys, the reason why I have them tied for third is just because I think the defense will make up for a lot of what the offense has classically lacked with Dak Prescott at quarterback. He's had some meltdowns. Also, offensive line injuries have reared their head in recent years, and that's been a problem for them. There's just this feeling of I can't trust them yet in big games. For example, this weekend, I'm sure there's a lot of Niners fans who are like, well, here we go. This is our first loss because, it's the Cowboys and it's the regular season and they're going to want revenge. And then if we see them later on, we'll have their number, but it's time for our ticket to get punched. I'm not so sure. I'm just not so sure because the Cowboys always make me nervous in big moments. And this feels like an important moment in the regular season for Dak, for the Cowboys, and definitely more so than the Niners. I think they have a comfortable lead in the conference right now. I think they're probably looking around their division and saying, yeah, we're going to be just fine making our way into the playoffs. This Dallas team, they're better than they've been in years and years and years, but there's still something about them that I can't quite put my finger, but I just don't trust them very much.
So I'm assuming that Brandon Staley does not want to get fired. I'm also assuming that he's very stubborn. Has anybody suggested take your chart and flush it, just like chuck it, like don't read it in the fourth quarter ever again? I mean, what are people saying down there? Because watching, I was like, this guy's going to do it again, and he's going to go QB sneak with the guy who has a busted hand. Like you explain it to me, because I'm sitting there watching this game going, what is he doing? Not again.
He's going to be one of the only coaches in NFL history. And I mean, look, obviously it won't be isolated to just this, but when you do the autopsy on his career as a head coach, you're going to say he lost his job because of poor decision-making on fourth down. Like, if he just cleans up that aspect, he's not all that bad of a coach. Now, you can make your complaints about the defensive side of the ball, but you can make some excuses. He's had some pretty tough injuries to overcome in the past, but that part of his resume is inexcusable. And it's almost like, somebody wandering into traffic and follow me here, and getting hit, and getting hit by, bicycle rider or a car, and saying, well, the light across the street said it was the walk sign. It's like, yeah, but are you missing the fact that there's a green light, that cross traffic is moving, and you're just stepping out and trusting the sign?
Great analogy.
You have to be aware of the environment. I understand what the signs are telling you, whatever percentage your analytics department is giving you in that situation. In this case, 39-yard line, your own side of the field. 4 minutes to play or just less than 4 minutes to play. Like, yeah, maybe everybody in the analytics department is barking down your neck to tell you to go for it. But guess what? If you punt that ball, if you've watched that game and you saw the way the offense was scrapping for third downs at that point, get them off the field, let them get a breather, send your defense on the field. You're a defensive-minded head coach. To me, it's almost insulting how little he trusts his defense and how many times in critical situations he's putting it all on his offense. So that doesn't send a great message as a head coach. But I agree with you. Somebody's got to tug that play card away from his hand and say, listen, we're punting it, and you're just going to go sit down on the bench for a second. Close your eyes if you have to.
Somebody needs to tackle him.
Yeah.
Just tackle that guy before he says go. Here's the thing that kills me too, Rich, and I love when coaches do this. At the end of the game, they don't get it, and they'll go, well, I trust in my defense. And I'm like, well, if you trust your defense, why wouldn't you punt it away then? You don't have to trust him as much.
Exactly right. Exactly right. It's like, well, I trusted my offense to get the yard. They didn't get the yard. So I trust my defense to defend a short field. It's like, look, you can't. This isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way. Like, this is the NFL. If you want your defense to have a chance, you give them less than 24 yards, or in this case, less than 40 yards, to stop an offense. Because these days, man, if you're starting in plus 40 territory and you're finishing with 3 points, it's almost an aberration. Like, these offenses are so difficult to stop in the first place. Give them a nice long field, make them have to eat up a bunch of the clock, and see if you can't get the stop punting the ball away. I think I don't even want to speculate what he's going to do. My guess is he's going to cool off on some of these fourth down decisions, but geez, I would not be shocked if he continues going for it.
My guess is he won't be there long enough to cool off on the fourth down decisions. And if we're going Burger King and Whopper, we'll go Staley. There you go. That's I know Tim was waiting for that. Rich, I know you got to run, man. Always great having you on. We'll get you on again right after the Giants hire a manager, and we can all bitch and moan about it. All right, dude?
That sounds really good.
All right, sounds good,
Thanks,
man.
Rich. Appreciate it, man.
One of the best dudes. Love having Rich on. Fantastic stuff.
Whopper.
Dude, I saw Tim go to the computer and I put my finger up. I said, don't play it. Don't. We'll get to it. I was going to do it. Let's take a quick break here. We got a sound soiree coming your way next. A lot of fun so far today. We got a sound soiree coming your way, and then we are going to catch up with Susan Slusser, who's in the UK. She's in London. So we'll talk to Sluss.
Again?
From overseas. UK Sluss, and then the best half hour on radio, 5 o'clock. Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer, is going to join us right here on KNBR. And did you think that because it's 4/11, I forgot that we were giving Sharks tickets away? Because I did. It's coming up whenever you listen to KNBR all week long between 2 and 6, you can have an opportunity to win 2 tickets to opening night for the Sharks, October 12th, against the Vegas Golden Knights down at SAP Center in San Jose. When we give you the cue to call, wonder what it's going to be. Here it is.
Go Sharks.
That's the cue to call. When you hear that, be caller number 10 to 415-896 KNBR. 415-896 KNBR. Don't call now. I know 3 of you are going to. And you can be the winner of these 2 tickets furnished by the San Jose Sharks. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Get the official rules at KNBR.com. Again, opening night, there's going to be a food festival, lots of games, fun stuff for opportunities. Plus, you can fly the bird at the Vegas Golden Knights. Again, caller number 10 to 415-896 KNBR when you hear the sounder, and you'll be the winner of those 2 tickets. Sound Soiree is next. Susan Slusser, and then Steve Young at 5 o'clock. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hayward Sports Leader.
Christian McCaffrey has won the NFC Offensive Player of the Week award after his 4-touchdown performance over the Cardinals. Didn't he win it last week, too? That's 2 straight NFC Offensive Player of the Week awards. Check out more on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, we all know the games we watch can get pretty unpredictable. That's why we love them. Sports, the greatest reality television going. You just don't know. But what you do want to know, what you want to be predictable is your Wi-Fi. You don't want to get rounding third, extra innings. Is he going to froze? Game-winning shot, freeze. Game-winning field goal, up, and don't know. Let me check my phone because the Wi-Fi connection went down. Can't live with it. Can't work with it. Can't enjoy it. With Xfinity 10G network, you don't have to worry about that. You get the reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from football to football and everything in between. Catch it all on the network made for streaming. Looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games. Get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. You love sports, you love high def, you love seamless Wi-Fi, you will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
It's your Sound Soiree, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023. I like days like this where we get the Sound Soiree. Rich Hornberger's a character, too, by the way. A couple of good bites there. I like the thought about walking into traffic without looking. Well, it says to do it, so you don't look and see if cars are running the line. A little Sound Soiree here. Kyle Shanahan is where we will start. Kyle Shanahan was asked, I guess, in his media session about the perception. And by the way, Kyle Shanahan joins us, is it tomorrow? We get him on Thursdays every week throughout the football season. So we will talk to the head coach of the Niners tomorrow afternoon. He was asked about the perception that Brock Purdy, I love this, dude. He's just a product of the system, dude. Yeah, man. That's how guys, that's how it works, dude. They come in, they figure it out, you find a system for them, that coach drafts them, puts them in there, and it works. Here's here's Kyle talking about Brock, and that's that perception.
That's pretty ridiculous. You just got to watch the tape. He plays at a high level every time he's been out there. And he's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
The only thing I would say is, who cares?
I don't believe in that. It's stupid.
Who cares?
I don't believe in that
notion. Who cares what he's a product of?
Number one, who cares?
Thank you, Draymond. Thank you. He wins. They win. It doesn't matter to me.
Tom Brady's a system quarterback, man. If you didn't have that defense around, are you telling me that teams with worse coaching and worse players produce worse talent?
People just making stuff up.
Christian McCaffrey going 1,000 on a 5-11 team is like the outlier in that scenario, right? It's all the pitching in the world doesn't help you if your team can't hit. It's like he's figured it out. He's in the right system. They drafted him, put him there. That's who he is.
He's the one that has to throw the ball.
All I know is he's throwing it better than Jimmy did, than Trey did, than any of the Brian Hoyer, C.J. Beathard. Name a quarterback that was here. Nick Mullins, he's been the best, at least to this point. But for Tom, jury's still out. He needs 4 more games. To make a decision. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree.
I'm inching in the right direction, though.
Gerald McCoy is on the Rich Eisen Show. Gerald McCoy, here's his reaction to the idea that Brock Purdy is being labeled as elite, that he's playing at an elite level. Here's what Gerald McCoy had to say on the Rich Eisen Show.
This is a good one. Brock Purdy.
No.
Come on, man. Why would you even laugh? Why would you laugh while saying no?
Brock Purdy's not elite.
Why
man.
not?
Come on now. Brock Purdy's playing well. He is, but Jesus Christ, man, that Ross is incredible. Here's what I say about Brock Purdy. He's more than what we gave him credit for. Brock Purdy is not just not losing the games anymore. He's actually winning games. And in order to take that next step as a quarterback, you have to go win games. And I think we can agree that with his run that he's been on, he's legit. Elite? No. It takes a lot to be elite.
What are we talking about here?
We're going Joe Flacco here.
Like, what is elite?
This is now we're back to its most valuable player, not best. It's like, what are we? Now we're splitting hairs.
What is elite? Who are if you're just going to limit it to the top guys, then yeah.
Yeah, he's not Mahomes, okay?
He's not Mahomes.
He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow.
He's not Joe. Maybe he is Joe Burrow.
Maybe he is.
This year he is. Is he Lamar? There's probably 6, maybe 7.
You know what he is? He's 4-0.
Yeah, who cares?
He's operating the best offense in football at a high level.
I'd be okay if I wasn't elite and I was undefeated.
What, Kirk Cousins got better passing numbers, so he's more elite? No. What do you think Kirk Cousins would rather have? 5 passing touchdowns, no picks, and a 4-0 record, or what he's staring in the face this weekend?
Yeah.
I think every quarterback in football. You ever notice it's not quarterbacks saying this stuff?
Yeah.
You notice that?
I think Purdy's good with where he's at. The Niners are good with where he's at.
Wait, you mean the D tackle?
The
retired D tackle doesn't think a quarterback is good?
Yeah.
Shocker, Gerald McCoy. All right, well, moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Jimmy Ward, former San Francisco 49er, was on Richard Sherman's podcast. And he's talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, and now they're taking shots. They're calling out Jimmy for the final. Remember we heard Jimmy Garoppolo said he was on the sideline in Philadelphia preparing to play in the Super Bowl. He was like, I was mentally preparing, and I would have been out there for the Super Bowl. Yeah, because you got a $500,000 incentive to start, another $1 million for winning the game or something. And I think another $500 for a certain percentage of the snaps in that game. So he was looking to make some coin, potentially win a bowl, get a big contract. but he also hadn't been attending team meetings. Remember that?
Yep.
Like Kyle was upset. How are you going to put him out there if he's not attending meetings for all that time he was hurt? Here's what Jimmy Ward had to say about his thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo in that final game.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game. But, you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So
you're talking about Earl Thomas with the Seahawks. Your boy too, Sherman, shooting the bird, dude, on the cart after he didn't get paid. That's one of the all-time famous, all-time great photos. And the camera just right on him. So good on whoever was on camera on Fox that day, because the NFL was not liking that he was playing without the contract, tears his knee up and flips the bird there. So that's an interesting one. I mean, a guy calling out another player for thinking he could have been out there. And, I don't know. If Jimmy had the opportunity, I hear Jimmy saying, Jimmy, financially, that makes sense. It makes sense for the value going next year into the offseason. If you win a Super Bowl there, that's incredible for you. And the opportunity to do it, you may never get back. But if you're Jimmy and you're going, I'm not 100% healthy, and why would I risk further injury just to get there? If they need me there, I'll be there. But I'm still looking for a contract this offseason. Business-wise, I don't blame him. But if your teammates are feeling that way, the goal is to win. If they think he could play, if he could have played, I don't want to pass judgment because I don't know how he felt. But Jimmy Ward's there. Jimmy Ward's playing.
Doesn't matter anymore. He's a Raider. Yeah. Who cares?
You're damn right he is. We got him here. Won't be a question with me. I told Barrett to hit the bricks. Here's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr getting ready for the start of the season. We got our first Warrior preseason game Saturday, right? 7th? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. We got our first preseason Devs game.
Dr. Junk
will be joining us again all season long here on The Sports Leader. Steve Kerr on Draymond missing the preseason with the injury. How's that affecting the team?
Not ideal, but Draymond obviously has been doing this a long time, so he'll pick up everything right away. But it would have been nice to see him in different combinations, get him and Chris together and others, but. It is what it is, so you just move forward.
It'd have been great if it had said, somebody had asked him, would he have been a starter?
It's like, well, we have 6. We're working through
Really,
that.
what he should have said is, who?
What about you coaching?
He's good.
That would have been great if
he's good.
Coaching.
He's beautiful. He's moving along beautifully. Moving along beautifully, progressing. But what about, is it going to be an issue? What? Going to be an issue? They ain't, who?
He's talking. What you're quoting is the quote from
Adrian
Griffin, the head coach of the Bucks. By the way, we were looking for the audio. Derek thinks that because he made it look so bad, Adrian Griffin, head coach of the Bucks, said that Chris Middleton wasn't practicing, but he's been cleared. The quote was, "He's been cleared to be where he's supposed to be, and he's right on time."
Yeah.
And they said, "So
the dumbest thing ever."
So did he? Like he's sitting out. Like we're wondering when he's going to come back. He goes, "Who? We didn't know. Chris Middleton. What's wrong with Chris?
Who have been talking about?
The only guy we're talking about. There's no audio, and Derek thinks it's because it probably didn't look very good.
Yeah, it's a bad read. It's got to be even a worse sound.
It's a tough read.
That's why I wanted it so bad.
Yeah,
it's got to pop up at some point because even if they don't release it, somebody had to have a recorder out recording it. One of the reporters. I would think.
You would think one of the reporters or digital guys would be.
Yeah, because those guys a lot of times they'll transcribe stuff and but they'll put the recorder down just to make sure they get everything. Someone's got to have that somewhere. I'd love to.
Somebody's always rolling.
I'd love to hear the tone of that. I'd love to hear the reporters after he goes, "Who? What? And what?
Derek,
what's he talking about?
Dig it up. Find it, man. Come on. Where's your contacts in Milwaukee?
Milwaukee.
Get on your Milwaukee. By the way, I just saw a video when I was during the break of Jokic showing up for practice or whatever. Dude, he's walking into like the arena. They have like video on him or whatever. Somebody's taping him.
Yep.
He's kind of waves. Dude, the pain on his face to be back in the United States playing basketball for Jokic. The dude is like sick to his stomach that he's here. He's kind of like, he's got that walk. He's got the lean walk.
Oh, shucks.
His body language looks like if Brandon Belt just struck out. Like that's kind of how Jokic always walks. But he's kind of like ambling in and kind of waves, but he doesn't really smile. He's like, God, I hate this dude.
And then he just goes on the court and kicks your ass.
He might be like Koufax.
With like a 50-point triple-double.
He might call it early. He seems to me like a guy like that. Might win a couple more, get a few more MVPs. He's like, 10-year career, that's it.
Where are my horses?
I'm never coming back.
My ponies.
You'll never see me again. Here's
I love ponies.
Here's so remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger during COVID was doing videos with his horses in his house? Oh, he's my horsey in my. He's a horse in his house.
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi.
We got audio from Kawhi?
Yeah, well,
wow.
Listen closely. Turn it all the way up, Tim, because it's probably... Kawhi Leonard is actually takes exception with the new resting policy for superstar players. So if you're a superstar and you rest or healthy scratch, like you can get fined now in the NBA. I don't think the players do. I think the teams do, right? Is the way that's going down?
I think so.
They're punishing teams and repeating offenders. It can build and all that. Well, Kawhi's like, dude, I don't like this policy. And we're like, well, dude, it was made for you. He goes, no, it wasn't. Here's Kawhi Leonard.
If the league is seeing or trying to mock what I did with the Raptors, then they should stop because I was injured during that whole year. But other than that, if I'm able to play, I'll play basketball. You know, I'll work out every day in the summertime to play the game, not to sit and watch people play. No league policy is helping me to play more games.
Okay.
Don't forget,
okay.
It wasn't the Toronto year. It was the year before Toronto when you just didn't show up to the Spurs and Popovich was like, what's up? And he was like, I don't know. You have to ask his people. Remember Pop was like very agitated by that. And it was like, what's going on? He's just not even there with his guys.
Well, Pop was the first one that started it.
Yeah, that's good.
Against
Good on
Miami
Pop.
on
he
Thursday night. Got fined $250K for that one. I don't think Parker,
they didn't even travel.
Ginobili, Duncan were in San Antonio. I remember because the Red Rocket, Bonner had a big game that game for the Spurs. They almost won it, but
Bonner.
This isn't. Thank you. This is not about Kawhi.
This is crap.
Exactly. This is about having a game on Friday night ESPN and two guys don't play who you want to watch play. I can't tell you how many games happened last year. I was like, oh, that'll be a fun game to watch. Oh, who's out? Skip it. I just move along. I don't care about watching that game.
Remember that Warriors-Suns game last year when the Suns had nobody playing?
Yeah.
And they won.
They did win that game. Giannis not playing? I'll skip that one. Oh, look at Celtics are playing. Oh, Brown's out. Tatum. I'll skip that one too. I'll skip that one.
And now they're making there's minimal game. There's game limits you have to hit now to be eligible for awards. There's superstar classification based on an All-NBA team or an All-Star team in the last 3 years. You can't rest multiple superstars, healthy scratches.
It's just so sad.
It's so dumb.
The NBA is at a point now where they're putting a minimum number of games clause in awards. Like, how pathetic is that? Like, you actually got to say to guys, look, if you want to win an award, you have to play. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, that's so stupid. And it's like 64. Like, you can miss like 7, I think it's 65 maybe. 17 games you can miss. Like, okay. I wonder how many guys are going to miss 16. Like, right at the threshold.
A lot.
Of not, I'll still qualify. I can remember.
You must play 65
for
games
the awards.
and at least 20 minutes in each game.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So it's not like you can't.
So they'll play 60. They'll play 66.
Yeah.
And then in 10 games, they'll play like 21 minutes. They'll be like, hey, did I get my 20 in? Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you're set.
Let's move on. It's pathetic that it's come to this, that there is actually a clause, not the Santa Claus, with an E, by the way.
Great movie.
That, I mean, and think about that. Like 20 years ago, you'd have thought that would have been a clause. Like, yeah, well, you know what? MVP's actually got to play 65. Everybody would have looked at you like, well, yeah, they all do anyway. Why do we need that stupid clause?
Yeah.
They're all going to play over 65 games unless they break their legs or something. Like, yeah.
By the way, there's dumb hedges in these too. Remember, there's like, unless the team writes in advance to the league asking for
that's not for the awards.
No, that's just for
the right to sit out.
But check this out: to be eligible for such awards like MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and All NBA honors,
which is huge because that's where the money comes. If you make any All NBA team,
it's a bonus.
That's when you get the monster contract like Jaylen Brown got this offseason. He got $300 million. Yes. First, second, third. You get an All-NBA, you can get a monster, and it's big. Like, it's a significant raise. So guys want to get All-NBA because that means more money.
That's it. So, and there's 3 levels of it, too.
Yep.
So you can be, and by the way, they just say like All-NBA. Like, once you're a third teamer, it's like, yeah, it means more to be the first teamer, but if you make a couple, it hangs pretty heavy. There's currently no minimum requirements for awards, they say. I don't know what that means. For other awards beyond those, MVP, All-NBA, and Defensive Player, they have minimum 65 games. Anything else, they're saying, so maybe Sixth Man, obviously, that you wouldn't need 65 for that. There's probably Rookie of the Year. You don't need 65 for that. They all agreed on this. The minimum game requirement is only for MVP, Defensive Player, and, Rookie of the Year is one. That makes sense. Rookie of the Year is decided there. So that's where we are. Kawhi says it's not about him. And I do believe he was hurt at some points in his career. I don't believe he was hurt for all of them. So he also forced his way out of gets his way back to L.A., then gets Paul George to join him.
This is everything. This is everything in total. The Twins.
You see, we're looking up at the TV here in the studio. The Twins just eliminated
Move on.
Who are they just playing?
Blue
Toronto.
Jays.
Twins just eliminated the Blue Jays, and they're interviewing on the field right now Carlos Correa. So 3 teams agreed to a contract with Correa last offseason. The Giants, the Mets, and the Twins. The only one to make the playoffs is the Twins, and they're into the division series. We can talk about all that with Susan Slusser, who is in London. You sound like you're from London. She joins us next, and then Steve Young at 5 p.m. for the best half hour on radio, only here on the Sports Leader.
Go Sharks.
Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Oh, there's never a bad time to play a little Clash and never a bad time to talk to Susan Schlosser, who is, if you picked up on the clue, in London. Talking a little Giants baseball. Hello, Susan.
Hey, guys. Good music choice. Thank you.
You are absolutely. Now, who doesn't? If you don't love the Clash, that's a you problem.
100%.
Yes, absolutely. My buddy asked me, he goes, you think they'll do a reunion tour? I go, probably not. I'm pretty sure that one's not going to happen unless we grab a Ouija board.
Drummer probably does it, yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Sorry, I'm late. Are we talking training van? What's going on?
Yeah, well, we can.
I'd like to.
See, we were saying everybody's a Clash guy. Everybody loves a Clash. So where do we go? Where do we go from here with the Giants and where do you think they're going to be looking? Because Farhan talked like he wanted to revamp things that were like reevaluate everything. It sounds good. It's like when a manager goes, we're dedicated to winning here. It's like, well, great. So is everybody else. But what are you going to do to try and get those wins? So what does that mean when he says we got to consider everything? Do you expect a change next year, like from a manager, different philosophy, maybe melding of thought philosophy? I don't know. Like, what should I read from that?
Maybe a little more autonomy for the manager and coaching staff. Maybe maybe that's one way they're thinking about it. The things that he has mentioned a few times, we partly because everyone in the media keeps talking about it, is the use of the opener, and all the platooning. And he has been pretty consistent in that he would like to get away from that stuff. You have to have the personnel to do it. So that's all on him. The manager's it's obviously going to be huge key hire, whoever it is. And I'm going to be interested because I think, I think that will tell us a lot about what way they think they're going and what they're looking for. But, that looks like the potential people that they're considering run the gamut from long time old school to, potentially somebody like Mark Hallberg, who's very young and on their staff, but kind of a bright up and comer. And everything in between, really. So I don't know if that's going to be a good signal, but it really starts with the front office and the personnel they bring in. Do we need to see more platoon guys? Wilmer Flores carried the team this year. He's great. But they have a bunch of guys who are kind of like Wilmer Flores, a bunch of guys who don't necessarily play any defensive position really well, but you can bounce him around the field a lot and then give up a lot of defense. Or a Jock Peterson, he's a good hitter. You don't really want him in the outfield very much. And they said to start the season he wouldn't be, and then he wound up out there way too much and cost him a few games. And, when you miss out on the playoffs, these things matter. So I think it starts with Farhan and the personnel, and I think everybody's going to be watching this very, very closely.
Do they need someone, and you would know better than I, you're around it all the time, but my read from just reading, and talking to you was that Gabe was someone who, I don't know how to exactly put it, but didn't want to put a foot up someone's butt. Like he didn't want to be that guy, like that manager.
Oh, absolutely.
So
he was upfront about that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He acknowledged that. Like he didn't want to be. He didn't like as a player getting yelled at, getting berated, stuff like that. And I'm not saying we're ever going to go back to Earl Weaver. Those days are far gone. But don't you need someone who, when you see a clubhouse that isn't policing itself, like you like it to police itself, but if it's not, you got to step in and say, look, I'm the manager here. I'm the dad. You may not like this, but this is what's going to happen. Didn't sound like he really had any interest in doing that, wasn't comfortable doing that. Do they need someone like that who's a little more like, I'm not going to be 1970s manager, but if things aren't going right, you're going to know about it?
Well, it's interesting. I've talked to a lot of managers and a lot of players who have gotten up and had big speeches or berated the team or a different group on the team or, whatever. And it is tricky because it's almost impossible to time it right.
Yeah.
If you do it and the team goes on a winning streak, everybody goes, oh, it was this amazing. But most of the time, a manager has this big, well, you guys have to get it together speech or whatever, and then they go out and lose another game or two, and then you never hear about it.
Yeah.
So every manager says they have to be organic. It's very difficult to plan the timing. Players do the same thing. You only ever hear about the ones that work, ever.
Yeah.
Somebody stood up on the bus and gave this rousing speech, and then we won 10 in a row. Now, yeah, you don't hear about the one where the guy stood up on the bus and everybody went like, okay, this guy again, makes you lose interest. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a good answer, and I think you're right. I think I think this is an age of a lot more recognition of things like stress and anxiety and mental health. And you're not going to get somebody that goes in and knocks heads together, or we're not going to go back to that age of hazing guys and all of that stuff, which is good. I'm glad for that. But yeah, I do think it would be good if they, whoever the manager is, if it's somebody that can be very forthright when it is called for.
Yeah.
Somebody that players know, like, hey, I better toe the line doing this and that, because otherwise I might, so-and-so might be a little less than pleased with me, rather than having touchy-feely group meetings or whatever.
It's funny, Susan, because we had Richard Riley on a little bit ago, and I asked him, and he's about the same age I am, so I expected the answer. I go, do you think a manager needs to have a certain amount of a-hole in him? Like, he just can't be a nice guy. And he goes, yeah. But he played a little after I did, but, similar eras where I played for Don Nelson, and he could be a massive a-hole. Like, you didn't want to be around him sometimes, but you understood, you respected it, like he was trying to get the best out of you. And this is for a different show, different conversation, but I think the way kids grow up now with the participation trophies and everyone's great and no one fails, I think that's what we're starting to see in the athletes now. So they're not used to that type of stuff. So you got to be very careful. It's tricky to try and be that guy without going overboard, because then you get guys that just completely shut down on you. But I do still think, in whatever way you choose, it's got to be like, this isn't acceptable. Like, what we're doing here isn't acceptable. I don't know exactly how to do that in 2023, but it can't be, hey, let's just be friends and hope everything works out.
I agree with that. I think you can do it and not be, a jerk about it.
Yeah.
I've covered some really good managers who could be very firm when needed, but weren't jerks and were liked by their teams. And I covered one manager who was a complete jerk and wasn't a very good manager. Yeah. So I don't think those things necessarily go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But Bob Melvin is probably, the pinnacle of managers who is not a jerk, but gets his message across very well, and will have a team meeting. And if the team's not playing well, I don't think he necessarily will let them have it, but he is very good at conveying his disappointment and making sure they understand, like, I don't find this acceptable at all, and I'm going to be upset with you guys until you turn it around. Yeah. So I think you can be both. I think you can be sensitive to players, individual, whatever, and not hurt their feelings, but make sure that people are following, the standards that you're setting.
Yeah.
It serves to reason, Susan, and we're talking to Susan Slusser of the Chronicle here on the Uma guest line, that you can't change culture entirely when it's somebody who's already been. I mean, I know it would be different leadership. That does mean something. But if it's somebody who's been there for several years and has been a part of that staff and has never managed themselves before, to me, that becomes more difficult, seemingly. I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but to change that culture, because you were already tied to the way things were done this time around with the last regime. And you might have your own ideas, but I think that's a little tough to pull away completely from where you were to change the culture if you're staying in-house. And I wonder what other candidates are even out there. I mean, Tom and I were saying you used to know all the names of the managers in baseball because they were former players or guys who had coached for a long period of time. And now, I mean, I don't know if anybody knows who Matt Quatraro is, right? I mean, Craig Albernaz would be an unknown name. And I'm not slamming the guys. It's just it's the way the game goes today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Giants are probably going to be looking pretty closely at some of the coaches on some very good teams, teams that have won, teams that, that do things the way the Giants like. I think it's going to be a wide net. I think they probably will be talking to a lot of people they know not even necessarily within the organization, although they do have some, I think, really good candidates within the organization.
Yeah.
Wotus among them. I'd be remiss if I didn't say Ron Wotus, of course.
No doubt.
But somebody like Stephen Vogt could be both a fun pick and an interesting one. Bright. He's going to be a manager. Maybe you think we should snap him up before somebody else does. And obviously, he's
in the minors, right? Is he in the minors right now?
He was a coach on with the Mariners, on the Mariners big league staff.
Oh, that's the big league staff. Good deal. Okay, so he does have a little bit there.
Yeah. He's. Is he ready? I don't know, but you could probably say that about any coach on any staff. So the only way you kind of really know what you're getting is if you get an established big league manager. And right now, it sounds like the people that would be sort of headlining any search that are longtime big league managers probably aren't going to be available.
How much change do you think happens on the staff? Like, I wonder, and I want to ask you sort of in two parts here, because one of the names, and I can't remember if you mentioned it or if somebody else did, but he's out there, Donnie Ecker, who was here as an offensive coordinator. And he's highly thought after. It'd be incredible if he made it to a major league managerial position from where he was,
and the Bay Area guy
from Los Gatos, I believe, right? So
he's a lot of boxes.
Yeah, he's a biomechanic swing guy. He'd been to the organization before. What I thought was really interesting, Susan, is they bring Bochy into that team where he was the bench coach last year for Chris Woodward, and I thought, boy, that's going to be a different sort of combination, right, where Bochy's got a bench coach already, and they allowed Boch to hire Will Venable to be his associate manager, who's now going to interview for the Cleveland job, who interviewed for the Giants job a few years back. I wonder how much the Rangers would do to keep Donnie Ecker if they view him as maybe the heir apparent to Bruce Bochy, if that would be a tough get. We can't prevent him from interviewing.
There's kind of a etiquette where if somebody is going for a job that is an absolute promotion, you let them go.
Yeah.
It doesn't always happen, but it almost always happens. Teams are viewed pretty negatively when they don't let somebody interview for a clear promotion, which obviously this would be. Venable is somebody I'm sure is also on that list, by the way. I mean, of course, they would love him. Mark Kotze is probably on the list, too. And you look and you go like, oh, the A's, what'd they do? He actually did a really good job with a team that was beyond dreadful. They should have set the all-time loss record. He had nothing to work with. He interviewed and did very well last time around when Kapler got hired. So I think he's on the list. It's going to be such an interesting mix. I'm fascinated. It's hard to even set any sort of odds about what they're looking for or who might be a front runner, I think.
Is Kotze under contract? I can't remember if you said that to us or somebody else threw his name out last week, but we were both kind of like...
He is.
So he's under contract still with the A's?
He is under contract, but
the A's will let anybody go.
Always, they let Melvin go. They've always been like, if you have a situation that's better for you, and they've done that with players too. Like if guys have, and are under contract but have a better offer,
if you want to go ahead.
Training to let them go. Yeah. No. If they feel like, hey, this is actually a better situation for you, they've almost always. Nobody's ever 100%.
So basically what the A's are telling you is
it's a promotion.
Any other situation, you can go ahead because that's better for you.
Right. We can't block you
we
from that.
understand everyone would like to leave.
If it's a situation, take it. Please, just go ahead.
If there's baseball involved, it's yours.
Oh, weird. We don't have any players or coaches.
You're good. You're good to go. Talking to Susan Slusser from London, and the players. So we talked about this. The team looked a little old, looked a little unathletic at the end of the year, and youth certainly could help that. But I'm not sure how many of these guys are ready. Bailey will be the starting catcher. It sounded like Farhan wanted to give Luciano a chance to be the starting shortstop. I don't know where Schmidt, Matos, Fitzgerald, Meckler's probably a bench guy at best at this point. But free agency, Ohtani addition aside, where do they go? It sounds like pitching, they got enough of that. They think they have enough of that in the minors that'll come up and help them next year. It sounded like Farhan felt like pitching, they're going to be fine. We'll be good with pitching, but where do they go to get more athletic and maybe a top four that they don't have to platoon? Like I said, Susan, I don't mind platooning your 7-hole hitter. When you're platooning your 3-hole hitter, you got issues. So they need to take care of that. Where do you think they're at with that, and what would you like to see them do?
Well, they certainly have enough minor league talent, including the pitching and some outfielders, that they could probably package up some and and get an everyday player, Pete Alonso and Mike Trout, say.
Yeah.
If they whiff on Ohtani. That's one option. I do like a lot of the athleticism that's coming. I thought Tyler Fitzgerald was interesting and hit with his athleticism. Could he play center field? Like, he played very little. He looked pretty good out there.
Is he a shortstop? I thought he was an infielder.
He
was a good one.
But,
right?
he obviously looked pretty good in center, too. So, I really like that. I think Matos is going to do nothing but get better. And there were times where I thought, like, this looks like an everyday big league player. Young, obviously very young. I'm not sold on Luciano, but, he's 21 and hasn't, has yet to really have a full season because of injuries. So I would like to see him play a full season wherever he is. I'm sure we will see him up and down, but I'm not sold on him. In which case, what are you doing at short? It's probably not Casey Schmidt. It's probably not Tyler Fitzgerald. It's you have to go out and find a shortstop. So, do they bring back Crawford to kind of play a few days a week and mentor some of the young guys and maybe switch on and off? I don't know. That's a kind of a low-key, weird question, is shortstop, even though they're saying Luciano. I don't know if they're sold on him. I'm not sold on him yet. I don't know how you could be. He hasn't played consistently well, and he hasn't played, for a full year for a while.
Where are you at with Schmidt at third base?
I think he's a superior third baseman. I don't, the hitting obviously looks like it's coming and going.
He was hot to end the year.
Oh man, he was on a tear, and then he did get it together a little at the end. I think he learned a lot from this year, and I think if he can put what he learned in this year into practice next year, I think he will be potentially a good big league hitter, a decent big league hitter, and an excellent third baseman. I don't think he's ever going to be a guy who hits a ton for average. I think he could hit some homers. I think he could be J.D. Davis with a better glove.
Of the three guys, before I let you go, of the three guys who have opt-outs, Stripling, Minaya, and Conforto.
Yeah.
Any of them opting in your mind?
Stripling's already said he would.
Oh, he said he would. Good.
Yeah.
Good. I missed that.
He told my colleague John Shea at some point, weeks ago. He's like, yeah, I'm definitely opting in.
He's like, dude, I've been hurt all year. I didn't even get to experience the ballpark. I'm trying to hang out for a minute.
Pure honesty.
It's been a season here, dude. Yeah. As a GM, you got to love that. Yeah. As a GM, you got to love that. You're like, thank God, as long as he's not playing you.
I can't see Minaya doing it, but Conforto is going to be interesting. I think Conforto was very disappointed not to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's a guy who has a history of betting on himself. So to me, you go he's bet on himself twice before. Clearly, he's going to do it again. However, both times he bet on himself before, it was a complete disaster. He got hurt, turned down the qualifying offer and gets hurt for a year and a half with no money coming in.
Stop gambling.
Yeah. So exactly.
You gotta walk away.
I don't know. I thought he was a really nice fit. I think after getting a year under his belt after all those injuries, I think he'll be good. I think he fit in the clubhouse really well. Really good guy. Really hard worker. Great attitude. But Scott Boras is his agent, and he does have a track record of saying, you know what, I'm just going to go see what else is out there. So I wouldn't be surprised. It doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't be back, but it means he will look to see what else is out there, and that kind of makes sense, really.
All right, before we let you go, best beer you've had over in London?
Oh, my gosh. Well, my flat is in Camden, and there's a beer here called Camden Hells. It's like a local brewery, and all of their beers are really good. But
Baltimore,
if anybody's in London anytime, you want Camden Hells.
Camden Hells, okay. Very good. I got to go. I got to check.
Hills.
I got to get over there. I just want to go over for the pubs.
Like hella beer.
Yeah, Camden Hells, like a Hell's Lager.
Like Hell's
is what it is, like a Hell's Lager. Yeah, good stuff.
All right,
well, enjoy your time in London. I'm jealous. You're over there hanging out, having a good time over there. So
come on over.
You deserve.
Watching soccer.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll come over and then I'll call the family from London and go, yeah, I decided to come over for a couple of weeks. You guys good without me? Yeah.
You're doing the show still, right?
Yeah, I'll bring my equipment. I'll do the show from over there. Absolutely.
Right, I can do it.
Enjoy the Jags. Enjoy the Jags this weekend, Susan.
Yeah.
Jaguars.
I'm going to be skipping. I'm skipping that one.
Yeah, I think you should.
I'm not buying it.
What a matchup.
I don't believe you for a second. Susan, catch you later. Have a good one.
See you, Susan.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff. Susan from the UK. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back with the best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young, the Hall of Famer #8, joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and reacted to the comments from Farhan Zaidi on the Giants' search for a new manager. Check out that podcast and more trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
U2? Bullet, Blue Sky, Bullet, something like that. Bullet the Blue Sky?
22 Carricks.
I'm not sure. Anyway, it's
let
time
it play, bro. Let it play. Hold on. You gotta let it. You gotta let it play a minute.
Okay.
All right. That's good. I just needed to hear Bono for a second. We're good.
There's nothing wrong. I mean, this is one of their better songs.
This is one of their better ones?
Yeah, this is a good song.
I can't stand U2.
Really?
Yeah.
When you're 21 of 22, you got to think about Bullets in the Blue Sky, bro.
That's a pretty good connection, though.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I like it, though. The connection.
I don't know. I'm just saying there's a lot of bullets in the blue sky. There's a lot of bullets in the blue sky on Sunday.
No idea.
There were, Steve. I'm with
it doesn't
you.
work.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, let's get back to it. Steve, let's get
It's
back
not the Krebs, so just relax.
Let's get back to Copes here for. What do you mean you don't like U2? You don't even like early U2, like the
I don't
first,
even know
like,
what early
four
U2 is. I don't know. I've not really
Sunday,
been
Bloody Sunday.
That's the
New
one
Year's
song
Day.
I don't know New Year's Day. Sunday, Bloody Sunday. I'll endorse.
You don't know New Year's Day?
If I heard it, maybe. I told you yesterday I'm bad with song titles.
Okay, will you put on New Year's Day for this guy?
Once they uploaded that album on my iPhone, I couldn't get it off for 3 years. I was like, why don't you give me my...
I know. They got canceled after that.
Was brutal.
And you lost a generation because I was like, get off my phone.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
It was a big mistake. Doesn't make their music suck.
I didn't reject all the music. I don't know enough of it.
It's not fair. But look, you make a mistake, you gotta pay. You gotta repent. But it doesn't make your music bad. So
this is like great stuff right here. War, all that stuff. Two Heartsbeat is one. I mean, I left him. Octung Baby was the last my album that I really liked, and then after that, I quit U2 after that.
Let me ask you: how many bands that you know of that can fill a stadium, like a Super Bowl halftime, that can fill it? Just the band, not a bunch of pyrotechnics and a bunch of dazzling things. Just sit there and play music. How many can do that? That's one of them, but there's probably
Rolling Stones.
There's more now than you think, though, guys.
Rolling Stones could do it.
Green Day does it all the time. Green Day sells out like Stockholm.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it's the moxie to walk out and I guess you're right. Coldplay can do it.
Well, band is the key. Yeah, band is the key. Not like Taylor Swift. I'm going band. Like you're right.
Right. That's what I mean. You got to fill the stadium. You got to fill it.
Yeah.
Like, not fill it with people, but fill the field. Like, you know what I mean? They're big enough.
Yeah.
It's big enough. Just go out there, play, and you're good. No entertainment, no baloney. Just go out there and play.
Yeah. Slipknot.
Yeah.
Can Kiss do it? Hottest band on the planet?
Krebs.
Guar. Guar couldn't do it. Steve's like, who's Guar?
The Quabs. No, the Quabs.
Quabs could not do it. Quabs couldn't fill my living room. Are you kidding me?
Hey, by the way, I swear to you, it's the craziest thing. There's like 5 people a day I run into. There's like, did you put your Halloween lights up yet?
Yeah.
Halloween lights up?
I was going to ask you.
Everyone's waiting to ask me. They've been seeing me for 7. Like I see them every day for like months, and they're like, I can't say anything, until it's Halloween time. I can finally say, you got the lights up?
Yeah.
I'm like, jeez.
So
you know what my answer is?
Where are we?
The answer is no. I'm not stupid. I'm not doing the Halloween tree. So don't worry about it.
Get it up. Come on.
No,
I think you did Halloween decorations last year.
I know. I'm going to do a huge blow up, like a huge blow up dragon I got at Costco. I'm good.
That's such a bailout.
That is a bailout.
It's a huge bailout. You got on me for that for Christmas. Like, oh, come on.
Halloween is a bailout. The whole thing's a bailout.
No, it's not a bailout. What are you talking about? All Hallows Eve. Let's go. Let's get into the spirit. You're too much of a Christmas happy guy to be a Halloween guy.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
you
I
just
actually
can't do it.
I actually, you've gotten me more appreciative of the Halloween thing. I'm going to get dressed up this year. It's going to be good. We're going to be
nice.
good. I'm athletic. I'm not just, I don't play one note on the keyboard. I can play multiple notes.
You are.
I can play multiple notes.
What are you going to dress up as?
I don't know. Oh, I got to think about that.
Yeah, I just got to get a cowboy hat. I got a massive mustache now, so I'm thinking about going just
Travis Kelce. I'm going to go as Travis Kelce. Barb will go as Taylor. Yeah.
Nice.
We need pictures.
Nice. That'd be good.
I need
That'd be
pictures of
pretty
that
good.
one.
I don't know what you do. Do I have to shave my head and put a mustache and I don't know.
You should have her go as Jason. You should be Travis. You should be Jason. That'd be good.
Just be 87. Just wear a jersey.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I'll go with jersey.
That'll be cute.
Tom, you and I should go. You and I should go Pulp Fiction, but you be Sam Jackson and I'll be.
Well, I don't want to get canceled.
No, you just
Do
throw
I
the
gotta dress
afro
up in
on.
makeup
You just
too?
throw the afro on and the mustache. You got the stash, dude.
Yeah.
We just go opposite.
Ted Danson's working well.
Ted Danson fell down. You don't go that route.
You can't go that route.
So let me just go Vincent. Let me just go the white guy.
I like you going
just to be
Royale with
safe.
cheese. Dude.
Yeah, let me just go the white guy. Let's just be safe on that one.
There you go. You be the gimp. I'll be the gimp. How's that?
No, I don't want to be the gimp. I do not want to be the gimp. Did you ever see Pulp Fiction, Steve?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I did. I didn't know if that was your type. That's probably not your type of movie,
Well,
though.
I'm not. It's like Scarf. I mean, it's like I actually need entertainment. Like I got a lot of adrenaline in my life. I always had. And like I don't need more. Like I love action movies.
Yep.
I just don't need the grizzly. Like I want to walk out feeling like, hey, you know what? I feel better than I did when I walked in. Not worse.
I'll give you a real funny story. So I saw Pulp Fiction in Charlotte. We went and saw it as Lori and I, and there was 4 people there. Us, and then another couple. I think they were a couple. But anyway, they sat like 6 rows in front of us, and the guy must have brought in a beer to drink while he was watching the movie. The only reason I know this, because about 10 minutes into the movie, I hear something go clink, and then it rolled all the way down to the front of the movie theater. it rolled. I was like, oh, man.
Slowly. Slow.
That's a bummer, man. So what did they do? They left. And it must have reloaded and then came back with like a half an hour left in the movie. And I'm thinking, these guys got to be so lost right now.
Yeah.
There is no way they could figure it out. They were there for the first 20 minutes. Last half an hour.
What?
I go, you might want to stay for the next showing because you have no clue. That movie jumps around so much, you have no idea where you're at in the movie. But he must have really liked his beer. Like, I like my beer. I'm not leaving a damn movie because I accidentally drop a beer. Not going to happen. Of course, I'm not that stupid.
Hey, you bring 2, so you got an extra.
I would never drop a beer. But anyway, that's my Pulp Fiction story. Okay, before we get to football, real quick, what's the one movie, if you're cruising around and it's on cable, that you stay with no matter where it's at in the movie?
Oh man, dang. Yeah, I mean,
something about Mary.
Any like really good action.
Die Hard.
Oh, Die Hard.
I like Die. I mean, if you think back in the day when you saw Die Hard, you say yes. Die Hard today's a little bit, rough.
Yep.
But anything like that will hold your attention. I'm not talking about Bond. I'm not talking about weird, like, goofball stuff. I'm talking about the real, like, the show. I don't know if you see Fauda now. It's real. I love, kind of the terrorist, the spy,
okay.
That's just Die Hard.
Like Homeland.
That's Die Hard.
Homeland.
Homeland's good.
Homeland.
Okay.
Homeland. Are you a John Wick guy?
I do like. Yes. That's how much I like it. Is I like John Wick. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'll even put up with John Wick. I'll do it.
Equalizer. Denzel.
But you know what? Look. Don't take this wrong, but the K-drama. There's a K-drama called. It's not even drama. It's like a comedy almost. But it's Crash Landing on You. I don't know. Stuff like that is just. I find such peace in. It's subtitled and everything, but we got into that. It was endearing and fun and I don't know. It was good. So I go soup to nuts here.
There you go, soup to nuts. All right, let's get to the Niners. And I guess one of the reasons we could we'll get to the Cowboys in a second here, but I don't know what to say about them. Like, other than the fact that the defensive line hasn't quite gotten to rhythm yet. You expect more pressure all the time. I think that will come the more Bosa gets into the rhythm of the season. But offensively, Steve, I don't even know if I could nitpick and try to find something this offense isn't doing well right now. Usually I could find a little something, but it just – you tell me when you watch the offense. They're that every year there's a team, where there's the Patriots that one year, the Vikings when they had Moss and Carter and Smith. Like, there's one team you expect to score damn near every time they get the ball. The Chiefs have been that team. I almost expect that from the Niners now. Like every time they touch the ball, I expect them to score. That's how good that offense has been.
And that's a great feeling. Super efficient.
Yep.
And think about it. And Debo's kind of just, in waiting.
Yep, exactly.
We got people. We got all pros just hanging out, ready to kind of come in and take over. Every once in a while. So I agree with you. I think that if you look around the league and you watch the game on Monday night, even though the Chiefs exploded and you've seen them fall back and they do that, you can tell that the explosiveness, the idea that we're going to every once in a while we're going to score in 2 plays, or a bomb, or that's the thing that we're so efficient, and that's why I think when Brock says I'll figure out, because he's not the guy that's going to throw the 80-yard bomb and kind of roll out and throw it back across his body, make some crazy play. So he's going to do it with 3 plays or 4 plays. He's going to be very efficient. He can run 4 plays as efficiently and safe as a quarterback, and anyone else can run 1 play. And that's what I think why it really works, is because they can, he can go 24. I told you this is an offense where you should complete 90%. I didn't know it was 95%, but didn't I say 90?
Yep.
I think we talked about it, and I think as long as the efficiency against the best teams like this weekend, I mean the Cowboys to me are just they're a really, really talented group of people. They're not but the cohesiveness and the grit and the follow up a great game with another great game is just, they're not I don't get it. I don't see it. Every time in the last even 20 years I thought, oh, they did it, they're coming, and then fall flat. So I'm not much for believing yet in what they have or what they're doing. I know they're super talented, and that's what they always kind of hang their hat on. But we're an extremely efficient, deadly team that will just grind you into the pulp, and we haven't even used everybody yet. We got people just hanging around. We'll get to you. That's
in the waiting room.
It's in the waiting room. It's really in the green room. We got 3 All-Pros just kind of chilling, waiting for the next opportunity. And so, the expectations are growing. We had high expectations 3 or 4 weeks ago. Our expectations are through the roof now, right? We got to get to the championship game, got to win it, and we got to get the Super Bowl and beat whoever the big stud that shows up at quarterback. That's what we got to do.
It's going to be tough. You said that last year in the AFC. Whoever it is in the AFC that's got to beat 2 or 3 of those guys on their way to a Super Bowl is going to be the team that has the toughest shot at winning. And I think that's kind of where the Niners are, is there aren't as many powers that be in the NFC. Tom and I were talking about the Lions as a team that's kind of coming along. The defense is better than I thought, but I think everybody just kind of has that thought in the back of their head that, it's the Lions. I think that you should have appropriate fear about that team. They seem more well-rounded to me than Dallas.
They're the junior 49ers.
That's
right?
fair.
They're efficient. They're scary on defense. They keep coming. They're relentless. They I kind of feel like Niners light is how I would describe them. And I mean that to be a compliment. You know what I mean? They're not there yet with us, but I like where they built, and Jared Goff is better. He's better.
Yep.
And I trust him more. When he lines up, I don't, it used to be like 50-50, haywire, Daniel Jones, I don't know what's happening. And now I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm watching a guy that's going to do something pretty rationalized and sophisticated. So I think that's a good thing.
And they haven't used everybody yet. Same deal. Jameson Williams back this week.
Right. Yeah. We got time. In
the waiting room. Yeah.
Does it feel
strangely, I feel a little bit like the Rams. I thought the Rams were going to be terrible. And now with Puka Nacua and with Matt fully, like as long as he stays healthy and Cooper Kupp comes back, I don't know. They could cause some grief, which I didn't think they were going to be able to do. So I think that's a team that I think is at least potentially better than I thought.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Does it feel? It kind of feels right to me that Christian McCaffrey's on this Niner team, because you go back and think of Roger Craig, what he was able to do, Ricky Waters, what he was able to do, even Garrison Hurst, what he was able to do. You think about the Niners and the offense, like when they were at their best, the running back is not just a vital part, but a necessary part of the passing game and the running game. And this guy, I don't want to compare him to the guys I just mentioned, but he may be the best in the game today at doing all the things that he does. And you get a true appreciation for him when you get a chance to watch him week in and week out. Like he's so good and he's so much fun to watch, isn't he?
He's the back for 2023.
Yeah.
where you're going to come from all directions. You're not going to. You might line up in the eye as a one-off, just to kind of do something fun. But that's not the job anymore. We talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, yeah, he had a big game. The Titans look tough. Oh, yeah, blah, blah. There's no chance that they do anything deep in the playoffs out of the eye. Like, stop. Those days are over. You're running old plays, old formations. It's over, dead. The 49ers are running all kinds of cool stuff, and Christian is the guy that can do it all from all positions. Debo was that guy coming from receiver to do it. He proved he could be great at it. So you've got all this potential, but Christian is somebody that is like Jerry Rice-like preparation, intensity, detail. Nothing goes by him. If you let's say Brock suddenly had amnesia and someone else had to call the plays, Christian call the play. Give the motion. Everyone, you got your job. Guard out. You got it. You got it. Tight ends. You got it. George, you get it. Yeah. That's the kind of guy you got with Christian. So it's like I understand. Even Kyle talks about it. It's like he gets what the concept is, not just his job. He understands what's trying to get done. And when you have a player like Garrison Hurst was that way, where he would chuckle at me because I'd make a mistake, and he'd be like, "Bro, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Bro, you're playing running back. Shut up. Like, don't quit paying attention to my job." Like, he goes, "Yeah, but you have the tight end first. You didn't look." I'm like, "Just freaking do your job, bro. I don't want to hear from you critiquing me, But those are the guys. Brent Jones was that way. Harris Barton was that way. They understand all the positions, not just their own. And that's when a team gets really good, when everybody gets what we're trying to accomplish as a group. What's the concept of the play? What are we trying to do? What is my job to pull the linebacker left so that and someone else comes in behind? And if it's zone versus man, what is the job that what are the subtleties of how I deal with that? When we had players that did that, then the quarterback, that's what Peyton Manning took it even further than what we were doing in the West Coast offense in the late 90s with Mike Shanahan, and then we did it with Steve Mariucci, is we were building off of it, getting more and more guys involved in the intricacies of the game. And then who picked it up? Tom Brady and the Patriots said, we're going to, and Peyton Manning and the Colts did the same thing, like, we're going to have a relationship with the receiver that now has not just man versus zone, not just understanding the full concept, but subtleties of if the linebacker actually turns his hips and opens, we're going to stop. And then the receiver and the quarterback know that. You can't cover it. You cannot cover it. And so Christian allows for all of this subtleties, and George is great at this spatial relationship. They're all get it. And that's, to me, why they're so – we might have super talent. Oh, man, we're super talented. Fine. A lot of super talented NFL team. Are they super talented and understand what I'm describing here? Where they break the huddle and they all kind of get the concept. And then now you, as a quarterback, you can go 21 for 22. That's how it works. Yeah.
I think it kind of looks to the fan, like to us, it looks like, well, Christian McCaffrey unlocked all of that. Somebody said he was like the final Infinity Stone in Shanahan's offensive, like Thanos gauntlet. Like he just makes the whole thing go. But when Kyle was on with us earlier this year, I said to him, it feels like there's more continuity than ever. He said, absolutely. How much of that is because you're talking about the intricacies and growing the offense and who gets involved? I mean, it's nice to have this much chemistry and continuity year to year. There's virtually nobody new in the offense.
And I think that that stuff matters, of course, because you have so little time in preseason, training camp. I mean, so many teams are thrown together. And it's like the post-college portal. I mean, free agency is that way, and it's like just get some guys. And what happens is we need these, 4 or 5 guys, and they're going to make the difference. Yeah, they make the difference, but they're not cohesive yet. It takes some time. So mid-season, you finally get the guys to all put together. Where you saw out of the gate against Pittsburgh, it's like, oh yeah, no, this team's already put together because they already know each other. And they have people that are studying the plays in July or June without the coach having to jam them up. They're actually getting the time put together. They're studying. That's what the Patriots had for 20 years. That's what we had for our 20-year run, is guys that would put the extra time in to have the data as reflexive recall rather than, you start training camp. Well, what was that play again? What man versus zone, what do I do again? Like, it just slows everybody down. And to your point, Adam, this is a team that's like – Kyle can come up with for the Cowboys, like Bill Belichick. I think this is what made the Patriots good for 20 years. Again, what made us great is we had 20 things. We didn't have halftime adjustments. We had 10 in the first half, and then we had 10 more to come punch you in the nose with in the second half. Like, we don't know adjustment. Yeah, we might adjust to something, but we have all these concepts that everyone's memorized and prepared for. When I thought a normal team had 5. and they wasted them all in the first quarter. After the first quarter is over, and it's like, whoa, what do we do now? I don't know, coaches, let's get together. What's the next concept? Like they're not, because they don't have the buy-in from the players. To your point, the cohesiveness does not allow it. And so everyone right now, the 49ers on Wednesday night, they're home, TV's off, and they're studying because they got 15 or 20 things they got to memorize for the Cowboys. And that makes all the difference.
I wanted to ask you something because we were talking about managers and coaches nowadays, and I've stated a few times on the show today, I think a good coach, good manager has to have a certain amount of a-hole in him. Like you can't be a nice guy and be a coach. And it's interesting the way sports are moving now. I think it's nicer and nicer. You can just see it by the way the kids when they play, participation trophies, all that kind of stuff. So the old 70s and 80s is never.
Yeah, but Tom, I think what you're saying is right. That we can't coddle. It's not going to get the best performance. So that we get that. But the subtlety is not necessarily whether the coach has a big stick and just hits people over the head and kicks the crap out of them. That is old school. That doesn't work anymore. You have to have and you don't have to have a fear-based system. Doesn't mean you have a coddling system. But look at Mike McDaniel. Look what's happening in Miami. That dude walks around singing with like knickers on, and I mean, it's like it's crazy. But what the players know is that he puts them in position to be successful, and then expects them. There's an expectation. It doesn't need to be fear-based, but there's an expectation. And if you don't, I'm firing you. I will cut you.